Chapter 1, Release from Prison. Jiang Ning rushed all the way to Whitewater Village. Today was the day he was released from prison. 2 years ago, Jiang Ning saw the righteousness, accidentally injured a rich second generation, but in the end was squatted for 2 years in the prison. The dark life in the cell created Jiang Ning's strong physique, but also let Jiang Ning accidentally obtain the neck of the dragon jade within the Shennong inheritance. Today, Jiang Ning returned to his hometown, and his heart was very happy. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Xiaomei, a girl from the same village who had a marriage contract with herself, had kept in contact, and Jiang Ning had thought about finishing the marriage with Zhang Xiaomei after he came out. Jiang Ning walked into the village entrance of Whitewater Village and looked at his hometown that hadn't changed at all. Jiang Ning smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, but Jiang Ning just walked to the entrance of his house, and realized that the door of his house was closed. Jiang Ning instantly froze. He hadn't been home for 2 years. Could it be that his family had all moved away? With a strange mood, Jiang Ning walked to the door of his house and gently pushed the door. The door opened with a creak, and Jiang Ning looked at his familiar home, and his heart couldn't help but well up with a burst of warmth. At this time, a middle-aged woman in the inner room walked out, haggard face, looking at Jiang Ning's arrival. Tears of bitterness immediately welled up in her eyes. This person was none other than Jiang Ning's mother, Lu Tsuelan. "Mom, I'm back." The phrase "I'm back" contained too many emotions, and Jiang Ning's eyes were blurred with tears. "Ningzi, you're finally back. Great." Lu Tsuelan rushed up and hugged her son in her arms, excitedly shedding the tears that had been contained in her eyes for a long time. "Mom, I'm back. Where's my dad?" Jiang Ning gently wiped away the tears at the corner of his mother's eyes and asked with a faint smile. "Your father, he went to your uncle Jianlin's house to talk to you about Xiaomei's daughter's marriage." Lu Tsuelan stammered a bit as she spoke, seeming to have some regard. Zhang Jianlin is Zhang Xiaomei's father, and the relationship between the two families used to be good in the village. So Jiang Ning and Zhang Xiaomei also went back and forth, and were eye to eye at that time. "Really? So fast? I'll go find my dad." Jiang Ning was very happy in his heart. He didn't think that he hadn't even arrived home yet, and his family had already started to help Jiang Ning out. "Ningzi, I'll go with you." Lu Tsuelan sighed heavily and took the humble backpack Jiang Ning was carrying, placing it on the table before walking with Jiang Ning towards Zhang Xiaomei's home. It was only when Jiang Ning and Lu Tsuelan walked to Zhang Xiaomei's house that the sound of arguing came from inside, only to see Jiang Ning's father, Zhang Xiaojun, red-faced, pointing at Zhang Jianlin and yelling, "Zhang Jianlin, don't act like you're selling your daughter. Our family Ningzi is good. At least she's a university graduate. And you're asking for a bride price of $50,000, which is a bit too much. Brother Xiaojun, listen to me. This thing is not me. It's our daughter." Zhang Jianlin wanted to explain, but a long melon-faced, a beautiful woman holding out her chest stopped Zhang Jianlin's words. "She is Zhang Xiaomei, the village flower recognized in the village. People not only look beautiful, body and white skin is no words." All the young men in the village followed her around, and even those from the next village came to see Zhang Xiaomei every now and then. "Dad, let me speak." Zhang Xiaomei called out to Zhang Jianlin and pulled him behind her. Then she took a step forward and smiled faintly at Zhang Ning's father. Then said, "Uncle Xiaojun, it's not that I'm talking about your family Zhang Ning, although I'm on good terms with him, but he's committed crimes and squatted. Even if he comes out, he's just a poor man. He's not good enough for me at all. I've already got a boyfriend now, and his family's conditions are good. He has a car and a house. Uncle Xiaojun, you don't need to come to my house again. I won't be with Zhang Ning, that bastard." In the together. These words, just arrived Zhang Ning heard in the ear. Zhang Ning never thought his heart of those ideas, all but wishful thinking. 2 years, the village has not changed, but people have changed. Zhang Xiaomei has become so snobbish. Just those unpleasant words let Zhang Ning feel angry. Zhang Ning walked into Zhang Xiaomei's home with large strides, and when the people saw Zhang Ning's appearance, they all revealed a look of surprise. Zhang Ning sank his face, glanced at Zhang Xiaomei. His tone was very cold, and said, "Xiaomei, I'm a poor man, but I'm poor in spirit. Since you can't see me Zhang Ning, I won't ask for anything here. Isn't it just a matter of money?" "Humph, Zhang Ning, why did you come back early? But it's fine. Since you're here, I'll make things clear to you. I, Zhang Xiaomei, was blind in the beginning to fall for you. On your poor and unproductive look, I won't be with you. Just die of this heart. Pay back the money. I don't think you'll be able to have money in your life." Zhang Xiaomei first froze for a moment, and quickly put on a disgusted face, skimming Zhang Ning as she said coldly, "Zhang Xiaomei, remember what you said today. Since I, Zhang Ning, have come back, I will let you all know that there is no fooling a poor youth." Zhang Ning pointed at Zhang Xiaomei and said, in fact, Zhang Ning's heart was heavy. Bragging who wouldn't? It's just beating me to death. I won't live with a criminal like you. Who knows if I'll get caught again one day and be widowed. Zhang Xiaomei continued to taunt Jiang Ning. Her words were as unpleasant as they could be. Jiang Ning did not care to be poor with Zhang Xiaomei. Skimming the same Zhang Xiaomei, Jiang Ning pulled his father and headed out. On his way out, he didn't forget to leave a sentence. We'll see. At this moment, Jiang Ning's heart surged with a never-before-seen fortitude and passion for struggle. With the Shennong inheritance left behind by Long Yu in his body, he didn't believe that he couldn't do something in this native whitewater village. After returning home, Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan tried to comfort Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning flashed a smile at his own parents and his heart relaxed a lot. Ning Zi, this time when you're back, what are you planning to do? If you really can't, I'll find you some connections to do some work in a factory in the city, so you can make a living. I just don't know if people are willing to take it. Zhang Xiaojun said here. A trace of gravity appeared on his face. Dad, there is no need to bother people. I have long planned to contract some land in our village. I want to stay in the village and farm, Jiang Ning said with conviction, not looking like he was joking at all. Nonsense. A good young man does not go out to find something to do. Stay in the countryside to plant what land? Can you plant land? As soon as Zhang Xiaojun heard Jiang Ning's words, he immediately disagreed. It was true that Jiang Ning did not know how to farm, but the divine farmer inheritance had given Jiang Ning great ability. Shennong had tasted all kinds of herbs, was well versed in the ways of farming, and had countless other magical abilities, all of which Jiang Ning had inherited. For the current Jiang Ning, farming was not a problem at all. Father, why don't you let Ningzi do what he wants to do? It's not easy for Ningzi to have his own ideas. We should support him. Lu Tsuilan tenderly pulled Zhang Xiaojun and persuaded. But this, Dad, you believe me, it must be possible. When the time comes, let Zhang Xiaomei's family take a look. Let them regret it. You want to help me to ask where the land can be contracted? I'll go to the mountains to dig some herbs, go to the city and still be able to sell it for a bit of money, and by then there will also be capital to buy seed saplings and whatnot. Jiang Ning interrupted his father's words and revealed a smile, saying confidently. Zhang Xiaojun bowed his head and contemplated for a long time before finally agreeing to Jiang Ning's idea. Jiang Ning was in a great mood, and Zhang Xiaomei's matter was immediately thrown into the air. After changing his clothes, Jiang Ning carried a bamboo basket on his back and headed for the mountains. Chapter 2: A scene in the cornfield. Shennong had recorded that there were spiritual objects in the mountains. Now Jiang Ning was penniless, and wanted to start a business from nothing. Then he had to get to the mountains to dig up something worthwhile before he could do so. Although Jiang Ning has not been back to the village for 2 years, but the road is still remembered clearly. The village of the back of the mountain. Often villagers go to Pikyam, to the city for money. Jiang Ning confident, accelerated footsteps, passing by the cornfield outside the village. Jiang Ning was thinking about things when a subtle sound of a woman moaning entered Jiang Ning's ears. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up and immediately thought of something. In Whitewater Village, since most of the men went out to work outside to earn money, the women stayed behind in the village to look after the family and children. As a result, the desire of the women left behind was very strong, and the occurrence of stealing was not a small number of things. Jiang Ning searched for the sound to the cornfield, quietly moved, and soon saw in the cornstalks bush a man and a woman lying there. Do not know what to do. The woman is the widow Zhou who lives at the end of the village. Her family is from the next village, married to the Whitewater Village not long. The man died in a coal mine accident, so a lot of single men in the village miss Zhou's widow. Just Jiang Ning did not expect. He went up the mountain to collect medicine. Will encounter such a shocking scene, and then look at the man. Jiang Ning once again froze. The man would actually be the village chief of Whitewater Village. That fat-headed, horny bald man, Jiang Wensheng. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and his steps couldn't help but take a small step forward, and he didn't know what he had stepped on, letting out a clicking crunch. Jiang Wensheng and widow Zhou immediately became aware of it and looked towards Jiang Ning's side. Who's there? Jiang Ning was shocked when he was discovered, and he quickly lowered his body and darted towards the mountains, not daring to look back to check. After running for nearly a mile, Jiang Ning only heard his footsteps, panting and looking behind him, realizing that no one was chasing after him, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily I ran fast. If I was discovered to be the one peeking, I guess the people in the village would have to wind up talking about it again. Jiang Ning was mainly afraid that he had just come out of the number and was being gossiped about by the townspeople of Whitewater Village, so that was why he was thinking of running. However, because of this, Jiang Ning had already run into the mountains, and after calming down a bit, Jiang Ning began to look for usable herbs up. Shennong had recorded that when searching for herbs, one could use one's sense of smell to recognize the path, and having received the inheritance of Shennong, Jiang Ning's sense of smell was also quite a bit better than that of an ordinary person. Jiang Ning sniffed his nose and began to search for the herbs he wanted in the mountains. However, Most of the valuable medicinal herbs in this mountain had been dug up by the villagers, so it was indeed very difficult to find them. However, Jiang Ning was very confident, and while advancing slowly, he used his sharp nose to sniff, and suddenly, a medicinal fragrance slowly drifted into Jiang Ning's nose. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed, and he immediately smiled, following the location where the medicinal fragrance had drifted from, but stopped at the edge of a cliff. Jiang Ning looked towards the bottom of the cliff and realized that there was only a bunch of weeds growing on the cliff face. There was no ginseng at all. That's not right. The medicinal scent is wafting up from below, so how could there be none? It seems like we still need to go down and take a look. Jiang Ning muttered to himself, somewhat unwillingly. Jiang Ning looked around and took notes, and found that the vines of a manhwa tree that grew on the edge of the cliff were draped right over the edge of the cliff. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and decided to go down to find out. He pulled the vine with all his might, and after making sure that it was solid, he climbed down the vine and climbed about 5 or 6 meters. Jiang Ning's nose told him that the ginseng was around. Jiang Ning hurriedly used his feet to haphazardly pluck away the weeds, and sure enough, he found a ginseng on the side of a boulder. What luck! This ginseng looks like it's at least 30 years old. Jiang Ning was ecstatic. This ginseng was too well hidden. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to find it at all. If it wasn't for Jiang Ning's keen sense of smell that was inherited from Shennong, it would have been impossible to find it. Jiang Ning wrapped his hands and feet around the vines, fixing his body on them, and with his other hand, he took the small shovel from the bamboo basket and carefully dug up the ginseng. This kind of wild ginseng was very expensive on the market, and the more complete it was dug out, the better the selling price would be. Generally people dig ginseng as a shovel down to the bottom. With the mud will be dug out ginseng. That is very easy to hurt the ginseng. That would easily hurt the ginseng. Moreover, there is no way for a normal person to dig in such a situation. Jiang Ning was different. With one hand, he painstakingly dug a small pit on the side of the ginseng, revealing a small half of the ginseng. Afterward, his hand grasped onto the ginseng, and an invisible warm current spread down the ginseng in his hand. Not long after, the soil buried with the ginseng began to become loose, and Jiang Ning gently lifted it up again, and the whole ginseng came out of the ground undamaged. Ever since Jiang Ning had obtained the divine farmer's inheritance, there had been an extra stream of something like divine power within his body. Not only could it penetrate into the body of any plant, but it could also transform the genes of the plant. It was just that Jiang Ning wasn't very skilled at mastering it right now. This 30-year portion of wild ginseng is enough to sell for tens of thousands of dollars. Before digging up some other herbs, go back and try to refine some medicine or something. Jiang Ning happily put the wild ginseng into his bamboo basket, and then began to climb up the cliff. Just as Jiang Ning was about to climb up, the vine in his hand shook violently and broke directly. Jiang Ning's heart was in a great hurry, and his body violently plummeted down the cliff. Right at this moment, the dragon jade on Jiang Ning's neck suddenly emitted a bright light, and a wave of divine power wrapped around Jiang Ning's body, carrying Jiang Ning right up the cliff. Jiang Ning lay on the ground, wearing a large mouthful of rough air, having almost lost his life just now. What a nasty risk. It's a good thing I have this dragon jade, or else I'd really be done for. Jiang Ning couldn't help but burst into foul language. Many times, it was the piece of dragon jade on his neck that saved himself, and this time, it was no exception. After calming down a little, Jiang Ning continued to look into the mountains. Jiang Ning wanted to collect more herbs and go back to brew some medicinal wine for his father to improve his health. For a whole day, Jiang Ning wandered around in the mountains, and was able to find quite a few precious medicinal herbs. Most of them, Jiang Ning didn't recognize, and was only looking for them according to what he had in his mind. After descending the mountain, the sky had gradually darkened, and Jiang Ning returned home. When his parents saw that Jiang Ning's bamboo baskets were piled high with herbs inside, but they didn't recognize what they were, they couldn't help but ask, Ning Zi, what are you doing picking such wild herbs? Our family doesn't have any cows either. Dad, this is herbal medicine. It's very useful. Later I'll make you some medicinal wine to replenish your body, Jiang Ning said with a smile, his heart very happy. Brat, since when do you still brew medicinal wine? Could it be that squatting in the number can also learn a lot? Zhang Xiaojun said in surprise. How many kilograms Jiang Ning had? He, as a father, knew best. Don't mind so much. I also dug up a 30-year-old wild ginseng today, so I'll sell it tomorrow and contract 2 plots of land in the village. Right, Dad. How's it going with the thing that I asked you to ask for me? Jiang Ning said, bringing out the wild ginseng in the bamboo basket. When Zhang Xiaojun saw the wild ginseng in Jiang Ning's hands, he was already speechless with his jaw dropped. A long time to come back to God, replied Jiang Ning said, Brat, really not bad good. You that thing early for you to ask well. The village entrance a large piece of barren land can be contracted, but I can first tell you, that piece of land is a piece of dead land. The banker cannot live at all planting. Contracting cannot. It's okay, as long as there is land. Dead I also planted him alive. Zhang Ning patted his chest and said with conviction. Seeing Zhang Ning so confident, Zhang Xiaojun couldn't say anything else. After dinner, Zhang Ning hid alone in the house, first posting the information about selling wild ginseng on the internet. Then after categorizing those herbs picked during the day one by one, he started refining them. Chapter 3, Divine Efficacy Medicinal Tea. Zhang Ning followed the memories in his mind and began to place the herbs he had collected between his palms. The divine power in his body slowly surged out, and the herbs unexpectedly began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afterward, it was compressed into a ground of liquid that dripped down into a long-prepared altar of home-brewed water wine. Without stopping, Zhang Ning continued to pick up an herb and began to melt it. 20 or so minutes later, Zhang Ning had melted all of the dozen or so herbs into the medicinal wine, and a fresh fragrance slowly wafted into Zhang Ning's nose from the altar. Zhang Ning dipped a few drops into his hand and placed it in his mouth for a sip. The refreshing flavor, it instantly invigorated Zhang Ning's spirit, and the fatigue from the day was swept away. Zhang Ning nodded with satisfaction, and went to the back room to bring in another large bucket of well water, following the prescription from earlier, and incorporated the herbs into the water. Not long after, a bucket of brown medicinal tea was presented in front of Zhang Ning's eyes. After working until midnight, Zhang Ning had melted a full vat of medicinal tea before lying down on his bed to rest, but without any sleepiness. And at this time, the dragon jade hanging around Zhang Ning's neck suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the excited Zhang Ning did not notice the change in the dragon jade. The next morning, he got up at dawn, and after pulling Zhao Xiaojun to drink a bowl of medicinal wine, to Zhao Xiaojun's surprise, he pulled Lu Tsuilan to the entrance of the village to set up a stall. Ningzi, what are you doing? Where did you get such a big vat of medicinal tea that smells so good? After Zhao Xiaojun and Zhang Ning got the vat of medicinal tea to the village entrance, Lu Tsuilan finally couldn't help but ask, Mom, help me yell later. Let's sell this vat of medicinal tea to the townspeople for $5 a bowl. Zhang Ning had already thought about it last night. The villagers of Whitewater Village would all go to work in the fields in the morning, and due to years of farming, their mental state was not very good. With this miraculous medicinal tea, it would be able to energize the villagers' spirits. $5 a bowl was expensive for people in the countryside, but it was definitely value for money. $5 a bowl? Ningzi, are you alright? Who would buy it? Lu Tsuilan froze at once, thinking that Zhang Ning was crazy. Trust me, later on, these medicinal teas won't be enough, Zhang Ning said confidently, with complete certainty in his heart. While Zhang Ning and Lu Tsuilan were talking, the villagers of Baishui Village had already begun to go work in the fields, and those who passed by the village entrance, seeing Zhang Ning placing a large vat of medicinal tea there, were curious and came over to inquire. In fact, it was more of a matter of seeing Zhang Ning return to the village and coming over to say a few words. Ning Zi, what is this large vat of tea for? The village's Uncle Li man, unaware of his curiosity, asked. Uncle Li, this is medicinal tea. It can boost and wake up the brain. Would you like a bowl? $5 a bowl. You are the first, so I won't charge you, Zhang Ning said with a smile, served a bowl and sent it to Uncle Li's hand. See what you're saying, who needs $5 for a bowl of tea? Since it's free, I'll try it. When Uncle Li heard Zhang Ning's words, mockery appeared in his eyes, but he did not show it. After all, he drank it for free. With that, Uncle Li drank the bowl of medicinal tea in his hand in one go, and after the medicinal tea went down, Uncle Li's face revealed a surprised expression for a long time. Zhang Ning looked at Uncle Li's reaction and already had an answer in his heart. Ning Zi, this tea of yours is delicious. How did you cook it? Give Uncle a bowl. I'll pay for it. Uncle Li couldn't help but ask for another bowl. His whole body was in high spirits. Zhang Ning hurriedly gave Uncle Li a bowl of tea, and took the $5 that Uncle Li handed over. After Uncle Li finished drinking it, he was shouting and praising it, and more villagers came and went at the entrance of the village. All of them were attracted by Zhang Ning's side. At first they didn't believe in it, but after they tasted it, they all paid money to buy the medicinal tea, and for a while, Zhang Ning and Lu Tsuilan were very busy. At this time, Zhang Ning saw an uninvited guest. The very beautifully dressed Zhang Xiaomei walked over from the village, and was also attracted by the bustle on Zhang Ning's side. When Zhang Xiaomei saw that it was Zhang Ning, she disdainfully threw a mocking look towards Zhang Ning, and said with a snort, Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Ning Zi ah. What? So poor to the point of selling tea, and also $5 a bowl. Who would buy ah? Zhang Ning's face sank, and he said nonchalantly, someone will buy it. Why? Do you want to drink it too? Why don't I send you a bowl? He, I'm afraid of drinking it to death. I'm going into the city now, too lazy to talk to you. It turned out that Zhang Xiaomei dressed up so beautifully to go to the city. No wonder she was so high-minded and self-righteous. Zhang Ning didn't want to say much to Zhang Xiaomei, but the villagers who were sitting on the roadside drinking tea said something towards Zhang Xiaomei. Xiaomei, you say you're a girl, don't stay at home, why do you keep running to the city? The other person's Ningxi's medicinal tea is very efficacious. It's very refreshing to drink it, so you should try it too. Yes, Xiaomei. Ningxi said that it also has whitening effects. Do you see that I am much whiter? The ant on the side also followed suit. When Zhang Xiaomei heard the word whitening, she couldn't help but want to try it, and after contemplating for a few seconds, she walked over to Zhang Ning and took out $5 to get a bowl. But Zhang Ning did not want to see Zhang Xiaomei, coldly grunted and said, not for sale, my medicinal tea will drink people to death. Not for sale. Zhang Xiaomei immediately became furious and stomped her feet, practically going crazy. Zhang Ning, you remember, after I get married to Li Jejun, I'll use money to smash you to death. After Zhang Xiaomei finished speaking, she unwillingly walked towards the outside of the village. Looking at Zhang Xiaomei's iron face, Zhang Ning's heart could not help but feel a burst of relief. More and more villagers came to buy medicinal tea at the entrance of the village, and the whole village spread the word, and it didn't take long for Zhang Ning's large vat of medicinal tea to be swept away, and he collected several $1,000s in his hand. Zhang Ning happily put away the stall. In Lu Tsuilan's chanting, back home, but also at this time, Zhang Ning's cell phone came to the joy of ringing. Zhang Ning took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and after thinking about it, he connected. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? I saw your wild ginseng on the internet in the same city. Is it true? A clear woman's voice came from inside the phone, sounding, well, comfortable. Of course it's real. If you're free, you can come to my place to take a look. The vintage is definitely more than 30 years old, and it's very well preserved. Zhang Ning heard the woman's words. His heart was overjoyed. He didn't think that someone would look at his wild ginseng so soon. This would also save Zhang Ning from going to the city to sell it again. Alright, tell me your address. I'll go over and take a look now. The woman was very quick and directly asked to come see the goods. I live inside Whitewater Village in Chaiyuan Town. Just call me when you get to the village entrance. Okay, no problem. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Ning was in an unusually good mood, or else the medicinal tea had been bought and the wild ginseng had found a buyer. By that time that large piece of wasteland at the village entrance was contracted, so he could start planting. The more Zhang Ning thought about it, the more excited he became, and he was already a bit impatient. Chapter 4 Heavenly Priced Ginseng. An hour after the woman's call, Zhang Ning's cell phone rang once again. It was the woman calling, so Zhang Ning hurriedly answered the call and looked towards the entrance of the village. Mr. Zhang? I'm already at the village entrance. Where are you? The woman's voice was a bit low. It seemed that the road into the village was not easy to travel, and the bumps were a bit hard. Right? Okay, I'll come find you. Zhang Ning hung up the phone and ran towards the entrance of the village, and found that a black car was parked at the entrance of the village, and a woman wearing a short white skirt was standing at the side of the car looking around, and only after seeing Zhang Ning's arrival did she listen to the action of looking around. The woman was very tall, about the same height as Zhang Ning, with long black hair, a shapely body line that made people marvel a bit, and healthy skin, coupled with the noble aura on her face, set off her perfect figure. Hello, I'm Zhang Ning, may I ask your name? Zhang Ning went up and greeted her enthusiastically, making a self-introduction. My name is Wu Ying. You can call me Sister Wu. I want to take a look at your wild ginseng first. Wu Ying seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, and got straight to the point. Alright, Sister Wu, follow me. Zhang Ning hurriedly nodded and led Wu Ying to his home. When Lu Tsuilan saw Wu Ying, her entire body froze, and she couldn't help but excitedly say right to Wu Ying, Sister, sit down quickly. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Auntie, no need. I'll leave later. Wu Ying was also very polite and said politely. Zhang Ning didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly brought out the wild ginseng and placed it in front of Wu Ying. Wu Ying didn't mind the dirt, and picked up the wild ginseng and sized it up, looking at it for a long time before speaking. Said, Mr. Zhang, this wild ginseng of yours has a reed head and beard hair. It is a very complete ginseng, and judging from the appearance and weight, it does have 30 years of years. So, you make a price. Wu Ying was very quick, directly letting Zhang Ning set the price, seeming to have already settled for this ginseng. This, I haven't sold it either. Just dug it in the mountain yesterday. The specific price, I don't know much about it. Zhang Ning honestly said, the price of ginseng has high and low. Are speculated up, can sell at $10,000? Zhang Ning can be satisfied. Alright, I'll take this wild ginseng. How about I give you $100,000? The moment Wu Ying opened her mouth, it was $100,000, not to mention Lu Tsuilan. Even Zhang Ning was stunned. Fine, no problem. Jiang Ning was a bit excited and agreed in a hurry. Wu Ying gave Jiang Ning a smile, then approached Jiang Ning to ask for his bank card number, and directly punched $100,000 into Jiang Ning's account. Jiang Ning looked at the 5 zeros on his cell phone's interface, and his heart couldn't have been more beautiful. However, just as Wu Ying was about to leave, Jiang Ning still asked curiously, "Sister Wu, did you buy the wild ginseng to replenish your body?" However, this wild ginseng has a somewhat long vintage, so it can't be replenished all at once, or else not only will there be no benefits, there will also be bad effects. As the inheritor of Shennong, Jiang Ning habitually gave up the precautions for using this ginseng. "Well, I know, thanks," Wu Ying said bashfully, keeping a smile on her face. As Jiang Ning spoke, the divine energy within his body began to surge, converging in his eyes. A faint glimmer of light flashed by, and Jiang Ning's gaze was fixed on Wu Ying, who was preparing to leave. Instantly, Wu Ying's body was visible to Jiang Ning, and the divine power allowed Jiang Ning to see the internal structure of any object. This included the human body, which was equivalent to perspective. Originally, Jiang Ning wanted to use this to check what could be wrong with the body of such a beautiful woman as Wu Ying, but this time, Wu Ying, without any cover, was completely exposed in front of Jiang Ning's eyes. Her long, slender legs and white skin had tugged at Jiang Ning's heartstrings. Jiang Ning took a deep breath of cool air, telling himself that now was not the time to look more, and with his penetrating gaze, he entered Wu Ying's body. Jiang Ning saw the blood flowing slowly within Wu Ying's veins, and the amount was very small, much worse than an ordinary person. Jiang Ning was almost certain that Wu Ying must have a blood disorder, which was why she needed the wild ginseng to revitalize her blood. "Sister Wu, do you have symptoms of anemia? And, when you have an aunt, the amount is especially low?" Jiang Ning didn't think much about it at the time, and opened his mouth to say so. Wu Ying was frozen by Jiang Ning's sudden words, but quickly reacted and asked Jiang Ning rhetorically, "How do you know that? Mr. Jiang, are you a doctor?" "Ha ha, sort of half a doctor. In ancient times, seeing a doctor was all about looking and hearing. If Sister Wu has the need, she can look for me." Jiang Ning gave a dry laugh, easing the atmosphere in the room. "Then thank you very much, I still have things to do, so, I'll leave first." After Wu Ying finished speaking, she quickly walked towards the entrance of the village. Jiang Ning was able to see that the words just now had caused Wu Ying's face to blush a little. After watching Wu Ying drive away, Lu Tsuelan, who had been watching from the side, finally couldn't help herself. Pulling Jiang Ning, she said, "Ning Zi, tell Mom honestly, when did you meet such a beautiful city girl?" "Mom, she came to buy wild ginseng through the internet. Hasn't she already bought it away?" Jiang Ning was a bit helpless. Lu Tsuelan actually thought that she had known Wu Ying for a long time. "You less fool, Mom. Buy wild ginseng also did not see that girl take money to you. You do not know her. Will that wild ginseng to her?" Lu Tsuelan still don't believe. Pulling Jiang Ning to read up. "It is true. Now people give money do not have to give cash. Directly to the card. Very convenient. Oops, told you also do not understand. Have the opportunity to teach you." Jiang Ning also took his own mother has no way out. Feel between the two generations. Some communication gap, but Jiang Ning does not care. When he had money in the future, he would let his parents enjoy their happiness. Now the wild ginseng sold 100,000 yuan. Contracted the money of the village wasteland is considered to have. Jiang Ning does not want to wait any longer. He borrowed Uncle Lu's motorcycle next door and went to the city to get $20,000. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning told his parents and went directly to the village committee to find the village chief. As soon as he thought of the village chief, Jiang Ning remembered the scene he saw in the cornfield yesterday. If Zhang Wensheng refused to give himself a contract, then Jiang Ning had something in his hands. At least he, a village chief, still had some face. The village committee of Whitewater Village was very simple, but it was just a bungalow for temporary office use. Usually the village committee cadres are no one, just Zhang Wensheng this do village head to the inside of a nap or something. After Jiang Ning arrived at the village committee, Zhang Wensheng happened to be sleeping, pulling a thunderous snoring sound, which could be heard even before entering the house. Chapter 5, Going to the City to Buy Seedlings. Jiang Ning looked at Zhang Wensheng lying on the sofa sleeping soundly, gently pushed Zhang Wensheng, and shouted, "Village chief, village chief?" Zhang Wensheng made a murmur, turned around, and continued to sleep. Jiang Ning couldn't help but increase his strength, and Zhang Wensheng was then pushed awake. His eyes drowsy as he looked at Jiang Ning, shaking off his drowsy head, he revealed an unhappy expression. "Aha, it's Ning Zi? I heard that you were released, so it's true. What's wrong? Something wrong?" Zhang Wensheng's tone was filled with mockery, not treating Jiang Ning very well. "Yes, it just so happens that there's a little something to find you. I want to contract that piece of wasteland at the entrance of the village, and I need to find you to sign and do the paperwork." Zhang Ning opened the door and said directly. Zhang Wensheng sat up from his silly happenings, scratched his belly full of fat, and walked to the humble desk with some impatience, drinking a mouthful of tea. He then frowned and said to Zhang Ning, Ningzi it's not that I'm saying, that piece of wasteland at the entrance of the village has been abandoned for a long time, and there have been people who have contracted for it in the past, but they can't grow anything, it's just a piece of dead land. Why did you contract for it? Zhang Ning had not yet spoken. Zhang Wensheng continued, besides, that piece of land contracted down, at least 20,000 yuan. Do you have that much money? Zhang Ning smiled faintly, and took the $20,000 that she had already prepared out of her bag, and placed it in front of Zhang Wensheng. Zhang Wensheng's eyes went straight as he looked at the reddish $100 bills on the table. He was a notorious drinker, womanizer and money grubber. Seeing so much money, could he not straighten his eyes? This, Ningzi, this money of yours won't be unclean, right? Zhang Wensheng looked at Zhang Ning with a strange look, completely unable to believe that a person who had just been released from the number would have so much money. Village chief, don't worry, this money is clean. I just took it out of the bank in the morning. Let's also talk about that piece of barren land. Zhang Ning saw Zhang Wensheng's surprised look and pulled the topic back. Right. Since you have money, Ningzi, that's fine, but I'll talk to you first. That piece of barren land can't grow anything. Don't backtrack on it when you get there. And there's also a $2,000 handling fee needed to run the contract, so hand it over to me altogether. Zhang Wensheng's gaze had been fixed on the stack of banknotes in Zhang Ning's hand, and in his eyes, the color of greed was revealed. Zhang Ning was slightly stunned. He had never heard of a $2,000 handling fee for contracting land. This was clearly Zhang Wensheng, the bald man. Seeing that Zhang Ning had quite a bit of money in his hands, wanted to embezzle a bit so that he could fill his own pockets. Village chief, how come I've heard that contracting land doesn't require any handling fees? Zhang Ning said in a low voice. I say yes. If you don't pay the handling fee, how can you get a contract? It's fine if you don't give it. That piece of land can't be contracted. Zhang Wensheng's face turned cold, staring Zhang Ning and said. He was seeing that Zhang Ning wanted to contract that piece of barren land. Village chief, then if you don't give me the contract, I'll tell the truth about that thing you did with Widow Zhou in the cornfield yesterday, and I'm afraid that when the time comes to elect the village chief, there won't be any village chief for you. Zhang Ning knew that Zhang Wensheng, the bald man, wanted to make oil out of it, but it was good that he was prepared for it. What cornfield? What Widow Zhou? I don't know what you're talking about. The smile on Zhang Wensheng's smug face instantly solidified, and he said in a somewhat flustered manner, Village chief, I saw it all yesterday when I went up the mountain to collect herbs, so don't pretend. You were in the cornfield. You pressed the Widow Zhou underneath you, and asked people if you were good. I saw and heard it all. Now it was Zhang Ning's turn to laugh, and Zhang Wensheng was worried. When Zhang Wensheng heard Zhang Ning's words, his whole body was in a panic. The village had changed every 3 years, and this year was already the last year. If it was because he and Widow Zhou had cheated on each other, I'm afraid Zhang Wensheng would have lost his position as village chief. At that time, it would be difficult to get some oil. That, Ningzi some words for do not say nonsense could be misunderstood. People Zhou Widow's innocence to where to put it, is not it? In this way, I see you also just returned to the village. Not much money on hand. $2,000 handling fee will be waived. Zhang Wensheng is considered to have compromised, but still pretending there. Well then, how about signing the contracting contract now? I still want to go to the city later to buy off seedlings, Zhang Ning said with a smile. Right now. It just so happens that I have the contracting contract here. Zhang Wensheng didn't dare to slow Zhang Ning down anymore now. He directly took out the contract. If it were normal, he would have definitely dragged it out for you for 3 to 5 days before saying anything. Zhang Ning nodded with satisfaction. All the extra formalities are all free, directly in the contract to fill out all the information. Watching Zhang Wensheng stamp the official seal of the village committee, Zhang Ning took the contract and walked towards the door. Just when Zhang Ning walked to the door, Zhang Wensheng called Zhang Ning again. Ningzi, you cannot go around talking I know you squatted in the number of 2 years, do not know the taste of women. If you want, you can go to find the widow of the week. That, cough, do not say. Zhang Wensheng actually used Widow Zhou to hook Zhang Ning, wanting to pull Zhang Ning down so that he could keep his secret for him. This is what you said. Village chief, you really screwed someone else show widow ha ha. Zhang Ning intentionally laughed out loud and directly walked out of the village committee, leaving Zhang Wensheng alone with a bitter face, fretting in front of his desk. After successfully getting the contract, Zhang Ning went to the wasteland at the entrance of the village. The area of the wasteland was written on the contract. A whole large area that stretched all the way to the foot of the mountains in the distance. A whole 100 acres of land. A vast expanse of barrenness. where not even grass could grow. Jiang Ning grabbed a handful of dry, hard soil, and his divine power extended to probe, discovering that the moisture content of this dirt was too sparse. It would be strange to be able to grow living crops. Jiang Ning was still considering what to plant, and after thinking about it, Jiang Ning still couldn't decide. Finally decided to go to the city to look at the seedlings before looking at the already big afternoon. Jiang Ning had to hurry from the Whitewater Village to the city, but have to talk a lot of time. Just out of the village of the day dirt road. Enough. Jiang Ning tossed half an hour. When he arrived in town, he still had to take a car, and if he was lucky, he could still make it back before nightfall. Originally, Lu Tsuilan asked Jiang Ning to go to the city again in the morning of Mingyan, but Jiang Ning simply couldn't hold back his eagerness to try Shennong's way of farming. The divine power that could change the internal structure of plants made Jiang Ning want to test it out right away. Jiang Ning hurriedly rushed to the city, tossed more than an hour, finally arrived in the county. After inquiring about the company that sold the seedlings, he took a motorcycle and went to a place called Shengshur Tree Sapling Company. After arriving at the place, Jiang Ning stood at the entrance of Shengshur Company and took a look, then walked in. Although Shengshur was not a large company, it was considered one of the largest companies in the county, and was rumored to be a citywide chain. This was just a sub-company, but for Jiang Ning, it was already enough. Walking to the front desk in the lobby, Jiang Ning saw a receptionist beauty playing with her cell phone with her head down, her deep career line exposed in the air. Jiang Ning looked twice more, then gave a dry cough and said to the big-breasted beauty, "Cough, cough, beauty, hello, may I ask where I can see the goods if I want to buy some saplings? Turn left on the right and go straight." The big-breasted beauty didn't even raise her head for a moment and said coldly, seemingly not caring. Jiang Ning just gently shook his head and walked over according to the location of the big-breasted beauty. Only after Jiang Ning walked to the head, he entered the base of a sapling, which cultivated a large number of saplings. However, the state was not very good. Feeling sickly, "Hey, that who let you in?" Just as Jiang Ning was casually looking around, wondering how there wasn't even anyone there, a stern chorus of voices came from behind Jiang Ning. Chapter 6: Soil Causes Trouble. Jiang Ning heard a stern voice from behind him and immediately turned around to find a middle-aged man in a suit pointing at himself, and he walked towards Jiang Ning's side, seemingly not friendly. Jiang Ning was slightly stunned, and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I'm here to buy a sapling, and it was your receptionist who said to come here to see it, but I see that all of your saplings are sickly. Is there something wrong with them?" The middle-aged man revealed a hint of surprise when Jiang Ning said this, but quickly had it hidden, and flashed a smile at Jiang Ning. The white teeth were impressive. "Young man, my name is Yi Changsong. I'm the manager of Shengshur Company. Since you've already seen that there are problems with these saplings, then please leave. Our company will not be selling saplings to the public for the time being." Although Yi Changsong's suit was very straight, there was some scruff on his face, and his eyes were laced with a hint of turbidity. These signs indicated that Yi Changsong's body was somewhat weak. "Manager Yi, I am in urgent need of about 6,000 saplings. I wonder if you have that much here." Jiang Ning didn't care that there was a problem with those saplings at all. Should Jiang Ning had probed in with his divine power just moments ago, he had discovered that those saplings were all in a state of water shortage. This was something that Jiang Ning would have a way to solve when he bought them back, and he might even be able to use this as a cheap purchase. "Little brother, didn't I tell you? The saplings in the base now have problems. I won't sell them to the public. You'd better hurry up and leave. Outsiders can't come in here at will now." Yi Changsong glanced at Jiang Ning gruffly, and was about to send Jiang Ning out. Jiang Ning smiled faintly, not intending to leave, and said blandly, "Manager Yi, these saplings of yours are in a state of water shortage, so of course they are sickly." Yi Changsong was slightly stunned, and his face immediately sank. Unhappily, he said, "Young man, don't talk nonsense. The sunlight and moisture and soil in my cultivation base all satisfy the sapling's growing environment. How could there be a lack of water? Manager Yi, this you don't understand, right? The more fertile the land, the more problems exist inside." Jiang Ning said confidently. He directly took 2 steps forward and grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground. Yi Changsong did not stop Jiang Ning either, and just stood to the side quietly watching Jiang Ning's every move, only to see that Jiang Ning grabbed the dirt and walked over to Yi Changsong. Then spreading out his palms, he peeled away the soil bit by bit, and a few earthworms wriggled out of the side. "Manager Yi, look, the problem is right here." Jiang Ning pointed at the earthworms in his hand and slowly said, What's the problem? Doesn't this mean that my soil is fertile?" Yi Changsong still didn't understand Jiang Ning's intentions, but was captivated by Jiang Ning's actions. "Manager Yi, you're wrong. Do you know why the saplings still lack water even though all the conditions of your base are met? That's because there are too many earthworms in your soil, making your soil incredibly loose, and the sapling's tender roots can't reside tightly in the soil, and thus can't draw water. If you don't believe me, look, Jiang Ning said, walking to the heel of a sapling, gently pulling. The sapling detached abruptly, and in the sapling's rhizome, it was very smooth, not staining the soil at all, like the rain had suddenly not lifted. Yi Changsong looked at the scene in front of him, was already jaw-dropping. He haul a tree sapling company's manager. Actually know something is not in front of this farmer like young man more, really feels some shame. However, Yi Changsong was also a person who knew his mistakes and corrected them, and his attitude towards Jiang Ning instantly changed. There was a hint of politeness in his words to Jiang Ning. Young man, I still don't know what your name is. I'm really thankful to you today. If you must have saplings today, I do have thousands of citrus tree seedlings here. Just that the current state of growth is not optimal, but I can sell them to you cheaper. How about $6 a tree? Yi Changsong took the initiative to lower the price of the seedlings. Usually in the market to buy citrus seedlings, at least $8. Some of the more expensive ones are sold to $10. Can $6 to buy citrus seedlings? Has been considered very good. Manager Yi is polite. My name is Jiang Ning. You can lower the price for me. That's really great. It doesn't matter if the growth state is not the best, as long as it hasn't died. I can plant it alive, Jiang Ning said with conviction. This was the confidence given to Jiang Ning by the art of farming inherited from Shennong. It's Jiang Ning, you're the one who's polite. You've done me a great favor this time. I've been unable to find the problem. I wonder what you have to say about this problem. Yi Changsong humbly asked for Jiang Ning's advice, being completely stunned by what Jiang Ning had just said. Catching earthworms isn't easy. Just raise a few chickens in there, and in a couple days, this sapling of yours will definitely be fine. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said, he wasn't the first one to come up with such a solution. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? Hi, really hi, Jiang Ning, why didn't I think of such a method? Like this, I want to accompany you to buy the citrus sapling, and then I'll do the rest according to what you said. Yi Changsong said excitedly, pulling Jiang Ning towards another base. Turning two corners, another patch of saplings appeared in front of Jiang Ning's eyes, but it looked like it was much better than the batch just now. Jiang Ning's divine power directly probed into it, and found that these citrus saplings were all still in good shape, with no health problems. Although they looked a bit wan, they were actually good seedlings, and those who could tell were all old farmers. Accompanied by Yi Changsong, Jiang Ning bought 2,000 citrus saplings, and the rest Yi Changsong would send to Jiang Ning in batches to Whitewater Village. 2,000 citrus saplings, a tree $6, that is, $12,000. Jiang Ning directly brushed card, despite some small heartache, but thinking of the picture of his citrus harvest, Jiang Ning revealed a long-lost smile. After Jiang Ning went to the finance to settle the bill, he asked Yi Changsong to send it to himself tomorrow morning. Instead, Jiang Ning brought 20 citrus saplings along with him, intending to try and use his divine power to remodel the internal structure of the citrus trees this evening, and whether or not he succeeded, he would be able to see the next day. Just at this time, a hurried figure from the finance room suddenly ran in. Before Jiang Ning could react, the figure pushed Jiang Ning away and walked over to Yi Changsong. Dad, when are you going to get off work? You promised to accompany me for dinner tonight. It's almost 6 o'clock. Why are you still busy? Only at this moment did Jiang Ning see clearly that the person speaking was a woman. To be exact, it was a beautiful beauty with big wavy curly hair draped over her shoulders. It also covered the size in front of her body, short skirt and black silk, a favorite pairing for men. Jiang Ning looked a few more times, and his divine power unconsciously probed in, and instantly, he saw a scene that he shouldn't have seen, as well as her physical state. Ling Ling, I'll go after I'm done with this. Okay, come on, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Ning. He helped me a lot just now. Yi Changsong took the initiative to pull his daughter Yi Ling to introduce Jiang Ning. Yi Ling was slightly stunned and sized up Jiang Ning. When Yi Ling saw the handful of citrus saplings in Jiang Ning's hands, she couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust. She said in a good-natured manner, "Oh, he's just a small farmer. What's there to recognize?" Yi Ling said this. Jiang Ning can be upset. The father is a person who knows how to get along with. How the daughter is a difference of 100,000 miles. Jiang Ning didn't show his displeasure in the first place. The way some people looked at peasants was indeed speechless. It was just that Jiang Ning kindly reminded Yi Ling up. "Ms. Yi, I see that your steps are a bit weak. Did you have an aunt recently and have some disorders? I suggest that you buy some Ganoderma lucidum or something to replenish your body. Also, you should pay attention to moderation in your sexual intercourse. It can't be too frequent," Jiang Ning said with a smile. Although this was true, the matter of intercourse was indeed something that Jiang Ning had intentionally brought along. "Who are you calling Miss? You're the one who's Miss. Your whole family is Miss, whether I have a disorder or not. What do you care? Dad, he bullied me," Yi Ling instantly shouted at Jiang Ning, completely lacking the appearance of a lady of the house. Fierce, and after she finished speaking, she even turned around and pouted at Yi Changsong. Zhang Ning is joking with you. He is a humorous young man. You are taken to heart. Yi Changsong smiled faintly and rounded off the conversation. Manager Yi, it's getting late. I have to go back to the village. Let's talk about him sometime. By the way, I know a little bit about medicine. If there's a need in this area, you can come to Whitewater Village to look for me. I'll be around anytime. Zhang Ning did not talk poorly with Yi Ling, but said blandly to Yi Changsong, and after he finished, he grabbed the citrus sapling in his hand and left the finance office. Dad, you don't even help me. Yi Ling was furious and stomped her feet, looking at Zhang Ning's departing back with a grudging face, remembering this little farmer in her heart. Chapter 7 Genetic Modification. After Zhang Ning left the Shangshi Tree Sapling Company, he didn't see that murderous look in Yi Ling's eyes. If Zhang Ning had stayed for a few more minutes, it was estimated that this $1,000 lady would have gone ballistic. Zhang Ning took the citrus saplings with him, and only when he arrived at Chaiyuan town, the sky was already completely dark. There was only one road into the village, no cars, and no lights on the road, so Zhang Ning had to enter the village in the dark. However, Zhang Ning's senses were quite a bit stronger than ordinary people. Not only his sense of smell, but his vision was also very powerful, and he walked the night road without any obstacles. It took most of an hour before Zhang Ning arrived at the door of his house, and once he entered, the table was already prepared with a meal. While Lu Tsuilan was still busy in the kitchen, Zhang Xiaojun had a stern face and was sitting on a stool, seemingly waiting for Zhang Ning's return. Dad, I'm back. Zhang Ning called out to Zhang Xiaojun as he entered the door, and Zhang Xiaojun did not answer, but instead threw an exasperated look towards Zhang Ning. Ning Zi, you brat. Contracting the wasteland didn't even tell me about it before running to the village committee by yourself to get it stamped, and then rushing into the city to buy saplings. I see that you were really swept away by that energy, Zhang Xiaojun said coldly. At the moment, he was in a rage, and in Zhang Xiaojun's opinion, there were farming methods for wasteland, and he shouldn't be so blind as Zhang Ning. Dad, haven't you already promised this matter? Zhang Ning was also a bit helpless. His father's temperament was a bit stubborn. Sometimes he couldn't listen to anything he said. Promising is one thing, contracting to plant the land is another. Look at the saplings you bought. Citrus can't be planted in such barren land. Why are you saying you won't listen? Zhang Xiaojun was angry by Zhang Ning's straight-clenched fist. Son's father, what are you getting angry with Ningzi again? Yesterday, you promised Ningzi, you shouldn't oppose it anymore. Ningzi has his own ideas, let him do it himself. You're just a stubborn person here. Okay, hurry up and eat. You've been busy for a day. Aren't you hungry? Lu Tsuilan heard the sound from outside and walked out with a plate of green vegetables, and hurriedly persuaded. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaojun sighed heavily and began to eat, as Zhang Ning poured Zhang Xiaojun a cup of the medicinal wine he had brewed last night, then continued, Dad, you believe me once, if I can't grow it this time, I'll listen to you and honestly go work in a factory, okay? This is what you said. Ningzi, I'll see if you can grow this citrus on this barren land. Zhang Xiaojun put down the chopsticks in his hands and immediately picked up on Zhang Ning's words before drinking the cup of medicinal wine in one go. His father's questioning of himself made Zhang Ning even more desperate to make something to show Zhang Xiaojun. After a hasty meal, Zhang Ning put a hoe on his back, took the citrus saplings and headed to the wasteland at the entrance of the village. Seeing Zhang Ning in such a hurry, Zhang Xiaojun could only shake his head helplessly. The moon was very big at night, so it wasn't a problem at all for Zhang Ning to plant citrus at night, except that the citrus saplings would lack sunlight and die easily. After Zhang Ning dug a few holes in the wasteland and planted a few citrus trees, the divine power within Zhang Ning's body followed and surged out, landing on the interior of the citrus saplings. Immediately, the structure of the citrus sapling was all presented in Zhang Ning's mind. Within the citrus sapling, a subtle nerve structure was similar to that of a human's, but very different. Zhang Ning began to use his divine power to remodel the internal structure of the citrus sapling as well as his own genes according to the records within the divine farmer's inheritance, grafting those subtle nerves onto each other. At first, Zhang Ning was not quite familiar with it, and transforming a citrus sapling would take over 10 minutes, consuming more divine energy, but at the back, 2 minutes was able to take care of one. It took nearly an hour for Zhang Ning to finish genetically transforming 20 citrus saplings, and his divine energy once again probed away. It was discovered that the citrus sapling's growth state had returned to its peak, and the young roots had already begun to burrow into the ground in search of a water source. Previously, Zhang Ning had already probed, and the underground water in this wasteland was in a very deep place. To obtain a water source, the plant's roots would have to be strong and successfully draw on water. Zhang Ning had been using his divine power to monitor the changes in the citrus sapling until he was certain that the roots of the citrus sapling had begun to absorb the water that was deep in the ground before he withdrew his divine power. and it was at this time that Jiang Ning violently felt his head sink, like the illusion of being hit in the head. Jiang Ning vigorously shook his head to become conscious. In the next moment, Jiang Ning's mouth became salty, and the fishy odor of fresh blood surged into the end of Jiang Ning's nose. Jiang Ning reached out and wiped his hand before realizing that he was already bleeding from his nose, and Jiang Ning hurriedly sat down on the ground and looked up, managing to stop the nosebleed with great difficulty. It seems that there's still some reluctance to use divine power frequently now. I've used it 4 or 5 times in a row in just one day today, and I also concocted medicine all night last night, so my body is a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Ning sighed heavily, and when he thought that there were still 2,000 saplings to be transformed tomorrow, he couldn't help but feel a little powerless. However, Jiang Ning believed that based on the amount of divine power he was now able to use every day, transforming 400 to 500 trees a day intermittently shouldn't be a problem, calculating that it would only take 4 or 5 days to get it done. Thinking like this, Jiang Ning's mood relaxed quite a bit. After resting for a few moments, Jiang Ning took care of the blood on his nose, and then went home with his hoe on his back. When Jiang Ning went back, the lights in the house had already gone out, and Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan had already gone to sleep, but Jiang Ning could feel that they hadn't fallen asleep. After taking a shower, Jiang Ning also laid down on the bed, and the days running around made Jiang Ning quickly enter dreamland. That night, Jiang Ning had a dream about a divine temple, and he was sitting on the throne of the temple, and there was a beautiful woman by his side, but Jiang Ning couldn't see the other person's face clearly, and could only see that the beautiful woman had a small dragon's horn on top of her head. Early the next morning, Jiang Ning walked towards the wasteland at the entrance of the village, wanting to see how his citrus saplings were doing after a night, and on the way, quite a few of the villagers greeted Jiang Ning and asked him when he was going to get some more medicinal tea to sell. Ning Zi, why didn't you get any medicinal tea today? Uncle Li, carrying a hoe and walking side by side with Jiang Ning on the village road, couldn't help but ask about Jiang Ning. Uncle Li, I'll do it again in a couple days when I have time. I've contracted the piece of barren land at the entrance of the village, and I'm going to plant some mandarin oranges, and when I'm done, I'll make medicinal tea for the townspeople to drink, Jiang Ning said with a smile. It seemed that the response to the medicinal tea was very good, and there was a chance to get some other efficacious medicinal teas to sell. What, Ningzi, you contracted that piece of wasteland at the entrance of the village? How did your father agree to you doing such a stupid thing? That piece of wasteland is a dead land. Nothing can be planted to live, and you're still planting citrus. It's sure to die within 2 days. Uncle Li couldn't believe that Jiang Ning would actually contract the wasteland to grow oranges, and couldn't help but question it. At this time, the villagers who had gone to work in the field also heard these words, and all of them talked. Ningzi, how dare you contract that piece of barren land? Listen to Auntie, go and return it now, and you can still keep a few dollars, or else you'll lose money by then. That's right, Ningzi, you squatting 2 years is not no. That piece of barren land do not know how many people killed the village. All loss of blood money, I advise you to give up. Jiang Ning listened to the villagers questioning and mocking all the way to the village entrance to the wasteland. Although the heart is not good, but Jiang Ning had confidence. Everything just wait and see. Jiang Ning will let everyone fall down. Chapter 8, Beauty, please seek medical attention. Arriving at the wasteland at the entrance of the village, Jiang Ning immediately probed away with his divine power, and was delighted to find that 20 citrus trees had already survived in this wasteland, and the seedlings were quite a bit larger than last night. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, Jiang Ning was able to probe. Watching his experiment succeed, Jiang Ning's heart was no longer worried, and he stood at the edge of the ground and smiled. Only, Zhang Xiaomei, who happened to be heading towards preparing to enter the city, passed by the village entrance and saw Jiang Ning standing there giggling, and again, he could not avoid a burst of mockery. Gu, isn't this the Jiang Ning who threatened to make a career out of it? Yesterday he was still selling tea, but today he's reclaiming the wasteland instead. Ha! Zhang Xiaomei sneered at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was not enraged by Zhang Xiaomei's words, but smiled slightly and said, selling tea or reclaiming the wasteland? This seems to have no relationship with you, Zhang Xiaomei. Is no relationship. I'm just waiting to see the citrus in your land die a clean death, or let yourself see what kind of talent you have. Humph! Zhang Xiaomei, who had once again been defeated at Jiang Ning's hands, snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and left. Jiang Ning stood in place, revealing a confident smile. Suddenly, a joyful ringtone came from Jiang Ning's hand in his pocket. Jiang Ning was delighted. It must be Yi Changsong's people who had sent the sapling to him, but when he picked up his cell phone, he realized that it was Wu Ying's call. Curious, Jiang Ning picked up the phone and directly said, Sister Wu, this is Jiang Ning, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Ning, are you free right now? Last time, you said that you know some medical skills, so I would like to ask you to take a look at my illness. Wu Ying's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Ning was slightly stunned. thinking that Yi Chansong would be sending citrus saplings later on, and he couldn't get away at once. He wanted to refuse, but listening to Wu Ying's tone of voice that was somewhat anxious, but it was not good to refuse, so he agreed. Sister Wu, don't be in a hurry. I'll go over to you now. Tell me where your address is. Facing this gold master who had spent $100,000 to buy his wild ginseng, and a beautiful woman, Zhang Ning didn't think much about it. Thank you, my address is at. Zhang Ning took down Wu Ying's address, then hung up the phone and hurriedly called Yi Chansong, telling him that he might have some things to do in the morning, and that he might not have time until the afternoon. Yi Chansong didn't say anything, and agreed in one breath. Zhang Ning made the arrangements before rushing to the city. Originally, he could have borrowed Uncle Lu's motorcycle to go to the city, but Zhang Ning didn't know when he would be back, so he had to walk to the town before taking the car to the city. Wu Ying's location was easy to find, and there were only a few upscale neighborhoods with elevators in the entire county. After registering at the doorman's office, Zhang Ning found the 18th floor of Block A, stood at the door of 1801, and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Zhang Ning stood waiting at the door. A moment later, the door opened, and a haggard face appeared in front of Zhang Ning. Wu Ying's spirit appeared to be in a trance. Immediately, Zhang Ning probed over with his divine power and found that Wu Ying's body was extremely fatigued, and it was also the kind of fatigue that was caused by overexcitement. Zhang Ning, you're here, come in and sit down first. Seeing Zhang Ning, Wu Ying revealed a smile and invited Zhang Ning into her home without the slightest bit of precaution. Zhang Ning looked at the mud on his shoes and was a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly took off his shoes and walked in barefoot. Wu Ying also gave Zhang Ning a pair of slippers. Wu Ying's home was very spacious. It was a 3-room, 2-bedroom room type, and the lighting was relatively good. To buy an elevator house like this in the county, it would cost at least 300,000 or so it seemed that Wu Ying was really a rich boss. Zhang Ning looked a bit restrained, and walked to the living room before realizing that there was a woman sitting inside the living room. When the woman saw Zhang Ning's arrival, she immediately looked towards Wu Ying and said without a trace of humor, Sister Wu, is this the country doctor you were talking about? How come I don't see that he looks like he knows medicine? Nana, he is the one who sold me the wild ginseng, and he also reminded me how to take it, and even more so, he saw the problem of my low quantity at a glance, so I think he will know some of it, and it won't be a disadvantage to let him take a look at it. Wu Ying answered the woman called Nana and said, after Wu Ying had made the introduction, Zhang Ning realized that her name was Luna, and she was petite and delicate with a baby face. The size of her body in front of her, however, was well developed and somewhat disproportionate to her body, yet it was the type that made men marvel. Luna was Wu Ying's bosom friend, and today Wu Ying called Zhang Ning to come, because she wanted Zhang Ning to help her look at her physical condition, mainly because Zhang Ning's words from last time had made Wu Ying remember them. Sister Wu, don't worry, although I don't dare to guarantee it, I will do my best. Zhang Ning smiled faintly and said firmly, Che, who knows if it's just nonsense. Hey, Zhang Ning, I'm telling you, no bullying Sister Wu, or I'm not done with you. Luna glared at Zhang Ning and said without a trace of anger. The young voice didn't sound like a threat at all in general. I have a name. It's Zhang Ning. Little sister, don't be so rude. Zhang Ning flirted with Luna and said with a smile, Zhang Ning, who are you calling little sister? Sister, I'm already 22 years old. If you're screaming nonsense, be careful, I'll beat you up. Luna said, raising her pink fist to demonstrate to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning left Luna with a kind smile, and then looked at Wu Ying, who was sitting across from him, and solemnly asked, Sister Wu, are you feeling any discomfort right now? Yes, I feel that my body is very fatigued, and sometimes I still have chest tightness and shortness of breath. Right, that is a little out of tune. When Wu Ying said this, some of her face blushed a little, and she lowered her voice in embarrassment. Zhang Ning, slightly stunned, did not think that a woman like Wu Ying would also have a little girl side. Zhang Ning thought that women who could earn money were all strong women. Sister Wu, give me your hand. I'll take your pulse. Hearing this, Wu Ying pulled the sleeve on her hand upwards and placed her white and tender hand in front of Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning's middle and index fingers probed Wu Ying's pulse, closing his eyes and feeling it attentively. Only after a long time did Zhang Ning let go of his hand, his heart a little grave, but he didn't know how to speak to Wu Ying. Hey, Zhang Ning, are you good or not? Half a day without speaking, pretending there? Luna couldn't help but yell out as she watched Zhang Ning remain silent for half a day. Zhang Ning ignored Luna and instead looked at Wu Ying, saying seriously, Sister Wu, have you ever been to the hospital for a checkup before? Yes, just last month. The doctor said that I had some anemia and told me to just make up for it. I didn't think much of it at the time. Wu Ying looked at Zhang Ning's serious expression, and her mood followed suit. Sister Wu, this body of yours, you have septicemia. Zhang Ning let out a long sigh and remained silent for a few seconds before revealing the results of this pulse-taking. What? Chapter 9, First Show of Medical Skills. Zhang Ning's words caused Wu Ying and Luna to exclaim in unison. Neither of them believed that Wu Ying actually had sepsis. Hey, Zhang Ning, are you fooling Sister Wu here? How could she possibly have septicemia? I accompanied Sister Wu to the hospital last month, but she was fine. Luna couldn't help but question Zhang Ning up. A face full of worry already showed her concern for Wu Ying. Why am I snubbing you guys? Is there any benefit? If you don't believe me, you guys can go to a big hospital to do a comprehensive checkup, and I'm sure the results will be the same, Zhang Ning said with some gravity, having 100% certainty about his medical skills. No matter what kind of sickness, Zhang Ning was able to diagnose it, let alone a small septicemia. How could it be? My body. Wu Ying's face looked very bad looking, and her eyes were vaguely flashing with tears. Obviously, even Wu Ying herself didn't realize her own physical condition, and thought that it was caused by her recent overwork. Septicemia was a very serious blood disease, and having such a disease would cause the patient's blood to be infested with viruses. In a like case, like Wu Ying, she would feel tired and mentally unstable, and in a more serious case, she might even die of shock and be caught off guard. Sister Wu, you don't have to worry, I can help you treat this disease. Just as Wu Ying and Luna's moods felt incredibly heavy, Zhang Ning said such a sentence, causing Wu Ying and Luna to freeze once more. Really? Didn't you say that you're a half-assed doctor? You can still treat sepsis? Luna's questioning gaze returned to Zhang Ning's body once more, completely unable to believe that Zhang Ning, a small farmer, could even treat a blood disease like sepsis. Xiao Ning, are you telling the truth? Even those big hospitals would need to spend a lot of effort to cure such a recurring septicemia. You can treat it? Wu Ying was also somewhat in disbelief of Zhang Ning's words and froze. Sister Wu, see if you believe me or not. I happen to have recently learned a set of traditional acupuncture therapy that specializes in treating this type of cardiovascular disease. I can give it a try. Of course, provided that Sister Wu originally trusts me. Zhang Ning smiled faintly, revealing a confident smile. Wu Ying and Luna looked at each other in dismay, seemingly considering this matter, and after a long time, Wu Ying flashed a smile at Zhang Ning and nodded. Zhang Ning's heart was overjoyed. If he could help Wu Ying with this disease, it would be the best. After a short time together, Zhang Ning felt that Wu Ying was a very good person, and was generous, and was such a big beauty. Zhang Ning's heart was 100 times willing. Then, I have to do this. Wu Ying looked at Zhang Ning, not knowing how to cooperate with Zhang Ning. Just go to the bed and lie flat. Leave the rest to me. When I was coming here, I knew that Sister Wu needed to see a doctor, and the silver needles for acupuncture were already prepared, Zhang Ning said, pulling out a set of silver needles from behind him. This was something that Zhang Ning had specifically bought when he went to the city last time, just in case. Wu Ying nodded slightly and walked to the bedroom, slowly lying down on the bed, while Luna accompanied Wu Ying at the side. Looking at Wu Ying already lying down, Zhang Ning's gaze was a little strange. This was the first time Zhang Ning had administered needles, and it was inevitable that he would be a little nervous in his heart. Zhang Ning took a deep breath to keep himself calm, and then spread out the package of needles, finding an alcohol lamp, heating and sterilizing the needles one by one. Sister Wu, I'm starting. If you're scared, you can close your eyes. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, the needles in his hands began to fall down on Wu Ying's body. Zhang Ning's speed of applying the needles was fast and very sharp, and the needles were also strong and forceful, yet Wu Ying couldn't feel any pain. Zhang Ning followed the Shennong 100 herbs formation in his mind, and began to apply needles from several major points such as the 100 meetings points, the solar points, and the Hall of Indigo. In just a few moments, Wu Ying's body was already filled with silver needles, all of the dozens of major points on the front of the human body. But at this time, Zhang Ning stopped his hand movements, a trace of helplessness surfacing on his face. Hey, Zhang Ning, why don't you move? You're not a half-assed healer who doesn't know what to do, right? Luna was watching from the sidelines, dryly anxious, while Wu Ying was forcing her eyes tightly, not daring to open them. No, there are some places that I am not very good at getting down. So, Zhang Ning's heart is a little tangled. Then what does it matter? Are you still healing or not? Hurry up! Luna glared at Zhang Ning, and her heart was also a little anxious. Xiao Ning, you do it. It's okay. Wu Ying also spoke up at this time, saying softly. Hearing the two of them say this, Zhang Ning no longer had any regard for it, and the two remaining silver needles in his hands began to fall, one landing directly on the acupoint in front of Wu Ying. As soon as Zhang Ning's needles fell, the stinging sensation caused Wu Ying to stifle a hum, and a hint of redness surfaced on her face, her breathing also becoming a bit rapid. Zhang Ning looked at Wu Ying's undulating heart. His heart was a little confused, but right now, on the occasion of saving lives, Zhang Ning had to complete the last acupuncture point as soon as possible. Zhang Ning contemplated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and under Luna's gaze, the silver needle in his hand landed on Wu Ying's last place. Hey, Zhang Ning, what are you doing? Luna's stern voice traveled into Zhang Ning's ears, but Zhang Ning did not stop his hand movements, the silver needle in his hand quickly falling towards Wu Ying's acupoints. The last silver needle fell, and right at this moment, dozens of silver needles began to tremble, and between each of them, a resonance occurred. A warm current, invisible to the naked eye, surged between the silver needles, like a divine dragon chanting longingly. Buzz! The dragon's roar circled around his ears, and in the next moment, Zhang Ning once again picked up a silver needle and swiftly stabbed it on Wu Ying's big toe. Black blood, at once, flowed out like a small snake. Luna watched in disbelief from the sidelines, but did not dare to make a sound to disturb Zhang Ning, and could only watch the scene in front of her as if she were a wooden chicken. Only after a long time did the blood on Wu Ying's toes stop, and Zhang Ning quickly withdrew the needle and put the silver needle back into the bag, while at this time, Wu Ying was trembling a bit, letting out a sound caused by the stinging pain. Zhang Ning let out a long breath to keep himself from imagining things, but his gaze intentionally or unintentionally fell on Wu Ying's body. Knock knock knock, and at this time, a sharp knock came from outside the door, which brought Luna back to her senses, quickly stepping out of the bedroom and going to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Ning saw a man walking straight in, and when he saw that Zhang Ning was inside Wu Ying's bedroom, and the clothes on Wu Ying's body were a bit messy, immediately, his face sank, rushed to Zhang Ning's front, and grabbed Zhang Ning's clothes. Chapter 10 The Lost Needle Technique. Who are you? What did you do to Wu Ying? The man who rushed in grabbed Zhang Ning's collar and violently slammed him against the wall, glaring angrily at him as if he couldn't wait to scrape him alive. When Zhang Ning was hit by the man like this, all the internal organs in his body trembled violently. It was a bit hard to bear, and he was even more baffled. He had come to give Wu Ying a medical treatment. What kind of a mess was this? Hey, Lu Chang, let go of Zhang Ning. He's here to help Sister Wu see a doctor. You let go of him. It was only at this time that Luna followed her up. Seeing this scene in front of her, she immediately shouted loudly and came over to pull the man called Lu Chang. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Zhang Ning, pausing for a few seconds before ruthlessly shaking off his hand. Zhang Ning pulled at his somewhat messy clothes before sizing up the impulsive man in front of him. Lu Chang was wearing a straight suit, looking like some rich boss, or perhaps a rich second generation, with short hair, very spirited. However, the deep-set black eye circles on his face were ruining the overall image. At a glance, it was overindulgence, resulting in physical weakness, coldness surging up to the eyes, coupled with frequent late nights, which made Lu Chang's black eye circles more and more serious. Nana, what's going on? Why are there so many needles stuck in Wu Ying's body? Lu Chang frowned and said irritably, reaching out to pull off those silver needles on Wu Ying's body. Lu Chang, why are you here? Wu Ying closed her eyes and lay on the bed, only slowly opening them when she heard the commotion. Seeing Lu Chang's appearance, she was also slightly surprised. Didn't I come to see you? I heard that your health is not good, so I invited an old Chinese doctor to give you a look. He will be here soon. What's wrong with that countryside boy? Lu Chang was very attentive to Wu Ying, and his speech was also filled with a few tenderness. It seems that he is in love with Wu Ying. In fact, Lu Chang is Wu Ying's suitor. His family has a little bit of money, and he himself is a businessman, sticking to Wu Ying every day and stalking her. He's Zhang Ning. I invited him here to see the doctor. Don't make things difficult for him. Wu Ying wanted to get up, but because the silver needle was still on her body, she could only say with worry. That acute nature of Lu Chang, Wu Ying knew best, and Zhang Ning was from the countryside, so she was afraid that Zhang Ning would be bullied by Lu Chang. I know, Lu Chang said blandly, but his face sank. Turning his head towards Zhang Ning, he said seriously, hey, your name is Zhang Ning, right? Now I want you to pull out those silver needles from Wu Ying's body. Don't fool Wu Ying here, just a rustic country boy like you. You still know Chinese medicine? Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Ning was upset by the sudden Lu Chang. If it wasn't in the way of Wu Ying's face, Zhang Ning would have twisted his head and left, which would still be here to talk nonsense. The effect of the acupuncture going down hasn't fully taken effect yet. Closing the needles now. Something will go wrong. Zhang Ning frowned. Although the poisonous blood in Wu Ying's body was pretty much cleared, but the body had lost too much blood. Zhang Ning had to use the silver needle to guide the blood to accelerate the circulation. Otherwise something would go terribly wrong. I don't care what works or doesn't work for you. If you don't put those silver needles away now, believe it or not, I'll blow you out right now, Lu Chang said, walking up to Zhang Ning and glaring viciously at him, seemingly unable to hold back from making a move. Zhang Ning let out a long breath and let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had come to help but encountered such a thing. It was really a thankless task. Then if something goes wrong, don't blame me. What should have been said? Zhang Ning also said, looking at Lu Chang's determined expression. Zhang Ning also had no choice but to quickly collect his needles. Only after packing his silver needles away did Zhang Ning turn to Wu Ying, who slowly stood up. With an apologetic face, he said, Sister Wu, I'm sorry, since I'm not welcome here, I'd better leave first. Don't. Hurry up and go. Wu Ying's words of retention had not yet left her mouth, but they were interrupted by Lu Chang's words. Zhang Ning sighed heavily and walked straight towards the door. And at this moment, Zhang Ning, who was in a very heavy mood, directly entered the elevator. However, when entering the elevator, he brushed shoulders with a middle-aged man. Zhang Ning did not care too much, and after pressing the first floor, the elevator door closed. The middle-aged man exited the elevator and unexpectedly walked towards Wu Ying's home. Because the door was not closed, the middle-aged man gently snapped a few times on the front of the door. Lu Chang inside the room turned around and immediately revealed a look of delight. Old Mr. Zhao, you're here. Quickly inside please. Lu Chang was nonchalant to the point of treating this place as if it was his own home, and hurriedly greeted that old Mr. Zhao. Little Lu, where is that patient you mentioned? I'd better take his pulse first. Old Mr. Zhao frowned slightly, stroked the goatee on his chin, and did not sit down, but went straight to the point. At this time, Lu Na helped the somewhat weak Wu Ying walk out from the bedroom, slowly coming to the sofa and sitting down. Before Wu Ying opened her mouth, Lu Na's delicate voice shouted, Hey, Lu Chang, what do you mean? Do you really think this is your home? Sister Wu didn't even say anything, and you just invite someone you don't know in? Nana, it's okay. Wu Ying was reasonable and didn't care about anything. Lu Chang skimmed a glance at Lu Na, then looked at Wu Ying. In a kind voice, he said, Wu Ying, this is the old Mr. Zhao Xinggu Zhao that I invited for you. Is thought to be a famous Chinese medicine practitioner. You now take his pulse first. How is the physical condition? He will soon know. Okay. Wu Ying's tone was a bit feeble, slowly stretching out her wrist. Zhao Shenggu was not polite. Smoothing a goatee, he put it on Wu Ying's pulse. After a few minutes, on Zhao Shengwu's face, a look of surprise violently surfaced. Old Mr. Zhao, how is he doing? Wu Ying? Lu Chang had been watching from the side and realized that Zhao Shengwu's change of clarity was a bit strange, so he hurriedly asked, Did someone just do an acupuncture technique on this girl? Zhao Shengwu's tone was cold, and the atmosphere in the field became tense all of a sudden. This, Lu Chang froze at once and pondered for a few moments. Only then did he continue. Just now there was a countryside crook who was doing some kind of acupuncture here. I let him pull it out and then drove away. Did he mess up Wu Ying's body? No. I'll go and settle the score with that kid. I knew he wasn't a good person. Foolish, the person just now used the lost Shennong acupuncture. Originally this girl's body was not in any serious trouble, but because the acupuncture was interrupted halfway, resulting in the loss of qi and blood, that's why she is now this breathless. I advise you to go and get the person just now back now. If the other party doesn't administer the needles again within 10 minutes, her problem, she'll be in trouble. Zhao Xinggu frowned and said seriously at Lu Chang, not like he was joking at all. Old Mr. Zhao, this, to go or not to go, it's up to you. If you go, this girl can still be saved. If you don't go, it will only slowly deteriorate. With the current medical equipment, it's hard to cure it at the root, and I won't make a move because I don't have the certainty to cure her either. Zhao Shenggu angrily shouted, stood up and was about to leave. When Lu Chang saw this, he immediately became anxious, and pulled Zhao Shenggu, and said bitterly, I'll go now. Old Mr. Zhao, please wait for me here. I'll be back soon, Lu Chang said, and rushed towards the elevator entrance. Not stopping for a moment, Wu Ying just smiled helplessly. Although her heart was anxious, she could only wait dryly, but it was Lu Na, who was simply that impatient. Sister Wu, I told you not to take care of that Lu Chang. Look at what he did. If it wasn't for him, you're all right now. Lu Na rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, didn't you just not trust Zhang Ning? Now you know? Wu Ying was also amused by Lu Na's blank stare. Humph, no way. On the other side, Zhang Ning was walking down the neighborhood road with a black face, thinking in his heart that the citrus saplings were going to be delivered in the afternoon, so he couldn't help but speed up his steps. Hey, wait, hey. Just at this time, Lu Chang's voice came anxiously from behind Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning didn't care at all, and didn't know that he was really calling out to himself, and just kept walking forward. Seeing that Zhang Ning didn't stop, Lu Chang accelerated fiercely and managed to catch up with Zhang Ning. He pulled Zhang Ning to a halt, panting, ho ho ho, little peasant, you wait, you have to follow me. Go back to finish your acupuncture before you can go. Suddenly Zhang Ning was pulled by Lu Chang and froze, looking at this somewhat annoying face in front of her. Zhang Ning almost didn't even think before saying, "No, go." Chapter 11. Master Zhang is sorry. "No, you have to go back with me." Lu Chang breathing heavily, pulling Zhang Ning to go back. Zhang Ning there still cannot hold back. Backhand grabbed Lu Chang's hand. Upper body instantly force, and over the shoulder wrestling Lu Chang down on the ground. 2 years of prison life not only let Zhang Ning's body become strong, but also let Zhang Ning have 2 normal people's hands. Down Lu Chang, simply effortless. Bang! Lu Chang was viciously thrown to the ground by Zhang Ning, covering his body and yelping, "Don't make another move on me or I'll be impolite. And also, if you invite me back, you should have the attitude of inviting me back." Zhang Ning said coldly. He had already endured it just now, and now Lu Chang actually dared to make a move on himself. Zhang Ning had long guessed that this guy would come back to invite himself, but if he didn't give Lu Chang a little color, he really thought that countryside peasants were easy to bully. Ouch! Damn you kid, dare to! Lu Chang violently got up from the ground. His impulsive nature made him make a wrong move, but as soon as he thought of Zhao Xingwu's words, he forced himself to hold back again. "That, little peasant, just go back with me to look at Wu Ying's body. Just now I was wrong, can't I apologize?" Lu Chang took the rare initiative to admit his mistake, in order to perform in front of Wu Ying so that he could pursue her. "If I said I won't go, then I won't go. You yourself just said that you are responsible for any problems. I'm not going to get into this mess. Goodbye." "No, never again," Zhang Ning said, turning around and about to leave. Zhang Ning turned back and glared at Lu Chang, frightening Lu Chang to hurriedly retract his hand, fearing that Zhang Ning would come back with an over-the-shoulder drop. "That, I remember your name is Zhang Ning, right? Master Zhang, just go back with me. I'll apologize to you, and also, as long as you go back with me to treat Wu Ying's body well, I can give you a reward. 10,000, 20,000. No, 50,000 will do." Lu Chang had no choice but to use money to attract Zhang Ning. To know, Lu Chang had said a lot of good words in order to invite Zhao Xingwu. With that expression on Zhao Xingwu's face just now, Lu Chang was afraid of offending Zhao Xingwu and making a fool of himself in front of Wu Ying. Still not going. Zhang Ninglian glanced away and coldly rebuffed. "Master Zhang, brother Zhang, Master Zhang, count on me to beg you, go back with me." Lu Chang's face was very ugly. He was already green with intestinal regret now. Had he known this would happen, he just wouldn't have driven Zhang Ning away even if he had beaten him to death. I kinda like this Master Zhang. You can call me Master Zhang from now on, and I'll go back with you. How's that?" Zhang Ning laughed out loud, and there was nothing he could do about this Lu Chang. Okay, Master Zhang. I'll call you Master Zhang," Lu Chang said in a low voice. A look of joy appeared on his face, but in Lu Chang's heart, he had already begun to calculate how he would settle the score with Zhang Ning later. After Zhang Ning promised Lu Chang, he quickly hurried towards Wu Ying's house, because Zhang Ning also knew in his heart that he had just been forced to collect the needle. If he didn't take care of it in time, Wu Ying's body would be left with future problems. When Zhang Ning and Lu Chang returned to Wu Ying's house, several people from Wu Ying were waiting for Zhang Ning. When Zhao Xingwu saw that the person Lu Chang had brought back was Zhang Ning, he too froze for a moment, followed by a hint of joy. "Old Mr. Zhao, I've invited the person back. What's next?" Lu Chang didn't dare to be overbearing in front of Zhao Xingwu and said respectfully, while Lu Chang spoke from the sidelines. Zhao Xingwu ignored Lu Chang and instead looked directly at Zhang Ning. In a very flat tone, he said to Zhang Ning, "This little brother, the needle that Miss Wu Ying had just now, was it you who administered it?" "It was precisely me who cast the needle, but it was kicked out by Lu Chang," Zhang Ning said slowly, no expression on his face. "Little Lu, he doesn't understand. Stupidity made him almost do something bad. Please also ask little brother to finish casting the rest of the needles." "But I dare to ask, little brother's needle technique, is it the Shennong needle technique?" Zhao Xingwu smoothed the goatee on his chin and revealed a smile. "It doesn't matter if it is or isn't. What matters is that it can cure the disease." Zhang Ning had already sensed that the middle-aged man called Zhao Xingwu in front of him was testing himself. Zhang Ning was not stupid enough to reveal all of his old self in front of the other party. "Ha ha, that's right, then please continue to complete the treatment you just did, little brother." Zhao Xingwu politely made a pleased gesture for Zhang Ning to do so. Zhang Ning looked towards Wu Ying, who still had to be asked what she wanted to do before he could do so. Wu Ying smiled faintly at Zhang Ning and said slowly, "Zhang Ning, go ahead, I trust you." With the approval of a few people, Zhang Ning was nonchalant, and directly in the hall, he took out the bag of silver needles on his body, and then began to cast the needles. The same technique, performed for the second time, was a complete carousel of familiarity for Zhang Ning, and in just a few minutes' time, he landed the silver needles on Wu Ying's body. A faint dragon's roar trembled on the needle, and Zhao Xingwu on the side was already looking dumbfounded and surprised. This time, no one bothered Zhang Ning, and it wasn't until after Jiang Ning had withdrawn the needle that Jiang Ning realized that everyone had frozen, their faces covered in disbelief. Zhao Shengwu's hands were obviously shaking a bit, and holding back his excitement, he took a step forward and lost his voice. Shennong acupuncture? This is Shennong acupuncture. Little brother, I still don't know your honorable name? I'm nothing more than a small farmer farming in the countryside. My name is Jiang Ning. Since things have been taken care of, it's time for me to go. Jiang Ning straightened the lapel of his body and slowly said, Jiang Ning, my name is Zhao Shengwu. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to our Zhao family. Zhao Shengwu's attitude towards Jiang Ning had shifted dramatically, from cold just now to scorching hot now. Many thanks, but I still have things to do, so I won't stay long. Jiang Ning directly rejected Zhao Shengwu's invitation. Knowing that the number of people who dared to reject Zhao Shengwu to his face could be counted on one hand, Jiang Ning finished his speech and then looked at Wu Ying, revealing a smile. Then he said, Sister Wu, there is time until I send you 2 pairs of Chinese medicines to replenish your qi and blood, and you should be fine. There is still a batch of saplings arriving this afternoon, so I'll go back first. Thank you Jiang Ning, when I have time, I'll thank you properly again. Wu Ying said gratefully, her spirit was also much better than earlier. See, I told you that Jiang Ning is capable. Hey, Lu Chang, you still don't apologize to others. Just like you, even if you don't get Sister Wu killed, you still want to help Sister Wu. If it wasn't for others Jiang Ning today, you would be a sinner. Humph. Lu not only now reacted from her surprise, and opened her mouth to talk about Lu Chang in a smug manner. Yes, I was wrong just now. I'll apologize to Jiang Ning right now. I'm sorry, Lu Chang said with a hard smile, not daring to talk nonsense anymore. Aha, it's too small. I can't hear it. And what did you call me? Jiang Ning intentionally raised the decibel of his voice, perked up his ears, and said. Lu Chang's face was so ugly that he was about to go crazy, but everyone present was looking at him, and it was impossible not to apologize. He could only say with a stiff upper lip and reluctance, Master Zhang, I'm sorry. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning felt a lot more comfortable in his heart and gave a big laugh, waving his hands before leaning his hands behind his back and walking towards the door, leaving behind a sentence. Ha ha, great nephew Lu, I forgive you. Gone. No need to see you off ha. Chapter 12 Mockery from the Villagers. Jiang Ning didn't see Lu Chang's face, so he couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into. Jiang Ning left the neighborhood, directly to Yi Chansong made a phone call. Just can take the truck to send seedlings back to the village, but also save Jiang Ning also to go around to waste time. Jiang Ning first rushed to the Shengshi company, and successfully found Yi Chansong. Good thing his spirited daughter Yi Ling is not there, otherwise Jiang Ning will have a hard time. When Jiang Ning arrived, Yi Chansong was commanding inside the cultivation base. Under Jiang Ning's suggestion, Yi Chansong had bought dozens of hens and put them inside, and now those hens were all lively and jumping around, pecking at the earthworms. When Yi Chansong saw Jiang Ning, he was also very happy, patting Jiang Ning's shoulder and saying, Xiao Ning, it's still you who are great. Some of these seedlings of mine have already started to recover. Ha ha, Mr. Yi is polite. I'm just lifting my hand. Right, how are the citrus saplings prepared? If it's possible, I would like to go with the delivery truck will go to the village. Otherwise it will be inconvenient if it's late. Jiang Ning slowed his breath, and then continued, as you know, the road in Whitewater Village is very difficult to walk. There are no streetlights at night. Walking at night, I'm afraid that it will be dangerous. Jiang Ning couldn't do anything about the road into the village. If he had the conditions, Jiang Ning would definitely fix that road. The saplings were prepared for you long ago. If you need them, you can start delivering them now. Yi Chansong said with a smile, mentally grateful to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded, and after using his divine power to probe the state of those seedlings in Yi Chansong's base that were already recovering, Jiang Ning bid farewell to Yi Chansong, and followed a large truck as it traveled towards Whitewater Village. Because the road in Baishui Village was very difficult to travel, the truck traveled more slowly, and it took more than an hour for the truck to deliver the citrus seedlings to the village entrance in good condition, and Jiang Ning was also relieved. Just now, the intersection of the village, there is a section of the road because of the rain, collapsed. A piece of the truck almost overturned, but also in the driver's skill is very strong, only to survive. As soon as the truck entered the village, the villagers all gathered around, pointing and talking. Look, isn't that Ningzi from old Zhang's family? He really bought seedlings to plant in this wasteland? Yes, it's still citrus trees. This piece of land is dead. This old Zhang's family Ningzi. Is there something wrong with his head? Hush, don't let him hear. He has been squatted. He is not a serious person. Just come back for 2 days. He has the money to contract the wasteland and buy citrus seedlings. Who knows whether the money is clean or not? Jiang Ning, whose hearing is far stronger than ordinary people, stopped all the words of the surrounding villagers in his ears. and in the face of such mockery, Jiang Ning could only choose to close his ears. While the people from Shengshi Company were helping Jiang Ning to unload the seedlings, the surrounding villagers were also getting more and more onlookers, and Jiang's father and mother also rushed over at the sound of their voices. Ning Zi, you bought so many saplings, at any rate, there are 2,000 to 3,000 of them. This all at once, how can you finish planting them? The sun is so strong during the day, it will die at once. Zhang Xiaojun pulled Jiang Ning and said with a frown, Dad, don't worry, aren't there so many folks here? Just ask them to help. It's not dark yet, it's not too late, Jiang Ning said with conviction, then walked into the crowd, cleared his throat, and began to yell, Folks, today I, Jiang Ning, am going to open up land here to plant citrus. Whoever of you helps me plant, I'll give you $100 a day for labor, how about it? Jiang Ning's voice was big and loud, and the villagers who were whispering immediately quieted down when they heard Jiang Ning's words, especially that $100 a day for labor. Ningzi, you're stupid. $100 for one afternoon, wouldn't that be a loss? When Zhang Xiaojun heard Jiang Ning yelling like that, he immediately pulled a hand on Jiang Ning and said unhappily, Dad, if we don't give $100, people won't help us. Don't worry, I have my own mind. Jiang Ning said with a faint smile. Zhang Xiaojun still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Tsuelan, signaling that Zhang Xiaojun should not always be in charge of Jiang Ning, which allowed Zhang Xiaojun to watch from the sidelines with a black face. It had to be said that the temptation to pay $100 a day was very great, and the villagers who had come to watch had come to Jiang Ning's place to ask if it was true. There are even a lot of people directly grabbed a handful of seedlings to go to the ground and began to plant up. After Jiang Ning's repeated assurances, more than a dozen villagers all carried hoes to help Jiang Ning plant citrus saplings, and Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuelan also took to the field. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, confirmed the quantity with the driver of Shengshi Company and filled out the delivery form, and was busy until the evening. The whole 2,000 citrus saplings, not a single one left planted in the ground, and the villagers also coaxed the general crowded to Jiang Ning here to get paid. Jiang Ning took out $2,000 to a villager to give a red banknote, did not care who did more, who did less. In short, things are done on the line, until the day is completely dark down after the villagers at the entrance of the village all dispersed to go, and Jiang Ning family of 3, also ready to go home to eat dinner. A day earned busy green. Jiang Ning's heart is very happy, but the father Zhang Xiaojun is bored of face, looks very unhappy. Dinner time. There is inevitably a burst of admonishment. I said Ningzi, you do this, really not afraid of that point of selling ginseng money a hair left? Don't you think it's good to take $100,000 and start a small business? Why do you want to farm? Zhang Xiaojun had never really agreed with Jiang Ning's ideas, and every time Jiang Ning did something, Zhang Xiaojun always had a different opinion. If it wasn't for Lu Tsuelan's persuasion from the side, Jiang Ning really didn't know what to do. Dad, don't keep disagreeing with what I'm doing. I'm so old. I've experienced so many things. I've grown up, and I have a bottom in my heart when I do anything. This time, I'm sure I'll get something out of it. Don't worry about what those villagers say. As long as you believe in your son, that's all. Jiang Ning said in a serious tone, and his own father has always lacked the opportunity to communicate properly. Okay, you dug the ginseng, and you earned the money. I'll just watch you do it. Zhao Xiaojun was also out of options with Jiang Ning and had to choose to compromise. Seeing that his father always didn't believe in himself, Jiang Ning also made up his mind that no matter what, he had to make some achievements to plug the mouths of those villagers. After dinner, Jiang Ning came alone to the citrus field at the entrance of the village. Looking at the scene where most of the wasteland was occupied by citrus saplings, Jiang Ning sighed heavily. Jiang Ning would have to spend a great deal of effort to modify the internal genes of the 2,000 citrus saplings. Otherwise, these citrus saplings would really just dry up and die, as the villagers had said. Without any pause, Jiang Ning's divine power violently spread out and began to do the internal genetic modification of the citrus trees. Because he had already familiarized himself with the method before, Jiang Ning operated it with great skill and speed. Basically, it was 2 a minute, and at the back, he was even able to do 5 or 6 trees a minute. Jiang Ning had been transforming until his own head was a bit dizzy, before he had to stop. Without realizing it, 2 hours had passed, and Jiang Ning had already transformed nearly 800 citrus saplings, which caused Jiang Ning to reveal a smile of satisfaction. Even though his head was a bit heavy, Jiang Ning was satisfied and staggered towards his home. Without walking far, Jiang Ning saw a figure appear in his line of sight, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Widow Zhou, who lived at the end of the village. Chapter 13, Into the Cornfield. The Widow Zhou seemed to be here to find Jiang Ning, and quickly greeted him, charmingly pulling Jiang Ning and saying, Ningzi, do you still remember Auntie? Jiang Ning was also slightly stunned. This Zhou widow was indeed pretty. Last time, He happened to encounter the village head Zhang Wensheng and Zhou Widow doing bad things in the cornfield, and he didn't even have enough fun at that time. Auntie Zhou, of course I remember you. It's the middle of the night. How come this will be free to come to the village entrance? Zhang Ning said as he looked at Widow Zhou suspiciously. The snow-white skin that was exposed on the outside made Zhang Ning unable to resist looking at it for a couple more moments. This is not to hear that you are still in the citrus field. Well, Aunt is to find you. You said you squatted in the number of 2 years. There is no woman inside can be how to deal with or tonight, Aunt will be in the cornfield to you. When Zhang Ning heard this from Widow Zhou, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. 2 years in the prison. Indeed, even women can't be seen, let alone what a woman's taste is like. Flattering appearance, not the least bit worse than those yellow flowers, and this lonely. No wonder at that time the village head Zhang Wensheng said that he could go to find Widow Zhou to talk about it. Zhang Ning's heart was very confused. The thoughts in his mind were constantly struggling, making Zhang Ning not know what to do. And just at this time, a shouting one interrupted Zhang Ning's thoughts. Ning Zi, Ning Zi? Lu Tsuilan's voice came from the road outside the cornfield, and with a jolt, Zhang Ning hurriedly looked outside. Auntie Zhou, my mom came looking for me. I'll go back first. Zhang Ning looked a little embarrassed, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and said, Ningzi, look at you. Then remember to come to the end of the village to look for Auntie when you're free. Auntie will be waiting for you Widow Zhou said somewhat reluctantly, tiptoeing up. Zhang Ning took a deep breath, and after looking at her 2 more times, she ran out to the outside of the cornfield. When he reached the center of the road, he found that Lu Tsuilan had already walked through the cornfield, and Zhang Ning hurriedly called Lu Tsuilan to a halt. Mom, what brings you here? Ning Zi, I saw that you hadn't returned home in the middle of the night, and was a bit worried about you, so I came to look for you. What were you doing running into the cornfield? Lu Tsuilan turned back and walked over to Zhang Ning, saying suspiciously, that I went to pee. Zhang Ning could only find an excuse to put it off. If Lu Tsuilan knew that he and Widow Zhou were doing that in the cornfield, she wouldn't scold herself to death. However, Zhang Ning also had some regrets. This Zhou Widow is a woman left behind in the village, although her reputation is very good. However, anyone with eyesight knows that she is hooked up with many men in the village. Just now, Zhang Ning was in a trance after using his divine power, and in the heat of the moment, he went into the cornfield with Widow Zhou, and then he couldn't help the blazing fire within him, and only then did he act that way. Okay, hurry back to the house to sleep, or else your father he should say you again. You said you ran to the citrus field in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Now there is no long orange, and no one to steal. Lu Tsuilan didn't suspect anything and pulled Zhang Ning towards her home. Not long after Zhang Ning left, Widow Zhou drilled out of the cornfield. Looking at Zhang Ning's distant back, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a flirtatious smile. After returning home, Zhang Ning lay in bed unable to sleep, his mind always thinking about Widow Zhou. Until the early hours of the morning, Zhang Ning shook off his head and closed his eyes to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Ning went to his citrus field to check the growth of the saplings, and was surprised to find that his transformed citrus saplings had not only been able to take root in the ground, not only had it begun to absorb the moisture deep within the ground, but it had also affected the neighboring citrus saplings, seeping the excess moisture into the ground and supplying it to the other citrus saplings to absorb. It seems that this way of farming is just awesome, but also the method of transforming the early divine farmer's inheritance is simply half the work. If that's the case, only a portion of the sapling's genes need to be transformed, and it will be able to affect the citrus saplings of the entire land. Zhang Ning muttered alone. In his heart, he was indeed overjoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had expended too much energy yesterday, causing Zhang Ning to not dare to freely use his divine power I'm afraid that Zhang Ning would have finished transforming the remaining citrus saplings by now, and now he would have to wait until the evening. Throughout the day, Zhang Ning soaked in his own citrus field, and the villagers who came and went all shook their heads at Zhang Ning, leaving behind 1 or 2 sentences of ridicule before leaving. It wasn't until the evening that Zhang Ning felt that his divine power had almost returned, and only then did he begin the rest of the genetic modification project. After another night of busy green, Zhang Ning finally managed to barely finish transforming the internal genes of the sapling. Looking at the citrus field that was still majestically alive, Zhang Ning was very happy in his heart. Because of his inability to exert his divine power, Zhang Ning had to notify Yi Changsong's side. He asked him to send the remaining citrus saplings over after some time, otherwise Zhang Ning was a little too late, and even if he planted them, they wouldn't be able to survive. At midnight, Zhang Li left the citrus field, but did not know that in the citrus field, some kind of animal was scurrying around in the field. Nothing will be in the citrus saplings to nibble on 2 mouths. Wait until Zhang Ning found has been the next day's noon. What in the world is giving the bites? Jiang Ning looked at the citrus tree stalks that he had worked so hard to remodel being bitten to pieces, and his heart became angry. With an unwilling murmur to himself, his divine power expanded and probed away, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Zhang Xiaojun, who happened to come to the citrus field to see Jiang Ning, also saw the scene, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face as he sighed deeply and shook his head. "Dad, do you know what this thing bit?" Seeing that his father seemed to know something, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask. This was the first time Jiang Ning had encountered confusion. "I told you a long time ago, you can't grow anything alive here at all. You just don't believe me. Do you see that bamboo forest in the distance?" Zhang Xiaojun said solemnly, pointing to the bamboo forest in the mountains in the distance. Jiang Ning looked at the bamboo forest that was rustled by the wind, and his heart instantly understood everything. In the mountains, there would be some animals that fed on plant roots and bark, bamboo and such, and they, being the natural enemies of fruit trees, were also the things that fruit farmers were most afraid of encountering. "Dad, I understand." Jiang Ning nodded, his mood also looking a little heavy. "Makes you not believe what I said, doesn't it? It's too late for regrets now. You'd better think about how to solve this matter, or else it won't take more than a few days for all your citrus saplings to be chewed up." Although Zhang Xiaojuan's face showed his displeasure, in his heart, he was thinking of ideas for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning pondered, quickly rummaging through the divine farmer's inheritance in his mind, wanting to find a corresponding way. Chapter 14, Curing Bamboo Rats. "Dad, those things you're talking about, are they bamboo rats?" As soon as Jiang Ning thought about it, he thought of the culprits that had bitten his citrus saplings. "That's not necessarily true. You've been guarding your citrus field every night and you didn't even realize it. How would I know if you ask me?" Zhang Xiaojun said with some exasperation. With his years of experience, of course he knew that the murderer that was destroying the crops was the bamboo rats, but he didn't say it out loud. Zhang Xiaojun was asking Jiang Ning to back off. "That's right, I'll catch them all tonight," Jiang Ning said, patting his chest. Jiang Ning said as he patted his chest. The divine farmer's inheritance in his mind had already given Jiang Ning a certain amount of certainty. "I'll wait and see then," Zhang Xiaojun said blandly and left the citrus field. Seeing this, Jiang Ning could only sigh helplessly and quietly wait for time to pass. Bamboo rats were very timid. They wouldn't come out in broad daylight, and it wasn't an easy thing to catch them. But the method is a variety of. Before the farmers to cure bamboo rats of the soil method is either directly digging holes, either in the hole of the bamboo rat water or smoke, are able to effectively catch the bamboo rat, and these kinds of native methods Jiang Ning alone could not be practiced. But Jiang Ning was to next door to Uncle Lu's house to borrow a fishing net, ready to use the fishing net to catch bamboo rats. "Ning Zi, you borrowed a fishing net. Are you going to fish in the river?" When Jiang Ning went to borrow a fishing net, Uncle Lu couldn't help but ask about Jiang Ning. "No, I'm going to catch a few bamboo rats tonight, and when I have a harvest, I'll send 2 over to Uncle Lu for wine, haha," Jiang Ning replied with a smile, slinging the fishing net over his shoulder. "Really? But how can I catch this fishing net? It's not like the bamboo rats will be stupid enough to run into your net." Uncle Lu also questioned Jiang Ning. He had seen both smoked and watered ones, but catching bamboo rats with a fishing net was the first time he had seen it after being a farmer for so many years. "The bamboo rats will just stupidly run inside my fishing net. Uncle Lu, let's not talk about it for now. I still have to get busy." Jiang Ning chattered with Uncle Lu for a few moments, and took the fishing net and went inside his citrus field. Throwing the net down, Jiang Ning didn't stay in the citrus field, but walked straight towards the bamboo forest in the distant mountains. Jiang Ning chose some small tender bamboo, cut them down, split into pieces. Pouring the afternoon, the sky also became dark. Jiang Ning made a stake out of bamboo for the fishing net, set up a small entrance, and let the tender piles split into chunks go, then went home for dinner. Only after dinner did Jiang Ning come to the citrus field and looked around to make sure no one was around before reaching out to the pile of bamboo. Divine energy slowly surged out from within his palm, emitting a subtle bright light. Following the guidelines of the way of farming in his mind, Jiang Ning used his divine energy to transform the internal structure of the bamboo, causing it to emit a strong bamboo fragrance. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ning placed all of the tender bamboos into the fishing net, and then plopped himself onto the weeds not far away, waiting for this harvest. Although the bamboo rats are very timid, they are very gluttonous, and they are so fat that they can't even walk. The scent of young bamboo whistled through with a gust of wind at night, drifting into every corner of the bamboo forests and citrus fields in the mountains. Even Jiang Ning couldn't help himself a bit when he smelled this bamboo scent, not to mention those voracious bamboo rats. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Ning's divine power expanded to probe the situation around the citrus field. Sure enough, a bamboo rat was searching for the scent of bamboo incense, and was cautiously coming towards Jiang Ning's side. Jiang Ning's heart was delighted. This method really worked. having the ability to change the internal genetic structure of plants. This allowed Zhang Ning to do everything with half the effort. These bamboo rats all live in the bamboo forest in the mountains. Want to catch them? During the day is certainly not possible. At night in the woods and inconvenient action, it is difficult to cure the bamboo rats. Zhang Ning is very patient, watching one of the bamboo rats to the fishing net inside drilled in. At first the bamboo rats in the inside to catch a piece of tender bamboo to escape from the fishing net. Everything seems to be very careful, but the temptation of gluttony made the rats go back into the net again. And after a few repetitions, the rats became bold and drilled into the net in groups. Surrounding the tender bamboo, they frantically gnawed away, and Zhang Ning in the distance could almost hear the sound of their teeth gnawing. After crawling on the weeds for more than half an hour, hundreds of bamboo rats had already drilled into Zhang Ning's trap. Zhang Ning saw that the time was almost up, and the young bamboo inside the fishing net was about to be divided cleanly by these greedy bamboo rats. Zhang Ning tiptoed towards the position of the fishing net, and after touching the rope that locked the entrance of the fishing net, Zhang Ning violently pulling the mouth of the fishing net to death. The bamboo rats only reacted at this time, panicking and leaping around, but realized that there was no way out. Zhang Ning's mood was great. Looking at the hundreds of bamboo rats that had bitten the citrus saplings, his face showed a long-lost smile. But now Zhang Ning was not the time to relax. These bamboo rats had grown fat, and they had to be stunned before they could pass out. Otherwise, in case they broke the fishing net, Zhang Ning's hard work would be in vain. Bamboo rats are most afraid of smoke. Zhang Ning to the side of the road will have long been prepared cornstalks each other around. Ignited the fire. A trace of thick black smoke floated out. Zhang Ning hands of divine power gushed out. The choking black smoke rushed to the fishing net inside. It didn't take long for the bamboo rats inside to be smoked to the ground one by one, and Zhang Ning was uneasy, letting the black smoke smolder for 10 or so minutes before extinguishing the cornstalks. Ha ha, letting you bamboo rats nibble on my citrus saplings. It's not my fault. Although this was a bit cruel, the bamboo rats were jeopardizing the crops, and it was a good thing that Zhang Ning did this. Adult bamboo rats have 3 or 4 pounds but these bamboo rats, but far more than ordinary to be a circle. Each one has a full 5 or 6 pounds. Looking at the fishing net full of bamboo rats, at least 600 or 700 pounds of weight, Zhang Ning one person simply cannot get back. Had to go back to call Zhang Xiaojun to help. When Zhang Xiaojun saw the large number of bamboo rats lying inside the fishing net, the look of surprise on his face could no longer be described in words, and he was stuck in place for a long time before coming back to his senses. Ning Zi, how did you do this? These bamboo rats, how many people can take them? You actually caught so many in one night, or you caught them with the net that your Uncle Lu's family used for fishing. Zhang Xiaojun was surprised and lost his voice, having a different view of Zhang Ning. Dad, I told you I can. You still don't believe me. Let's just get these bamboo rats back. Tomorrow I'll get them to the city and sell them. I should still be able to sell them for quite a bit of money. Zhang Ning gave a smug laugh and said to Zhang Xiaojun, although the bamboo rats were 3 protected animals, they were allowed to be eaten in many places and had a high value. The wild ones are even able to sell for $100 a catty, which translates to several tens of thousands of dollars. Zhang Xiaojun's mood is also a lot better. In the home to get a lot of bamboo baskets, and Zhang Ning pouring to the home transported. Chapter 15, the law enforcement brigade comes. After working for half an hour, Zhang Ning and his father got all the bamboo rats back to the house. 10 bamboo baskets, all loaded to the brim. Zhang Ning and Zhang Xiaojun were also drenched in sweat. Lu Tsuilan was helping from the side and was surprised. And Uncle Lu, who rushed over to watch at the sound, was also stupefied. Ning Zi, you're really powerful. Uncle Lu was really wrong. This fishing net caught so many bamboo rats. I'm afraid that you caught all the bamboo rats in the entire bamboo forest. I see. Being that people can't grow the barren land at the entrance of the village, you kid must be able to. Uncle Lu was also impressed with Zhang Ning, praising Zhang Ning one by one. His eyes did fall on the bamboo rats inside the bamboo basket. Zhang Ning knew that Uncle Lu was thinking about the bamboo rats that he had told him about in the afternoon. And Zhang Ning was not ambiguous, pointing at the bamboo rats inside the bamboo basket. Zhang Ning said to Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu, I've caught so many bamboo rats here. Why don't you pick a few fat ones and go back to the wine dishes? Fine. Then Uncle Lu won't be polite. Thank you, Ning Zi, Uncle Lu said, and picked up 3 bamboo rats randomly inside the bamboo basket. Each one was very fat, and there was no need to pick them. No way. If Uncle Lu didn't lend me the fishing net, I wouldn't be able to catch so many bamboo rats. Thanks to you, Uncle Lu. Zhang Ning was instead polite with Uncle Lu. After a while of chattering, Uncle Lu happily carried the 3 bamboo rats and the fishing net back to his home. And Zhang Ning's family also rested after the bamboo rats were settled. Zhang Ning took a shower, lying on the bed quietly thinking, every time will be familiar with the Shennong inheritance inside. which contains too many things. Jiang Ning simply cannot learn over. Jiang Ning touched the piece of dragon jade hanging around his neck, frozen and somewhat lost in thought. From the time he had obtained this piece of dragon jade until now, several months had passed. Jiang Ning, however, did not have any understanding of it, and with regards to the unexpected Shennong inheritance, Jiang Ning could only see himself as having gotten lucky. As the night deepened, Jiang Ning slowly fell asleep, and tonight, Jiang Ning had that same dream again, the magnificent divine temple, the woman whose face could not be clearly seen. The next morning, after Jiang Ning had breakfast, he borrowed Uncle Lu's motorcycle. Because of the relationship of taking Jiang Ning's bamboo rats, Uncle Lu was very quick to agree to Jiang Ning this time, and directly gave Jiang Ning the keys to the motorcycle. Because the bamboo rats are too much, Jiang Ning can only drag half of the bamboo rats to the town. There are not many people who can afford to buy bamboo rats in town. After all, it is too expensive. So Jiang Ning went directly to the city. After spending nearly hours, Jiang Ning arrived at the city's food market, only to find that the stalls inside the food market had already been overcrowded. He had no choice but to stop his motorcycle at the entrance of the market and set up a stall. In the morning, there are a lot of people who come to the market to buy vegetables, and all of them will look at Jiang Ning's bamboo baskets. And some people also ask Jiang Ning how to sell, but no one sells. Seeing that the morning rush is about to pass, Jiang Ning's bamboo rats are not sold. The heart cannot help but some anxious. Selling bamboo rats, wild bamboo rats, come and take a look. Jiang Ning hardened his head and yelled loudly at the top of his voice. In a short while, a large number of people were attracted by Jiang Ning's yelling and surrounded Jiang Ning's position in the center. But most of them came to watch the fun. Young man, how do you sell this bamboo rat? Someone couldn't help but ask about Jiang Ning's price. Jiang Ning pondered for a few seconds and replied with a smile. I have a lot of meat in this bamboo rat. Each one is very fat, and I also sell it according to the market price. $100 a catty. Do you want to buy 2 of them to go back, Grandpa? It's very tonic. So expensive? $100 a catty. Don't. At first, these people were still interested, but when they heard the expensive price, they all shook their heads. Jiang Ning was also a bit helpless. $100 a catty was already considered cheap. If these bamboo rats were farmed, it didn't matter if they were less. But this is wild. Although Jiang Ning caught a lot, but lower prices, obviously not a good sales strategy. But going on like this wasn't a solution. Just as Jiang Ning was about to lower the price, a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old squeezed in amongst the crowd. Her hair was permed with wavy curls, and she was wearing a short skirt with black silk under her feet, so she didn't look like someone who came to the market to buy food. The young woman squeezed into the crowd, and when she saw the bamboo rats in Jiang Ning's bamboo basket, a smile of joy followed on her face. Hurriedly looking toward Jiang Ning, she said, Boss, how do you sell this bamboo rat? $100 a catty. If you want more, I can offer a little discount. Jiang Ning was also afraid that this only customer would not buy it, and couldn't help but run out of steam. How many do you have here together? The young woman actually didn't haggle with Jiang Ning, but asked him instead. About 300 pounds. Do you want all of it? Jiang Ning asked tentatively. People who could say such things were most likely all restaurant owners and wanted a large amount. You give me a discount. I'll take all of it. Can you help me send it to the store? The young woman said slowly, and the people around her showed surprise when they heard that the young woman wanted all of it. Then I'll give you $90 a catty. I can also call it a day when I'm done selling. As for sending it over there, there's no problem. Where is your store? I'll ride over right now. Jiang Ning pondered for a few seconds and agreed. If these several hundred pounds of bamboo rats were sold, they would have to come in at $30,000 at any rate, so I really didn't think that I would be able to make a big profit. Good. Here is $200 for transportation. You help me send it to the Changrong Hotel at the intersection of Tea Garden. When I get to the place, I'll find someone to settle it for you. How about it? The young woman said, and handed Jiang Ning $200. Jiang Ning nodded and unceremoniously took the $200, then mounted the motorcycle and prepared to set off, and the surrounding crowd slowly dispersed along with it. And just at this time, the sound of a police siren suddenly came from the distance, and it was unknown who shouted, Hurry up, the law enforcement brigade is coming. For a moment, the people who set up temporary stalls in front of the market, like Jiang Ning, were all in a mess, pushing their carts, picking their burdens, and hurriedly fleeing in all directions. Jiang Ning also subconsciously started the motorcycle, accelerated and wanted to leave here. Inside the city stalls will be arrested, and may also be smashed stalls detention and fines. What Jiang Ning was selling was wild game, which was expensive, so if he was caught by the law enforcement brigade, he would be in trouble. But before Jiang Ning's motorcycle could start, a man in uniform stopped in front of him. Immediately after, another person rushed over and pulled the key off Jiang Ning's motorcycle. Chapter 16, A Prescription for Hair Loss. Zhang Ning immediately froze. He did not think that these people would move so fast. In the vicinity of the market, there had always been people managing it. The entrance was not allowed to set up stalls to sell things. Just now, Zhang Ning was also out of no choice to yell at the entrance of the market. Did not think that the luck was so bad. Encountered such a situation. Young man, come down. The one who spoke was the person who pulled Zhang Ning's motorcycle key. Looking very tall. It was only the hair on his head that was too sparse, making his image a bit of a snicker. And with a cold expression, the man glared at Zhang Ning and drank. That, Captain, I am just passing by here, giving people something to send to the hotel. Look, people have given money. I will delay the hotel. Say it is not good. Zhang Ning laughed, not wanting to mess with these law enforcement brigades, otherwise it would be very difficult to deal with. Less nonsense. Are you down or not? If not, I'll call someone to unload the stuff, the law enforcement captain said, looking towards the back of Zhang Ning's motorcycle. When he saw baskets of fat bamboo rats, his eyes lit up. Zhang Ning didn't dare to get off the motorcycle, fearing that as soon as he got off, the people from the law enforcement brigade would ride off on their motorcycle, and by then Zhang Ning would have lost both his wife and his army. Originally, Zhang Ning also wanted to find the young woman who had just given herself money, but realized that he could no longer find the other party's figure, presumably because of the large number of people and confusion just now. He left. Captain, these bamboo rats were caught in the ground most of the night last night. If the captain likes them, he can take a few of them back for the wine. Zhang Ning could only say so much. If he dwelled on it, I'm afraid it would become more and more troublesome. Not bad. Young man, got so many bamboo rats. The law enforcement captain looked at Zhang Ning with a smile, but in his heart, he was playing this ghost idea. Just as the law enforcement captain reached his hand towards the bamboo basket on the back of Zhang Ning's motorcycle, a law enforcement officer also wearing a uniform walked over and handed over a small box towards the law enforcement captain. Team Zhou, the hair regeneration shampoo you asked for. The person who spoke was a young lad, clearly unaware that it was somewhat inappropriate to say such a thing at this time. When Team Zhou heard this, his face immediately turned grim as he snatched the box from the young law enforcement officer's hands. Glaring at him, he said with an angry tone, "Can't you see that I'm doing something? Who told you to go buy it at this time? Get lost." Team Zhou, it wasn't you who said. Just now. The young law enforcement officer immediately shut his mouth when he saw Team Zhou's murderous look and walked away grayly. Zhang Ning looked at the box of hair regeneration shampoo in Team Zhou's hands. Zhang Ning remembered that within the memories of the divine farmer's inheritance, there was a medicine that could regenerate hair. So as long as he gave this Captain Zhou the solution to his baldness, he would be able to turn the danger into a cure today. Captain Zhou, do you think this will work? You law enforcement is also very hard. Take a few bamboo rats to go back to treat the guys. I used to study medicine. Hands happen to have a prescription for hair loss. If Captain Zhou is interested, I can get a pair of one to give you a try. Zhang Ning opened the door and said slowly. When Captain Zhou heard Zhang Ning's words, his eyes lit up and he looked at Zhang Ning with some surprise, but he quickly changed back to his original coldness, said in a bad mood, "Less here, poor mouth. Don't think I don't know what you think in your heart. Want to fool me? You're still tender. Nonsense less to say. Get off. You violate the stall. Things are all confiscated," Captain Zhou said, waving his hand towards a few people behind him. Two law enforcement officers came over and wanted to take Zhang Ning off the motorcycle. Zhang Ning was a bit anxious, immediately said, "Captain Zhou, I have no need to lie to you. You take away my motorcycle and bamboo rats. I can't go back to the village. I can only spend the night on the street today. If you do not look at this way, you leave me 2 baskets of bamboo rats underneath the body of me to the other's hotel to send over. Tomorrow I will send you a prescription to. If I lie to you, those bamboo rats you confiscate all of them. I do not have a word of complaint." How? Oh, do you really have a prescription for hair loss? Captain Zhou looked at Zhang Ning half-heartedly, thinking quickly in his mind, and finally said, "Can I still lie to you? Captain Zhou, think about it. I have several baskets of bamboo rats. There are hundreds of pounds. Sold out can be tens of thousands of dollars. I have no need to lie to you, is not it?" Zhang Ning said, "I want to keep my hard-earned bamboo rats." He said, "Good, young man, just do as you say. I'll leave you a basket of bamboo rats. If you don't send me a prescription by noon tomorrow, you won't be able to take your bamboo rats back." Captain Zhou finally believed Zhang Ning's words, and greeted the crowd before unloading the baskets of bamboo rats on the back of Zhang Ning's motorcycle, leaving only 1 basket behind. "Thanks Captain Zhou. I'll definitely look for you at the law enforcement brigade tomorrow." Zhang Ning's heart was sort of relieved. The motorcycle was borrowed from Uncle Lu. If it was taken away, Zhang Ning didn't know how to explain to Uncle Lu. After saying goodbye to Captain Zhou, Zhang Ning was also considered to be out of the woods. Without stopping at the market entrance, Zhang Ning started the motorcycle and quickly left the scene. If not for the fact that Zhang Ning has his own principles, took the young woman's $200, Zhang Ning would not have found a way to leave a basket of bamboo rats to the Changrong Hotel to send over. The good thing is that the Changrong Hotel is not far. After a street to the Zhang Ning's motorcycle parked in front of the hotel. Looking at this more advanced hotel, do not know where to go in. Thought for half a day, can only be carrying bamboo rats straight into the hotel? Zhang Ning went in. Inside the waiter toward Zhang Ning came over. What are you doing? We don't take loose game here. The waiter glanced into Zhang Ning's bamboo basket and said with a frown, about to kick Zhang Ning out. Hello, just now, someone from your hotel asked me to bring these bamboo rats to Changrong Hotel. Could it be that I'm in the wrong place? Zhang Ning frowned slightly and said slowly, nonsense, our hotel to buy ingredients or all to the regular goods merchants to sell, never accept the retailer. You hurry up and go. Was affected our hotel business, the waiter said, pushing and shoving this Zhang Ning toward the hotel door to go. Zhang Ning mood is a little heavy. Their good intentions to send bamboo rats to, but was rejected. It seems to be their own good intentions to do bad things. Zhang Ning snorted coldly, turned his head and walked towards the door. Just at this time, a familiar voice called out to Zhang Ning. Young man, wait, don't you go. Zhang Ning turned around at the sound of the voice, only to see the young woman who had previously said she wanted bamboo rats at the entrance of the market running out of the restaurant at a fast pace, calling out to herself in a hurry, boss lady, you don't want bamboo rats in your store, so I'd better take them back, and also, this $200 is returned to you. Zhang Ning was not a person who was greedy for small advantages, and said that he stuffed the $200 back into the young woman's hand. This, young man, do not go I know that just now the law enforcement brigade came. You still insisted on sending bamboo rats to my hotel over. My store now has a table of guests. Die to eat bamboo rats. I am not in a hurry to go to the market to find it. The waiter in my store doesn't know any better. That's why. The young woman began to retain Zhang Ning. Words here back to the head rushed just that waiter drank. Xiaolu, not come over to the young man to apologize? Chapter 17, take it all as it is. What? Boss lady The waiter was instantly stunned. He did not expect that the old helper lady actually wanted him to apologize to the small peasant from the countryside in front of him. The heart is 100 reluctance. Xiaolu, do you apologize? Do not apologize, tomorrow will not be used to work. Do service industry? Is to be polite. You look at you just that way. They're like hospitality. Into the door is a guest. Have you forgotten? The young woman began to harshly criticize that waiter. The waiter's face was extremely ugly. In the end, he could only helplessly walk to Zhang Ning's front and somewhat reluctantly said to Zhang Ning, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Doesn't matter, it's all about attitude towards whatever. Zhang Ning let out a cold snort and glanced at the waitress, unimpressed. Then he looked at the young woman again and slowly said, boss lady, do you still want these bamboo rats? Two, just these, a little less. I wonder if you still have any. The young woman couldn't help but be a bit disappointed as she looked at the last basket of bamboo rats left beside Zhang Ning. Yes. There are still a few £100 at home. If you want it, I can give it to you tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Ning's heart was instantly delighted. He was worried that those bamboo rats at home couldn't be sold. Now it was good that this Changrong restaurant actually had such a high demand and was able to sell out all the bamboo rats in Zhang Ning's hands. That's really great. Let's do it this way. I'll have someone settle the money for the baskets of bamboo rats for you. Tomorrow you bring all the bamboo rats over. I'll take them all as they are, the young woman said solemnly. Not like she was joking with Zhang Ning. No problem, no problem. I still don't know what the boss lady's name is? Zhang Ning asked happily. My name is Sun Yangli. They all call me Sisterly. You can call me that as well. Sun Yangli left Zhang Ning with a smile and said slowly, Sisterly, then let me help you take the bamboo rats inside. Zhang Ning said, shouldering the bamboo rat and heading towards the restaurant's kitchen. The waiter who had stopped Zhang Ning just now had a black face. Had he known that Zhang Ning was called by Sun Yangli, he would not have kicked anyone out in a disorderly manner even if he had been killed. After weighing them in the kitchen, the total count was 76 pounds, which meant that Zhang Ning, together with the $200 delivery fee, had earned $7,000 for this basket of bamboo rats. $40. Zhang Ning did not want, pocket kicked in $7,000, happy to leave the Changrong Hotel. Looking at already is noon, Zhang Ning's stomach cannot help but grumble up. In the roadside to find a fast food, casually ate 2 mouthfuls of rice, to the Whitewater Village to catch up back. At this moment, Zhang Ning's mind was thinking about how to get those baskets of bamboo rats back from Captain Zhou's hands, and the most important thing at the moment was to refine the medicine for hair loss. Fortunately, Zhang Ning had already thought clearly on the way home, and after arriving home, Zhang Ning returned the motorcycle to Uncle Lu. What's more, he shoved the several $1,000s in his hand directly into Zhang Xiaojuan's hand. Dad, these are the money from selling the bamboo rats today. Tomorrow I still have to go into the city and send the rest to others. Zhang Ning looked at Zhang Xiaojuan's somewhat stunned expression and slowly said, Ningzi, take this money yourself. It's not my money. I don't want it. Zhang Xiaojuan's temper was stubborn, pushing and shoving with Zhang Ning. Dad, it's been so many years, I haven't properly honored you too. This amount is nothing. Just take it. I still have to make a trip into the mountains to pick some herbs or something after this. Zhang Ning placed the money that Zhang Xiaojun had pushed back in his father's hand once again and said solemnly, That's right, Ning Zi gave it to you. Won't you just take it and be done with it? Two big men are more maudlin than us women. Lu Tsuilan couldn't stand it anymore and said with a big smile. Lu Tsuilan said. Zhang Xiaojun also no longer refused. Zhang Ning gave her $7,000 carefully put away. Zhang Ning was able to see that in the corner of Zhang Xiaojuan's eyes, a hint of tears of relief rose. After Zhang Ning saw Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan enter the inner room, he put on a bamboo basket on his back, stayed on a small shovel, shouted outside, and went to the mountains. For Zhang Ning, who was familiar with the road and car circuits, the mountain was not a waste of effort at all, because most of the herbs in the back of the mountain were pretty much collected by the villagers. Zhang Ning had to go deeper. With a keen sense of smell, it was not difficult to find the herbs Zhang Ning wanted in the mountains. Sesame flower, coxcomb flower, camphor, these were all very common herbs, but in Zhang Ning's hands, they were able to play a great role. All kinds of herbs, as long as Zhang Ning jias can be used, all collected back, until Zhang Ning down the mountain. It is already the evening. Returning to the village, the first thing Zhang Ning did was to go to the citrus field to check out his saplings, and with his divine power probing out, he found that the citrus saplings were all growing rapidly. Compared to the previous 2 days, they had already grown a circle larger, and his mood followed suit. After having dinner at home, Zhang Ning hid in his room and began to refine the potion for hair loss, following the inheritance in his mind, placing sesame flowers, coxcomb flowers, camphor and other herbs in his hands one by one. Divine power surged out in his hand, dissolving it into a drop of liquid, and then lowered it into a glass bottle that had already been prepared. So on and so forth. Zhang Ning melted all the needed herbs into it, and in the end, in order to smell a bit more fragrant, Zhang Ning also deliberately added some camellia into it. Not long after, Zhang Ning had already refined a large bottle of medicinal oil for hair loss, which Zhang Ning named hair growth oil. After everything was completed, Zhang Ning placed the glass bottle on the end of his nose and smelled it. In addition to the faint medicinal fragrance, there was also the scent of camellia that came to his nose. Zhang Ning couldn't help but drop a drop on his hand to test some. Just a few minutes time, Zhang Ning rubbed the hair growth oil on the skin. The body sweat hair has been thicker than before a lot. Scared, Zhang Ning hurriedly the glass bottle to cover up. If he was accidentally soaked by this hair growth oil, Zhang Ning would become a hairy monster. Only after finishing these things did Zhang Ning lie down on his bed and slowly fall asleep. But at midnight, Zhang Ning heard a burst of careful footsteps coming from outside the window of his room. With his keen hearing, Zhang Ning violently opened his eyes, sat up on his butt, and looked towards the outside of his room window, only to see that a dark shadow slowly appeared on Zhang Ning's window and gently knocked on it. Zhang Ning was stunned. In the middle of the night, could it be a thief from the village that wanted to come and steal something? Thinking of this, Zhang Ning hurriedly got out of bed, and as soon as he grabbed the wooden stick in the corner, he walked over towards the window. Ningzi, are you at home? A sudden woman's voice made Zhang Ning completely astonished. At this midnight hour, someone would actually come to find himself, or sneak around. This person, however, was Widow Zhou, who had almost been done in the cornfield by Zhang Ning yesterday. Chapter 18, A Cow's Cowl Can't Be Blown. Who, is it Auntie Zhou? Zhang Ning slowly lowered the gaze in his hands and lowered his voice to ask. Ningzi, it's Auntie, come out, I have something to tell you. Widow Zhou whispered outside the window. Zhang Ning looked at the time on his cell phone. It was now almost 1 o'clock. At this time, the Widow Zhou came to find herself. It couldn't be that she was thinking about that again, right? Zhang Ning didn't open the door and went out, but opened the window, and sure enough, Widow Zhou was outside the window like a thief, popping her head out to look inside. Auntie Zhou, what's the matter that you have to come to me in the middle of the night? It's almost 1 o'clock. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Zhang Ning rubbed his sleepy eyes and said blandly. Ningzi, isn't this a bit of a matter to talk to you properly? Why don't you come out first? As expected, Widow Zhou was so lonely that she ran from the end of the village to the head of the village in the middle of the night to look for a Hanyu, and she even stared at Zhang Ning specifically, which made Zhang Ning somewhat helpless. Auntie Zhou, this isn't quite right, is it? Zhang Ning said this on his lips, but he was a little heartbroken. You come out, Auntie, Widow Zhou said, looking at Zhang Ning with a flirtatious face. wanting to hook up with him. Just when Jiang Ning was almost hooked out by Widow Zhou, the lights in the outer room clunked on, and footsteps came from Zhang Shujuan's room. Jiang Ning froze, and Widow Zhou was also startled and hurriedly ducked her body. Lowering her voice, she carefully said to Jiang Ning, "Ning Zi, come to Auntie's house tomorrow night to have a chat with Auntie. I'll be waiting for you, ha." After finishing her sentence, Widow Zhou quickly walked away, and the lights outside the house went out with the sound of Zhang Shujuan's footsteps as he went for convenience. Jiang Ning lay on the bed and began to contemplate. These 2 days Zhou Widow appeared to be very abnormal, as if she had relied on herself in general, which made Jiang Ning could not help but feel very puzzled. Thinking about it, Jiang Ning only thought of Zhang Wensheng, that horny dead fat man. 80% is himself and Zhou Widow in the cornfield to steal sex. Was Jiang Ning to bump into? Jiang Ning was afraid of Jiang Ning's rumors, so he wanted to let Widow Zhou to pull Jiang Ning down. Jiang Ning was also relieved to have reached the conclusion that things were probably figured out, and Jiang Ning quickly fell asleep. In the morning, before Jiang Ning got up, he heard Zhang Xiaojun already pouring outside. Jiang Ning was woken up and couldn't sleep. Simply getting up, he carried out the medicinal tea that he had been emptying and refining later last night. "Dad, you and Mom go to the village entrance to sell the medicinal tea. This is what I made last night, and later on, I still have to go to the city and deliver the rest of the bamboo rats to other people's restaurants." Jiang Ning pointed to the big bucket of medicinal tea by his feet and said to Zhang Xiaojun, "Alright, you go, come back early." Zhang Xiaojun did not oppose Jiang Ning, but said with a smile, which made Jiang Ning feel happy. After giving Uncle Lu next door $200 for motorcycle gas, Jiang Ning dragged the rest of the bamboo rats and went to the city. This time, Jiang Ning first went directly to the Changrong Hotel and weighed the bamboo rats before going to the law enforcement brigade. The law enforcement brigade is very close to the vegetable market, and it is also very easy to find. Eye-catching signboards, a glance will be able to see. Jiang Ning parked the motorcycle, picked up the hand of the glass bottle, and walked in. The hall of the law enforcement brigade is very shady and not many people hang out. Jiang Ning followed the markings on the doorway and found the captain's office. As soon as he arrived at the door, Jiang Ning saw Captain Zhou sitting at his desk looking at a newspaper. Jiang Ning gently knocked on the door and walked in. "Captain Zhou, I'm the bamboo rat seller from yesterday. I'm sending you hair growth oil today." As soon as Jiang Ning's words left his mouth, Captain Zhou, who was originally looking out of his mind, immediately raised his head, and upon seeing Jiang Ning's arrival, he also revealed a hint of joy. "Young man, if what you said yesterday fooled me, then you'll be in trouble today." Captain Zhou stood up and looked at Jiang Ning with a gloomy face, saying, "Captain Zhou, how dare I fool you? Look, I have brought you. This is my ancestral hair growth oil, usually not for outsiders to use. In the past, my grandfather was old, his hair fell out, and after using it, black thick hair grew out once again, and the person was young for I don't know how many years." Jiang Ning actually started to really fool around, pulling like it was real. "Kid, what's your name?" Captain Zhou suddenly asked for Jiang Ning's name, causing Jiang Ning to be surprised for a moment. "Captain Zhou, my name is Jiang Ning. Do you want to try it out now? It will work in 3 minutes. If it doesn't, I'll do whatever you want." Jiang Ning patted his chest and said with conviction, "Little Jiang, that's not how to blow a cow's skin. 3 minutes to see the effect? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Captain Zhou was amused by Jiang Ning and let out a loud laugh, not believing Jiang Ning at all. "Captain Zhou, I'm telling the truth. If it doesn't work in 3 minutes, feel free to say whatever you want." "Xiao Zhang, this is what you said. If it doesn't work, those bamboo rats of yours, that won't go ha." Captain Zhou's heart began to play a ghost idea. Those bamboo rats but can sell $2 or $3 million. Who look at the heart is not greedy it. I said yes. Jiang Ning was confident and placed the glass bottle in his hand in front of Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou looked at the unknown liquid inside the glass bottle, slowly took it in his hands, and after opening the lid, gently sniffed it. The flavor is quite fragrant. Just don't know if the effect is as powerful as you blow." "Xiao Zhang, ah, I see. Those bamboo rats you can take won't go." Captain Zhou had laughed happily. Originally, according to the rules of the law enforcement brigade, the illegal stalls can be confiscated according to the law. But if the owner paid a $200 fine, he would be able to claim that thing. So it wasn't hard for Jiang Ning's bamboo rats to be taken out. It's just that Captain Zhou is hiding it and not saying it out. And this hair loss and hair fall problem of Captain Zhou has been bothering him for a long time. The size of the hospital have gone to see, is not a method, so in the week for the view, those bamboo rats are already in his pocket. Jiang Ning quietly watched as Captain Zhou slowly rubbed his hair growth oil onto his bald head in front of the mirror, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Captain Zhou wiped on Jiang Ning's hair growth oil, he didn't say a word and began to look at his watch to time himself, and as the time passed little by little, 3 minutes soon arrived. Captain Joe placed his hand behind his back, then let out a laugh and made his way back to his office chair. Xiao Zhang ah. Alright, the cowhide has been blown. You'd better go back. Those bamboo rats. Consider them as a treat for the brethren of the law enforcement brigade. Captain Joe waved his hand at Jiang Ning and was about to send him away. Captain Joe, how do you know that the hair on your head hasn't grown out? Jiang Ning chuckled and said blandly. When Captain Joe heard Jiang Ning's words, he was about to taunt Jiang Ning, but suddenly he thought of something and violently jumped up from his chair and stood in front of the mirror. In the next moment, Captain Joe was horrified. The waves within his heart caused Joe for his body to emit a tremor. His jaw dropped as he looked at Jiang Ning, half unable to say a word. Chapter 19 $50,000 arrived. This, how can, ha ha, hair, my hair. Captain Joe had already been so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. His trembling hands gently swept up on his originally already bald head. Indeed, there were a few thick black hairs growing out on it, although not much, but on the bald top, it looked unusually obvious. Captain Joe, I said 3 minutes to see results, right? Jiang Ning stood behind Captain Joe and said with a smile. That's right, Xiao Zhang, this medicinal oil of yours is really too amazing. I don't know how to say it. You don't know. In order to have this point on my head, I have gone through a lot of trouble. This time, I really thank you too much for this. Come with me. I will take you to bring the bamboo rats to lead out. Captain Joe's attitude instantly had a change. Putting away Jiang Ning's bottle of hair growth oil carefully, pulling Jiang Ning towards the outside of the office. The corners of Jiang Ning's mouth lifted into a smile as he followed Captain Joe and walked out. And just after taking 2 steps, Captain Joe turned back to Jiang Ning and said, Xiao Zhang, you go to the last office in the corridor to collect the stuff. I'll wash my hands and then I'll come. Good. Jiang Ning nodded, only then remembering that Captain Joe had just rubbed the hair growth oil directly on his hands, and if he didn't hurry to wash them, long cold hairs would grow on his hands. Jiang Ning answered, and walked along the corridor, to the last office. Jiang Ning stood at the door, knocked on the door, and went in. Inside, a uniformed staff member was looking at something on a computer, seemingly the same young lad who bought the anti-hair loss shampoo for Captain Joe last time, called something like Shaoli. Jiang Ning went in and directly said, Hello, Captain Joe asked me to come over to collect something. What stuff? Shaoli glanced at Jiang Ning and asked unhappily. Things that were confiscated by the law brigade were generally not taken out. For Jiang Ning to come empty-handed like this, Little Lee would not give Jiang Ning those bamboo rats from yesterday. Just the baskets of bamboo rats that were collected yesterday. Then, just those. Jiang Ning ventured his head inside, pointing at the bamboo baskets in the corner, and slowly said, Who said you can take them away? Go. Go get the formalities done before coming over. Let's hear that Captain Joe's name presses me. Captain Joe is in the office. Do you believe I'll have someone blow you out? Shaoli looked at Jiang Ning impatiently, waving his hand to drive Jiang Ning out. No, it was your Captain Joe who called me to. Come, go. What Captain Joe? How could our captain let you come to collect things? There's no formalities whatsoever. Hurry up and go. Shaoli pushed and shoved this Jiang Ning, but realized that Jiang Ning's body bones were very sturdy, and could not be pushed at all. And just at this time, Captain Joe, who had gone to the restroom to wash his hands, had already felt the office. Seeing this scene, his face revealed a look of anger. Captain, this kid insisted that you told him to come and collect the bamboo rats. You said yesterday that those bamboo rats were turned back to be distributed to the brethren. How can this be? Shut up, you damn kid is pump. Do a little thing not good, but I roll? Captain Joe immediately came to the fire. Temperament in the small Lee's head knocked a finger bone. Shouted, but Captain Joe, still want me to say it a second time? Give me to listen well. In the future, Xiao Zhang went to the market door stalls, not allowed to collect his things, or I cleaned up your froze for what? Why don't you hurry up and help Zhang move the bamboo rats out? Captain Joe pointed at Shaoli, opened his mouth and roared loudly, frightening Shaoli's body straight to shiver. Yes. Shaoli saw that his captain had already gone berserk. Where would he dare to say half a word more? Hurriedly, he would help Jiang Ning carry the bamboo rats outside. It was only when Jiang Ning saw this that he faintly smiled and said to Captain Joe, Captain Joe, if you run out of hair growth oil, you can ask me for it, even though it's a bit troublesome to refine. As long as Captain Joe needs it, then it won't be a problem. Ha, little Zhang. I didn't think that your kid's mouth would be so good at talking. Captain Joe laughed along with him, in a particularly good mood. Captain Joe is polite. I only learned a bit of medicine, and some of the partial prescriptions. I'm still very good at them. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said with a smile. The gap between the two before was instantly lifted, and Captain Joe was extraordinarily polite to Jiang Ning, and even took the initiative to help Jiang Ning hang several baskets of bamboo rats on the motorcycle. very quickly, for baskets of bamboo rats were loaded onto the motorcycle, and Zhang Ning sat on the motorcycle happily, in a good mood, not expecting everything to go so smoothly. Xiao Zhang, come often when you have time. Zhou waved his hand towards Zhang Ning and said politely, good, definitely, Captain Zhou, then I'll leave first ha, Zhang Ning said, and with a throttle up on his motorcycle, he left the law enforcement brigade. With a happy mood, Zhang Ning quickly rushed to Changrong Hotel, where Sun Yangli had long been waiting for Zhang Ning at the back door of the hotel. Seeing Zhang Ning's arrival, and with several baskets of bamboo rats, the smile on her face immediately stopped. Little Zhang, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for half a day. With that, Sun Yangli greeted the people below and began to weigh Zhang Ning's bamboo rats. Sisterly, this is not for you to bring bamboo rats over. These are the last bit. You help me calculate how much together. In the future, there are good things. I'll find sisterly just the same. Zhang Ning hemmed and hawed, and carried the bamboo rats all in. That's best. I'll calculate the price for you first. How much is it together, ha? Sun Yangli said, then picked up the computer in her hand and pressed a few times there, settling it up for Zhang Ning. Only after a long time did Sun Yangli calculate the total price. Looking at Zhang Ning, she said, Xiao Zhang, the bamboo rats that you gave to us today totaled 568 pounds, and at $90 per pound, it's $51,120. So take a look. Zhang Ning took the list that Sun Yangli handed over and nodded after carefully checking it. In the end, Sun Yangli was the one who directly made the transfer to Zhang Fan, more than $50,000. It was so easy to get to. Zhang Ning's heart could be said to be excited. Leaving the Changrong Hotel, Zhang Ning then planned to go to a trip to the Shangshi Tree Sapling Company. After all, there is still a large piece of their land that is not planted with saplings, and it is time for Yi Changsong to send the rest of those citrus seedlings to himself. Fortunately, the distance from the Shangshi Company is not very far. Zhang Ning rode a motorcycle. It did not take long to the Shangshi Company's gate, parked the motorcycle and walked in. It was only before Zhang Ning had even gotten to the door of the finance room office that he heard a familiar woman's voice coming from inside. Dad, just accompany me? You haven't been shopping with me for many days. If you're not going to accompany me, then just find me someone to accompany me. Chapter 20 Motorcycle You sit or not? Zhang Ning stood at the door of the finance office and ventured inside, only to see Yi Changsong standing at the heel of the finance's computer. And the one who was speaking was none other than Yi Changsong's precious son and daughter, Yi Ling. I remember the last time I came to Shangshi Sapling Company. I saw her once when I was leaving, and I felt that her temper was not very good, and she was a complete young lady. Zhang Ning bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, and eventually walked in. Mr. Yi, are you busy? Zhang Ning went up and greeted Yi Changsong, and seeing Yi Ling casting an unkind gaze towards himself, he hastily added, Hello Miss Yi, you're the one who's a lady. Your whole family is a lady. Humph. As soon as Yi Ling heard Zhang Ning's address, she immediately lost her temper, snorted coldly, and said in an unfavorable manner, Yi, beauty. Zhang Ning's face was filled with helplessness, so he had no choice but to change his mouth. Humph, that's more or less the same. What? Come to my father's company to get saplings again? Yi Ling rolled her eyes at Zhang Ning and said coldly, Linger, what are you talking about? The other Zhang Ning came to pick up the goods. He had paid for them long before. No matter what, Zhang Ning is also my customer. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Changsong looked at his daughter being so impolite and couldn't help but lecture her. I just don't. Who let you guard your sapling company all day long? I can't even let you accompany me to go shopping. You haven't accompanied me for more than a month. Yi Ling pulled Yi Changsong's hand and just flung it around and pouted. Linger, don't shake, and then shake I will faint. How about this? Let Zhang Ning accompany you to go shopping. You young people only have common topics. Yi Changsong suddenly threw the spearhead to Zhang Ning's body, making Zhang Ning froze for a moment. Him, with that look of his? Bring him out. I'm afraid people will laugh at him. Yi Ling glanced at Zhang Ning with a mocking gaze, her face filled with reluctance. Beauty Yi, you can't say it like that. If you're not willing, I'm still not going to agree. Zhang Ning instantly became angry. This 1,000 gold miss was a little too unselfish, right? What? Do you mean that this beauty is not worthy of you? Let me tell you, today I want you to go shopping with me. Ha! Yi Ling was so provoked by Zhang Ning that she instantly became more energized. Just go. Who's afraid? Zhang Ning also got energized, and with his chest puffed out, he said loudly, Ha ha, I told you that you young people have something to talk about, right? Go quickly. Go quickly. If you delay any longer, it will be dark. Yi Changsong looked like he was gloating on the side as if he was only worried about the world. Humph. Come with me if you're capable. When Yi Ling's temper came up, even Yi Changsong couldn't persuade her, and after making a face towards Zhang Ning, she took the lead and walked out of the office. Zhang Ning was planning to follow up, not believing that he couldn't cure this $1,000 lady, but he was stopped by Yi Changsong. Zhang Ning, my Linger has that temper, so please forgive me and take care of her. And remember to contact me at the first opportunity if she acts out of line. A trace of apology surfaced on Yi Changsong's face as he said in a serious tone, Mr. Yi, don't worry, these things, I can understand. Right, the rest of the citrus saplings, Mr. Yi, arrange a time to help me give them away. There is still a large area of my land that is empty right now. Zhang Ning stopped walking, gave a smile and said, good, sure, it would be good if my Linger had half of your understanding and generosity. Hearing Zhang Ning's words, Yi Changsong was coming up with emotions. Then, Mr. Yi, I'll leave first, I'll definitely ensure your daughter's safety. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the office. Arriving at Shangshi Tree Sapling Company, Zhang Ning saw Yi Ling standing in front of an Audi car squeezing her eyebrows and lifting the Audi's tires with a stern face. Humph, Thai car, it breaks down sooner or later, but only at this time. Yi Ling complained as she carried it. When Zhang Ning saw this, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart, while Yi Ling, seeing that Zhang Ning was finally walking out, immediately pointed her spear at Zhang Ning and rushed over to him. Hey, do you have a car? Zhang Ning didn't say anything, just shrugged his shoulders, and then pointed at the broken motorcycle parked next to him, all covered in mud. Yi Ling looked along Zhang Ning's hand, and when she saw that Zhang Ning's car was a broken motorcycle, her face couldn't be any uglier. I say, Beauty Yi, are you still walking? If you're afraid of taking a motorcycle, then you can just take a taxi. Zhang Fan crowed, forcibly holding back his inner laughter. Yi Ling frowned her eyebrows and looked at the motorcycle for a long time before she spoke. Humph, Yi Ling, am still afraid of a motorcycle. I'm afraid that you won't dare to drive me. Then let's go, Big Beauty Yi. Zhang Ning let out a laugh and turned the motorcycle around, then waved his hand at Yi Ling, signaling her to get on the car. Yi Ling was mortared in place, gritting her teeth, and finally made up her mind, lifting her skirt and getting on Zhang Ning's motorcycle. Despite being disgusted, she refused to say it out loud and fought with Zhang Ning. Yi Big Beauty, if you dislike it, just say ha, you can go down and take a taxi anytime. Zhang Ning rode his motorcycle still traveling forward, but he didn't forget to slightly twist his head and said to Yi Ling who was sitting in the back, Humph, who said I dislike it? I'm taking this car of yours today. What are you doing with so much nonsense? Hurry up and go. Zhongwei Shennong Walking Street. Yi Ling said with a cold snort once again. Sit tight. The corner of Zhang Ning's mouth revealed a smile at this time. After finishing a sentence, the gas pedal in his hand fiercely increased, and the motorcycle followed and rushed out. The inertia of the front and back caused Yi Ling's body to lean back and instinctively hugged Zhang Ning's tiger's waist, while Zhang Ning also felt Yi Ling's proximity. The moment Yi Ling hugged Zhang Ning's body, a trace of surprise clearly appeared on her face. Her firm muscles and strong body were completely comparable to those rich gentlemen from rich families. Taking advantage of things, Zhang Ning will not let go. The motorcycle violently accelerated the throttle, and then slammed the brakes. Walking and stopping, has not yet realized Yi Ling. Body is not close to Zhang Ning's back, so that Zhang Ning took advantage of a lot of cheap. It was not easy to get to the pedestrian street. Zhang Ning this will slow down the speed. Parked the motorcycle. Yi Ling is a moment cannot help. Directly jumped down. How's it going? Yi Big Beautiful Girl, are you still comfortable with the motorcycle? The motorcycle in our countryside isn't as comfortable as the small cars in your city. Zhang Ning locked the motorcycle's big lock and looked over towards Yi Ling, saying. Yi Ling's brows were tightly locked. Her head was lowered and she was looking at her white skirt that was soiled by the mud, feeling very angry in her heart, but she refused to say it explicitly. Instead, she laughed at Zhang Ning and said, Humph, what can't I sit on? It's just a motorcycle. It's not like I haven't sat on it before. Chapter 21, Half an Expert. Let's go then. Accompany you to the mall. Zhang Ning hemmed and hawed and made a gesture of invitation, and Yi Ling was not polite either, skimming Zhang Ning as she walked towards the front. Zhongwei Shennong Pedestrian Street was the largest shopping mall inside the county, and things were also the most expensive. Ordinary people rarely came here to shop, only those rich families came back. As far as Zhang Ning knew, a suit here would cost several $1,000s, or even tens of thousands of dollars. It really wasn't something that ordinary people could afford to consume. However, since he was accompanying Yi Ling to go shopping today, Zhang Ning didn't care, so he just took a look around. Furthermore, letting Zhang Ning compensate such a beautiful woman for shopping, Zhang Ning's heart was also very happy. Approaching the mall, Yi Ling's entire person wanted to change like a person. Before the unhappy, all swept away, began to sweep up in the mall, looked on what like clothes and shoes, basically do not ask the price, directly is to swipe the card. Look at Zhang Ning is a burst of chills, a $2,000 skirt, said to buy on the buy. And Zhang Ning is only as a porter. The whole is to help Yiling lift shopping bags, tight less than an hour. Zhang Ning's hands are already full of time clothes. Alas, shopping is really tired. There is the last thing to buy. Buy or go back early. Yiling, who was excited at the beginning, also felt a pang of dullness at this time. There is still something not bought, ah? Zhang Ning looked at the hands of the clothes, pants, skirts, shoes. All have been bought. Could not help but ask. Yiling said. There are still personal items. Do you want to go with me? Humph. I think it's better to forget about it. Just like you. You're too embarrassed to go in. Yiling gave Zhang Ning a blank look and said without any good humor, not knowing if she was deliberately provoking Zhang Ning. He. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, I know a thing or two about clothes, so I might even be able to give you a bit of advice. Zhang Ning's cheek was not generally thick, and directly said, rascal. Zhang Ning's words were ushered in by a broken curse from Yiling. After Yiling finished speaking, she walked towards the front of the store in large strides, and Zhang Ning was naturally unwilling to show weakness, closely following behind Yiling. The store's attendant saw a guest come in, and immediately had a warm reception, welcoming him up. This beautiful woman, buying clothes-fitting clothes? What brand do you like? I'll introduce you, the waiter said, and led Yiling to start introducing. Yiling looked around and didn't seem to make up her mind before saying, waiter, I can't make up my mind. Zhang Ning, who had been standing at the side without saying anything, heard Yiling's words and couldn't help but show a smile on his face as he walked over towards Yiling. I say, ye big beautiful girl, with your figure, of course it's better to buy this dress. No matter if it's the temperament or the styling, it's very suitable for you, Zhang Ning said with a smile, and as soon as these words came out, both Yiling and the waiter threw surprised gazes towards Zhang Ning. Beauty, your boyfriend is an expert in this area, quite knowledgeable, the waiter said in surprise. He's not my boyfriend, he's just accompanying me to go shopping. A big man, actually knows so much, he's really a rogue. Humph. Yiling acted as disgusted as ever, but inwardly, she was a bit surprised that even the point of chest tightness and shortness of breath had been guessed by Zhang Ning. Only, what Yiling didn't know was that the reason why Zhang Ning was able to tell was due to the divine farmer's inheritance in Zhang Ning's mind, which allowed Zhang Ning to see Yiling's physical condition. In ancient times, when seeing a doctor, it was all about looking and smelling, and Zhang Ning was now able to tell if there was anything wrong with the other person's body just by looking at them. And in the past, when he was in the number, those inmates had treasured those magazines and whatnot, and Zhang Ning had read a few of them, and what he said just now was nothing more than nonsense. Anything for anything? Ye damsel, I suggest you buy this one. It's getting late. It's time to go home after buying it. Zhang Ning smiled faintly and said slowly, want you to care? Yiling gave an unappreciative gulp, but she couldn't help but pick up the small garment and handed it to the attendant to wrap it up. And just as Zhang Ning and Yiling were waiting for the waiter to pack it up, Zhang Ning saw a familiar silhouette at the entrance of the store. Walking in from outside, it was Zhang Xiaomei, who had taunted Zhang Ning in the village. At the moment, she was glowing, and had changed into a beautiful dress, and her previous rustic appearance had all been swept away. At Zhang Xiaomei's side, a young man who looked like a wealthy son was traveling with her, and Zhang Xiaomei was holding on to that man's arm. When Zhang Xiaomei and that man walked into the store, they also happened to notice Zhang Ning's presence, and the two of them glanced at each other, all revealing a look of surprise. Zhang Ning? Zhang Xiaomei? Both of them lost their voices at the same time, while the man beside Zhang Xiaomei glanced at Zhang Ning in a somewhat dazed manner, then said to Zhang Xiaomei, Xiaomei, you guys know each other? Know each other? That's the poor guy who wanted to date me before. Just recently released from the number. Didn't think that. Here to carry bags for others. It's hilarious. Zhang Xiaomei laughed coldly and snorted. Zhang Ning heard this and was immediately upset. Immediately returned. Oh, still really think they have how good. Not just a gold-digging woman. Zhang Ning is not rare. Such a woman, to also be a loser. You are Zhang Ning, aren't you? Please show some respect. Xiaomei is now my girlfriend. You don't talk nonsense here. Believe it or not, I want you to disappear on Earth in Suxian County? The man glared at Zhang Ning and actually started to threaten him. And where are you, a cat or a dog from? Oh, you're the guy that Zhang Xiaomei climbed up to. Why, also come to buy clothes? Just have a can recommend to you. For the lack of self-confidence in women, and the effect, want to buy two back to try? I'm familiar with the waitress. Maybe I can even give you a discount. To compare who said the words hard to hear, Zhang Ning is not afraid of anyone. Just that mouth. 10 miles and 8 townships. Not necessarily someone can say Zhang Ning. Kid, listen carefully. My name is Wang Wei. Wang's group is my family's business. I'm telling you, you have to pay the price for what you said today. Wang Wei said, and made a show of making a move. Zhang Ning, I advise you to hurry up and roll away with your tail between your legs. Wei is not something that you, a small peasant from the countryside, can compare to. For the sake of us being old folks, I won't bother with you, Zhang Xiaomei said with a sneer, that mocking expression on her face. Looking at it, let people can't help but go up and slap an ear. Chapter 22 I hit is the face. That's right, a small peasant. Also dare to come here. Really do not know to look in the mirror their own kind. In the future away from Xiaomei far away. She is my Wang Wei's woman. Wang Wei also said with an open nose and eyes, and was sarcastic towards Zhang Ning. Oh, this kind of woman. Give me. I don't want. Just you Wang Wei big boss willing to receive. Said I kind of. Not dressed in human style here. Is not the family has too stinking money? But is taking your family's money here to squander. The most disliked is your kind of people. With a dog like outside biting people. Zhang Ning spoke back nonchalantly, infuriating Wang Wei and Zhang Xiaomei, whose faces turned green. You kid is ing looking for death. Wang Wei finally couldn't help himself and clenched up his fist and slammed it towards Zhang Ning. When the fist reached Zhang Ning's heel, Zhang Ning merely laughed coldly. Embroidered fists. Compared to the brutality in the number, it was not even in the same league. Zhang Ning's body was slightly sideways, grabbed Wang Wei's fist, followed by an over-the-shoulder fall. Wang Wei ruthlessly fell to the ground. There was a muffled thud, followed by Wang Wei's screams and curses. Wei, how are you doing? Zhang Ning, how could you hit someone? Zhang Xiaomei instantly became anxious and bellowed. The one thing Zhang Ning was most displeased with was a rich son like Wang Wei. When he was wrongfully imprisoned, it was because the other party had the money to buy off the witnesses and make himself the scapegoat. Zhang Ning's brows furrowed, clenching his fists, ready to attack Wang Wei once more, but realized that his arm was being pulled by Yi Ling. Hey, don't mess around. He's the young master of the Wang group. If you offend him, you won't want to stay in Su Xian County in the future. Yi Ling pulled Zhang Ning back and whispered in Zhang Ning's ear, already putting away the capriciousness of a young lady and very seriously persuading Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning instantly fell silent. If it wasn't for the other party making the first move, Zhang Ning wouldn't have fought back. This counting, at best, it was Wang Wei who he had humiliated himself. Yi big beautiful girl, even you are afraid of him? Zhang Ning couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yi Ling and said, in Zhang Ning's eyes, Yi Ling is a fearless young lady, did not think that there will be a time when he was afraid. In fact, the most surprised, or Yi Ling, she did not expect Zhang Ning's hands actually so good. He was in the payment of a moment. Zhang Ning has already knocked down Wang Wei. One must know that Wang Wei usually had fitness. His body bones were very sturdy, not just anyone could put down. Zhang Ning, don't mess around. I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Ling called Zhang Ning's name for the first time, and her whole body looked serious, not like she was fighting with Zhang Ning. And at this time, Wang Wei also stood up, originally still wanting to strike out towards Zhang Ning, but was a bit intimidated. Staring angrily at Zhang Ning, he bellowed, damn, kid, you really want to die tight? Dare to hit me? I didn't hit you just now I just hit a dog. What's the matter? Did it hurt Wang Wei you, the rich second generation? Zhang Ning slowly smiled and said, not missing any opportunity to hit back at Wang Wei. Damn, you kid wait, Zhang Ning is it? I do not kill you. Not called Wang Wei. Wang Wei pointed at Zhang Ning and began to let out vicious words. Say it, go on, I'll let you carry it out now, Zhang Ning said, still wanting to make a move. Don't. Yi Ling couldn't even pull Zhang Ning. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ning's fist landed on Wang Wei's face, banging with another muffled sound. Wang Wei's eyes were beaten into black circles. Don't hit the face. Wang Wei was also afraid of Zhang Ning. He didn't think that after he reported his identity, Zhang Ning, a small farmer, still dared to take action against himself, and he hurriedly clutched his head and shouted, what I hit is the face. Zhang Ning did not show any mercy, and the fist in his hand added a few more points of force. Don't hit the face. Don't. The entire shopping mall was filled with Wang Wei's agonizing screams, and Zhang Ning vented all of the anger that he had accumulated over the past 2 years in the number on Wang Wei's body. After a violent beating, Wang Wei's company was already disfigured. His face was so swollen and bruised that he couldn't even recognize his mother. Wei, are you alright? Wei? Zhang Xiaomei anxiously went to assist Wang Wei, but it looked a little difficult. Bitch, get the hell away from me. Wang Wei was completely enraged by Zhang Ning, shaking off Zhang Xiaomei's hand and cursing with his mouth open. Wei, ouch, kid, you have ing balls? Wait. Wang Wei staggered to his feet, pointing at Zhang Fan, his body wavering, and his eyes swollen into a slit. Still not rolling? Zhang Ning raised his hand, making an appearance of continuing to beat someone up. Frightened, Wang Wei fell to the ground as soon as he could, and quickly climbed up again, rushing out like crazy. Zhang Xiaomei, on the other hand, chased after him, still constantly calling out Wang Wei's name. Wei, wait for me. The commotion on Zhang Ning's side also attracted quite a few onlookers from the mall, and it was only after Wang Wei fled in a sorry state that the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. At this time, Yi Ling's ugly face, placed in front of Zhang Ning, tone, with anger, Zhang Ning, do you know how much trouble you have caused? I know, isn't it just the son of the wine group? It's him I hit. Zhang Ning shrugged his shoulders, his clothes indifferent. I really can't help you. Wang Wei's father, Wang Jianye, is famous in the business circle for protecting his shortcomings, not to mention whether Wang Jianye will let you go. Just Wang Wei's nature, he will find someone to put you to death. At this time, Yi Ling, looking exceptionally sensible, reminded up Zhang Ning, so what? I say ye big beauty, you don't need to be so nervous, this thing has nothing to do with you. Have you bought the underwear yet? Bought good should go back, otherwise when it gets dark, the road to my village will not be easy to walk, Zhang Ning slowly said, revealing a smile. For this matter, Zhang Ning's performance, was that he didn't care at all? Humph, I kindly reminded you, but you don't appreciate it. Do what you like, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Yi Ling received Zhang Ning's influence, and the worry within her heart followed the dissipation of smoke. Once again, she fought with Zhang Ning. Ha ha, let's go. Zhang Ning laughed out loud, and with that, he lifted up the shopping bag on the ground and took the lead towards the entrance of the mall. Yi Ling stood still, looking at Zhang Ning's back, suddenly having a strange feeling inside, and the actions just now made Yi Ling impressed with Zhang Ning, but Zhang Ning's ungratefulness made Yi Ling stomp her foot in anger, and unhappily followed her. Chapter 23, Visiting Auntie Zhou. After walking out of the shopping mall, Zhang Ning rode his motorcycle as if nothing had happened. Looking at the sky, it was already late. Zhang Ning intended to send Yi Ling back. Yi Ling followed Zhang Ning's footsteps and walked out, looking at Zhang Ning with an unhappy face before saying, hey, I'm not taking your motorcycle, I'll take a taxi back. What? Just don't dare to sit? Zhang Ning deliberately stimulated Yi Ling, playing with the sharp brakes on a motorcycle. Zhang Ning was able to take advantage of the sentence tremendously. Whatever you say, you just violently beat up Wang Wei. You've already caused trouble. I don't care about you. Take care of yourself. I don't need you to send me. Yi Ling said, walked to the side of the road and beckoned. A cab drove over. Yi Ling did not look back and got into the car. Watching Yi Ling's car slowly leave, Zhang Ning also let out a long sigh. This $1,000 miss would actually have times when she was worried about others. However, Zhang Ning had no regrets at all about the fact that he had violently beaten up Wang Wei, those who were bullying others and had power and influence. Zhang Ning was most displeased with them. Now Zhang Ning not only did not feel the great difficulty, but instead is the heart of a lot of comfort. After returning to Whitewater Village, the sky quickly darkened. Zhang Ning bought some fruit on the road, sent to Uncle Lu's home. After all, these 2 days have borrowed Uncle Lu's motorcycle. Delayed people's work always have to mean a little. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu see Zhang Ning also sell fruit too, the heart that is very happy, and let your brother Zhang Ning stay to finish eating, but also to the Zhang Ning stuffed with wild fruits. Zhang Ning also feel a little embarrassed, took a wild fruit and went home. Just as he entered his home, Zhang Ning saw Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan chatting at home, as if they were talking about things in the village. Ning Zi, you're back. How much did you sell the bamboo rats for? Lu Tsuilan saw her son come back, and her face was beaming with joy. During this period of time, Zhang Ning had earned quite a lot of money, and anyone else would be happy in their heart. Mom and Dad, today plus yesterday's bamboo rats, together sold more than $50,000. The money is here. You two old man put it away, Zhang Ning said, placing the $50,000 he had taken out in front of Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan both froze. They had farmed for their entire lives and had never seen so much money before. In the past, people in the village would often catch bamboo rats, but at most, they could only catch 2 or 3. Like Zhang Ning, hundreds at a time. Whitewater Village was still the first. What are you doing? You earned the money yourself, keep it for yourself. What's the point of giving it to us? Zhang Xiaojun said blandly, his tone filled with stubbornness. Dad, look at what you said. These 2 years squatting in the number. I didn't honor you guys either. Besides, now I'm not short of money. Last time I sold ginseng, there's still half of it. These money from the sale of the bamboo rats. Let's just say that I'm honoring you guys. Just keep it. 2 years of time. Zhang Ning left his hometown. In the number of incomparable miss their parents, feel too much indebted to their parents, and now can only earn more money, so that the too old people to enjoy the blessings before it's too late. That's right, it's rare that Ning Zi has a share of the heart. You old reject the child's good intentions. Why all this? Lu Tsuilan was not so stubborn and always helped Zhang Ning, while Zhang Xiaojun only listened to Lu Tsuilan. Ningzi, I won't spend this money on you. I'll just keep it for you. Zhang Xiaojun took advantage of his face and put away Zhang Ning's $50,000. Yesterday, when Zhang Ning gave Zhang Xiaojun $7,000, Zhang Xiaojun refused to take it, but this time, he wasn't as stubborn. A dinner, spent in the laughter. Zhang Ning mood is also very good. Had intended to go to the citrus field to see, but Zhang Ning's ghostly walked to the end of the village. As soon as it was dark, Zhang Ning's mind remembered the half day yesterday. The widow Zhou touched the dark to his room window, came to tell himself that he would wait for himself at home tonight, which made Zhang Ning a little impatient. So as he walked to the end of the village, and from afar, he watched as a dim light was on in widow Zhou's house. Many people in Whitewater Village used incandescent lamps, and energy-saving lamps hadn't been touched much, so the lights in the homes were rather dim. Of course, the brightest family in the village is the village head Zhang Wenxing's house. The entire village, only his family built a two-story new house, usually 80% no less abuse of power to get oil. Zhang Ning's footsteps stopped in front of the widow's house. The door is hidden. Zhang Ning in the doorway contemplation for a long time, and ultimately could not help but whispered to call an aunt, but there is no one inside to respond. Auntie Zhou, are you at home? I'm coming in huh? Zhang Ning said, and gently pushed open the hidden door. Squeak! The sound of opening the door was extraordinarily clear in the silent night. Zhang Ning raised his guts and walked into widow Zhou's home. His eyes followed the light inside and did not find widow Zhou's voice. Just when Zhang Ning was ready to leave, the inner room of Zhou widow's house was a burst of flirtatious woman's voice. Zhang Ning heard it and instantly froze, his heart still rambling up. I'll go. It can't be Auntie Zhou doing something in there, right? Zhang Ning remembered the scene he saw in the cornfield that day. Maybe, widow Zhou is working with the village chief in. Zhang Ning didn't dare to think further. Curiosity had already taken over Zhang Ning's mind. Zhang Ning moved his feet, walked to the door of the inner room, and slowly pulled open the curtain, only to see that, inside the inner room, widow Zhou was embroidering shoe insoles, and at the moment, she was holding her fingers in her mouth, having just let out a shriek probably because the embroidery needle had stabbed her hand. Ning Zi, you're here? Widow Zhou suddenly looked up, and when she saw Zhang Ning's arrival, a hint of joy immediately appeared on her face. Auntie Zhou, why are you embroidering shoe insoles in the inner room and not turning on the lights? Can you see clearly? Zhang Ning asked curiously. Zhang Ning didn't believe that this widow Zhou was embroidering in this pitch-black house, but she was definitely sneaking around doing something unseemly. Hearing Zhang Ning's arrival, so she pretended to be embroidering shoe insoles. Isn't this a broken lamp? It was fine a moment ago, causing me to stab my hand. Widow Zhou slowly smiled and said, let's see. Zhang Ning froze and reached out to touch the open light on the wall. Tick! With the sound of a switch, the lights in the inner room were turned on, illuminating the entire room. Although the incandescent light appeared dim, Zhang Ning was able to clearly see that on widow Zhou's body, she was draped in a quilt, as if she was about to get ready for bed. Auntie, are you going to sleep? I'd better go back then. Zhang Ning glanced at widow Zhou and turned around, about to leave the place, but was called back by widow Zhou. Chapter 24, The Village Chief's Trap. Ningzi, wait, since we're here, let's sit down and have a chat. Why are you in such a hurry? Auntie is not a tigress. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Widow Zhou called out to Zhang Ning, who also stopped in her tracks. Auntie, 2 days ago, you were always looking for me. Is there something wrong? I still have a lot of things going on in this field. Zhang Ning stood at the doorway of the inner room and slowly said. Zhang Ning didn't dare to walk in. If widow Zhou had another messy move later, I'm afraid Zhang Ning wouldn't be able to get out of it. Look at you in a hurry. It's actually nothing. Recently my body is a bit uncomfortable. I'm a woman and I don't have a man, so I want to let you, Ning Zi, take a look for me. Widow Zhou said blandly. Ha? Zhang Ning was slightly stunned. He did have the ability to cure diseases, but how did this widow Zhou know about it? Is it okay? Otherwise, do you really think I want to do that? I'm not serious. Widow Zhou complained, glanced at Zhang Ning, and said in a bad mood. Zhang Ning also walked into the inner room somewhat involuntarily, followed by, Auntie, where are you uncomfortable? Zhang Ning instinctively asked. Being a healer, he naturally had the heart to save people. Here, widow Zhou pointed at her shoulder, then suddenly pulled her clothes down by half a point. Cough. Zhang Ning dryly coughed twice, knowing that this widow Zhou was unsettled, and turned around to leave, while saying, Auntie, I still have things to do. I really have to go first. I'll come back to see you some other day. Just at this time, a murmuring clamor suddenly came from outside widow Zhou's door. Inside, right inside, quick, only to see the clamor and messy footsteps getting closer and closer. A group of village men suddenly rushed into Widow Zhou's home. Everyone was holding a wooden stick in their hands, and the person leading them was none other than the village head Zhang Wenshang. But when the villagers saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. They never thought that they would be able to see such a fragrant scene in Widow Zhou's house. Even more so, they hadn't expected that Zhang Ning would walk from the head of the village to the end of the village to look for Widow Zhou. Ningzi, why are you here? Uncle Li, who served as a village cadre, looked at Zhang Ning in surprise and couldn't help but lose his voice. Do you guys believe me when I say that I'm here to see Auntie Zhou? Zhang Ning knew that things were in trouble, and didn't even know how to explain himself. Humph, do you need to strip naked to see a doctor? Don't you know that men and women are not related? Zhang Wenshang, with a big belly, took a step forward, pointed at Zhang Ning and bellowed, Village chief, things really aren't what you think. If you don't believe me, you can ask Auntie Zhou. Zhang Ning knew that he could not defend himself with 100 words, and could only look towards Widow Zhou. Hearing Zhang Ning's words, everyone's gazes gathered on Widow Zhou, not only because they wanted to learn the truth from Widow Zhou's mouth, but also because Widow Zhou wasn't wearing anything on her body. Widow Zhou quickly pulled the clothes by the bedside over her body, while wrapping her exposed body in the air with the quilt. Only after covering herself tightly did Widow Zhou open her mouth and said, Just now Ningzi took advantage of me being asleep, so he rushed into my home and tried to commit violence against me. When Widow Zhou said this, she immediately shocked Zhang Ning. He never expected that Widow Zhou would actually say such words. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that she had helped him, he would be in a very difficult situation right now. Auntie Zhou, just now obviously wasn't like this. I came from the head of the village to see you, and realized that you were having a hard time, so I helped you look at your body. You actually said this? Zhang Ning felt extremely anxious at this time, and seemed to have realized that he had fallen into a trap. When Zhang Ning understood, he then looked at the village head Zhang Wensheng and realized that on Zhang Wensheng's face, there was a trace of a weird smile. Could it be that this was all a play put on by Zhang Wensheng and Widow Zhou? Zhang Ning lowered his head and thought carefully, and finally figured out the whole story. When he looked at the cornfield and saw Widow Zhou and the village head cheating, when Zhang Ning wanted to contract that piece of barren land at the entrance of the village, he had threatened Zhang Wensheng, the village chief, with this matter. It didn't occur to him that Zhang Wensheng was harboring a grudge, so that's why he used the Widow Zhou and tried to frame himself. Otherwise, Widow Zhou wouldn't have come to herself so often, and Zhang Wensheng wouldn't have shown up at Widow Zhou's house at this time with the villagers. Zhang Ning, how else do you want to explain? When you committed a crime and squatted in the prison for 2 years, I didn't expect that you'd just been released and moved on again. If you ask me, we should drive people like Zhang Ning out of our Whitewater village. The village head Zhang Wenshen was fanning the flames on the side, just wanting to make Zhang Ning look bad. There's nothing to explain. The truth is what I said. Village chief, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? 2 days ago, I even saw you and Auntie Zhou in the cornfield behind the village. I think you were afraid that I would tell. That's why you made a scene, right? By this time, Zhang Ning wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it by saying it. You fart. I am innocent with this widow. How could I possibly cheat? And I also have a wife and child. Don't talk nonsense here. Spit blood. Zhang Wensheng immediately liked it when Zhang Ning said so. Although Zhang Wensheng held the position of village chief in the village, but the reputation has not been good. In the end, how is a person? Everyone knew it in their hearts. And Zhang Ning's words undoubtedly caused everyone to cast a skeptical gaze towards Zhang Wensheng. Whether what I said is true or false, you know in your own heart, folks. Although I, Zhang Ning, used to squat in the number. However, the reason for going in was because of bravery and courage, and those powerful people in the city framed me, and that's why I squatted in the number. Zhang Ning slowed down his breath and continued. However, since I came back, what kind of person I, Zhang Ning, am everyone can see in their eyes, and I don't want to explain more about this matter today. Zhang Ning's mood appeared heavy. He once had a criminal record, and it was hard to believe what he said. Zhang Ning, cut the nonsense here. Folks, listen to me. Drive Zhang Ning out of Whitewater Village. Zhang Wensheng began to coax, inciting everyone to make a move. However, after Zhang Wensheng's words were spoken, there were not many people who directly made a move, but instead looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. After all, what Zhang Lin did in the village during this period of time impressed all the villagers, not to mention seeing that the barren land at the entrance of the village was planted, but also selling medicinal tea at the entrance of the village from time to time, sometimes also free to give everyone, so that the group are benefited. These are let the villagers cannot get off. Morsum do not quite believe that Zhang Ning will do out of this kind of rape of the widow's action. For a moment, everyone was silent, while Zhang Wensheng saw the scene, but his heart became more and more anxious. Chapter 25, Who Hit My Father? Folks, what are you waiting for? Do it! Zhang Wensheng was getting more and more anxious. inciting everyone to want to tie Zhang Ning up. This time, no one had any thoughts of making a move, and at this time, Uncle Li also stood out. Village chief, I don't think Ningzi is that kind of person. I don't think he is either. Uncle Li stood out to help Zhang Lin, and immediately, among the crowd, they all followed and agreed. Village chief, those who are clear and those who are turbid are turbid. It's useless for you to speak alone, even if everyone sees it. It may not necessarily be true. One day, I will present the evidence in front of the townspeople, and then I'll see what else you have to say. Zhang Ning said while the iron was hot. Then how do you explain what just happened? Even Widow Zhou said that you tried to rape her. Zhang Wensheng said anxiously. Even his words were a bit unclear. Then how did you know that I was here at Widow Zhou's place, occupying everyone's visitor? Zhang Wensheng, that Zhang Wensheng was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Widow Zhou, who had been hiding inside the quilt, also finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Everyone disperse? Just now. It might be that I misunderstood Ning Zi. He didn't do anything to me. He just helped me check my body. When it came to things like this, Widow Zhou's skin was also very thin. After all, the 2 sections of cucumber in the house were still lying on the ground. Being seen was not good after all. Widow Zhou, you'd better think clearly if that's the case. Hearing this widow's words, Zhang Wensheng looked even more anxious. With things having developed to this point, Zhang Ning only smiled slowly and hurriedly said, Village chief, now that Auntie Zhou has said that I didn't do anything to her, what else do you want? That's right, Village chief, wasn't it you who told us to come and arrest people? It's all right now. What's the fuss about? It's a big night. Let's all hurry back to bed. Uncle Li was still on Zhang Ning's side, and with that, he waved his hand, telling everyone to hurry up and leave. Let's all go. Let's go. The other Widow Zhou has said it's fine. Why stay here? Hurry back and rest. The group put down the sticks in their hands and followed one by one out of Widow Zhou's house, leaving only the village chief with an ugly face. Zhang Ning coldly glanced at the village chief while revealing a look that said I won't stop just like that before walking out as well. Zhang Ning was able to awaken out of his predicament this time, all because, after coming back to the village, Zhang Ning had been nice to the townspeople and got along fairly well, so Uncle Li would help himself. If he hadn't sent medicinal tea or something to the group, then he might have really fallen for Zhang Wensheng's cunning plan today and been driven out of the village. After leaving Widow Zhou's house, Zhang Ning quickly walked back home, and when he arrived at the doorstep, he went to the citrus field without worrying about it, explored it, and made sure that there were no bamboo rats or anything like that. Before returning home, early the next morning, gossip about Zhang Ning and Widow Zhou spread throughout the village, and everyone was gossiping about Zhang Ning. Even the 3-year-olds in the village knew about it, which made Zhang Ning feel angry. Zhang Wensheng's handle must not be caught by Zhang Ning, otherwise, Zhang Ning would never let Zhang Wensheng have a good time. During the morning, Zhang Ning didn't go anywhere, just lying down inside the citrus field. Using his divine power to probe the growth of the citrus saplings, he found that the citrus saplings were growing much faster than other ordinary trees, and now only a few days later they were already as thick as a child's arm. Ordinary citrus trees would normally not mature until the following year, and would only bear fruit the following year. But after the genetic modification of Zhang Ning's divine power, these citrus saplings, which were growing rapidly, were estimated to bear fruit this year. Zhang Ning stayed in the citrus field until high noon, choosing to avoid listening to the gossip in the village. At mealtime, Zhang Ning went home but realized that his parents hadn't come back to cook, and didn't think much about it in his heart. Instead, after waiting at home for half an hour, Zhang Ning suddenly felt that something was wrong. This morning, Zhang Ning seemed to have heard Zhang Xiaojun say that he was going to go to a trip to the town. Because of today's fair here, many villagers in the village will take advantage of this time to go to town to buy some household goods. According to the normal situation, this time should also come back to Zhang Ning some press want to go to find their father, when the door suddenly came a burst of messy footsteps, only to see next door Uncle Lu rushed over with a big run, panting and standing at the door of Zhang Ning's house. Seeing Zhang Ning immediately said, Ningzi, no, it's not good. Your father, he's had an accident. What? When Zhang Ning heard these words, a bad feeling surged through Zhang Ning's heart. Your dad is in town? Being beaten by someone, he's now lying in the Chinese hospital in town. Go and take a look. Uncle Lu gasped for air and said anxiously, What? Uncle Lu, is your motorcycle here? Lend it to me. Zhang Ning instantly became a bit flustered and quickly ran out. Uncle Lu borrowed the motorcycle. It's parked right at the door. Here, the keys, Uncle Lu said as he flung the keys to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning took the keys with one hand, mounted the motorcycle, the throttle in his hand fiercely added, rushed out at the fastest speed, not caring whether the road out of the village entrance was good or not, all the way over the bumps, rushed to the city in a hurry. After spending half an hour, Jiang Ning finally arrived at the hospital. According to the location that Uncle Lu said, Jiang Ning found the third floor of the Chinese hospital. He found Lu Tsuilan standing at the entrance of the operating room anxiously waiting, her face already flooded with tears. "Mom, are you alright? What happened to my dad?" Jiang Ning rushed to Lu Tsuilan's front, and then checked up, realizing that Lu Tsuilan wasn't in any serious trouble. It was just that his own father was being operated on inside the operating room. "Ning Zi, you finally came. Your father, he was beaten up, and it seems to be very serious. He is now undergoing surgery inside. Oh, please don't be okay." Lu Tsuilan was crying. The tears in the corner of her eyes could no longer be held back. "Don't worry, Dad, he will be fine. Everything has me in it. Mom, you tell me who hit my dad? I'll find him and settle the score." Jiang Ning had never been so angry before. His parents had worked their whole lives for him, and now they were beaten up. Jiang Ning would never let it go. "I don't know. I was in town to buy something, when a few young guys suddenly appeared, grabbed your dad and just beat him up, saying that you offended some Mr. Wang blah blah blah, and also said that it will be your turn soon, so be careful in the future. Ning Zi, tell Mom, did you get into trouble outside?" Lu Tsuilan said with a crying face, her face full of worry and fear. When Jiang Ning heard Lu Tsuilan's words, his heart immediately had a bottom. The person surnamed Wang, besides Wang Wei, who else would there be? Just Jiang Ning did not expect Wang Wei so quickly, but also found his own father. It seems that yesterday beat him less. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but clench his fists, the flame of anger burning up in Jiang Ning's heart. Chapter 26, Seeing Old Mr. Zhao again. Wang Wei, anger, making Jiang Ning somewhat unable to calm down, viciously shouted out Wang Wei's name and slammed his fist on the hospital wall. Bang! A muffled sound resounded in the corridor of the hospital, and Mitsubishi's powerful force left a fist imprint on the wall of the hospital, and Lu Tsuilan, who was watching, was terrified. "Ningzi, what are you doing? Is the hand alright?" Lu Tsuilan anxiously walked to Jiang Ning's front and grabbed Jiang Ning's hand to check it out. "Mom, I'm fine. Let's wait for Dad to come out." Jiang Ning slowly revealed a smile that had calmed down and said, before pulling Lu Tsuilan to sit on a nearby stool. Lu Tsuilan nodded her head slightly and sat on the stool with Jiang Ning anxiously waiting for half an hour before the door to the operating room was opened. The moment the door opened, Jiang Ning and Lu Tsuilan immediately walked up, and well, Zhang Xiaojun was lying on a cart, being pushed out by the doctor from inside. "Doctor, how is my father?" Jiang Ning anxiously asked the doctor. "He's still in a coma as well. What kind of person are you with the patient? If it's convenient, go to the first floor and pay the medical bills." The doctor's tone was cold, and after glancing at Jiang Ning, he slowly said, "Fine. Mom, you watch over Dad. I'll go pay the money first." Jiang Ning said, letting Lu Tsuilan watch his father while he quickly ran down to the first floor of the hospital. When paying the bill, the medical fee was a big shock to Jiang Ning, totaling more than 30,000 yuan, saying that it was a major surgery. Jiang Ning didn't ask too many questions, and after paying all the money, he returned to the hospitalization department on the third floor. When Jiang Ning returned to the hospital room, Zhang Xiaojun was still in a coma, while Lu Tsuilan was holding Zhang Xiaojun's hand and crying in a low voice. After Jiang Ning walked into the hospital room, the first thing he did was to use his divine power to check on his father's physical condition. It was discovered that not only were 2 of his ribs broken, but even the leg bone of his lower leg was crushed and fractured, making his injuries very serious. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows as all of the divine power in his mind surged into his father's body, then began using his divine power to articulate those broken nerves. Only after it was slightly repaired did Jiang Ning let out a long sigh and found the office of the doctor who had just operated on his father, knocked on the door and walked in. "Hello doctor, I would like to ask what exactly is going on with my father." Even though Jiang Ning had already fully understood Zhang Xiaojun's physical condition, he still overheard the doctor. "Your father just broke a few bones, nothing serious. There's no need to worry. By the way, has the medical bill been paid?" The attending doctor glanced at Jiang Ning with some impatience, then slowly said, as if Jiang Ning couldn't pay the medical bills, "What do you mean it's just a few broken bones? Do you know that the surgery you performed didn't even connect some of the internal nervous system? Do you call this surgery?" The attitude of the attending doctor made Jiang Ning feel irritated, and he couldn't help but question him. "What do you know? If I say it's fine, and a small peasant from the countryside is talking about surgery here? Have you paid up your medical bills yet? I'll cut off your father's medication if you haven't. This is a hospital, not a shelter." The attending doctor snorted and said, sizing up Jiang Ning's body with a mocking gaze, "What kind of attitude do you have? How could the hospital have a doctor like you? Call your dean out. I want to talk to him." Sorting out his irritation, he pointed at the attending doctor and bellowed, "If he didn't come on strong, Did he really think that rural people were easy to bully? What kind of person are you? Is the dean something you can just say you want to see? The attending doctor also put down the pen in his hand and stood up to say loudly to Zhang Ning, "What's so great about holding a doctor's license? Don't be so arrogant." Zhang Ning grimaced and said coldly, "What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll kick you out right now." The attending doctor, flauntingly pointing at Zhang Ning, made a move to kick him out. Zhang Ning frowned and looked at the work card sitting on the doctor's desk, on which was written his name, Zhou Yao, and just as the atmosphere between the two of them, Zhang Ning and Zhou Yao, appeared to be very tense. A sound of footsteps came from outside the door of the office, only to see that a middle-aged man was now at the door of the office. Looking at the two people in the office, he couldn't help but smooth the goatee on his chin. When Zhang Ning saw the visitor, he froze a little. The other party was none other than the old Chinese doctor that Lu Cheng had invited last time when he was treating Wu Ying at her home. "Old Mr. Zhao Xingwu Zhao. Zhang Ning, why are you here?" Zhao Xingwu was also visibly stunned when he saw Zhang Lin. "Old Mr. Zhao, my father was hospitalized today, so I came over to take a look, and you're the one who came here." For Zhao Shengwu, Zhang Ning was still very polite. After all, Zhao Shengwu's origin was not small. "Oh, then do you want me to help you take a look at your father?" "Ha ha, almost forgot. You are also a divine doctor, ah." Zhao Shengwu smiled and spoke up. The atmosphere in the scene instantly eased up quite a bit. Vice President, why are you here?" Just as Zhang Min and Zhao Xingwu were talking, the attending Dr. Zhou Yao suddenly lost his voice. Hearing Zhou Yao's words, Zhang Ning once again froze, not having thought that Zhao Xingwu would actually be the vice president of the county Chinese hospital. "Old Mr. Zhao, it turns out that you are the vice dean. There just happens to be something to tell you. This attending doctor of yours has a very bad attitude towards the patient. To operate on such a serious matter, and to not even connect some nerves on the muscles, it's simply a mess." Since the vice president was Zhao Xingwu, then Zhang Ning was not polite and said directly, "Like this? I see," Zhao Xingwu said and walked over to Zhou Yao. Then he proceeded to say to Zhou Yao, "Dr. Zhou, after you get off work this afternoon, go to the finance and settle your salary. You don't have to come to work tomorrow." "What, Vice President? No, listen to me. Things aren't like that. It's this little peasant who's talking nonsense here. I've already gotten the surgery done and he's talking to me about how the nerves aren't connected. Do you think she's a little peasant from the countryside who understands this?" Zhou Yao had a bitter look on his face. If he had known that Zhang Ning was on good terms with his vice president, his attitude just now wouldn't have been so harsh. What I let Zhou Yao think even less was that Zhang Ning was a miracle doctor in Zhao Shengwu's eyes, saying that the nerves weren't connected to this thing. If Zhang Ning didn't have the ability to say it, then he was going to be even more incapable. "Do you know the identity of this little brother Zhang Ning? His medical skills are even above mine." "You actually said that he doesn't know. I'm really sweating over your ignorance. I don't see any need to go to work this afternoon. Go to the financial settlement now," Zhao Shengwu said coldly, while slapping on the table, frightening Zhou Yao's body to shiver. "Vice President, no, still not quick enough to get out. Do you want me to personally send you there?" Zhao Xingwu was finally unable to hold his temper and lashed out, and it was the first time that Zhang Ning had seen the usually harmonious Zhao Xingwu lose such a temper. Yes, Zhou Yao didn't dare to speak again, nodding his head repeatedly as he turned around and was about to leave the office. Instead, Zhang Ning called out to Zhou Yao at this time, coldly saying, "Dr. Zhou, I want you to apologize for your words and actions just now, not just to me, but to my father as well." Chapter 27 Medical Seminar. Zhou Yao, who was about to leave, stopped dead in his tracks when he heard Zhang Ning's words, looking at Zhang Ning with a somewhat ugly face, and casting a look of help at Zhao Xingwu. "Do what little brother Zhang Ning says, or you know the consequences." Zhao Shengwu's tone was cold. Zhou Yao clearly understood how powerful Zhao Shengwu's background was and did not dare to disobey. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yao bitterly looked at Zhang Ning before he finally spoke. "Mr. Zhang Ning, just now I had a problem with my attitude. I apologize to you, and I also apologize to your father for the mistake on the surgery." "I'm sorry." "Well, that's more like it." Zhang Ning smiled faintly and nodded slowly. "Then, Vice President, can I leave now?" Zhou Yao said with great difficulty. Having kicked the bucket this time, he could only recognize his own bad luck. "Let's go. In the future, be a little more low-key. It's already considered a blessing that people Zhang Ning didn't pursue your responsibility." Zhao Shengwu waved his hand, signaling that Zhou Yao could leave. Only then did Zhou Yao slink out of the office. At the same time, Zhao Xingwu looked towards Zhang Ning again, revealing a small smile at him, as if the anger from just now had all dissipated. "Zhang Ning, for Zhou Yao's surgery, I can only say sorry to you. How about this? Let me personally give your father a look at his injuries. This matter, our hospital is always responsible." What do you think? Zhao Xingwu slowly said. He didn't dare to hide anything at all, because he had seen Zhang Ning administering needles, and that set of lost Shennong needle technique was already enough to prove that Zhang Ning's medical skills were above Zhao Xingwu's. Then I'll be obliged to old Mr. Zhao. Zhang Ning did not refuse. With an old Chinese doctor like Zhao Xingwu around, Zhang Ning was also very relieved. The two returned to Zhang Xiujuan's hospital room side by side. Lu Tsuilan's face was still covered in worry, vaguely visible tears hanging on her face, and her entire person looked haggard. Zhang Ning looked at the some heartache. Originally also thought to let the two old people enjoy a good time, but did not think that Wang Wei, that bastard, actually started on his own parents. Zhang Ning will never let go of him. Hello, I am the vice president of the hospital. Can you let me check the condition of the injured? Zhao Xingwu was very polite and even bowed in front of Lu Tsuilan. Lu Tsuilan nodded and slowly stood up, and Zhang Ning hurriedly went over to assist Lu Tsuilan, only to see that Zhao Xingwu walked to Zhang Xiaojuan's front and placed his finger on Zhang Xiaojuan's pulse. It was only after a long time that he straightened up and smoothed his goatee before casting an inquiring gaze towards Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning nodded slightly, and Zhao Xingwu followed suit, pulling out a silver needle from his waist before beginning to apply needles on Zhang Xiaojuan's body. Zhao Shengwu's technique was skillful, and was much more powerful than Zhang Ning's first time, although Zhang Ning did not recognize this set of needles that Zhao Xingwu was performing. The memory of the divine peasant inheritance in his mind told Zhang Ning that this was not a simple set of needles. Zhao Shengwu's movements were very swift, and in a tight 10 seconds or so, he had already landed silver needles at the major acupoints of Zhang Xiaojuan's body, and Zhang Ning stood to the side as his divine power surged into Zhang Xiaojuan's body. It was discovered that under Zhao Shengwu's needles, some of those nerves that Zhang Ning had not been able to connect just a moment ago were actually propelled by a warm current, and ended up connecting to each other. Sensing this scene, Zhang Ning couldn't help but be somewhat impressed with this Zhao Xingwu. The divine doctor's skill in his body was not something to be reckoned with, and at this time, the door of the ward has been surrounded by a sound and nurses. Each are whispering sound. Ordinary people cannot hear, but Zhang Ning was able to hear clearly. Who is that person? He was able to get the vice president to personally treat him, so he must be a big shot. That's right, but I think they're just farmers from the countryside. You know, our vice dean never heals people. Shoo, keep your voice down. The vice president's least favorite thing is to be discriminated against peasants. The people outside spoke one sentence after another, letting Zhang Ning learn quite a bit of information, but in order to let Zhao Xingwu have a quiet environment, Zhang Ning closed the door of the ward. After a long time, Zhao Xingwu withdrew his needles, and Zhang Ning's divine power was also withdrawn from Zhang Xiaojuan's body, and the two of them exchanged his glances, both revealing smiles. Little brother Zhang Ning, your father isn't in any serious trouble anymore. He should wake up soon, Zhao Xingwu slowly said. Thank you, old Mr. Zhao. Zhang Ning was also polite and said gratefully. In fact, in Zhao Shengwu's opinion, this was nothing more than a show of his hands. Even if he didn't make a move, with Zhang Ning's medical skills, it would still be a handful. It was just that by doing so, he was not only able to show off his medical skills in front of Zhang Ning, but he was also able to sell Zhang Ning a favor. So why not? Zhang Ning, you're too polite. Healer, I'm just doing what I should do. I wonder if it's convenient to take a step without talking? Zhao Xingwu put away the silver needle, then said to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning nodded and looked towards Lu Tsuilan. Mom, you take care of Dad. I have something to discuss with old Mr. Zhao. Well, don't worry about it, I've got you here, Lu Tsuilan said with a relieved smile. Zhang Ning patted Lu Tsuilan's calloused hand, and then followed Zhao Xingwu out of the hospital room and inside Zhao Shengwu's office. After entering, Zhao Xingwu gestured for Zhang Ning to casually sit down before he opened his mouth and said, Zhang Ning, your father's matter. Zhao Xingwu wanted to speak again and again. Seems to know, so ask. Some not very appropriate, but cannot help but ask Zhang Ning up. I guess 80% in the Wang group's Wang Wei can't get out of it. This matter, don't bother Mr. Zhao worrying about it. Zhang Ning's brows furrowed. The mention of Wang Wei brought fire to Zhang Ning's heart. It was me who was rude. In fact, I'm looking for you because there's one thing that I want to ask you for. 3 days from now, at the Xiangxin International Hotel, there will be a medical seminar organized by our Zhao family. At that time, all the major famous doctors will be there. I would like to ask you to attend. I don't know if it's convenient, Zhao Xingwu said very sincerely. Please, can't be said yet. You are somewhat overestimating me, old Mr. Zhao, but since you invited me like this, there's no reason for me not to go. 3 days later, I will definitely be there on time. Zhang Ning bowed his head and contemplated for a moment. In his heart, he thought, this is a good opportunity to be able to make friends with all the major leaders in the medical field. For Zhang Ning in the future, it will also be of great help, so he simply agreed. That's really great. You as the heir of the Shennong clan, such an occasion is not to be. That's not really acceptable. Then it's a deal. The time is 3 days later, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiongsan International Hotel. Zhao Xingwu saw that Jiang Ning had agreed, and immediately smiled happily. Jiang Ning also revealed a smile, but in his heart, he had a new thought. Just now, Zhao Xingwu had mentioned the heir of the Shennong clan, and if he really went to the medical seminar with this identity, he was afraid that there would be some unnecessary trouble yet. Chapter 28, Letting You Make a Name for Yourself. Old Mr. Zhao, there's nothing much going on, so I'll go check on my father. Jiang Ning also nodded her head, thinking of her father in her heart. After such a big thing happened, Jiang Ning would want to be by her father's side. Zhao Xingwu didn't say anything more and let Jiang Ning go back. When Jiang Ning returned to the ward, Zhang Xiaojun had already woken up. Lu Tsuilan was feeding him water to drink. Dad, you're awake. How do you feel? Jiang Ning's heart was overjoyed, so he rushed to Zhang Xiaojun's bedside and asked anxiously, "Can't die?" Zhang Xiaojun's cold words made Jiang Ning froze for a moment, unable to help but lower his head in contemplation. His own father was stubborn and had been beaten up like this. He also heard that it was because of Jiang Ning that someone beat him up, so Zhang Xiaojun's heart, at the moment, had a gas blocking it. Look at what you're saying. Ning Zi is also worried about you, and just now he even looked for the director of someone else's hospital. Now that the person is fine, can't you say something nice? Lu Tsuilan gave Zhang Xiaojun a glance and said. Jiang Ning sighed heavily and somewhat reluctantly flashed a smile at Lu Tsuilan and Zhang Xiaojun. Then he said, "Dad, this matter is also blamed on me. Don't worry, I will solve this matter. You recuperate from your injuries. The things at home, there is me. You don't have to worry about it." Jiang Ning didn't know what else to say. Zhang Xiaojun's stubborn temper, in addition to Lu Tsuilan, is the 9 oxen can't pull back. After that, Jiang Ning went to the hospital door to buy some fruit, and went across the street to buy a few bowls of kanji to the 2 old sent up. Before the medical expenses spent more than 30,000 yuan. Jiang Ning also some heartache. If he was there, according to his own medical skills, Zhang Xiaojun's injuries, there is no problem at all. Now Jiang Ning can only hope that Zhang Xiaojun can quickly get well. After a long day of work, until Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan went to sleep, Jiang Ning secretly probed his divine power into Zhang Xiaojun's body, quietly helping Zhang Xiaojun to repair it. After taking care of everything, Jiang Ning laid down on a hospital bench and slept. And the next day Jiang Ning bought breakfast for the 2 old men early, said a word, and left the hospital. Jiang Ning to the hospital, from the hospital riding a motorcycle, all the way wildly to the Wang Group's office building. Standing in the doorway of the office building, he didn't care if his body was able to withstand the consumption of divine power, and directly probed out madly, enveloping the entire office building. Immediately, everyone within the Wang Group building was presented in Jiang Ning's mind, and in just a moment, Jiang Ning discovered Wang Wei. At this moment, Wang Wei was riding in the elevator coming downstairs. The bruises on his face had not yet subsided. Wang Wei had been received on the negative floor, got into a small car, drove and was ready to leave. Jiang Ning did not scare the snake, but followed behind Wang Wei. This Wang Wei actually shot at his own father. Then do not blame Jiang Ning ruthless. The car followed Wang Wei, actually came to the door of the hotel. Jiang Ning could not help but curse, was beaten into this, and still have the heart to think about that thing between men. Watching Wang Wei enter the hotel elevator, Jiang Ning parked his motorcycle and was about to follow him, but he found Zhang Xiaomei's figure at the entrance. Zhang Xiaomei sneakily looked in front of and behind her, as if she was afraid of being discovered, and after determining that there was no one around to follow, she quickly walked into the hotel. Wang Wei, you like to play, right? I'll let you make a name for yourself today. The corners of Jiang Ning's mouth suddenly surfaced with a hint of a smile, and in his heart, he already had an evil idea. Not long after Wang Wei and Zhang Xiaomei went in, Jiang Ning also followed into the hotel, as the elevator's floor display showed the floor that Wang Wei and Zhang Xiaomei had arrived at. Therefore, Jiang Ning found the 3rd floor quite simply, and afterward, the divine power within Jiang Ning's body still gathered within his own eyes, and the ability of perspective allowed Jiang Ning to see the images within each room on the 3rd floor clearly. With a sweep of his penetrating eyes, Jiang Ning instantly locked onto the room where Wang Wei and Zhang Xiaomei were, and Jiang Ning walked to the doorway, utilizing his divine power to shield the camera before lying down at the doorway to listen to the movements inside. The blushing sounds coming from inside the room. The corner of Jiang Ning's mouth lifted up, and after taking 2 steps back, his feet violently jumped up and kicked at the door of the hotel room. With a loud bang, the hotel door was directly kicked open by Jiang Ning's powerful force, and inside the room, Wang Wei and Zhang Xiaomei immediately panicked and screamed. What's the situation? Jiang Ning? Wang Wei felt a hint of awe at the sight of Jiang Ning, and his voice trembled a little. Zhang Ning, you're crazy. When Zhang Xiaomei saw that the person who kicked the door in was Zhang Ning, she immediately shouted in hysterical rage. He, sorry for disturbing your good deed. Wang Wei, you called for someone to beat up my father. This matter, the consequences are very serious. I see that you haven't grown a memory. Today I'll let you make a name for yourself in Suxian County. Zhang Ning let out a cold laugh. All the anger within him surged out at this moment. You, what do you want? Wang Wei had been severely beaten by Zhang Ning once, and had already developed a fear of Zhang Ning, who was now coming on strong, causing Wang Wei to retreat behind in fear. What for? Letting you make a name for yourself. To learn a lesson. If you dare to make a move on someone close to me again in the future, I will kill someone. Zhang Ning's tone was filled with endless killing intent. If not for the fact that Zhang Ning still had an ounce of sanity right now, I'm afraid that he would have already made a move to kill someone. You, don't mess around. My father is Wang Jianye. Don't mess around. Wang Wei was completely flustered, and Zhang Xiaomei was even more at a loss as to what to do. I don't care if your dad is Wang Jianye or. Zhang Ning roared, rushed up and grabbed Wang Wei, dragged him to the window, pulled open the window glass, violently picked up Wang Wei's body, and threw it down. Don't! Wang Wei's screams immediately came. This is the 3rd floor. Fall down. Even if not dead, will be crippled. However, Zhang Ning did not let Wang Wei get injured. Instead, he wrapped Wang Wei's body with divine power, allowing him to safely land on the ground. When Zhang Xiaomei saw this scene, she thought that Zhang Ning was going to kill him and couldn't think of anything else, so she screamed and rushed out. Zhang Ning didn't go up to chase after him, but instead laughed softly and looked at the downstairs of the hotel, where a large group of news reporters were surrounding Wang Wei and constantly taking pictures. That's right, just now, before Zhang Ning came up, she had already called the major newspaper reporters, saying that there was powerful news here. So at this time, a large number of reporters had gathered at the entrance of the hotel, and Wang Clan's son, Wang Wei, shamelessly exposing himself in front of the hotel. This would be tomorrow's news headline. Don't shoot. No shooting. My father is Wang Jianye. Believe it or not, I'll let you. Don't shoot the face. Don't. Chapter 29. Recovering as before. Zhang Ning looked at the entrance of the hotel, where a large number of reporters were clicking away with their cameras, and his heart was quite relieved. As for Zhang Xiaomei, Zhang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to where she had run off to. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's focus was gathered on Wang Wei's body, Zhang Ning quietly left the hotel and rode his motorcycle back to the hospital. The original money from selling the ginseng was spent most of the way because of the medical bills. Hospitals are always slaughterhouses, and the people who go in are piglets, and it's impossible not to bleed them out a bit. When Zhang Ning saw those medicines used on the medical bill, he didn't say anything more. Indeed, the best medicines were used. Inside the hospital room, Zhang Xiaojun appeared to be in high spirits, and his wounds were recovering exceptionally fast, all relying on Zhang Ning's divine power. Dad, how are you feeling? Zhang Ning sat on Zhang Xiaojun's bedside and asked with concern. Much better. Zhang Xiaojun's anger had subsided, and his tone had eased up quite a bit. Dad, I think I'll be able to leave the hospital in the next 2 days. Staying here and spending a lot on medical bills, I can cure your leg myself, Zhang Ning said solemnly. Indeed, Zhang Ning was carrying the divine peasant inheritance, and there was no need for Zhang Xiaojun to remain in the hospital. If you kid really has this ability, just get me home though. Zhang Xiaojun had already been impressed with his son for a long time, and did not question Zhang Ning's words. Alright then, I'll do the discharge formalities this afternoon, and I'll pick you up and bring you home later. Zhang Ning's heart rejoiced. Could it be that his own father had not objected to his opinion? I couldn't stay any longer a long time ago. The hospital always has an unpleasant smell of medicine. It's unbearable. Zhang Xiaojun complained as well, saying in a good-natured manner. In the afternoon, Zhang Ning helped Zhang Xiaojun to go through the discharge procedures. Zhao Shengwu had also reminded Zhang Ning, but Zhang Ning insisted on being discharged, so Zhao Shengwu didn't stop him. He called a cab outside and slowly drove to Baishui Village, because the road into the village was very rugged, so the original 10-minute road took nearly an hour. Carefully helping Zhang Xiaojun back to bed, Zhang Ning was relieved, gave the cab master $200, heard the cab master complain a few times, and left, saying that he would never come to this mountain cranny again. This made Zhang Ning realize the importance of the village access road. If the road was not repaired, wealth would never be able to lead to Whitewater Village. It was just that the most important thing at the moment was to help his father heal his leg injury, and it was good that Zhang Ning had picked quite a few herbs in the mountains before, which could be of use. Zhang Ning locked himself inside his room and began to refine the ointment according to the memory of his inheritance. Ren's Hong Bai, natural copper, fivefold seed, frankincense, myrrh, All sorts of herbs were in Jiang Ning's hands, melting through his divine power and turning into a mass of liquid before dripping down into the bowl, one after the other. After 10 minutes or so, Jiang Ning had already configured all the required herbs according to the proportions. Looking at the viscous liquid in the bowl, a strong medicinal fragrance came to his nose, even though Jiang Ning's head felt a wave of dizziness right now. When he thought of being able to cure his father's leg, he felt in his heart that all of this was a trivial matter, and shook his head vigorously before quickly walking to Zhang Xiaojuan's room. "Mom, go get some hot water. I'll help Dad heal his leg." Jiang Ning placed the bowl of liquid that emitted a strong medicinal scent on the table, then said, "Okay, I'm on it. You brat, you've learned quite a lot in the number Ah. It seems that you haven't wasted 2 years of your life for nothing, but I really doubt that you're any good at it." Zhang Xiaojun said to Jiang Ning jokingly, "Dad, don't worry, there's absolutely no problem." Jiang Ning patted his chest and said with conviction, then began to move, lining up the silver needles that had been prepared long ago. Jiang Ning's Shennong needle technique was swiftly executed, landing on Zhang Xiaojuan's leg, and then the sticky medicinal liquid was applied to Zhang Xiaojuan's leg, only to see that a dragon's roar rose up between the silver needles, and the medicinal liquid slowly seeped into Zhang Xiaojuan's body on the surface of his body. At this time, Lu Tsuilan called for hot water, and Jiang Ning hurriedly put a hot towel on it. At the same time, Jiang Ning's divine power surged out and probed into Zhang Xiaojuan's body, happily realizing that the broken bones began to articulate automatically. The medicinal liquid that had seeped into his body adsorbed on top of the bones, promoting the healing between them. After probing all of this, Jiang Ning's divine power slowly retreated, and after waiting for half an hour, Jiang Ning withdrew the needles and put away the towel that had cooled down on Zhang Xiaojuan's leg. "Dad, get out of bed and walk around. You should be fine." Jiang Ning's face revealed a long-lost smile and said, "This is okay to walk?" Zhang Xiaojun asked in surprise. "That's right, Ning Zi, don't fool me. This isn't a joke." Lu Tsuilan was also somewhat frozen by Jiang Ning's words. "It's fine, trust me, there's absolutely no problem," Jiang Ning said confidently. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaojun glanced at Jiang Ning and Lu Tsuilan, and half-heartedly moved his leg a few times, realizing that he did not feel any pain. Before moving off the bed again, Lu Tsuilan watched and hurriedly went forward to assist Zhang Xiaojun, who first tentatively put his foot on the ground and stepped on it before slowly standing up. Only after realizing that his feet had completely recovered did Zhang Xiaojun smile and take 2 steps. "Alright, it's really alright, Ning Zi, really you have it." Zhang Xiaojun laughed out loud and quickly moved his feet twice. These 2 days, it had suffocated him. "Ha ha, Dad, Mom, in the future, you 2 old men should not work on the ground. The matter of earning money at home, just leave it to me," Jiang Ning said with a smile in his heart. "It's rare that you have this heart, but your mom and I have worked hard for most of our lives, and planted for most of our lives. We're used to it, and there's really no way for us to adapt if you ask us to stop all of a sudden. Besides, isn't the leg already better now?" Zhang Xiaojun let out a sigh of emotion and said, "That's right, Ningzi, there's something I have to say about you. Since you were able to cure your dad's leg, why are you still spending tens of thousands of dollars in the hospital? Is it easy to earn some money?" Lu Tsuilan was beginning to feel sorry for the $30,000+ she spent at the hospital. In their opinion, it was simply a sky-high price. "Mom, you don't have to care. That money, the spending is not wrong. Just the other vice president Mr. Zhao personally to Dad's treatment. It has been very cost-effective, not to mention that there are so many medicines and so on. 7 miles, not much, and I have asked the other old Mr. Zhao once out of the clinic. The charges are 100,000 to start with." Jiang Ning comforted Lu Tsuilan and said, "These were all facts. Otherwise Jiang Ning would have spent more than $30,000 for nothing, and would have had to go to Zhao Xingwu to ask for clarification." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Jiang Ning's parents also fell silent, no longer asking about the medical expenses, and the whole family was immersed in the joy of Zhang Xiaojuan's recovery. However, Jiang Ning's heart was thinking about those few people who had beaten his father into such a state, even though he knew that the culprit was Wang Wei. But Jiang Ning will not let go of those people who did it. Hurt him Jiang Ning can, hurt his Jiang Ning's family? Absolutely not, because the family is Jiang Ning's scales. Chapter 30 August Sky Blossom. However, Jiang Ning now knows too few clues, and also some regret did not force to ask Wang Wei is looking for who moved. At the moment can only be put aside, because of Zhang Xiaojuan's matter. He hadn't gone to take care of the citrus field for 2 days, and now he didn't know how the citrus trees were growing. Seeing that his father was safe and sound, and that his injuries had recovered, Jiang Ning's heart hung in the air and let go, and after saying a word to the 2 old men, he headed to the citrus field. When Jiang Ning arrived at the citrus field, he was stunned. A citrus tree, all issued buds. At a glance, The entire citrus field was green with white, looking vibrant, making Zhang Ning feel very happy. It is now August, the hottest time of the year. Generally speaking, the citrus buds are issued in April and May, and will bear fruit in the second half of the year. However, those were all adult citrus trees, but Zhang Ning this was a citrus sapling. Under the genetic modification of Zhang Ning's divine power, it grew at a rapid pace, and was now the size of an arm. Not only that, the powerful roots, but also tapped into the water source buried deep in the ground. If an ordinary person to plant this piece of wasteland, absolutely accompanied by blood money, according to the citrus tree's current situation, it won't take more than a month. It will soon blossom and bear fruit, which makes Zhang Ning is excited. The sun shines in the sky. Zhang Ning stayed in the citrus field, suddenly felt a burst of dizziness, felt the end of the nose, a salty hot warm stream slowly flowed down the mouth. Zhang Ning subconsciously touched his must, and realized that he didn't know when. The nosebleed had already stained his lips, and just as Zhang Ning reacted, his eyes went black, and he collapsed on the ground. Zhang Ning's consciousness is a little blurred up. Burning hot sun mercilessly sunburned Zhang Ning's body. Zhang Ning gritted his teeth, vigorously shook his head. The consciousness followed a little clearer. After a few minutes, Zhang Ning finally came to his senses, and Zhang Ning climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. Nima, it seems that this divine power still can't be used indiscriminately, and once it's used frequently, it will cause a nosebleed and fainting. Zhang Ning staggered towards his home, and by the time he arrived home, he had fully recovered. In order not to let the two old men worry, Zhang Ning hurriedly rushed to the back room to wash the blood from his nose, and then sat his butt on a stool, panting heavily. Ningzi, what did you do? Why are you panting? Lu Tsuilan was making soup for Zhang Xiaojun in the kitchen. When she heard the commotion outside, she walked out from the kitchen. Seeing that Zhang Ning's face looked a bit off, she couldn't help but ask, "No, nothing much. I was thinking of taking a trip into the mountains later, digging up some herbs that replenish the body, and give my dad a tonic." Zhang Ning hastily changed the topic and said, Zhang Ning was also thinking of giving himself a tonic, or else he would definitely not be able to cope with overdrawing his body like this on a regular basis. If something happened in front of his parents that day, the two old men would probably worry themselves to death. Zhang Ning wasn't willing to let his parents worry about him anymore. The sun is so high, why don't you stop going? I'll kill the old hen at home and just make some soup for your dad, Lu Tsuilan said, turned around and went into the kitchen, continuing to pound away. Zhang Ning sat in the house and rested for about 20 minutes, and after feeling that there was nothing strange, he put on the bamboo basket and planned to go to the mountains. Now it is the middle of the day. The villagers are at home to take a nap. The road cannot see half a shadow. Zhang Ning also just put on a cool hat and set off. Passing through the cornfield behind the village, Zhang Ning couldn't help but look inside a little more, and when he was about to leave, he realized that there were two figures swaying on the edge of the dam in the cornfield. This caused Zhang Ning to instantly retract his steps that he had taken and look carefully. As expected, it was the same as what Zhang Ning had in mind. That damned village head Zhang Wenshang was doing bad things with Widow Zhou in the cornfield, and after the first time, there would be a second time. 2 days ago, these two people also teamed up to try to make themselves look bad, and today, taking advantage of the fact that no one was out in the mountains at high noon, they were doing the meticulous thing here, which finally caught Zhang Ning in the act. Dead fatty, you also have today. Let you tell Widow Zhou to hook up with me. Now I'll see what else you have to say. Zhang Ning viciously cracked a curse, then picked up his cell phone, hid in the pile of weeds and started recording video. In just a few minutes, the fight was over, and Zhang Ning also recorded it all with his cell phone. Zhang Ning did not disturb them, but quietly left. With this video in hand, there was no worry that Zhang Wenshang would still find himself in trouble, and the gossip in the village would naturally dissipate. Zhang Ning's mood and spirit immediately a lot better. In the mountains around 2 hours, Zhang Ning did not find any good herbs, common but dug a lot. Furthermore, there was a ginseng. The year was not as long as the previous one, probably only 3 to 5 years old. Zhang Ning intended to bring it back to his father to replenish his body. Of course, he also need to slightly adjust a little. Looking at the time is almost, Zhang Ning carrying bamboo baskets down the mountain. Just when Zhang Ning walked to the door of the house, but found their own home sitting two strange men, a 3 big 5 thick, body bare bladder. On itself is also tattooed with dazzling tattoos, neck hanging a big gold chain, cocked a leg, dangling with a cigarette, and behind him, there stood a small gangster-like people, also shaking his thighs. Inside the house stood, and Zhang Ning's parents. The two appeared to be a bit intimidated. Mortar and pestle in the doorway of the kitchen, did not dare to make a sound. Yo, isn't this back? I thought that your kid would spend the night in the mountains today. The big gold chain fiercely smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, showing a mouthful of big yellow teeth spitting out eye circles said. Then he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out fiercely, while his hand drew out a watermelon knife from the waist behind him and stood up. Zhang Ning saw the scene in front of him. His face couldn't help but stare. These two people looked like strange men who were jungle gangsters. Could it be that they were here to pick a fight? Who are you guys and what are you doing in my house? Zhang Ning slowly put down the bamboo basket behind him and said heavily, his heart following suit as he became wary. Ning Zi, go quickly. They're here to find you trouble. Lu Tsuilan was on the verge of crying out in worry, anxiously rushing towards Zhang Ning and losing her voice. Shut the up. Believe it or not, I'll chop you two old guys first. Big Gold Chain raised his watermelon knife and pointed at Lu Tsuilan and yelled, scaring Lu Tsuilan into shutting up. At this moment, Zhang Ning's face was completely gloomy. The matter of Zhang Xiaojun being beaten up hadn't passed yet, and now there were two more assholes looking for trouble, which made Zhang Ning's heart stirred up endless anger. Chapter 31, Break a Hand. You guys dare? Zhang Ning clenched his fists angrily. Zhang Xiaojun being injured had already left Zhang Ning unable to find a place to take out his anger, and these two assholes actually took the initiative to come to his door looking for trouble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid is arrogant. I'll tell you the truth. Your father is what I told people to beat up, and I'll clean you up today as well. Big Gold Chain said viciously, the watermelon knife in his hand leaping to action. Zhang Ning's entire heart sank, desperately pressing down on his inner impulses. Gritting his teeth, he said, who asked you to beat up my father? Oh, the one who hit is your dad. Who made you offend Boss Wang? Now Boss Wang is spending money to buy your kids hands and feet. I advise you to be good and don't resist. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the two old guys in your family will not do anything to them. Big Gold Chain waved the watermelon knife in his hand and said coldly, Wang Wei, right? It seems like you're the ones who sought your own death. As Zhang Ning's words came out, the killing intent in his eyes erupted intensely. Nima, you're still tugging, aren't you? I'll get you killed now, the Big Gold Chain said, raised the watermelon knife in his hand, ferociously rushed over towards Zhang Ning. The small punk behind him also grabbed the bench on the ground, also rushed over together. Zhang Ning's anger, in this moment is finally burst out, also does not care whether the body is overdrawn, forcibly mobilized the divine power, cohesion in both fists above, facing the attacks of the Big Gold Chain and the punk. Zhang Ning merely dodged them with a sideways flash, and his fists followed by smashing fiercely into the back of the Big Gold Chain, directly knocking it down. The punk saw that Zhang Ning's hands were so good that his own big brother was knocked down in a single glance, and he was so scared that he immediately stopped the movements in his hands. Hitting my dad, huh? I want you to pay the price now, Zhang Ning shouted. Before he could make a move, the Big Gold Chain that was lying on the ground quickly climbed up. The watermelon knife in his hand once again chopped towards Zhang Ning. Zhang Fan saw the right moment. A hand clasped the wrist of the Big Gold Chain. The other hand violently smashed down at the position of the elbow. The fist that had divine power wrapped around it was incomparably powerful, directly breaking the arm of the Great Golden Chain, and a pig-killing scream came out. Zhang Ning's face flashed a hint of ruthlessness, and from behind the Great Golden Chain, he kicked him in the buttocks, and the whole person violently fell out of Zhang Ning's home, and fell in a dogs at the door. You dare to break my hand. The small punk staggered to assist the Big Gold Chain. The Big Gold Chain trembling voice, pointing to Zhang Ning yelled up, the one who hit is you. Zhang Ning said coldly, picking up the watermelon knife that had fallen to the ground. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan, who were standing in the corner, saw the scene and were incomparably worried in their hearts, fearing that Zhang Ning would do something impulsive, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Zhang Ning back. Ningzi, don't mess around, calm down, damn, you kid, know who the old man is a person. Lao Zi is following Shopee to mix. You really don't want to live. The Big Gold Chain speech has been somewhat incoherent, and the face is full of fear. Scram. If you don't scram, I'll break your other hand. Zhang Ning took advantage of his face. If it wasn't for the fact that his parents were here watching, Zhang Ning would really be unable to resist killing someone. Scram. Wait, kid, you wait. Ouch. Shopee won't let you go. The Big Gold Chain screamed miserably, was assisted by the small punks, and fled in a frightening mess, but did not forget to leave a few harsh words. It wasn't until after the Big Gold Chain had gone far away that Zhang Ning let out a long breath and released the watermelon knife in his hand. Mom and Dad, are you guys alright? Did that asshole do anything to you? It was only at this time that Zhang Ning worriedly looked towards his parents and inquired. We're fine. Ningzi, should we call the police? Zhang Xiaojun was also scared enough just now, and now he was still in a bit of a state of shock. No need. To these assholes, we have to be tough. Even if we call the police, with their gangster-like behavior, the police will not be able to do anything about it. Besides, if they didn't hurt anyone, the police won't care. Zhang Ning gently shook his head and slowly said, Then what if they come back later? The corners of Lu Tsuilan's eyes were glistening with tears. That scene just now had scared Lu Tsuilan quite a bit. Dad. Mom. Don't worry. They won't be coming back. Jiang Ning revealed a long-lost smile and said, these gangsters are all bullying guys. Give them 1 or 2 painful lessons. They won't dare to come back to this hot Jiang Ning. But now Jiang Ning is a little worried about what is called Sha Pai's gangster. Before in the number also heard of this person. Is a gangster leader? Ruthless? No evil? If Sha Pai really staring at Jiang Ning, then Jiang Ning can be in big trouble. Even though things had developed to such a point, Jiang Ning was not afraid, because his own family's people, Jiang Ning would never let go. After pacifying the frightened Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan, Jiang Ning handed over the dug ginseng to Lu Tsuilan to make chicken soup, while he himself lay down on the bed, ready to rest. As soon as he lay down, a strong drowsiness surged into Jiang Ning's mind, and he slept until most of the night. Lu Tsuilan saw that Jiang Ning was sleeping very deeply, so she didn't wake him up, but just covered all the meals on the table in the outer room for Jiang Ning. After Jiang Ning woke up, his stomach was also hungry and rumbling. He didn't heat it up, he just ate it in a big mouthful. Maybe because the consumption of divine power made Jiang Ning's appetite become especially big, he swept away the rice on the table in 3 or 2 times. Jiang Ning ate and drank enough, lying in bed but could not sleep. Sleepless night, the sky outside gradually brightened up. Jiang Ning playing with his cell phone. Today's news headlines were pushed over. Jiang Ning hurriedly opened it to take a look, and sure enough, it was the news about Wang Weiyi, son of Wang Jianye, chairman of Wang Group. Wang Weiyi played fruit run in front of the hotel yesterday, attracting countless crowds to gather around and beg for a photo. While browsing through the news graphic on his cell phone's interface, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a surge of pleasure in his heart. Ha ha, letting you find someone to beat up my dad. I see that your dad is going to beat you up this time. And your dad is Wang Jianye. He. Jiang Ning couldn't help but scoff and shook his head. Day has been bright. Jiang Ning did not sleep all night, but appeared to be very spiritual. Before in the hospital, Zhao Xinggu mentioned to himself that medical seminar. The time has been close. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, Jiang Ning will naturally go to Xiongsan International Hotel to participate on time. Tick-tock. And just as Jiang Ning froze in thought about this matter, the sound of 2 small car horns suddenly came from outside the door. Jiang Ning instantly froze for a moment. At this time of the day, who would drive into the village? Chapter 32, Beauty. Jiang Ning suspiciously walked out of the house and came to the entrance of his house, and found a familiar small car was parked not far from his house, and the door of the car was opened at this time, and 2 women walked down from the car. One was wearing a professional short dress outfit, and one was wearing a cute long dress, looking like a little doll in general, and these 2 people were none other than Wu Ying and Lu Na, who had had 2 encounters with Jiang Ning a few days ago. Hey, seeing us coming, why don't you hurry up and welcome us? Lu Na saw Jiang Ning from a long distance away and shouted loudly in his doll-like voice. Seeing the 2 of them, Jiang Ning's face also revealed a trace of a smile, only then remembering that he had previously said that he would send 2 pairs of Chinese herbs to Wu Ying to regulate her body, which he had left behind when he encountered Zhang Xiaojuan's accident. Sister Wu, little Nana, what brings you here? Jiang Ning greeted her with a smile and asked politely. Humph, you're the one whose little Nana. Sister isn't small anymore. She's in her 20s this year. It's only right to call her sister. As soon as Lu Na heard Jiang Ning's name, she immediately became unhappy, pouting, like a little girl. Nana, who made you look small and delicate? If others didn't know, they would think you were my daughter. Wu Ying also followed Jiang Ning and snickered. Humph, you guys combined to bully me. I'm ignoring you. Lu Na skimmed her head and actually launched into a childish tantrum. Ha ha, how cute. If only I had such a sister. Jiang Ning was in a great mood and couldn't help but pinch Lu Na's face, which made Lu Na even more furious but couldn't do anything about it with Jiang Ning. Nana is just like this. By the way, Jiang Ning, after you helped me with acupuncture before, my body really got a lot better. I also went to a big hospital and did an all-around checkup, and the doctor said there's no more problem. And this matter, I'm really thankful to you. Wu Ying will talk about the main thing this time. Full of gratitude said. Sister Wu, don't say that. For me, those are nothing but a show of hands. Don't just stand outside. Go inside and do it. I'll give you guys a drink of the medicinal tea I made, Jiang Ning said, and invited the 2 into his home. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaojun had already gone to the field to weed, while Lu Tsuilan was pouring blindly busy at home. And when she saw 2 beautiful girls suddenly come to her house, she immediately warmly entertained them. She couldn't help but pull Jiang Ning to one side and quietly asked, Ningzi, isn't this the one who sold ginseng last time and the girl from the city? Why did she come to our house again? Mom, can't they just come and sit down? You're just being nagged. Hurry up and bring out the medicinal tea I made earlier to entertain them. It's not good for us to be whispering here. Zhang Ning blankly glanced at Lu Tsuilan, somewhat helpless. Fine. You have to seize the opportunity, huh? Lu Tsuilan went into the back room with a smile on her face and went to pour medicinal tea. A few moments later, Zhang Ning was carrying the strong-smelling medicinal tea and poured a full cup for the two of them before signaling them to drink the tea. Sister Wu, something happened to my father earlier, so the delivery of medicine to you was delayed. I'm really sorry. Zhang Ning took the initiative to apologize and said, It's fine. Didn't you not charge me for the medicine either? If I have to trouble you to personally deliver the medicine, and you don't have a car, how inconvenient. Wu Ying said, took a sip of the medicinal tea, followed by an invigorated spirit, and finished the rest in one gulp. Lu Na also followed Wu Ying's example and finished the cup of medicinal tea in one gulp. Zhang Ning watched and hurriedly picked up the teapot and prepared to fill it up for her. But who knew that Lu Na ducked the cup back and showed a ghostly face at Zhang Ning. Little Nana, this medicinal tea of mine is sold in the village for but $5 a cup. I'm giving it to you for free now. You don't even want it. You can't drink it elsewhere. It is said that this tea has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, and it can also improve the development of the body, Zhang Ning said with a smile, giving Lu Na a look that there would be no such store after this village. Lu Na and Wu Ying froze for a moment at the same time and touched their cheeks in unison. Humph, who said I'm not going to drink it? It's you who's being petty and refusing to take it out, right? As soon as Lu Na gambled, she grabbed the teapot in Zhang Ning's hand and poured it herself. Watching, Wu Ying and Zhang Ning snickered on the sidelines. Sister Wu, it's rare that you're free to come to my place today. Why don't you stay for lunch? Zhang Ning also looked polite and said, Xiao Ning, there's no need to be so polite. I'm actually just here to find you to see how well my physical condition has recovered. And by the way, I'm looking for you to buy 2 pairs of herbal medicines to regulate my body to go back and eat. After all, those hospitals are all Western medicine, and there's a difference between them and our traditional old Chinese medicine. Wu Ying waved her hand, politely rejecting Zhang Ning's good intentions. Then I'll prepare a few pairs for you right now. It just so happens that I picked quite a few up the mountain yesterday. Wait a bit, Sister Wu, Zhang Ning said, and went into the back room, starting to configure the herbs for regulating a woman's body for Wu Ying. 10 or so minutes later, Zhang Ning had already dispensed half a month's worth of portions, packing them up one by one, and just as he stood up, he was pulled back by Lu Tsuilan. Ning Zi, you have to keep the girl, can come to our mountain nook twice, is definitely a good girl. Rare people do not think of our home, but also sit down to drink tea in our home. Such a good girl, not easy to find it. Lu Tsuilan lowered her voice and said, actually looked at the person Wu Ying, but also want Zhang Ning to leave the person to stay. This heart manipulation, so that Zhang Ning is really some helpless Mom, you're overthinking it. People are just here to find me to grab the medicine. A moment to go. You do not blindly work. Zhang Ning looked at the still unwashed cabbage in Lu Tsuilan's hands and said breathlessly, Ning Zi, this girl's mind. Mom knows best. Listen to Mom. Leave people for dinner. One way or another, some things will come true. Lu Tsuilan saw that Zhang Ning didn't listen to her words, pulling Zhang Ning, who wanted to go to the front room, continued, Mom, okay, I know. Zhang Ning had no choice but to agree with his mouth first. Walking to the front room, Zhang Ning handed the medicine in his hand to Wu Ying, and then said, Sister Wu, this is the medicine I prepared for you. You decoct half a packet every day, here together with roughly half a month's worth of it, and after you eat it, I guarantee that you'll be in good health. Then thank you, Xiaoning. I still have things to do in my company, so I won't stay much longer. Have time for you to go to my company to sit down. I'll give you a business card with the address on it. Wu Ying said, then took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning took it and saw that it actually read, Ninglian Real Estate Company Limited, General Manager, Wu Ying. Zhang Ning had always known that Wu Ying was a rich white-collar woman, but had never imagined that Wu Ying's background was actually so powerful that she would be the general manager of a real estate company. Chapter 33, A Good Car Breaks Down. Hey, why don't you put away your surprised expression? You haven't seen the world. And also, pack up some of those medicinal teas you have left. I haven't had enough yet. Luna looked at Zhang Ning's somewhat surprised face, and couldn't help but punch Zhang Ning. Little Nana, there's no more medicinal tea. If you still want to drink it, just come back to my house next time. Zhang Ning hemmed and hawed and smiled. That is, there is also not to give this complaining about the sky and the earth, always giving Zhang Ning a face of the little lowly, lest she get an inch. I'm not going to come inside your mountain nooks and crannies. The road into the village sucks like hell. Almost didn't throw me out of the car outside. Humph, Luna said with a scowl, not in a good mood. It can't be helped. It's good that the village has a road in. Zhang Ning sighed helplessly, then said to Wu Ying again, Sister Wu, then you go slowly. I won't be long to see you off. If you have time to go to the city, I can go find you. Don't turn me away then. Of course I won't. Then I'm leaving, Wu Ying said, pulling on the resentful Lu Na and getting into the car. Jiang Ning watched as Wu Ying's car slowly turned around on the rotten dirt road in front of his house. Jiang Ning was about to enter the house when he turned around and saw Lu Tsuilan walking over with an unhappy face. Ningzi, I told you to leave the other girls for dinner. Why don't you listen? What a watery two girls. Even if the older one can't stay, the younger one is still not bad. Lu Tsuilan complained to Jiang Ning and said, they are the ones who run the company in the city. You don't think about it, they casually come up with $100,000. Can they get used to eating our rural meals? Jiang Ning blankly glanced at Lu Tsuilan and slowly said. Only then did Lu Tsuilan come to her senses and became somewhat embarrassed. Just as Lu Tsuilan and Jiang Ning were talking, a clanging sound suddenly came from not far away. Jiang Ning and Lu Tsuilan looked towards the door at the same time, only to see Wu Ying's car parked in the middle of the road, with black smoke coming out of the hood. Mom, now people can't necessarily leave even if they want to. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders and said blandly. Lu Tsuilan heard this, but revealed a hint of a smile, pushing Jiang Ning to hurry up and ask what the situation was. Jiang Ning followed and jogged over, and Wu Ying and Lu Na also got out of the car at this time, walking to the cart with sad faces, somewhat helpless. Sister Wu, what happened to the car? Jiang Ning said knowingly. Humph, what kind of Thai roads are in your village? Driving here can even break down here. I'll never come again. Lu Na started to complain, her hands stuck in front of her chest, as if she was a whining woman. Nana, my car already had some problems. It has nothing to do with the road. Don't keep talking about Xiao Ning, Wu Ying said with her hands tied, gently shaking her head before looking at Jiang Ning. Xiao Ning, is there a car repair master in your village? Jiang Ning was slightly stunned. No one in Whitewater Village even drove a small car. At most there were 2 motorcycles, and there wouldn't be any car repair masters in the village. Even if they went to the town, they didn't see any. Sister Wu, there is only one master in the village who can fix tires. To repair this car of yours, I'm afraid that it will only be available in town, Jiang Ning said with some embarrassment. Humph, mountain nooks and crannies. Nothing, pissed me off. Lu Na played this temper and said angrily at Jiang Ning. Then I'll call and see if anyone is willing to come here to fix the car. Wu Ying also let out a long sigh and said helplessly. After saying that, Wu Ying started to call, but after making several calls, the results were all very unsatisfactory. The car repair master either did not have the time, or was too far and too remote, and refused to come. Even if he added money, he was not willing to do so. In desperation, Wu Ying had no choice but to park the car on the village road, and Jiang Ning also invited Wu Ying and Lu Na back to his own home once again. Lu Tsuilan was naturally happy to see the 2 girls back again. Xiao Ning, are there any other cars in the village that go into the city? Although Wu Ying's heart was a little anxious, her face showed great composure. There are no cars. People in the village usually go to the town to catch the market on foot. Some people have motorcycles at home and can also leave the village. But next door, Uncle Lu's family seems to have gone to the town to visit relatives today. I don't know when they will be able to come back. Jiang Ning slowly said. This thing is really coincidental. Then what to do? Sister Wu, I don't want to stay here unless he brings out some more of the medicinal tea to share. Lu Na complained and said, but she was hitting on Jiang Ning's idea of medicinal tea. It was probably because she had heard that this medicinal tea could enlarge her breasts that Lu Na was always thinking about it. What Lu Na didn't know was that it was actually all Jiang Ning's blind talk. Nana, don't be anxious, isn't it still early? Let's just sit at Xiaoning's house for a bit longer. And when we have a motorcycle, let Xiaoning send us out on a trip, won't it be fine? Wu Ying was very reasonable. Since things were already like this, it would be better to let nature take its course. At this time, Lu Tsuilan had already washed a few wild fruits and served them to the 2 of them. Hearing the conversation of several people, she couldn't help but interject. That's right, stay and eat first. If it's really not possible, it's okay to stay for a night. Although our home is a little small, but if we clean it up, we can still make a bed. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. When Wu Ying heard Lu Tsuilan say that, she hurriedly said back, that's right, Auntie, you sit too. Lu Na was able to speak nicely to Lu Tsuilan, but as soon as he took a look at Jiang Ning, he had a stern face, as if Jiang Ning owed him $4 or $5 million. Ha ha, you 2 girls are really pretty. How old are you? Have you gotten a date? As soon as Lu Tsuilan was happy, she began to ask. Hearing this, not only Wu Ying and Lu Na, but also Jiang Ning froze. Which one asked people to ask so directly? Mom, hurry up and go about your business. Jiang Ning shoved Lu Tsuilan and let her go to the kitchen. For a moment, the atmosphere in the scene was a bit awkward, and Jiang Fan didn't know how to open his mouth to break the silence of the scene. And just when he didn't know what to say, outside Jiang Ning's door, once again, there was a messy sound of footsteps. an uninvited guest was walking towards the house, only to see the village head Zhang Wensheng, that big fat man, holding his round belly, walked into Zhang Ning's house with a lurch, followed by several village cadres, and some villagers who were watching the scene. When Zhang Wensheng saw two beautiful women sitting in Zhang Ning's house, he first froze for a moment, and then revealed a bad smile. Zhang Ning was also a little strange. It was early in the morning. Zhang Wensheng came to find himself for what? And didn't the village cadres and villagers have to go work in the fields? Could it be that something big had happened? Chapter 34, The Village Chief Finds Fault. Seeing the large number of villagers that had suddenly gathered outside Zhang Ning's home, Wu Ying and Luna could not help but stand up and cast puzzled gazes towards Zhang Ning. Village Chief, early in the morning, is there something you came to my house for? Zhang Ning's tone was a bit cold. Zhang Ning had yet to settle the score with him for the last time he and Widow Zhou had dragged themselves into the water. Ning Zi, aren't you asking knowingly? You were violent to other people's Widow Zhou last time. Things aren't over yet, right? Now that we've had a meeting in the village, for people like you, you should be kicked out of Whitewater Village. Zhang Wensheng said coldly, raising his hand. He began to incite the villagers present. Village Chief, what do you mean by this? I already made it very clear that night. I only went to check on Auntie Zhou. And Auntie Zhou also said that I hadn't done anything to him. What more do you want? Zhang Ning frowned. If Zhang Wensheng gave an inch to find himself in trouble, then it would not be Zhang Ning's fault. Nothing meaningful. Although our Whitewater Village is a small village, our reputation has always been good. We can't let you, a person who has squatted in a number, ruin the reputation of Whitewater Village. The only way now is to drive you out of Whitewater Village, to go outside and fend for yourself. What do you all say, right? Yes, that's right. The village doesn't want such a person. That's right, kick out. A few villagers who were 80% bought by Zhang Wensheng yelled after them, all of them clamoring for Zhang Ning to be driven out of Whitewater Village. Although Uncle Li also came along, but some can't see past, stepped forward, said in a serious tone, Ning-san, this thing is a bit troublesome. No matter what, you give the group a statement. That night you are indeed the widow of the House of Zhou. You said that this a man and a woman. What happens? And no one knows, the widow of the House of Zhou and no one to rely on. There are some things that can't be said, isn't it? What's the point? Uncle Li did have something in his words, implying Zhang Ning to give a good explanation. Zhang Ning heard, the corner of his mouth showed a smile. Since this is the case, then Zhang Ning can be nonchalant. Old Li, what else is there to say? You all saw it the other day. There's no use talking about it. Zhang Wensheng was just biting Zhang Ning and not letting go. In his heart, he resented Zhang Ning for taking him and the widow Zhou's little affair. And even more so, he was thinking that if Zhang Bin was kicked out, no one would know about this matter. Zhang Ning looked at the flaunting Zhang Wensheng, said blandly, Village Chief, you're looking for me to get into trouble, right? Ha, so what if I'm looking for trouble from you? Who asked you to stay in the number? And coincidentally, we caught you plotting against Widow Zhou's house? It's only right to find trouble for you. Zhang Wensheng laughed and snorted. Since you say so, Village Chief, then I'll take out something to show the group, and then the group will know what to do. With that, Zhang Ning took out his cell phone and found the video he had recorded yesterday in the cornfield, and after clicking play, he laid it out in front of the villagers. Just what else do you have that you can bring out to see? Zhang Wensheng's words said halfway. The whole person froze. The male and female protagonists in the cell phone video. It is the cornfield in the exciting battle, but also issued a satisfied and soothing sound. Wooing, so that many villagers blush. Toward Zhang Wensheng cast a look of displeasure. This, Zhang Ning, you, where did you get this video? This, Zhang Wensheng stammered, unable to speak. His heart was already panicked. Village Chief, according to you, are you going to be expelled from Whitewater Village as well? Zhang Ning hit the nail on the head and asked directly. You lied. Fake, definitely fake. Zhang Wensheng said excitedly, his body trembling up a bit, and suddenly stretched out a hand towards Zhang Ning, wanting to snatch the cell phone out of Zhang Ning's hand. Village Chief, you're the one who has to explain now, right? Why don't you tell the group how you hooked up with the other Widow Zhou? Zhang Ning said with a smile, skimming the image on his cell phone in front of every villager's eyes. Family still has some things. I will leave first. Zhang Wensheng's face was incomparably ugly, and with a perfunctory flourish, he squeezed out of the crowd and hurriedly buggered off. Now, the villagers pointed all their spearheads at Zhang Wensheng. They were snubbed by Zhang Wensheng to find Zhang Ning's trouble, and those who had just accused Zhang Ning immediately retreated in embarrassment to chase Zhang Wensheng's footsteps. For a moment, Zhang Wensheng was chased by the villagers behind the broken curse. Some people scolded shameless. Some people noisy want Zhang Wensheng step down, especially a few village cadres. Yesterday when the meeting, but also by Zhang Wensheng led, now suddenly realized that Zhang Wensheng is the one who is in trouble. Can't help but be angry on the head. Zhang Wensheng, you fat ass, actually fooling around here. Fatty Zhang, step down. You don't deserve to be the village chief. Shouting and cursing accompanied Zhang Wensheng's footsteps far away. Looking at the villagers each carrying a hoe, instead of going to work in the field, they instead followed behind Zhang Wensheng. Those who didn't know, thought that the villagers were going to beat the village head, only until Zhang Wensheng was far away. Did Zhang Ning laugh a few times to himself? This was really a self-inflicted sin. No one to blame. Xiao Ning, just now is. What happened? Wu Ying, who had been watching what was going on without saying anything, finally couldn't help but open her mouth at this time. Humph, Sister Wu, I had a feeling that he wasn't a good person. Didn't you hear it just now? Zhang Ning, he's committed crimes before and spent time in jail, and the villagers are still saying that he's hooking up with other widows. Before Zhang Ning could even open his mouth to explain, Luna started to put a face to Zhang Ning and said in an unkind manner, Little Nana, I just drugged your tea, so you'll faint later, and by then, I'll be, ha 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 ha. Zhang Ning didn't mind when he heard Luna's words. Instead, he flirted, deliberately making a bad guy's appearance. Ha, what? You actually dare to? Sister Wu, let's go. Luna actually believed it and lost her voice in surprise, pulling Wu Ying to leave. Ha ha ha. Wu Ying and Zhang Ning laughed out loud at the same time when they saw Luna's adorable behavior. Nana, Xiao Ning is just teasing you. You believe this too? Wu Ying covered her mouth and snickered. What? Zhang Ning, you, humph. Luna was infuriated by Zhang Ning and her entire face darkened. Sitting on a stool with her hands stuck in front of her chest, vigorously rolling her eyes at Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning also smiled and didn't say anything. This Luna was really too cute, although she was already a big girl in her 20s. But her temperament was the same as that of a little loli, which was very adorable and pitiable. During the whole day, Zhang Ning accompanied Wu Ying and Luna to chat and joke, and also took the two of them to look around the village, attracting the envious eyes of many Hans. Uncle Lu was late in returning, but Zhang Ning was not in a hurry. If he could leave the two beauties to spend the night in his house, it would be excellent. But Luna was a bit impatient, clamoring to leave Whitewater Village. Unconsciously, the sky had already darkened. Looking at the dark sky outside, Wu Ying and Luna revealed a trace of bitterness, while Zhang Ning and Lu Tsuilan revealed a trace of joy. Chapter 35 Indecent Behavior. The night was gradually getting deeper and deeper, while Uncle Lu's family next door did not come back. There were fewer people with motorcycles in the village, and although Zhang Wenxing's family had one, Zhang Ning did not want to go to Zhang Wenxing's house. Wu Ying and Luna had no choice but to eat dinner at Zhang Ning's house, planning to temporarily stay at Zhang Ning's house for the night. Tomorrow morning, if they still can't contact the master who came to repair the car, Wu Ying and Luna decided to walk to the town. Now the time is very late. Even if they want to walk, it's too late. After the meal, Lu Tsuilan and Zhang Xiaojun happily packed out a room and made a new bed for Wu Ying and Luna. Because things happened suddenly, so Luna and Wu Ying didn't take a bath and went into the room to sleep. Wu Ying didn't say anything, but Luna kept complaining. Zhang Ning was lying on his own bed, but he couldn't sleep. In his heart he was thinking about the two beauties sleeping next door to him. He couldn't even help but want to snoop around a bit. Just die. Just die. Look at them twice. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. No, look for nothing. Zhang Ning muttered, having an idea in his heart, only to see Zhang Ning's divine power begin to converge in his eyes. All of the obstacles in front of him all turned into nothingness, and the thick brick wall, too, became transparent. However, Zhang Ning quickly dispersed his divine power. Such a thing, in Zhang Ning's opinion, was somewhat unorthodox. After thinking about it, Zhang Ning finally chose to give up. After all, people were guests in the house. Zhang Ning couldn't take advantage of them, could he? However, that curiosity kept egging Zhang Ning on, and Zhang Ning finally utilized his ability to see through and looked over. After a few minutes of watching the two women play around in the room, Wu Ying and Luna suddenly stopped their movements and coincidentally looked towards Zhang Ning's side. With that gaze, it felt like they had discovered Zhang Ning's presence. Nana, do you also feel that there is a pair of eyes staring at us? Next door to Zhang Ning, Wu Ying said blandly, a trace of doubt appearing on her face. I feel the same. They say there are scary things in the countryside. Let's just hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow morning we'll get up and leave this place. I don't want to stay for a moment. Luna nodded her head, still saying in a whiny tone. It was said that a woman's intuition was accurate, and it seemed to be true. Frightened, Zhang Ning hurriedly withdrew his divine power and stopped looking at the two women through the lens, and the lights in Wu Ying's room also went out at this time. Zhang Ning let out a long sigh and threw those mixed thoughts to the back of his mind. After vigorously shaking his head, he laid back on the bed and quickly entered dreamland. Strange dreams, once again, or the familiar mysterious hall. as well as the beautiful dragoness who couldn't see clearly. This dream Zhang Ning would have almost once every few days. Although Zhang Ning had already guessed that there was some relationship with the mysterious dragon jade around his neck, but there was no way to prove it, so he had no choice but to let nature take its course. The next day at dawn, Wu Ying and Luna got up, looking a little less than good mental state. Feelings are not used to sleeping in an unfamiliar bed, resulting in a lack of sleep. Zhang Ning also felt a hint of apology, and smoothly made a cup of medicinal tea for the two women to refresh themselves. As for Wu Ying, she also held the mentality of giving it a try and got into the cart to start the engine. And after a few bursts, the cart was actually started. Nana, come quickly, the car seems to be fine again by itself. Wu Ying revealed a long-lost smile and shouted at the unhappy Luna. Really? Great. Can get out of here. Luna became excited all of a sudden, originally still feeling worried about whether or not to go to the town later, but now she was overjoyed. Zhang Ning was also slightly stunned for a moment, and could not help but probe his divine power into the inside of the hood of the small car, and was surprised to find that the reason why the car stalled yesterday was because a lump of rotten mud was blocking it, and after a night's time, the mud became dry and hard, and this started up, and it directly broke, and the car was actually not broken. At that time, Zhang Ning could have totally helped to fix the car, but inwardly, just like Lu Tsuelan, he wanted to let Wu Ying and Luna stay a little longer, and as a result, when it got dark, he forgot about it. Sister Wu, leaving already? Don't you want to eat breakfast? Zhang Ning walked to the car window and said slowly to Wu Ying. No need. Yesterday until now, it's really bothering you and Auntie. I didn't go to the company for a day. There must be a lot of things on hand, so I'll leave first. I hope the car won't break down again this time. Wu Ying sighed and said, it's fine, don't bother, come back often when you have time. Zhang Ning waved his hand and said, Humph, I won't come anymore in the future. There are so many mosquitoes, and there are wolves barking in the middle of the night. It scares people to death. Sister Wu, let's go. Luna glanced at Zhang Ning in a bad mood, and then looked at Wu Ying and said, her heart anxious, alright, let's go. Xiaoning, goodbye. Bye Sister Wu, bye little Nana. Finally, Wu Ying's car had sort of left Whitewater Village, and Zhang Ning was relieved that Luna's broken mouth wasn't complaining in her ears, and it was sort of a lot quieter. Lu Tsuelan and Zhang Xiaojun saw that both women had left, and naturally, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Ning and nag him a few times. Zhang Ning clearly remembers that today is the time when Zhao Xingwu invited himself to participate in the medical seminar. 6 o'clock this evening, Xiongsan International Hotel. Zhang Ning has not forgotten, just Zhang Ning has not been ready until now. I have nothing to do. Zhang Ning went to the citrus field. This look, once again, let Zhang Ning feel shocked. Yesterday is still budding buds. Today but all have already blossomed. Some have also begun to fruit. This speed, it's too fast, isn't it? Genetic modification, actually able to shorten the growth wrinkle cycle of the saplings. Too amazing. Even Zhang Ning himself couldn't help but marvel. At first, Zhang Ning had only thought that the genetic modification of divine power would only allow the sapling to become stronger, with the roots being able to better ingest the moisture that lay deep beneath the ground. But he had not thought that the citrus sapling would undergo such an amazing change. Undoubtedly, Zhang Ning had spent the morning just staying in the citrus field to study the internal structure of the citrus tree, as there were many nerves within the citrus sapling, and each of them combined with each other to produce a different effect. Although the divine farmer's legacy in Zhang Ning's mind had all been recorded, Zhang Ning had no idea what to do without practicing it. Without even realizing it, a morning had passed, and the hot sun had made Zhang Ning dizzy before he had to return home. But now Zhang Ning had not yet realized a serious mistake that was continuously eroding the citrus saplings that Zhang Ning had worked so hard to cultivate. Chapter 36, Anger Against the Watchdog. The afternoon sun gradually weakened down. Zhang Ning, while there is still time, into a trip to the mountains. Evening to participate in the medical seminar. Cannot go empty-handed. Always have to get out of the things only until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Ning went down the mountain. Looking at the sun has set, Zhang Ning had to seize the time. Good, next door to Uncle Lu has come back. Zhang Ning is hard to borrow Uncle Lu's motorcycle. The good thing is that Uncle Lu did not say anything. Very quickly gave Zhang Ning motorcycle keys. Zhang Ning did not stop, said to the family, riding a motorcycle to the city. By the time Zhang Ning arrived at the Xiongsan International Hotel, the sky was already dark, and the time was close to 6 o'clock. According to what Zhao Xingwu said, Zhang Ning locked the motorcycle and then headed to the 3rd floor of the hotel. Xiongsan Hotel was the largest hotel in Suxian County, and it was also a place where those rich people often came to spend their time. Zhang Ning arrived at the entrance of the 3rd floor, and looking from the corridor outside, he could see that there were many people talking inside, and more elegant music was coming from inside. Zhang Ning smiled to himself and then walked over, but just as Zhang Ning took 2 steps over, a man in a suit blocked Zhang Ning's way. "Hello sir, there is a seminar going on here. You need to show your invitation to go in." Seeing that the other party looked like a welcoming officer and was polite, Zhang Ning did not say anything. It was just that the other party reminded him of this, which made Zhang Ning a bit helpless. Before, Zhao Xingguo didn't give himself an invitation or anything like that. He just said that he would let Zhang Ning come to participate, and Zhang Ning didn't think about this. Now it's good. He was turned away. "Hello, I am Zhao Xingguo Zhao old Mr. Zhao invited me to come. He also did not give me an invitation letter." "You see," Zhang Ning said with some embarrassment, "people have their rules. Naturally they cannot be destroyed, but this is all here, and then go back. Some not too good. Sir, I'm really sorry. We have a rule that you can't go in without an invitation, because the number of people who want to impersonate is just too many, and you're already the 5th person I've met without an invitation." The welcoming staff was still polite and did not mean to mock Zhang Ning. "Then can I trouble you to go in and help me find old Mr. Zhao?" Zhang Ning could only do so much, or else he would really have to return without any success. "No problem sir, you wait a moment first." The welcome guest left a smile at Zhang Ning and turned around to go inside the hall to help Zhang Ning find Zhao Xingwu. But just as the welcome staff turned around, a man suddenly appeared in Zhang Ning's line of sight. The person who came was actually Wang Wei. Zhang Ning and his eyes met in this instant. A trace of surprise appeared on both of their faces. In contrast, Wang Wei was more angry. "Yo, isn't this the little peasant?" Wang Wei was also a person of status, and under such a public occasion, he did not directly direct his anger towards Zhang Ning, but instead spoke with an incomparably mocking tone. "Wang Wei Wang de young master, I didn't expect to see you here. How does it feel to be on the news headlines yesterday? Is it alright?" Zhang Ning also flashed a bemused smile at Wang Wei and said, "You." Wang Wei was so mentioned by Zhang Ning, his face immediately became ugly. A hand grabbed the welcome staff who was ready to leave, and then said, "No one is allowed to go and help him find someone without an invitation. Is the King of Heaven? This seminar is sponsored by my Wang family. I say he is not allowed to go in. He is not allowed to go in." Wang Wei was furious. The day before yesterday made such a big news, actually not at home to avoid suspicion, but also ran to such a public occasion. It seems to be too ashamed of the disgrace is not big enough. Wang Wei, so what if your Wang family sponsored it? I was invited to this medical symposium today. What right do you have, or I won't go in? Zhang Ning said coldly, very unhappy with this Wang Wei in front of him. The previous afternoon he even found the big gold chain to seek trouble. Now he even felt that letting him make the news headlines, that would be a bargain for him. Here is a medical seminar. You a small farmer who will invite you. Also do not take a piss? Not a medical practitioner. There's no way you'll be invited. And you still want to be able to fish in troubled waters. If you don't leave again, I'll call the security guards to directly blow you out. Wang Wei glared at Zhang Ning and said viciously, "Who told you that I'm not a healer?" Zhang Ning couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, there were only a few people who knew that he could be a healer, and it was normal that this Wang Wei didn't know. Ha ha, ridiculous, you're just a dead planter? Healer? Don't laugh me to death. Security, security. Wang Wei laughed loudly at Zhang Ning, while recruiting 2 security guards at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been violently beaten by Zhang Ning before and knew how powerful Zhang Ning was, Wang Wei was afraid that he would take matters into his own hands at this moment. And the current Wang Wei, despite the fact that he was furious inside and wanted to kill Zhang Ning, had this trace of fear towards Zhang Ning. It's fine to let me go, but I need to meet with Zhao Xingwu. Zhang Ning was not a person who had broken his promise. Since he had promised Zhao Xingwu, he had to fulfill it, even if he was to leave. At least he would be able to say something to Zhao Xingwu. Think beautifully, is old Mr. Zhao something you can see just because a little peasant says so? Give me to blow him out. Wang Wei was already unable to hold his temper and waved his hand for the security guards to do so. When Zhang Ning saw the 2 tall and sturdy security guards walking towards him, his face couldn't help but sink, his brows locked, and the fists in his hands silently clenched. At the moment when the 2 security guards' hands were placed on Zhang Ning's shoulders, Zhang Ning suddenly moved. His shoulders sidestepped. The security guard's hands directly grabbed the air, and Zhang Ning executed a takedown technique in his hands in accordance with the divine farmer's inheritance. Both hands followed a buckle. Will be 2 security guards' hands to capture? In such a place as security, half have real strength, half is a flower show. In front of these 2 people, obviously is embroidered pillow. Zhang Ning basically did not spend too much effort. Foot hook on the other side to put down. As soon as Wang Wei saw that Zhang Ning actually dared to take action against the security guards, and even knocked down 2 security guards in a single glance, he immediately panicked, and unconsciously took 2 steps backward. Little peasant, you, don't mess around, haha. Wang Wei was afraid that Jiang Ning would make a move against him, and his entire body looked terrified. I'm thinking again, did I beat you lightly last time? Jiang Ning moved his fists, and between the bones, they clicked, scaring Wang Wei into constantly retreating backward. Someone's coming, someone's coming, Wang Wei shouted in panic. His voice also attracted the attention of those inside the third floor hall at this time. Quite a few gazes, probing towards Jiang Ning at the entrance. Things, out of control. Chapter 37, I won't talk to you. The gazes in the hall were all focused on Jiang Ning's body, and as soon as Wang Wei took advantage of the situation and took a few steps back, he shouted loudly towards the crowd. Someone, make trouble. Someone is making trouble. Jiang Ning's face looked incomparably gloomy. A medical seminar for a good reason, but things had developed to such a state, something Jiang Ning did not want to see. Since things had gotten out of hand, Jiang Ning had nothing to participate in this medical seminar and turned around to leave. And at this time, a familiar figure called out to Jiang Ning, "Stop," only to see that Zhao Xingwu and a few men of about the same age walked out from inside the hall with red wine glasses in their hands. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but frown. As soon as Wang Wei saw Zhao Xingwu's arrival, he also politely bowed his head slightly to show his respect. Then he started to complain about his evil deeds. Old Mr. Zhao, it's this countryside brat who actually did the job of causing trouble here. I think he's living out of his mind. I asked people to blast him out, and he still dared to make a move. Zhao Shengwu's eyes stared towards Jiang Ning and said, "You did this?" "I did it. They started it. I was merely protecting myself," Jiang Ning said blandly, without a trace of expression on his face. "Little Mr. Wang, this matter, what's going on?" Zhao Xingwu obviously had a very heavy say here, landing a different gaze on Wang Wei's body, and the reason why he was addressed in such a manner was merely to give face to his father. "Wang Jianye, old Mr. Zhao, the matter is like this. This peasant from the countryside didn't have an invitation and tried to blend in. It's a good thing I bumped into him. For such a jerk, I think we should teach him a good lesson to give her a lesson," Wang Wei said angrily, not daring to make a move on Jiang Ning himself. He wanted to borrow Zhao Shengwu's hand to teach Jiang Ning a lesson. "As I said, someone personally invited me here and did not send me an invitation," Jiang Ning said slowly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Who believes that? Blowing off steam. I'm too lazy to bull ***** with you. Old Mr. Zhao is here. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. There's another important guest who didn't come today, the heir to the Shennong clan. Forget it, there's no use in talking so much to a little peasant like you." Wang Wei spoke to himself, his face filled with mockery and disdain. "Little Mr. Wang, I happen to want to talk to you about this matter, about the heir of the Shennong clan. Elder Mr. Zhao, you quickly have someone blast him out. That kid has 2 tricks up his sleeve. Ordinary people are not his match. You said that the divine known's heir will arrive soon, so as not to make an impact later." Wang Wei interrupted Zhao Xingwu's words and said with a straight face, "Old Mr. Zhao, if I am truly not welcome here, it seems like I'd better leave first." Jiang Ning sighed softly and turned around to leave. Zhao Xingwu was finally unable to hold back at this time, and pulled Jiang Ning back, politely saying, "Jiang Ning, young Wang is young and unintelligent, so don't be general with him. Since you've already come, why should you have to leave? Today's medical seminar is not only full of medical leaders, but also has a magical dragon jade on display. Take a look at it. You will not lose out. Before it was also my negligence and carelessness. I forgot about the invitation." The people present heard Zhao Xingwu being so hospitable to Jiang Ning. All of them looked at Jiang Ning with their jaws dropped. Wang Wei was even dumbfounded, shocked, taking up his entire face. "No, old Mr. Zhao, are you mistaken? He, Jiang Ning, is nothing but a small farmer. How could he possibly be the heir to the divine known clan that you mentioned before?" Wang Wei said with a face of surprise, completely unable to believe his ears. "Mistaken? Little Mr. Wang, the one who got it wrong is you, right? Your father, Wang Jianye, invited the best in the industry to attend this medical seminar and even gave me full authority to preside over it. Don't I have the right to invite someone I deem suitable to attend the seminar?" Zhao Shengwu's face sank as he said seriously to Wang Wei, causing Wang Wei's face to instantly turn ugly. "Old Mr. Zhao, I don't believe it. I know him. There's no way he's an heir to the Shennong clan. He's not even close," Wang Wei bellowed, his emotions appearing agitated. And this side of the commotion not only attracted a lot of people onlookers, but also heard the word Shennong's heir. They all began to talk to each other, discussing a lot. "Little Mr. Wang, now I'm going to invite Jiang Ning in. If you have any opinions, you can go and talk to your father. Of course, your father has also explained that you have to properly entertain the heir of the divine known clan. However, I see that your actions towards Jiang Ning just now seems to be a bit unsatisfactory." Zhao Shengwu's tone was obviously much colder than before. At this moment, Zhang Ning actually wanted to leave directly, but Zhao Shengwu's words just now made Zhang Ning's heart tremble violently. And even more so, he couldn't help but pull on his lapel to hide the piece of dragon jade around his neck. Zhao Shengwu said that at the site of the medical seminar, there will be a magical dragon jade display. Zhang Ning does not know that piece of dragon jade will not be related to the dragon jade on Zhang Ning's neck, so Zhang Ning has made a decision. No matter what, first go to see it again. After all, this piece of dragon jade on their own body, the origin of the mysterious, if not in the first time in the number of, old Mr. Zhao, little Wang always he doesn't know any better. I won't be general with him. Now, can I go in? Zhang Ning laughed out loud, hiding his previous displeasure. Ha ha, it's good that you don't mind. Come on, Zhang Ning, inside please. Zhao Shengwu personally invited Zhang Ning inside, shocking many people's jaws. As he brushed past the iron-faced Wang Wei, Zhang Ning couldn't help but flash a triumphant smile at Wang Wei. When Wang Wei saw this, he was so angry that he was about to smoke, but he couldn't say a word. Zhang Ning followed Zhao Shengwu's footsteps into the hall on the third floor, where many people were drinking red wine and exchanging medical skills with each other. The way Zhang Ning was dressed also attracted some strange gazes. Before Zhang Ning came in a hurry, the clothes on his body had not been changed. The dirt from the mountain stained Zhang Ning's pants legs. At a glance, he looked like a full-fledged countryside farmer. Zhang Ning This long medical symposium is sponsored by the wine group. Wang Wei, that rich young master, is only because his family has a bit of money. If you look at it from the world's perspective, it's at most a dog's quarrel. No need to be concerned about it. Zhao Shengwu picked up a glass of red wine on the table and handed it to Zhang Ning, slowly saying. Zhang Ning instantly froze. Zhao Shengwu actually belittled Wang Wei so much in front of his own face, and in his words, he was even not afraid of offending the Wang group. It seemed that Zhao Shengwu's identity was not as simple as being a vice president of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Elder Mr. Zhao, I naturally won't mind, but if someone takes the initiative to find fault, I, Zhang Ning, am not a soft persimmon either. Zhang Ning took a sip of the red wine in his cup and said with a cold smile, you are participating in this seminar as the heir of the Shennong clan. Even if Wang Wei doesn't look for trouble with you, it is expected that some healers will take the initiative to ask for help. Everyone here is not a person with a strong background or a rich and powerful party. Zhang Ning, you still have to be careful. When Zhao Shengwu said this, he was entirely testing Zhang Ning. Last time at Wu Ying's house, after Zhao Shengwu had watched Zhang Ning's Shennong needle technique, although a book was certain of the origin of Zhang Ning's medical skills, but having been in the medical world for so long, he naturally had to be 100% sure. Now, Zhao Shengwu had made Zhang Ning's identity public, which was undoubtedly a best Pathfinder stone to test Zhang Ning under false pretenses. And just when Zhang Ning was drinking red wine and pondering, in his line of sight, a familiar face suddenly appeared. Small and delicate, lowly look, not the one who complained all day long. Lu Na, who else would there be? Chapter 38. Another piece of dragon jade. Zhang Ning watched as Lu Na stood by the table, not talking to anyone else, but kept taking the buffet fruits on the table and eating them. Zhang Ning put down the wine glass in his hand, and after speaking with Zhao Shengwu, he walked over towards Lu Na, who didn't notice Zhang Ning's arrival, but instead ate while muttering something. Zhang Ning stood behind Lu Na, who was a head shorter than herself, staring at Lu Na with a smile on her face. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition that made Lu Na feel Zhang Ning's presence, and with a sharp turn, she crashed on top of Zhang Ning's sturdy chest. Lu Na followed with a shriek and almost didn't fall to the ground. Zhang Ning hurriedly went to assist and stabilized Lu Na's body. When Lu Na saw Zhang Ning, the expression on her face changed from surprise to displeasure. Glaring at Zhang Ning erupted her small volcano. Hey, how come it's you? What are you running here for? I naturally came to participate in the medical seminar as a healer. But you are not a healer. Why would you appear here? Zhang Ning was also curious in his heart. To say that Lu Na was a person of great wealth, that could not be said. Yesterday in Zhang Ning's home, Zhang Ning has understood Lu Na. His family is an ordinary family, although not bad money, but compared to the existence of the Wang group, it is a lot worse. What do you care? I come to play, can't I? Lu Na accompanied Zhang Ning and said without a good mood. Then, is Sister Wu here as well? Zhang Ning's first thought was of Wu Ying. After all, the two were BFFs and were always inseparable. Lu Na was here, so that meant that Wu Ying might also be there. Humph. Sister Wu was at home and didn't come. Look at you getting carried away. Don't you just know a little bit of medical skills? Can you compare to that old man Zhao? Lu Na said with a cold snort, the old man Zhao in her mouth. I'm afraid it's Zhao Shengwu. Little Nana, you complain all day long, but also eat a lot, will grow fat, and not good for physical development. have to pay attention to it. If not, I'll give you some Chinese medicine to drink. How about it? Zhang Ning began to flirt with Luna. Angry Luna stomped her feet. At this time, Zhao Shengwu also walked over. Looking at Zhang Ning and Luna, he couldn't help but smile and said, "The seminar is about to start. There will be some boring opening. It's not useful, but I would like to ask Zhang Ning to go up and show your medical skills. In this way, it can also impress the people present. At that time, Wang Wei won't dare to mess with you." Zhao Shengwu's words were permeated with the illusion of having insight everything long ago, and now Zhang Ning had sensed that Zhao Shengwu, this person, was dangerous. "Old Mr. Zhao, there are some things that should not be displayed in public. I hope you understand." Zhang Ning didn't want to be too high profile, thus attracting unnecessary trouble. "Ha ha, fine, it's almost time to start. You guys chat, my preparation is ready." Zhao Shengwu hid his embarrassment with a laugh, then quickly walked away. Luna looked at Zhang Ning angrily. She always had a complaining look towards Zhang Ning and was angry at children, which made Zhang Ning a bit speechless as well. A few minutes after Zhao Shengwu left, on the high platform in the hall, Zhao Shengwu appeared with a microphone, and with a few dry coughs, he began to speak. "Those words, undoubtedly, is some motivation, healers and parents and other words, really boring." Luna is unable to resist the boredom of the nature, left the hall to find fun to go. Zhang Ning is sitting on the side of the stool. "Drink wine, eat some fruit and so on." Zhao Shengwu's speech lasted half an hour, and Zhao Shengwu's next move instantly attracted Zhang Ning's eyeballs. No, I should say that attracted everyone's eyeballs, only to see that Zhao Shengwu received a sandalwood box from the hands of one or two attendants, and then slowly placed it on the wooden table in front of him. The gazes of everyone present gathered on the sandalwood box, and they couldn't help but lean towards the front of the high platform. "Fellow healers, today, our purpose is to discuss medicine, but just a short while ago, I discovered a peculiar piece of dragon jade. The owner of this piece of dragon jade belongs to the Wang's group, and today, the Wang's group lent it to us for reference and research." As Zhao Shengwu said that, he slowly opened the sandalwood box on the table. The box was opened. Inside the dragon jade exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Ning's eyes pupil sharp contraction, that quietly lying in the sandalwood box of the dragon jade, and Zhang Ning neck hanging in, exactly the same, is simply a mold carved out. And at this time, the dragon jade hanging in the middle of Zhang Ning's neck, suddenly a faint glow, hot feeling, from Zhang Ning's chest. At the same time, the piece of dragon jade on the table on the high platform in the distance followed suit and emitted a faint glow. And the person who was staring at the dragon jade noticed the abnormality of the dragon jade and couldn't help but ask, "Old Mr. Zhao, this dragon jade is glowing. What is so peculiar about it?" The people below had begun to resist asking questions. Zhao Shengwu smoothed his goatee before saying, "The peculiarity of this piece of dragon jade lies in the fact that as long as the person who wears it, no matter what big or small problems they have, they will slowly get better until they are cured, which is very valuable for medical research. And this, in turn, is also one of our themes today." Zhang Ning's gaze remained on the dragon jade within the sandalwood box, and quickly stood up, squeezing into the crowd, while hiding the dragon jade hanging around his neck, so as to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Within the sandalwood box within the dragon jade is still emitting a weak light. Zhang Ning cannot help but mobilize the divine power, quickly towards the piece of dragon jade in the probe and go, but feel their own divine power into the sea. Was an unknown force blocked, cannot get close to the interior of the dragon jade. Unwilling to do so, Zhang Ning increased his divine power delivery, but was met with a counterattack from the dragon jade, and with a buzzing sound, Zhang Ning's head was struck by an invisible impact, and the whole person was dazed and blurred, squinting as he was about to fall down. Just when Zhang Ning thought he was about to fall to the ground, a petite figure appeared beside Zhang Ning, pulling him back. After a brief moment of dizziness, Zhang Ning's consciousness quickly recovered, shaking his head vigorously and realizing that the people around him hadn't even noticed Zhang Ning at all, and that the petite figure that pulled Zhang Ning back was actually Luna. "Hey, I helped you, why don't you hurry up and thank me?" Luna said as she stuck her hands in front of her chest and squinted at Zhang Ning. Little Nana, thank you haha." Zhang Ning was a bit at a loss for words. Luna's such a petite body, how did she hold herself up? And it looked like Luna didn't even take a bit of effort. Could it be Zhang Ning's illusion? "I said, don't call me little Nana." Luna was on the verge of going crazy, but she couldn't do anything about Zhang Ning. "I know, little Nana." Zhang Ning let out a bitter smile, and after he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around to look at the piece of dragon jade, only to find that the sandalwood box had already been covered, and Zhao Shengwu had also handed over the sandalwood box containing the dragon jade to the previous attendant, and finally forwarded it over to the Wang family's hands. and upon seeing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but frown once again. Chapter 39 Ginseng in Purple Lingji. Jiang Ning hadn't expected at all that there were other dragon jades besides the one he had on him. Just now, the two dragon jades were emitting a faint glow at the same time, clearly resonating. Only now the tricky part was that the other dragon jade was actually in the hands of the Wang family, and it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Ning to get his hands on it. What? Want someone else's dragon jade? Luna seemed to have read Jiang Ning's mind at a glance, and couldn't help but say with a smile, everyone here, is there anyone who doesn't want that dragon jade? Jiang Ning said as he waved his hand, and at this time, Zhao Shengwu's speech on top of the high platform also came to an end, and the rest of the time was left for the healers present to discuss the mysterious aspects of this piece of dragon jade, which had just been taken out to open everyone's eyes. Jiang Ning ignored the gazes of the crowd and slowly walked alone to a stool in the corner and sat down, but in his heart, he kept thinking about the piece of dragon jade just now. Zhao Shengwu still took care of Jiang Ning, and seeing Jiang Ning sitting alone in the corner, he gave up the chance to talk to the others and picked up his wine cup, and walked over. Jiang Ning, what are you thinking about? Why didn't you come over to scrutinize the dragon jade when it was displayed just now? Zhao Shengwu had obviously not noticed Jiang Ning's abnormality just now, which was why he asked so. Old Mr. Zhao, there is something I would like to ask. Where did this piece of dragon jade come from? Jiang Ning spoke directly without choking on the words in his heart. It's said to be something that Wang Jianya plucked from inside an antique market. What exactly is it like? It's unknown, but to be able to bring it out for everyone to observe today, it's also counted as him being atmospheric. Zhao Shengwu waved his hand and said, then does old Mr. Zhao know how many pieces of dragon jade like this there are in total? This was the question that Jiang Ning was most concerned about. All along, Jiang Ning had only known that the dragon jade was only the one he had on him. If each piece of dragon jade had a portion of the Shennong inheritance hidden within it, then things would be a big deal. This I've heard that there are 7 pieces, while others say that there are only 3, and still others say that there is only one of these under the heavens, but there's no way to find out which one is true. Hearing Zhao Shengwu's words, Jiang Ning was once again in deep thought, and just at this time, uninvited guests, once again, came to Jiang Ning's front, only to see Wang Wei followed by a young man, who looked to be about Jiang Ning's size and age, with a popular face, only the clothes on his body were a bit strange. Old Mr. Zhao, what are you guys chatting about? I wonder if I can join in the conversation, don't you think? Shennong's heir. Wang Wei intentionally increased the tone of the last few words, a hint of hatred emanating from his words. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the small Wang general manager who looks after the Dora. I heard that you made the headlines. It seems that your popularity has increased quite a bit. Wang Wei was looking for Jiang Ning's stubble everywhere. Jiang Ning couldn't just sit back and wait for death, and immediately retorted, Jiang Ning, your kid do not get an inch. There are times when you cannot laugh. I can hear that you are the heir to the Shennongs, but I feel very skeptical of your identity. Is not ready to show 2 hands, to solve the misgivings of our hearts? As soon as Wang Wei came to Jiang Ning, he really didn't have a good thing in mind, wanting Jiang Ning to make a fool of himself in public. That's fine, I think Mr. Little Wang is right. Zhao Shengwu's heart was also playing with the idea and said with a smile. Jiang Ning knew that it was not going to be easy to hide over this time, so he could only nod with a smile and waved his hand, indicating that he was free to do as he pleased. Then how do you guys want me to prove it? Seeing that Jiang Ning had agreed, a wickedly bad smile appeared on Wang Wei's face before he said, I've heard that every heir to the Shennong clan knows a set of Shennong needle techniques, so why don't you just perform them and see? You're overthinking it. It's impossible to show you these mastery techniques. Jiang Ning hemmed and hawed, mocked Wang Wei and said, it's fine if you don't show it, but as the heir to the Shennong clan, you always have something to show, right? Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you. This is my good friend, Lin De. He is the son of a medical family, Wang Wei said, pulling the man called Lin De to his heels. When Lin De arrived at Jiang Ning's heels, he smiled faintly at him and didn't say anything, but instead reached out and pulled out a small wooden box from inside the pocket of his clothes. Mr. Jiang Ning, I heard that you are the heir of the Shennong clan. I really want to be friends with you, but since I can come to the medical symposium, then everyone carries some valuable herbs on their person, and when they come across the right ones, they can still make a deal. I have a ginseng here that is hundreds of years old. I don't know what you have, so take it out and let us all have a good time. Wang Wei and Linda were guessing that Jiang Ning hadn't prepared anything, that's why they said it on purpose. There are naturally good things, only, Jiang Ning wanted to speak, stopping his words in his mouth. If you can't take it out, don't what's only. Wang Wei and Linda simultaneously cast a mocking gaze towards Jiang Ning and snorted. Little brother Jiang Ning, I didn't tell you about this before. It's not your fault. Zhao Xingwu also thought that Zhang Lin couldn't come up with anything, and couldn't help but say that he wanted to ease the tension in the arena. Zhang Ning just smiled faintly and slowly fished out a plastic bag from inside his pocket inside his clothes, then said as he opened the plastic bag, "It's just that I don't have any ginseng that is hundreds of years old, but I do have 50 years portion of wild purple lingji." When the crowd heard Zhang Ning's words, they first revealed a hint of surprise, followed by a mockery of disbelief. When Zhang Ning opened the plastic bag in his hand, revealing what was inside, both Wang Wei and Linda burst out laughing, only to see that inside the black plastic bag, there was a dry and flat-looking Ganoderma lucidum. From the color of the exterior, it was indeed a purple Ganoderma lucidum. Whether it was wild or not was still unknown. At least one could be sure that it definitely did not have a vintage of 50 years. Now Wang Wei and Linda began to get up, laughed loudly, began to raise their voices, shouted, everyone come to see." The heir to the Shennongs actually took out a dry flat purple Ganoderma lucidum, to pretend to be 50 years of wild purple Ganoderma lucidum. Laughable, really laughable. Wang Wei's voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone around, all gathering towards Zhang Ning's side. Zhang Ning did not panic, but merely left a strange and mysterious smile on his face, and the divine power in his body surged out afterward. Zhang Ning's divine power first probed into the hundreds of years of ginseng in Linda's hands, quickly cutting off the internal center structure, and then probed into the dried and flattened wild purple Ganoderma in his own hands. Under Zhang Ning's divine power, the internal structure of the two herbs, as well as their external shapes, silently began to change differently. When everyone gathered over, the ginseng in Linda's hand had become flat and lifeless, while the purple Ganoderma lucidum in Zhang Ning's hand had become full of color and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Chapter 40. Are you an exhibitionist? At this time, the doctors present were all pulled over by Wang Wei's voice, for the air of the Shennongs are full of curiosity. In fact, many people do not believe that the former Shennongs will have a heir. In the medical world, the voice of the Shennongs has almost disappeared, so when they knew about this news, they all thought that it was just a gimmick to attract the attention of the onlookers. But now Wang Wei's shouting made them want to take this opportunity to confirm it. "Oh, little Mr. Wang, or Dr. Lin, who told you that the purple lingji on my hand is dried up? Did you have a blurry eye and misread the ginseng in your Dr. Lin's hand as my purple lingji?" Seeing that the people around him had all gathered around, Zhang Ning couldn't help but set the greatly changed purple lingji in his hand in front of the crowd and said with a smile. As soon as Linda and Wang Wei saw that the purple lingji in Zhang Ning's hand was completely different from what they had seen before, they immediately froze, and when they looked at the ginseng in their own hands, their eyes instantly widened, and they hurriedly put it away. The surrounding healers heard these words, but their gazes fell on Zhao Xingwu's body, and in the entire hall, it was Zhao Xingwu who carried the most weight. "Old Mr. Zhao, why don't you say, this little brother from the countryside, is heir to the Shennong clan?" Someone in the crowd already couldn't help but speak up. There hadn't been a single moment of peace since Zhang Ning had arrived here, which made Zhang Ning realize Zhao Shengwu's ulterior motives. "That's right, old Mr. Zhao, you have discerning eyes to recognize heroes. This hat of the Shennong clan, would it be too big for this little brother to wear? How do I look at it? He's just a small farmer." As soon as Wang Wei heard the spearheads of the people around him pointing at Zhang Ning, he couldn't help but add fuel to the fire, wanting to turn the tables on what had just happened. "Ha ha, Zhang Ning, if you really are, prove it." Zhang Ning smiled faintly, not enraged by the words of the crowd, and said, There's no need to prove anything. Didn't you guys want to exchange medicinal herbs with me just now? I have a 50-year-old wild purple Ganoderma lucidum here. Where is your 100-year-old ginseng? Aren't you going to open everyone's eyes? Who can prove that your purple lingji is 50 years old? In this world nowadays, not to mention 50 years of wild ones, even 5 years of wild ones are hard to find. Wang Wei said unwillingly, thinking in his heart that he must have been blinded just now. As for Lin Day, he was also well aware that Zhang Ning did not seem to be as easy to bully as he had imagined, and his body couldn't help but take a step back, wanting to leave, which, in this regard, was much smarter than Wang Wei. We are all healers. It is very simple to tell if what I have in my hands is a wild purple lingji. Am I right, old Mr. Zhao? Zhang Ning said, looking towards Zhao Xingwu, who was watching the show from the side and hadn't made a sound. Hearing this, Zhao Xingwu also smiled slightly, and even after carefully examining the purple Ganoderma in Zhang Ning's hands, he said with certainty, "That's right, I, Zhao Xingwu, can guarantee that. If there are still those who don't believe me, they can come up and examine it." Zhao Shengwu's words clearly carried more weight than every other person. No one dared to question them any further, while Zhang Ning had almost been put on the spot by Wang Wei and that Linda. So naturally, he would not just let it go. Divine power surged out once more, deliberately dislodging the ginseng from Linda's body. allowing it to naturally fall to the ground, and Zhang Ning followed suit and quickly picked it up. Everyone take a look. This is our general manager Wang and Dr. Lin's medicinal herb. It's said to be hundreds of years old ginseng. It looks like we're in for a treat, Zhang Ning said, and opened the wooden box he picked up in his hands. Neither Wang Wei nor Linda could stop it in time, and a dried-up ginseng was presented in front of everyone's eyes, instantly drawing a burst of laughter. Ha ha, can this be called ginseng? Mr. Wang, we thought your Wang group was very generous. You can't even take out a single ginseng, and you're using dried radish to fill it up. I'm really a bit skeptical if that piece of dragon jade just now is really that magical. It can't be bragging, right? For Wang Wei and Linda's questioning voice began to spread over. Everyone knew that Lindy and Wang Wei's relationship was not ordinary. The way to look at the two of them, naturally, they were buttoned up with Wang's group. What are you guys babbling about? Don't listen to this little farmer talking nonsense here. The point is not about this, but about Shennong. Wang Wei did not stop, wanting to grab Zhang Ning and not let go. Zhang Ning also did not want to entangle with Wang Wei any longer, and with a movement of his divine power, he directly took off Wang Wei's pants violently. Before Wang Wei could react, he felt a cool chill on his buttocks, and when he looked down, he realized that his pants had fallen down at some point. Nima! Wang Wei directly cursed, and quickly squatted down to lift his pants. The people who participated in this seminar, there were a lot of reporters, and when they saw such an explosive scene, they immediately pressed the shutter button of their cameras. Click click click. Nima, don't shoot, don't shoot. Zhang Ning looked at this place, already completely unable to hold back his laughter, and said at Wang Wei, I say little mister, Wang, you really do have a hobby of being an exhibitionist. The day before yesterday in front of the Hotel Fruit Ben, today again in public to take off his pants. Alas, really hopeless. Cursed mud horse, Zhang Ning, is it you who messed up? I will let you die an ugly death. Wang Wei was in a panic, but he still didn't forget to crack curses towards Zhang Ning. What's it got to do with me? Ha! Zhang Ning laughed to himself, and looked towards Zhao Xingwu again, coldly saying, Old Mr. Zhao, I'm really thankful for today's invitation. It's benefited me greatly. I feel that there's no need for me to continue to stay here any longer. I still have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Sorry. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he squeezed through the crowd and directly walked towards the door. The look on his face appeared very cold. Zhao Xingwu did not expect Zhang Ning to be so individualistic, and froze for a moment, wanting to call out to Zhang Ning, but the words stopped on his lips. At this moment, the focus of the people in the hall was no longer on Zhang Ning, but rather on Wang Wei, all of them surrounding Wang Wei and jeering. Yesterday morning's news had already reported that Wang Wei had come here with a heart-on, and because of the Wang group, no one there had mentioned it, but the way he had acted just now had made the crowd unable to stop laughing. Zhang Ning's departure did not concern anyone except for Zhao Xingwu and Lu Na, who was alone in the corner eating fruit. Zhang Ning left the Xiongsan International Hotel and looked at the time. 2 hours had passed. It was getting late. Zhang Ning was also ready to go to the village. However, when Zhang Ning arrived at the door, he realized that his motorcycle was actually missing, and the big lock, which was also cut off with a tool, was left at the scene. The doorway of the International Hotel can be stolen by someone. This still has every day there is heavenly reason? Zhang Ning couldn't help but open his mouth and cursed. His mood was unusually bad. Originally Zhang Ning also wanted to find the hotel to ask a clear, but found that the place where he parked the motorcycle is simply no camera, and also does not belong to the hotel's range. Zhang Ning also had to admit it, but the motorcycle is next door to Uncle Lu's home, so inexplicably stolen. Zhang Ning's heart is very bad taste, and do not know how to explain to Uncle Lu at that time is good. Chapter 41. Wu Ying was kidnapped. Zhang Ning touched the pocket inside the remaining $200 in cash. The heart has a plan. Showtime so late. Zhang Ning want to take a taxi back. Is not possible. Those cabs as long as his herd is to go to the Whitewater Village. All refuse to take. Let you say broken days are not going. So Zhang Ning is also decided tonight in the county to live a night well. Xiongsan Hotel. Zhang Ning cannot afford to live a night of thousands of dollars, although the card still has more than 10,000 fast, but Zhang Ning does not want to waste their hard-earned money, and now the motorcycle of Uncle Lu's family also lost. Zhang Ning tomorrow also have to buy a new motorcycle to compensate for the Uncle Lu, or else, Uncle Lu want to haul fertilizer and other things to go to the ground. It is very inconvenient. Zhang Ning walked on the street, his eyes constantly scanning both sides of the road, trying to find a similar hotel to stay. Of course, Zhang Ning also found a lot of women standing on the street. See Zhang Ning passing by, will wave at Zhang Ning, and will say handsome to play Although Zhang Ning has a big idea in his heart, but Zhang Ning's principle will not change. Gently shaking his head, just quickly continue to walk earlier. Walked to an intersection. Jiang Ning could not help but listen to the footsteps. This intersection Jiang Ning remembered. Wu Ying's family lives not far in front of the neighborhood. Just at this time, the intersection of the green light lit up. Jiang Ning step, ready to cross the road. Just take 2 steps. A van came speeding, snorting a sharp brake, almost did not stop and hit Jiang Ning's body. Jiang Ning instinctively ducked back. Just a moment ago some distracted, did not think that almost caused a car accident. Nimas don't have eyes? The window of the van was opened, and a man with a cigarette in his mouth cursed at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was puzzled. He walked on the crosswalk to cross the traffic light. His van almost hit himself, not yet looking for the other party's trouble. The other party began to curse Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's face sank. The motorcycle lost. Let Jiang Ning mood is very unhappy. Was about to go up to the theory, but found that, through the car window, Jiang Ning saw a man is covering a woman's mouth, and the woman's body, but also by the rope tied to death. The man was somewhat unfamiliar, but the big gold chain around his neck made Jiang Ning immediately think of it. Wasn't he the gangster who took a watermelon knife and said he would cut Jiang Ning's arms and legs 2 days ago? The big gold chain? Looking at the woman again, Jiang Ning's face followed with a look of surprise. Sister Wu, Jiang Ning shouted out loud, and then rushed over towards the van. The driver of the van also discovered Jiang Ning's movement, and regardless of the obstruction of the traffic light, his foot stepped on the gas and disappeared into the intersection as fast as he could. Jiang Ning fought to run wildly to chase after him, at the same time wanting to take a taxi to chase after him, but found that at night, the road brought the car. Just more than 10 seconds, the van disappeared in Jiang Ning's line of sight. What's the situation? No, I have to call the police. Jiang Ning is a little helpless, only thought of such a way, but turned back and pondered. Just by their own words of a mouth, it is impossible to file a case. Rely on people rather than rely on their own. Jiang Ning soon had an idea. Jiang Ning quickly took out his cell phone, dialed the law enforcement brigade Zhou captain's phone. Beep beep beep. After a few systematic sounds, the phone was connected. Jiang Ning didn't talk nonsense, and directly opened the door and said to Captain Zhou on the other end of the phone. Hello, is it Captain Zhou? Jiang Ning, Little Zhang. Oh, it's Little Zhang. I'm looking for you, right? Your hair growth oil is really too good. I now have a full head of black hair. My friends and colleagues all say that I've become much younger, but the amount of hair growth oil is a bit small. I've used it all up. Zhang, if you still have it, get me some more. Captain Zhou said excitedly. Jiang Ning had solved his problem for many years. Could he not be excited? Captain Zhou, there is definitely hair growth oil, but now I have something I would like to consult with Captain Zhou. I wonder if Captain Zhou knows about this person. Shoppy? Jiang Ning said solemnly, causing Captain Zhou's tone to become serious as well. What Jiang Ning thought of was that since the big gold chain was Sha Pai's person, then this matter, definitely, could not be separated from Sha Pai, just that Jiang Ning was worried about something. 2 days ago, Jiang Ning broke the big gold chain's hand. Would they send the anger they had on themselves on Wu Ying's body? Shoppy, you mean the Shoppy who has made a name for himself in society? What's wrong, Little Zhang? You didn't offend him, did you? Captain Zhou also froze when he heard Jiang Ning's words. No, I just wanted to ask, where can I find Sha Pai, or the gangster under him, just the one with a big gold chain? Jiang Ning pinned his hopes on Captain Zhou. After all, Captain Zhou was from the law enforcement brigade. There were some things that were still clear. What you are talking about should be the golden old eight who mixes under the hand of Sha Pai. Just he is naked all day long, hanging a big gold chain. I don't know where I can find, but to find Sha Pai, it is much simpler. That pool room on Sycamore Road. It is Sha Pai who opens it, and he usually spends his time there. Captain Zhou's tone was a bit strange, and after a pause, he finally told Jiang Ning what he knew. Thanks a lot, Captain Zhou. I'll take the time to send the hair growth oil over to you. I still have things to do, so I'll leave it for now. Bye. Jiang Ning quickly hung up the phone, then quickly ran to the next intersection, hailed a motorcycle, and headed to the pool room on Wutong Road. A few minutes later, Jiang Ning arrived at the entrance of the Black 8 pool room on Wutong Road. The entire Wutong Road, there was only this one pool room, so it wasn't difficult to find it. Jiang Ning stood in the doorway of the pool room, took a deep breath, and finally walked in. The Black 8 pool room is very large, together with the second floor. Inside the people playing pool is also a lot of people. Inside the pandemonium, a lot of people with bare bladders holding cigarettes, were swallowing clouds and spitting smoke. Jiang Ning directly walked to the front desk of the pool room and saw a woman wearing an undershirt sitting there playing with her cell phone. Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at the woman's cell phone screen, and was surprised to find that she was reading a book called Extraordinary Little Farmer in the Smooth Reading City. Jiang Ning smiled blandly, followed by measuring up the woman's appearance. Her arms and chest have tattoos. especially the blood red rose tattooed in front of her body, making people unable to resist looking at it more. Anyone who worked here and was dressed like this, 80% was not a serious woman. Zhang Ning withdrew his gaze and gently knocked on the table before saying, "Boss lady, I'm looking for Brother Shoppy." As soon as Zhang Ning's words fell, the woman with her head down playing with her cell phone raised her head, and when Zhang Ning saw the woman's face, he immediately froze. The woman's features were exquisite, big eyes and high nose, small mouth and sharp chin, a head of long hair draped over her shoulders. Looking at Zhang Ning couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, but helplessly sighed. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl. Chapter 42, The Bathroom Tie. What are you looking for Shoppy for? The woman's tone was a bit impatient as she looked Zhang Ning up and down and said in an unkind manner, "Something's up. May I ask where Brother Shoppy is?" Zhang Ning asked once more, but in his heart, he was a little anxious. The longer the time dragged on, the danger to Wu Ying would worsen by 1 point. "Shoppy isn't here. If you have something, it's the same to tell me," the woman said blandly, putting down the cell phone in her hand and standing up. The woman's height was not much different from Zhang Ning's, a tall figure that was all about a woman's perfection. "Who are you?" Zhang Ning couldn't help but ask. This pool room was opened by Shoppy, and the woman who could work here must also have an unusual relationship with Shoppy. "Who do you care who the old lady is? Say what you want, fart quickly. Nothing there, hurry up and get lost." The woman slammed the table and inexplicably shouted, which really scared Zhang Ning. The woman's sudden action also attracted those who looked like assholes inside the pool room to cast an unfavorable gaze towards Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning took a deep breath, frowning tightly, and said gruffly, "Jin Laobai from Shoppy's men has captured my friend." Things had come to this point. Zhang Ning had no choice but to open the door. If the other party wanted to play hardball with them, Zhang Ning was not afraid of them. "Jin Laobai, your friend is a woman?" The woman surprisingly did not get angry, and said suspiciously, "Going home and still guessing right away. How do you know?" Zhang Ning said full of questions. "I knew that bastard Jin Laobai had done that unseemly deed." The woman broke into a rant and said rudely, completely lacking the image of a girl. Saying that, and ignoring Zhang Ning, she directly picked up her cell phone and dialed a number, followed by yelling at the phone, "Jin Laobai, you ing went out to wreak havoc on women again. Hurry up and come back to my old lady, or I'll skin you tonight." "Who am I? Are you deaf? Can't you hear my voice? I'm Zhao Tong." It turned out that the woman in front of him was called Zhao Tong. It was only her tone and accent that made Zhang Ning not treat him as an ordinary woman. Zhao Tong yelled a few sentences at the phone, then hung up violently, snapping the phone heavily on the table, her face all unhappy. Looking at Zhang Ning somewhat puzzled, the gangsters playing pool inside seemed to be accustomed to Zhao Tong's temperament, treating it as if nothing had happened and continuing to play pool. Look, what are you looking at? Your friend was brought to the Sunday Hotel by Jin Laobai. I've already told him to come back." "Damn, all day long he just thinks about women. Come back and let Shoppy teach that kid a good lesson. He still wants to think about that even after he's broken his hand. There's not a single good thing in a man." Zhao Tong whitened Zhang Ning and said coldly, then sat down and proceeded to play with her cell phone. She didn't even put Zhang Ning in her eyes, treating him as if he was a piece of air. Zhang Ning lowered his head and pondered. Despite what Zhao Tong said in front of him, Zhang Ning was still a bit uneasy. After saying thank you to Zhao Tong, Zhang Ning quickly walked out of the Black 8 pool room. Similarly, he called a motorcycle and asked the master to drive towards the Sunday Hotel as fast as possible, only hoping in his heart that he would still be in time. "Sister Wu, don't let anything happen to you." Zhang Ning's mind kept repeating this sentence. Although Zhang Ning did not spend much time with Wu Ying, but after a few encounters, Zhang Ning felt that Wu Ying was like an elder sister, giving off a different feeling. As soon as they arrived at the Sunday Hotel, Zhang Ning ran to the front desk and anxiously asked, "Hello, have you seen a man with a bare bladder and a large gold chain around his neck bring a mature woman who looks like a white-collar worker here? By the way, that man had a hand that was still injured." "Seems so," the receptionist recalled for a moment and said, "Tell me in that room." Zhang Ning continued to pursue. "This isn't quite appropriate." After all, the front desk attendant hesitated, feeling a bit skeptical about Zhang Ning's sudden arrival. "Pa!" Before the front desk attendant could finish her sentence, Zhang Ning slapped his hand on the table and roared with a hint of anger. "She's my friend. That man is going to misbehave with my friend. If you don't tell me, I'll call the police now." The front desk attendant immediately froze. If the police are called and there are police coming in and out of here, it will have a great impact on their hotel's business, and small hotels like theirs can't afford to be tossed around. Many of them don't have registered ID cards, and once they are checked up on, it's not good for them either. This made the front desk clerk directly say the room number, but also took the initiative to hand Zhang Ning a room card, and notified their manager by phone. Zhang Ning, a result of the room card, towards the upstairs quickly rushed up, panicked to find the room 311. without saying a word, directly brush open the room card, rushed in, the heart is also ready to fight. Once the door opened, under the dim light, Wu Ying was being tied up there. Sister Wu, Jiang Ning lost his voice and shouted, quickly rushed to the bedside, and found that Wu Ying's clothes were intact, and there were no traces that they had been taken off, and inside the room, Jiang Ning did not see the figure of Jin Laobai. Perhaps he had been called back by Zhao Tong. However, Jiang Ning found a man's tie in the bathroom of the room, which looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. This makes Jiang Ning feel very strange. Jin Lao Biao and his side of the gangsters are rough people, never wear a tie and such things. Could it be that Jin Lao Biao was helping others to do things? Jiang Ning looked at the writhing Wu Ying on the bed. Her face was full of hard feelings. Jiang Ning also no longer think too much, put the tie in his pocket, and then checked Wu Ying up. Jiang Ning first closed the door, and then pressed down on Wu Ying who was moving around, and put his finger on Wu Ying's pulse. When Jiang Ning checked Wu Ying's physical condition clearly, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. How despicable and shameless. Jiang Ning couldn't help but break into a curse. Wu Ying had been tied up inside the hotel by Jin Laobai, and it was 80% likely that Wu Ying had been resisting, which was why he had poured something for Wu Ying to drink. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and once again looked at Wu Ying. His body was constantly sweating. Obviously the drug was kicking in. Wu Ying's eyes were unusually disoriented and her consciousness was somewhat confused, and her mouth was murmuring out stirring sounds, causing Jiang Ning's heart to flutter a little. Jiang Ning wanted to stop Wu Ying's behavior, but Wu Ying's strength seemed to be not small, so Jiang Ning was unable to find a way to do so for a while. Between the mess, Jiang Ning's hand, too, came into contact with Wu Ying. Chapter 43, I'm wrongfully accused. When Jiang Ning's hand was placed where it shouldn't have been, his insides violently trembled for a moment, and he immediately retracted his salty hand, telling himself that he wasn't that kind of person. Ho ho ho, Sister Wu, who made you look so pretty? I almost didn't hold back. Next, I'm sorry, Jiang Ning said gruffly, and then violently rolled over and directly pounced on Wu Ying's body. Jiang Ning's hands and feet pressed down on Wu Ying's body. Inhaling deeply, his eyes locked with Wu Ying's bewildered eyes. Wu Ying also seemed to have discovered Jiang Ning's presence, wanting to hug Jiang Ning but realizing that he couldn't move at all, and his mouth could only slur out sounds. Xiao Ning, give me, Sister Wu, offense. Jiang Ning could only choose to close his ears to the kind of seductive voices, and after saying so with an apology, the divine power within his body began to surge. Jiang Ning wasn't the kind of man who took advantage of people's danger. Even if he encountered a situation like Wu Ying, Jiang Ning couldn't do anything shameless. But right now, Jiang Ning didn't have any silver needles with him to go out and couldn't use acupuncture to help Wu Ying clear the drugs in her body, so he could only eliminate them through his divine power. As for Wu Ying, she kept twisting her body, which would accelerate the flow of blood circulation in her body, which was not conducive for Jiang Ning to carry out. So Jiang Ning used his own body to suppress the fidgeting Wu Ying. Jiang Ning's divine power surged out and probed into the interior of Wu Ying's body, discovering the cellular components that carried irritating and catalyzing effects, and following that, he wrapped those cells with his divine power being, converging them into one place, and then discharging them outward along the interior of Wu Ying's body. Vomit, only to hear Wu Ying fiercely a dry retching. Her body flipped over, and she vomited into the trash can on the spread, vomiting out every bit of the medication that had been poured into her before. Jiang Ning wanted to get out of bed and leave Wu Ying's body to help her smooth her back, and just at this time, the door to the room, which was originally closed by Jiang Ning, was suddenly opened. 3 or 5 people quickly rushed into the room. Among them, there was no lack of the previous receptionist, as well as the manager of the hotel, but to Jiang Ning's surprise, 2 police officers wearing uniforms and holding stun batons in their hands were angrily staring at Jiang Ning, and seeing the scene in front of them, without saying a word, they cuffed Jiang Ning. What's the situation? Why are you cuffing me? Jiang Ning was a bit puzzled. Suddenly 2 police officers appeared, and directly handcuffed. Because of his special identity, Jiang Ning was not able to resist, and could only let the other party handcuffed on his own hands. What is the situation? Don't you know in your heart? First with our bureau in the say, the courage can be really big, blatantly on the scourge of good women. It seems that you want to eat some national food. The man who handcuffed Jiang Ning said coldly, pushing Jiang Ning fiercely. No, I'm here to save people. What's harming a good woman? I know her. We're friends, Jiang Ning hurriedly explained. If this matter was mistaken, then Jiang Ning would be unable to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, the front desk attendant stood out, pointing at Jiang Ning with some fear and said, Sir, that's him. Just now he hurriedly looked for my room card, and was also very aggressive. I was scared in my heart, so I called you guys. That's right, for such thugs, they should be severely punished. Our hotel is a regular hotel. We can't have such a thing happen regardless, right? It's really hard on the two officers. The manager of the hotel was also cunning, pushing everything onto Zhang Ning. This also made Zhang Ning a bit unhappy, thinking that he said that calling the police would make the hotel cooperate with him. But he didn't think that this really called the police, but a misunderstanding arose, letting himself get into trouble. Zhang Ning can only put the hope on the body of Wu Ying, as long as Wu Ying to explain to the other side. There should be no problem. But just as Zhang Ning was thinking, another man in uniform checked Wu Ying, turned his head and said, "The woman seems to have fainted. What should we do now? Take them all back first, and find a way to get the female back as well." The one cuffing Zhang Ning was obviously the one with the power of speech, and with a command, the other person immediately made a call. Shortly after, there came two people, but they were female, and helped the unconscious Wu Ying up, and like Zhang Ning, they were brought back to the station. "Sir, listen to me, things aren't what you think. Really, I'm here to save people. The one who harmed people is Jin Laobai." Zhang Ning was a bit anxious. If he was brought into the bureau, some words would not be clear. It's not like Zhang Ning had never encountered such a thing. 2 years ago, wasn't it like this? Less nonsense. Now give me shut up. Wait until the bureau. There is a time for you to talk. The uniformed man gave a cold shout, making Zhang Ning shut up. Zhang Ning also knew that there was no point in saying anymore, and could only allow himself to be brought to the bureau. After arriving at the station, Zhang Ning was locked up in an interrogation room alone. After waiting for 10 or so minutes, Zhang Ning was a bit impatient to know what happened to Wu Ying. However, thinking back, since they had already arrived here, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The reason why she fainted was because Wu Ying's body was already weak, and she couldn't withstand Zhang Ning's divine power traction, which is why she fainted. Zhang Ning was looking down and pondering. The door of the interrogation room was opened, and the person who came face to face was a female police officer. Because the light was too dark, Zhang Ning didn't have the time to see the other person's face clearly, and then the other person held an electric light in front of her face, and the piercing light made Zhang Ning couldn't help but close her eyes. "Name, age, what do you do?" The other party sat across from Zhang Ning and placed the record book in his hand on the table before asking Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning's eyes slightly opened a slit and looked towards the policewoman's body, realizing that she had a work nameplate hanging in front of her, on which her name, Baishui, was being written. "Officer Bai, don't you have my information on hand? I'm telling you, I'm really wrongly accused." Zhang Ning glanced at the record book on the table. Her previous convictions were all written on it, and it was just routine for her to ask this. "You're really an old fart, a repeat offender. In the past, there was a previous conviction for intentional assault, squatted in the prison for 2 years, only recently released, actually can't help but come out to do bad things again. People like you should really be shot." Baishui didn't talk nonsense with Zhang Ning anymore, and directly threw the information in her hand at Zhang Ning's heel, saying with anger, "I am all wronged. Really, white officer. Alas, really cannot explain clearly. Wait for my friend to wake up. Things are not all clear?" Chapter 44, "Come to me with something. Then you don't need to explain. Sign on this," Baishui said, pushing another confession-like form in front of Zhang Ning, wanting him to sign it. Zhang Ning slowly smiled, maintaining his composure despite all the helplessness, and said, "Officer Bai, you're not new here, are you? Regardless of whether I confess or not, this routine statement still needs to be taken, and at a glance, you look like you're new to this. Could it be that you're a freshly graduated trainee?" Zhang Ning's words, the original expression of calm Baishui's face instantly exposed a panicked look. Some stammered to say "Move ah, what are you saying? I want to record on the record." "Do not record on the record. You care about it?" Looked at his own debunked Baishui. Zhang Ning is also secretly laughed, but Zhang Ning is absolutely will not sign a confession of guilt. He clearly did a good thing, but was treated like this. Right now can only be postponed, waiting for Wu Ying to wake up to testify. Bureau of People see Zhang Ning has been refused to admit guilt, can only be the first recorded statement, until Wu Ying woke up to talk about it. Temporarily Zhang Ning to the custody of the UP. They have the right to detain Zhang Ning 48 hours. Zhang Ning did not think, their own good day, but ended up like this. First motorcycle was stolen, and then encountered Wu Ying was kidnapped, and then was misunderstood caught inside the bureau. This Zhang Ning's luck, really is not generally poor. At night, Zhang Ning spent the night in the interrogation room of the bureau, cold and hungry. Such days, Zhang Ning has long been accustomed to. The sky, the dawn, a ray of early morning sunlight, through the window, irradiated in Zhang Ning's face. Zhang Ning's eyelids slightly rolled a few times, a pair of drowsy eyes opened. Ho ho ho, this is still a bad taste. The warm sunlight in the morning slowly dispersed the coldness from Zhang Ning's body, and Zhang Ning rubbed his palms together and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Clang." Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was opened with a clang, and the man who had cuffed himself earlier walked in side by side with Baishui. Seeing that Zhang Ning was awake, he couldn't help but skim a glance at Zhang Ning before saying, "Alright, sign here, and you're free to go." "Things cleared up?" Zhang Ning faintly stared and said, "Things are cleared up. I apologize to you for what happened before, but I still have to warn you, you are a person with a criminal record. In the future, be careful. If Jin Laobai or Shopee find you in trouble, you can come to the bureau to look for me. My name is Li Zhangtian. I'm the director here," Li Zhangtian said righteously. It seems that he knows a lot about those jerks in Suxian County. "Then thank you, Director Li," Zhang Ning said, resurveying the man and woman in front of him. The man was spirited. His face was full of righteousness. The woman was tall, beautiful and pretty, simply the goddess of men's hearts. If it wasn't for the special place that he was in right now, Zhang Ning would really want to go up and ask for the phone number. "Okay, sign it and hurry to leave. Your friend is waiting for you outside." Zhang Ning took the pen and paper handed over by Li Zhangtian and quickly signed his name on it, and then Li Zhangtian helped Zhang Ning unlock the handcuffs on his hands. Zhang Ning moved his hands a bit, and after saying a thank you to Li Zhangtian and Baishui, he walked towards the outside of the station. When Zhang Ning left the bureau, he found Wu Ying standing at the door waiting for Zhang Ning, and when he saw Zhang Ning walking towards him, the look of worry on his face dissipated quite a bit, and was replaced by excitement and elation. "Xiao Ning, are you alright?" "That's great," Wu Ying shouted and pounced towards Zhang Ning, hugging the overwhelmed Zhang Ning in her arms, while Zhang Ning's head followed suit and buried itself within Wu Ying's deep career line. Zhang Ning gently rubbed against Wu Ying's chest, then stood up straight before saying, "Sister Wu, I'm fine. It's you. How are you feeling? Why don't I take your pulse?" "Don't worry, Sister Wu is fine. Last night was really thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I might have." Wu Ying's words were silent as she said here, "Forget it, the past. Let's not think about it. Sister Wu, haven't eaten breakfast yet. Do you want me to send you?" As soon as Zhang Ning finished saying this, he remembered that his motorcycle had been stolen. However, Wu Ying seemed to know Zhang Ning's difficulties, pointing to the small car parked behind her. She slowly said, "Xiao Ning, it's better for Sister Wu to send you. I'm treating you to breakfast, so I should at least give Sister Wu a chance to thank you, right?" After the two agreed, Wu Ying drove Zhang Ning to have breakfast, and after that, she sent Zhang Ning back to Whitewater Village. After chatting a few sentences at Zhang Ning's home, Wu Ying drove away. Before leaving, Zhang Ning also didn't forget to remind Wu Ying of a few sentences, and handed me the tie that he found in the hotel bathroom. I wanted to ask Wu Ying if she recognized the owner of this tie, but Wu Ying shook her head, and even last night after the drug, she forgot everything, just vaguely remembered that Zhang Ning had come. After sending Wu Ying away, Lu Tsuilan and Zhang Xiaojun pulled Zhang Ning to ask questions, wanting to understand the situation. Zhang Ning did not dare to tell his family that he slept in the police station last night, otherwise Zhang Xiaojun's temper will definitely break Zhang Ning's legs. So Zhang Ning had to say that he spent the night at Wu Ying's house, which made Lu Tsuilan and Zhang Xiaojun happy, and Zhang Ning had a helpless smile on his face when he saw this scene. After that, Zhang Ning went next door to Uncle Lu's house, with full of apologies, to apologize to Uncle Lu, and promised to go to the city tomorrow to buy a new motorcycle for Uncle Lu. When Uncle Lu, who was still a bit angry, heard that Zhang Ning was willing to buy a new one, he was instantly happy and didn't pursue the matter any further. Zhang Ning came out from Uncle Lu's house, sighed deeply. This day by day, so many things happen. Zhang Ning are a little bit of care. Citrus Field is not attentive to take care of. Thinking of this, Zhang Ning went home and put on a cool hat, went to the citrus field. Yesterday at noon, Zhang Ning saw the feeling of the ground has been full of a white flowers, the growth rate, far beyond Zhang Ning's expectations. Now after a day, Zhang Ning was thinking in his heart, won't be about to bear fruit, right? Zhang Ning quickly ran to the citrus field at the entrance of the village, and found that at the edge of the citrus field, the village head Zhang Wensheng was standing there taking pictures with his cell phone, and when he saw Zhang Ning's arrival, he hurriedly put the phone away. "Hey, village chief, what are you doing in my citrus field? Sneaky, you don't want to do something with Widow Zhou in my citrus field, do you?" Zhang Ning waited for Zhang Wensheng and said in a bad mood. Since the day before yesterday, Zhang Ning showed the video to the villagers. The village cadres are clamoring for Zhang Wensheng to step down, and want to re-elect the village chief in the village. But the village chief is 3 years a change, and now the time is not up, so there is no way to take Zhang Wensheng. Besides, and Zhou Widow cheating things although dishonorable, but also is not a major event. Others are to take Zhang Wensheng have no way, but the villagers know. Zhang Wensheng's wife is a powerful woman, surely less to give Zhang Wensheng a lesson. Chapter 45, Shocking Yield. No, it's nothing, Ning Zi, you're busy, I still have things to do. so I'll leave first. Zhang Wensheng looked a little flustered, and after leaving a sentence, he left in a hurry. Zhang Ning didn't care, and walked into the citrus field, using his divine power to probe the growth of the citrus trees at the first opportunity. For now, the citrus trees were well hydrated. The powerful roots were already providing the citrus trees with enough nutrients, and Zhang Ning's internal remodeling was also causing the citrus trees to grow rapidly, with some already sprouting small astringent fruits. Zhang Ning couldn't help but pluck a dinky fruit from the citrus tree, placing it in his mouth and gently biting it. A packet of sweet juice gushed into Zhang Ning's mouth. This made Zhang Ning ecstatic. This is only just born out of the fruit. Not only is it not as bitter and tasteless as imagined, this has only just begun to grow fruit. It is already so sweet. If it matures, will it not be sweet comparable to honey? Zhang Ning did not think about it, but quietly waiting for the passage of time. The next few days, Zhang Ning, in addition to the city to buy 2 motorcycles, did not go anywhere. One is to accompany Uncle Lu. One is for Zhang Ning himself. This if often go to the town and the city. No brother transportation is also a trouble. Zhang Ning's money in his hand is almost spent, excluding the 50,000 yuan handed over to Zhang Xiaojun. There are less than 2,000 yuan left. Shengshe Company also took the time to send the rest of the citrus saplings to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning had wanted to catch up with Yi Changsong or Yi Ling, but he didn't realize that they didn't come to Whitewater Village. In these few days, Zhang Ning also had busy words. To the rest of the citrus saplings began to do the internal genetic modification. When Zhang Ning all the transformation is completed, the first batch of citrus trees is finally mature. During the period of time, although attracted a lot of villagers talk, said Zhang Ning contracted this piece of wasteland, is to pick up the treasure, can let the crops grow quickly, envious, and before the attitude. But there is a world of difference. At this moment, Zhang Ning and Zhang Xiaojun as well as Lu Tsuilan were all standing in the citrus field, with several bamboo baskets placed around them, each of their faces looking at the fruitful citrus trees with a smile on their faces. Ningzi, tell mom and dad honestly, did you hit this seedling with a potion to catalyze its growth? Otherwise, how come it's only been less than a month and it's already starting to bear citrus? Zhang Xiaojuan's tone was a bit exasperated, but he still maintained a smile. Dad, how can that be? Playing catalytic drugs is something only done by unscrupulous merchants. These citrus of mine, all of them are normal growth. They grow so fast. It can only be said that my seedlings are genetically good. What Zhang Ning said was indeed the truth. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan heard, and did not ask more questions. In the market, indeed, some seedlings have good genes, fast growth, just such seedlings, then other ordinary seedlings' price is several times more expensive. Okay, anyway, not to harm the people into, hurry to pick a few baskets, first get to the city to sell, if there is a good place to buy, and then find people over to haul. But there is a problem, our village of that mud and sand road is too bad, the car can barely drive in, if the big trucks, I estimate that cannot get in. Ning Zi, you want to think about how to do it? Zhang Xiaojun was thinking longer term, and had already started to worry about Zhang Ning. I know what to do. Dad, you don't have to worry for me. Nourish your and my mom's bodies, that's the key. Zhang Ning waved his hand, already having the initial idea in his heart, and after he finished speaking, the family began picking citrus. At first, Zhang Ning was planning to spend money to ask the villagers to help, but last time when he planted citrus saplings, Zhang Ning gave people 100 a day. Zhang Xiaojun was looking at the heartache, this time how to not let Zhang Ning spend this money. Zhang Ning did not have any extra money on hand, so he had to pick a few baskets for his own family first. After a full day of work, Zhang Ning also picked a lot of citrus. Looking at the citrus field is still hanging full of citrus. Zhang Ning's heart once again steal joy. A more than 3 years of citrus trees normally can produce into 200 to 400 pounds feel, and Zhang Ning's citrus trees have only grown up, although the yield of each tree in 100 pounds or so, and some even close to 200 pounds, which is already shocking yield. Zhang Ning's land is now hundreds of acres of area, planted more than 6,000 citrus trees, so large, Zhang Ning a person simply cannot care over. During the period of time Zhang Ning also thought of hiring someone to take care of, but this will have to wait for Zhang Ning to these ripe citrus to sell out to be able to do. In the evening, Zhang Ning looked at several large baskets of mandarin oranges at home, and the family ate dinner happily. The next morning, Zhang Ning rode his newly bought motorcycle, dragged on 2 large baskets of mandarin oranges, and headed to the city. On the way out of the village, Zhang Ning met the villagers, but also politely sent a few to the villagers to eat, attracted a wave of people's praise. In the eyes of the villagers, for Zhang Ning that citrus saplings in a month on the fruit of the matter, although a lot of talk, but ultimately are attributed to Zhang Ning's seedling is a large company to buy a good gene seedling. It was hard to ride a motorcycle to the city. Jiang Ning's first thing was not to sell his citrus, but went to the law enforcement brigade, looking for Captain Zhou. Jiang Ning walked straight into the law enforcement brigade, walked in towards Captain Zhou's office, knocked on the door, and said, "Captain Zhou, long time no see it's little Zheng. I've been waiting for your hair growth oil for quite a while. If not for the fact that I'd been a bit busy lately, I would have gone to your village to look for you." Captain Zhou looked exceptionally polite when he saw Jiang Ning's arrival, and hurriedly greeted Jiang Ning as he sat down. "Isn't this for Captain Zhou? Also, there's been a bumper crop of citrus at home in the past few days, so I'll send some over to Captain Zhou as well," Jiang Ning said, handing Captain Zhou a large bag of mandarin oranges in his hand. The current Captain Zhou was a clump of black hair, and his entire body was in high spirits, and he was even more courteous to Jiang Ning. "Don't be so polite, right? The last time that Shopee and Jean Laobai thing, Captain Zhou wanted to speak, did not put the words down. Oh, that has been alright. I came to find Captain Zhou this time, mainly to send hair growth oil and citrus to Captain Zhou. Of course, there is another thing I want to ask Captain Zhou. You see, I have a lot of this citrus at home, but I don't know if there is a fruit company that can buy a large number of feelers." This is the main purpose of Jiang Ning, to find Captain Zhou, and bring 2 baskets of mandarin oranges to the city, but also to facilitate the other side to see the samples with. Captain Zhou heard Jiang Ning's words, suddenly slightly stunned, but quickly recovered, said with a smile on his face, "Ha ha, this is no problem. Receiving citrus fruit company is quite a lot, but..." Chapter 46, Someone's making a mess. "Only what?" Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask after him. Captain Zhou's desire to speak gave Jiang Ning a not-so-good feeling. "It's just that those fruit companies don't really take in retail customers. I can help you greet them, but whether they take them or not, I can't guarantee it." Captain Zhou shrugged his shoulders and said slowly. Jiang Ning slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The company has the company's rules. Their own citrus volume is large. To some small traders simply cannot sell out. In the end, can only be rotting in the home, not to find a large fruit company. Jiang Ning hands of citrus sales channels there is no way to open. It doesn't matter. Instead, I'm talking to the other side in detail. Then this matter will trouble Captain Zhou, Jiang Ning said with a faint smile. Captain Zhou waved his hand and didn't say anything else, but picked up the landline phone on his desk, skillfully dialed a number, and hung up after greeting the other party. "Xiao Zhang, I helped you greeted. Just in front of the 2 intersections, there is a Qingjing Fruit Company's warehouse. I told the warehouse manager over there that I have a brother has a batch of mandarin oranges to be sold. He said that you should let you despite the drag over. He will first look at the quality of mandarin oranges, and talk to you in detail, but don't worry, I'm not worried. He's still going to give my face, and if it doesn't take yours, you'll call again." "Me," Captain Zhou said politely. "Then thank you, Captain Zhou. If there's nothing else, I'll go and get busy first. By the way, the hair growth oil can be maintained by using it once or twice. You don't need to use it all the time," Jiang Ning said, turning around and about to leave, but then stopped and turned back to remind Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou nodded and took the bottle of hair growth oil that Jiang Ning had sent back to his seat, happily scrutinizing it. Jiang Ning left the law enforcement brigade, mounted his motorcycle, and rushed towards the Qingjing Fruit Company that Captain Zhou had mentioned. The place is very easy to find. Through 2 intersections to arrive, a fork in the road. Jiang Ning saw several trucks in and out, and the trucks are above the signboard of the Qingjing Fruit. Jiang Ning rode his motorcycle to the entrance of the fruit company's warehouse. Looking at the security room inside, the security guards staring at themselves somewhat unsuspectingly, Jiang Ning pondered how to get in, so he turned off his motorcycle, and walked towards the security room. "Hey, what are you doing? This is the entrance to the warehouse. No parking. Hurry up and drive away." When the security guard saw Jiang Ning approaching, he grabbed the intercom on the table and opened the door to welcome him. "Hello, I'm here to find the manager of your warehouse. I had greetings before, saying that I should pull my citrus over to take a look." Jiang Ning appeared to be more polite and greeted him first before saying, "Manager Tan? How can it be? Our company's warehouse never accept the fruit of the retailer. Just that you 2 baskets. Except for what? Go. Hurry to get out of here. Don't you see the big trucks coming in and out in the delivery? Don't get in the way of other people's work, and I won't be responsible for anything that happens." The security guard looked Jiang Ning up and down, and then looked at the motorcycle not far away, immediately frowned and said impatiently, "I know your company's rule of not accepting fruits from retailers, but my quantity is rather large, so I'd rather trouble you to inform your warehouse manager. I'd like to talk to him face to face." The smile on Jiang Ning's face also solidified, and in his heart, he somewhat regretted that he didn't find Captain Zhou to ask for a phone number of their manager just now. What to talk about? Hurry up and go. Don't look at your own virtues, planting 2 citrus and wanting to pull them here to sell them. This isn't a place for garbage collection. The security guard snorted coldly and actually started to taunt Jiang Ning. which made Zhang Ning feel very upset. What kind of attitude do you have? Is a janitor marvelous? I'm really not leaving today. Zhang Ning's temperament also came up, and with her hands crossed, she said, it wasn't that Zhang Ning looked down on the security guard, but the person in front of her was just too upsetting. Just marvelous, what's the matter? Are you going to go or not? If you don't go, I'll throw you out right now. Believe it or not? The security guard said aggressively, leaning towards Zhang Ning and making a move to make a move. Zhang Ning saw that the security guard was eager to make a move, and without waiting for the other party to make a move, Zhang Ning took the lead and grabbed the security guard's wrist, and with a beautiful over-the-shoulder drop, he knocked the security guard to the ground. In fact, Zhang Ning did not want to cause trouble, just to those who look down on the farmers. Feel angry. Farmers how? Without farmers, what do all these rich people eat? Ouch! The security guard was knocked down by Zhang Ning, staggered up from the ground, and with an iron face, he picked up the walkie-talkie, yelling loudly, calling the warehouse. There's a disturbance at the entrance. Come on, 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 come on. Received, received. The walkie-talkie was followed by noisy voices. Zhang Ning saw this, and did not rush to leave, but stood in place waiting for the matter to be resolved. Even if he wanted to leave, it is estimated that this security guard will not let Zhang Ning leave. Not long after the entrance to the warehouse, 3 or 5 people quickly rushed out, 3 wearing uniforms, 1 wearing a suit, face with a hint of anxiety. By the looks of it, 80% of them were from the security section, only to see those few security guards rushed to the entrance of the warehouse, and after talking to the previous security guards for a few sentences, those few people drew a baton from their waist, and walked over towards Zhang Ning. Stop! Who told you to make a move? Suddenly, a stern voice came from behind the security guards, and the security guards all stopped what they were doing and took the initiative to make a path out. The man in the suit then stepped forward, showing a smile at Zhang Ning and said, Hello, I'm the warehouse manager here. My name is Tangela. I would like to know, why did you make a move on our company's security guards? Zhang Ning was slightly stunned. It turned out that the person in front of him, wearing a straight suit and spraying gel water all over his head, was the Tan manager that Captain Zhou had contacted. It was your people who spoke out first. As I said, I was introduced here by Captain Zhou. I only wanted to talk to you, Manager Tan, but I was evicted. If he didn't make the first move, would I have done it? Zhang Ning said coldly. If this Qingjing Fruit Company were all such people, Zhang Ning wouldn't care if they took his citrus. It's not like they were the only ones in the whole Suxian County. What? You are the one that Captain Zhou said inside the phone call to sell citrus? Tangela instantly froze, a look of incomparable surprise appearing on his face. That's me, Manager Tan. If you guys don't take the retailers, forget it. It's not like the hundreds of acres of citrus in my family's land can't be sold. Zhang Ning said coldly, turning around and about to leave. Tangela saw Zhang Ning to go, quickly pulled Zhang Ning, said in a good voice, Little brother, don't. Our company collects. They don't understand the rules of acquisition in our warehouse. It's all because of me. I don't know the little brother's name, or we talk about it inside how? If you just leave, Joe Captain sighed. I'm not good to account for, is not it? Tangela this out. Next to a few security guards are shocked off the teeth, especially just by Zhang Ning knocked down the security guard, but also jaws of the mortar and pestle in place. The heart cannot help but be afraid of their own. This is messed with, should not mess with the people. Even the warehouse manager was polite to Zhang Ning, thinking of his own actions just now. His intestines have been repenting. Chapter 47, I'm your Grandpa Zhang. You're welcome, Manager Tan. If your company really had the idea of acquiring my citrus, then you wouldn't have to stop me at the door like this. Zhang Ning turned around and slowly said, I know. It's all about our security guard's attitude. I'll let him apologize to you. Xiao Ma, why don't you apologize to others? Tangela said, giving the security guard an angry look. The security guard quickly understood. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Then he said to Zhang Ning in a lowly manner, Boss, I'm sorry. Just now it was my attitude that was the problem. I apologize. I shouldn't have looked down on you farmers. Well, it's alright. Zhang Ning nodded with satisfaction, smiled slightly, and looked at Tangela again, saying, Manager Tan, my name is Zhang Ning. About the acquisition of citrus, why don't we find a quiet place to talk? Fine, no problem. This way please, Boss Zhang, Tangela said politely, then gave Zhang Ning a please gesture. Zhang Ning returned to his motorcycle, mounted it and headed inside the warehouse. The security guard also put the gate lever away. After Zhang Ning entered the warehouse, Tangela started to get angry. Xiao Ma, you didn't even get the situation right when you made your move. Are you trying to get me killed? He was introduced to me by Captain Joe. Tang Jiela couldn't wait to slap that pony out of his anger. Manager Tan, clearly is he first move. I have not even touched him. He was knocked down. Do not believe you can adjust the surveillance to see it. Xiao Ma's heart is very unconvinced. There is a kind of dumb feeling. At the same time there is also some remorse. You still say, this thing I will not pursue. You go to the financial settlement of wages in the afternoon. This work, not for you, Tan Jiela said, angry, and walked away, leaving the pony standing alone, his face ugly. Qingjing Fruit Company's warehouse is very large. This company is also one of the largest fruit companies in Suxian County. The fruits inside the supermarket, basically this company is supplying. So basically, their supply would not be collected from the hands of retailers, but rather, there were merchants as well as farms that they specifically cooperated with. Zhang Ning parked his motorcycle in the parking space inside the warehouse, and after locking it up, he stood in place waiting for Tan Jiela's arrival. 2 minutes later, Tan Jiela walked down the ramp of the warehouse and gave Zhang Ning a gesture to head to the office. Then Zhang Ning followed Tan Jiela to the warehouse office. The office was not large and appeared a bit messy. Only Tan Jiela's desk was tidy. Tan Jiela told Zhang Ning to sit down and took the initiative to pour Zhang Ning a cup of tea, before returning to his own desk. Boss Zhang, just now you said that you have hundreds of acres of citrus land. I wonder if that's true. For Zhang Ning's words, Tan Jiela was still a bit skeptical. After all, usually there were sales channels for such a large piece of citrus land, and would not take the initiative to come inside the warehouse to talk about this. Manager Tan, there is indeed hundreds of acres of citrus land in my family's land. The seedlings were bought from Shengshur Seed Company. The quality is good. Now the citrus bear out, sweet and delicious, containing a lot of vitamins, better than the general quality of citrus is not a grade. I even brought the samples, Zhang Ning said, then took a few of the 2 baskets of mandarin oranges that were brought in and handed them to Tan Jiela. Tan Jiela was slightly stunned as he took the mandarin oranges from Zhang Ning's hands, then started peeling them, and tasted one under Zhang Ning's gaze. Manager Tan, how is my mandarin orange? Zhang Ning said with a smile, having 100% certainty in his heart. Thin skin, fat meat, juicy, sweet, delicious, definitely a good mandarin orange. Tan Jiela ate one and couldn't help but clap his hands and couldn't help but take another mandarin orange and start peeling it. That's natural. I wonder if Manager Tan wants the finish. Zhang Ning looked at Tan Jiela so happy and felt that there was a chance. So he said, yummy, really yummy. Boss Zhang, it's not that I want it or not. It's just that you have such a large quantity. I can't make the decision as a warehouse manager, or I'll talk to our company's vice president. He happens to be in the warehouse today, Tan Jiela said with a bitter face. Zhang Ning was introduced to him by Captain Joe. It's not okay for him not to entertain. This entertain to talk about business, but he can't make the decision when the quantity is large. Yes, no problem. Trouble Manager Tan. Zhang Ning did not say anything more. After all, hundreds of acres of citrus. That is often tens of millions of dollars of business. Naturally, it is necessary to be above the vice president of the talent can be finalized. Clang! Just as Zhang Ning's words had just fallen, the office door was roughly kicked open with a clang, and Zhang Ning slightly twisted his head to look, wanting to know who had such a big temper, and even dared to kick the door of the warehouse manager's office. Before Zhang Ning could see clearly who the other party was, Tan Jiela violently stood up and respectfully walked over, saying in a low voice, Vice President Liu, who caused you to be so angry? It's not you? How many times have I told you? Our company doesn't accept fruits from retailers. Explain to me, what's the deal with that motorcycle at the door? Are you greedy for a small advantage? Accepting those farmers' ragged fruits to fill up the number? Vice President Liu pointed at Tan Jiela's nose and cursed. It was only at this time that Zhang Ning got a good look at the face of that Vice President Liu, but never thought that the so-called Vice President Liu would actually be the one who invited Zhao Xingwu to Wu Ying's home to see a doctor, but was lectured by the old man Zhao, and finally called Zhang Ning a grandpa before inviting Zhang Ning back. Zhang Ning looked at Lu Cheng constantly lecturing him in front of Tan Jiela. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Back then, Lu Cheng had gone out of his way to condescend to call Zhang Ning grandpa in order to invite Zhang Ning back to see Wu Ying. No, Vice President Liu. That person was introduced to me by Captain Joe of the Law Enforcement Brigade. You said that if I don't entertain him, it's not easy to explain on Captain Joe's side. Besides, it seems that he has hundreds of acres of citrus land to sell, and I'm just in the right position to go and ask for your permission, Tan Jiela said with an aggrieved face. Were so many problems, the company you say I say not to accept. What hundreds of acres of citrus land? Who knows is true or false? I would like to see. Captain Joe introduced a what to come, but also so boisterous to say they have hundreds of acres of citrus land? As Lu Cheng spoke, his gaze fell on Zhang Ning who was sitting opposite him. With a frown on his face, Lu Chen walked quickly towards the elder, taking a single stride to stand in front of Zhang Ning, ready to kick him out. Zhang Ning faintly smiled, and at the same time, he stood up and came into a stare down with Lu Chang, before sneering and saying, "I'm your elder Zhang Ah." Chapter 48, $1.50 a caddy. "I'm your grandpa Zhang Ah." Zhang Ning's words made Lu Chang clearly see Zhang Ning's face full of smiles. Moreover, it made Lu Chang recall the unpleasant past. "Zhang Ning? How could it be you?" Lu Chang was shocked and his voice trembled somewhat uncontrollably. "Isn't it me? It turns out that my eldest nephew is the vice president of Chungjing Fruit Company. No wonder he was able to invite old Mr. Zhao." Zhang Ning said with a smile, this small doubt in his heart also solved. "Aren't you a doctor? How did you grow citrus?" Lu Chang obviously hadn't slowed down and froze. "Who stipulates that if you are a doctor, you can't grow oranges? I am originally a small farmer in the countryside." Zhang Ning shrugged the back of his shoulders and said, "Not this, great nephew. Have you forgotten what you said before? In the future, you'll have to call me grandpa, or else I'll badmouth you in front of Sister Wu." Zhang Ning gave a bad laugh and pointed at Lu Chang. This made the side of Tangela a bit at a loss for words, completely unable to figure out what was going on, but he was even more puzzled about Zhang Ning's identity. Not to mention the other things, Tangela only knew one thing, and that was that Zhang Ning wasn't a simple little farmer. "Zhang Ning, what do you want?" Lu Chang's face sank as he said with some anger. "Lu Chang, don't want to admit it doesn't matter. Turn around when I send medicine to Sister Wu. I will definitely badmouth you in front of him." Zhang Ning was full of evil smiles, said also not forgetting to shake his head. "This, Zhang Da." Lu Chang was about to exit, but found that Tangela was still in the office, his face on one side, and then rushed to Tangela yelled loudly, "What to look at? Still not out to work, is not want to do? Yes. Vice President Lu, I'll go and get busy. You guys chat. Tangela couldn't help but snicker, lowered his head and hurriedly exited the office. After seeing Tangela close the office door behind him, his eyes returned to Zhang Ning's body before he smiled apologetically and said, "Master Zhang, you mustn't say anything bad about me in front of Wu Ying. I admit, I was a bit impulsive before. Haven't I already apologized to you for that?" It turns out that Lu Chang has been pursuing Wu Ying without success, non-stop to please Wu Ying. The last visit to the doctor's matter has already made Wu Ying biased against Lu Chang. If Zhang Ning is adding fuel to the fire, Lu Chang, I'm afraid that he does not have any chance. But Lu Chang does not know is that Zhang Ning heart think differently. In Zhang Ning's view, Wu Ying looks beautiful temperament, will not be cheap Lu Chang it. Line. This thing we do not talk about for the time being. We talk about citrus things. My hands on 100 acres of citrus to sell. Samples here, absolutely top grade. Just ask you to accept it. Zhang Ning also did not want to go on in the nonsense. Directly to the point. Receive. As long as you give me a few more good words when you deliver the medicine to Wu Ying, everything is fine. I'm at the supplier where the incoming citrus is 60 to 80 cents a caddy. I can give you the same price. Lu Chang hadn't even tasted Zhang Ning's citrus before he took a bite out of it. That won't do. My senses are not the same as the citrus on the market. Less than 1.5 cents a pound. I won't sell. Zhang Ning coldly grunted, writing citrus, but he spent a lot of divine power to transform out, which is rich in vitamin energy, far beyond the imagination. If sold in accordance with the market price to sell, Zhang Ning can be a loss, which has such a high purchase price. $1.50 a caddy even in the supermarket retail is too expensive. If this is the purchase price, this company will not lose money? Lu Chang immediately refused, also scared by Zhang Ning's high price. Why don't you try my mandarin oranges first? Zhang Ning smiled and picked up a mandarin orange, similarly handing it to Lu Chang. Lu Chang froze for a moment, quickly peeled it, tasted it, and the expression on his face flipped just like Tangela's earlier. But there could not help but peeled one citrus. Eat the citrus juice or flowing to the top of his suit. Really delicious. You this citrus I want. Just $1.50 a caddy. How many? Lu Chang wolfed down the mandarin oranges, not looking like a vice president at all. And those juices also followed Lu Chang's chin. Dirtying his tie, Lu Chang drew a few sheets of draw paper on the office work, loosened his clothes buttons and wiped them with paper towels. Zhang Ning stood in front of Lu Chang, watching this action of Lu Chang. His eyes suddenly condensed and landed on the tie that Lu Chang tied around his neck. The tie's color was very dark. It seemed like it had been seen there. Zhang Ning struggled to recall, and a thought violently flashed through Zhang Ning's mind. The tie that Lu Chang was now wearing around his neck was very similar to the one that Zhang Ning had found inside the hotel's bathroom. The lines were basically similar, only the colors were darker and lighter. A horrible idea was born in Zhang Ning's mind. Although Jin Laobai had a conflict with himself, but not so much that he would take his anger to Wu Ying's head. In the end, Zhang Ning and Wu Ying were just friends who had known each other for a short while. Jin Laobai using wooing to take revenge on himself was not necessary at all. Furthermore, the tie left in the hotel bathroom was definitely not Jin Laobiao's, and Zhang Ning went there in time, and the other party also left very quickly, probably in a hurry to leave the tie behind. Although Zhang Ning thought so, but there is no direct evidence to prove that the knight to wooing drug people is Lu Chang. Besides, Lu Chang to wooing has been pursued hard, should not do such a stupid thing. It seemed that the complexity of this matter was far beyond what Zhang Ning had thought of, and in order to figure out this matter, then Zhang Ning would have to be the one to find Jin Laobai and ask for clarification. Zhang Ning, no, Master Zhang? Lu Chang shout, only to pull Zhang Ning back to God. Zhang Ning gently shook his head. At the moment, first to the citrus sale negotiated before. About the matter of wooing, first put it on the back burner. Jin Laobiao and Shoppy is in Suxian County, cannot go. Then when will you go to my place to haul goods? First things first, I live in Baishui Village. The road into the village is not good. Big trucks definitely can't get in. Otherwise with the tonnage of the big trucks, it will surely flip over, and I can only use small trucks or pickups to go in and pull it. Zhang Ning took a long breath and said solemnly, no problem, but you have to make sure that the citrus in your field must all be the same as the ones inside these two baskets. Lu Chang nodded and said, naturally I can guarantee it. That's good. I'll turn around and let Tangela go to your land to inspect it. Then I'll let the company's people draw up the contract as soon as possible. As for Sister Wu's side, Lu Chang's heart is still playing with Wu Ying's idea. Don't worry, wish us a happy cooperation. Zhang Ning patted his chest and said, taking the initiative to reach out and shake Lu Chang's hand, and did not dwell on this name of Zhang De anymore. Happy cooperation. After Zhang Ning and Lu Chang interview, things are basically finalized. Zhang Ning's mood is also too good. This citrus if open sales channels. For Zhang Ning, that is a large amount of income. But what Zhang Ning didn't know was that after he rode his motorcycle and left the warehouse of Qingjing Fruit Company, Lu Chang stood in the doorway of his office, looking at Zhang Ning's departing back. The corner of his mouth revealed a ghostly smile, and muttered, little peasant, there's a time when you can't laugh. Chapter 49, Recruitment of Laborers to Pick Tangerines. The matter of citrus sales is basically settled. Zhang Ning is not afraid of Lu Chang to play any tricks for himself. Dragged on the two baskets of citrus, Zhang Ning went to Wu Ying's home. He sent some to Wu Ying, and then went to Shangshir Tree Sapling Company. Just as Yi Changsong was there, he also sent a basket to Yi Changsong, and by the way, he greeted Yi Ling. Fortunately, Yi Ling, the $1,000 lady was not there. Otherwise, she would have fought with Zhang Ning again. Zhang Ning, this feeling of yours, how did you bear fruit so quickly? Isn't it only like a month has passed? Yi Changsong said in surprise as he ate the sweet citrus in his hand. Mr. Yi, that's not because your seedlings are good. They are all growing fast now. This is the first batch of mandarin oranges. There are more behind. Zhang Ning also did not hide, but said somewhat modestly, look at what you said. You must have a set of powerful means of cultivating seedlings in your hands. Look at last time. I followed your method of stocking a few chickens, and now this seedlings, all grow fast. Yi Changsong laughed out loud. His heart was very joyful. Ha ha, Mr. Yi, I'll come back to buy seedlings from you again when I have time. Say hello to Miss Yi for me. I should go back. Zhang Ning followed suit with a laugh, and bid farewell to Yi Changsong, heading towards Whitewater Village. On the way back, Zhang Ning rode his bike at a very slow speed, and made a point of stopping to check the condition of the road section. A 2-kilometer section of rugged mountain road. Although it was the road that opened up Whitewater Village to the town, it was extremely difficult to travel. Not to mention whether the trucks pulling goods can come in at that time. Even if they come in, pulling a truckload of citrus out of the village is also a tricky thing. This makes Zhang Ning want to fix this broken dirt road as soon as possible. But unfortunately, Zhang Ning now has no money on hand. Must wait for all the citrus in the citrus field to sell out. The funds back to think about the matter of road repair. After Zhang Ning's exploration, found in the just 2 kilometers of the road, only in the middle of a part of the hillside and cliffs. The road is narrower, just to be able to pass a car, and this mud and sand road is not very strong. Not rain okay, a rain, the road is simply no way to pass. The only thing Zhang Ning was worried about now was that this road would be a problem when it came time to transport the oranges. But despite this, Zhang Ning was also without any solutions. After waiting at home for a day, Qingjing Fruit Company finally called, and drove to Zhang Ning's citrus field that afternoon, bringing along a contract to purchase the citrus. Boss Zhang, your citrus field is really not small. It's only the first time you've produced fruit, and the yield is so high. It seems that this piece of land is a good piece of land. There's no problem with this contract of acquisition. It's just that I'm worried about which road in your village, for transportation, will be very inconvenient. Tangela sat in Zhang Ning's home, drinking the medicinal tea that Zhang Ning had personally refined. and slowly said, "You don't have to worry about the quality of the citrus, there's absolutely no problem. It's just that road in the village. Although I have the idea of fixing it, I don't have the funds on hand to do so. So, I can only begrudge your company. The car that transports the oranges. Use a small truck. If it's a big truck, it won't be good if it encounters a rainy day." Zhang Ning reminded Tangela and said, "That's fine. Transportation side, I'll arrange it." Then Boss Zhang, "You see, when it's convenient, I'll let people come over to haul the goods. I hope the faster the better. Now is the time to feel a large amount of harvest. We have to rush to sell it before the other fruit companies, so that we can sell it at a good price." Tangela didn't say anything, nodding his head. He agreed. "How about tomorrow afternoon then? I have to arrange for someone to pick the citrus on my side first, and when you come in the afternoon, we'll just stock up. How about that?" Zhang Ning said, and signed that contract. "Okay, contact me by phone at that time. There's nothing else. I'll leave first. The warehouse is just busy. I'll come back tomorrow," Tangela said with a smile, stamping the contract with the official seal of Qingjing Fruit Company. He then put the contract inside the briefcase before shaking hands with Zhang Ning. After a pleasant conversation with Tangela, Zhang Ning watched Tangela's car leave the village. Zhang Ning looked at the time on his cell phone. It was still a few minutes past 3, and it was not too late to gather the villagers to go and pick oranges. Otherwise, if you rely on Zhang Ning's family to pick, you may not be able to pick enough for tomorrow's shipment even if you pick them in the monkey years and months. Now that the sun was no longer so hot, and the villagers would choose to work in the fields at this time, Zhang Ning bowed his head and pondered for a moment, and immediately had an idea in his mind. Calling on his parents, he carried the remaining half a jar of medicinal tea in the house to the citrus field at the entrance of the village, and then quickly made another trip to the village committee. With Uncle Li's help, the news that Zhang Ning needed help picking mandarin oranges instantly passed through the village's loudspeaker and reached every villager's ears. Folks, the citrus at Ning Zi's house at the head of the village has ripened. Now Ning Zi is looking for people to help pick citrus. An afternoon's wages of 50 yuan, plus 10 pounds of citrus, medicinal tea for free. Folks with time, hurry to the citrus field at the entrance of the village. In repeating, the village's loudspeaker broadcast the news of Zhang Ning's labor recruitment several times, and as soon as this broadcast came out, a large number of villagers immediately rushed over to Zhang Ning's piece of citrus field. Not to mention that there are $50 in an afternoon. Just that medicinal tea, it is already enough to tempt. In other places cannot drink, and usually Zhang Ning in the village entrance to sell, that also has to be $5 a bowl. People in the village are like this. They will feel happy because of some small advantages. In their opinion, this is already a very generous reward. In no time at all, 20 to 30 villagers had gathered in front of the citrus field, waiting for Zhang Ning's arrival. After Zhang Ning asked Uncle Li to finish broadcasting, he was about to head from the village committee to the citrus field, and as soon as he reached the door, he saw the village chief, Zhang Wensheng, that fat man, welcoming him up and calling out to Zhang Ning, Ningzi, who asked you to make a broadcast in the village?" Zhang Wensheng was afraid that he had heard the broadcast as well, so he had come to the village committee to take a look. "Village chief, are you still the village chief now?" Zhang Ning called out, then changed his tone. This Zhang Wensheng was full of bad water. If it wasn't for Zhang Ning's good luck, he would have really let Zhang Wensheng get into trouble. "Nonsense. Who am I now if not the village chief? Don't be poor, Ning Zi. Don't you know that using the village committee's radio costs money?" Zhang Wensheng said coldly. It was likely that he wanted to blackmail Zhang Ning for some money. As far as his money-grubbing and lustful nature was concerned, all the people in the village knew about it by now. "Want money? How come I didn't know that I need money to use the village's radio?" Zhang Ning's face sank as he slowly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm the one who's still the village chief now. If I say I want money, I want money. $100 at a time. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise your citrus won't be able to be picked today." Zhang Wensheng hemmed and hawed and actually threatened Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning rolled his eyes at Zhang Wensheng. Now is the key moment. Zhang Ning does not want Zhang Wensheng in these days to find their own stubble. If the delay in the main event, it is not worth the loss. Today, Zhang Ning will go along with Zhang Wensheng once. Anyway, Zhang Wensheng and the widow of Zhou that point of has been exposed. This Wensheng is a broken pot. Can get a little is a little. So Zhang Ning did not say anything more, took out $100 to give Zhang Wensheng, and quickly walked to the citrus field. After Zhang Wensheng received Zhang Ning's $1 million, he smiled badly, and in his eyes, a trace of ruthlessness flashed. Chapter 50, The Sneaky Village Chief. Arriving at the citrus field, Zhang Ning watched as 20 to 30 villagers, men and women alike, gathered at the village entrance to chatter, and immediately gathered around when they saw Zhang Ning's arrival. "Ning Zi, is it true what the radio said about $50 an afternoon and tangerines to give away?" Among the crowd, a woman's family started asking questions. Don't worry, what I, Ning Zi, said is definitely true. Now those who want to work come to me to sign up for bamboo baskets, and after the sun goes down, then come to me to collect the money for the work, and during that time, the medicinal tea is free to drink as much as you want. Jiang Ning stood in the middle of the crowd and shouted. As soon as these words fell, the villagers cheered, and all of them went to Jiang Ning here to sign up for bamboo baskets, and then quickly rushed into the citrus field, and began to pick citrus, and some of the villagers were not honest and directly picked two and ate them, but Jiang Ning didn't care. Looking at this scene, Zhang Xiaojuan's face sank again, looked at Jiang Ning and said, Ningzi, do you want to be in such a hurry? We'll pick them slowly as a family, and in a couple of days we'll be almost done, so why bother hiring someone? This is good more than $1,000, there is so out. You really think it's too much money? Dad, it's okay, more than $1,000, we'll soon earn back. I just want to hurry to earn some money, so that the village of that broken road to repair, so that the future transportation of things is also convenient, Jiang Ning said in a serious tone. When Zhang Xiaojun heard Jiang Ning's words, a delighted smile appeared on his face, and he said with some excitement, Ning Zi, if you have good fortune, show those people that my old Zhang family's son is not what they say he is. The corners of Lu Tsuilan's eyes also vaguely brimmed with a hint of tears. It seemed that during the 2 years that Jiang Ning had been squatting in the number, the two old men had been subjected to a lot of gossip in the village, an afternoon of labor, in exchange for a full load of results. Because the number of citrus is too much, Jiang Ning's home cannot be put, so they have to temporarily placed in the ground, and Jiang Ning and Zhang Xiaojun is also in the citrus field to build a temporary shed. Intends to spend the night here tonight. Keep a night, day, gradually dark down. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan in Jiang Ning's several persuasion, only to go back to rest. Jiang Ning tonight is a little bit, after all, is the countryside, there will always be those thieves, not to be on guard is not. Jiang Ning at home after dinner, brought a pot of water and flashlight in the shed lying down, underneath the straw. Jiang Ning lying on it, but feel very comfortable, the taste, more comfortable than in the number. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky, vast starry sky, the stars in the sky, set off by the bright moon, everything in the past, vivid in my mind. 2 years ago, Jiang Ning was still a student. Also in a quiet night like this, Jiang Ning witnessed a scene of a young girl being brutalized by someone. At that time, Jiang Ning saw the righteousness, stepped in to stop it, and fought with the thugs. As a result, the other party was a rich and powerful person. Jiang Ning also ended up falling into a crime of intentional assault, and was unjustly sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment. Day. Just as Jiang Ning was immersed in the memories of 2 years ago, a light footstep came from the distance, instantly pulling Jiang Ning back. While being detected by Jiang Ning's keen sense of hearing, Jiang Ning looked from the shed to the roadside of the citrus field, and vaguely saw an obese figure walking towards the citrus field. And only when the other side came closer did Jiang Ning see clearly that the other side was Zhang Wensheng. Zhang Wensheng is still sneaky, came to Jiang Ning's citrus field, may be aware of Jiang Ning in the citrus field inside, so did not dare to play the flashlight, but also tiptoe moved steps. Zhang Wensheng stood in front of the citrus field, constantly looking, seemingly looking for something, remembered that the last time Jiang Ning came to the citrus field, Zhang Wensheng was also this sneaky, do not know what to do. Jiang Ning just wanted to call out, but Zhang Wensheng turned his head and walked towards the road at the entrance of the village, his footsteps very fast, as if he was a thief. Jiang Ning frowned, this Zhang Wensheng, in the end in the ghost? This Zhang Wensheng, what the hell is he up to? He's been secretive all day. Is he planning to frame Jiang Ning again? Contemplating for a few minutes, Jiang Ning really cannot figure out, did not continue to think about it, simply lie down in the pile of straw to sleep, but also lazy to pay attention to that Zhang Wensheng. The same dream, once again, entered Jiang Ning's dreamland. By the time Jiang Ning woke up, the sun had already climbed high enough for you to find yourself in a stinky sweat, muttering about going home to take a cool shower, and at the same time his heart couldn't help but think about that piece of dragon jade from the Wang family. In the morning, Jiang Ning was not asking people to pick oranges, but himself and Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan were busy in the field, and in the afternoon, the car of Qingjing Fruit Company pulling goods slowly came into the village, only to let Jiang Ning's disappointment. This time the car that came to pull the goods, it was a big truck. Manager Tan, didn't I tell you, the village's dirt and sand road can't withstand the crushing of big trucks. If you're not good at it, the road will collapse, especially in the middle section next to the mountain next to the cliff. I'm not kidding you, Jiang Ning said seriously, his tone seemed heavy. Boss Jiang, that section of the road I looked at, this comes in alright, out should not be a problem. Our drivers are old drivers, and our company's trucks are all uniform specifications. If we want to change to a smaller one, that will have to spend extra money on transportation, which, before, had not been calculated in. So, Tangela also said with some embarrassment, I'm just worried that that part of the road is not good. In case something happens, it's not good for anyone. Zhang Ning gently shook his head and said, don't worry about this. Our warehouse masters are all veteran drivers. Absolutely no problem. Tangela patted his chest and said, being full of confidence in the drivers. Since Tangela had said such words, Zhang Ning did not say anything, and Tangela's people commanded and began to load baskets of mandarin oranges over the scales and packaged, and then carried on the large truck. Tangela's people and Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan on the side to do the calculations. After several hours of work, the first batch of picked oranges had all been weighed and loaded. Looking at the 6 big trucks full of oranges, each car basically loaded with 20 tons of oranges which counted down to hundreds of tons of weight. It was indeed scary enough. Boss Zhang, you feel the quantity is really quite a lot. I called 6 cars to come, still almost not loaded down. The total quantity I have already counted out for you. A total of 123 tons of more than 200 pounds of the whole. In accordance with a caddy of $1.50, that's 369,300 pieces. You pass through it, Tangela said, handing the account book in his hand to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning looked at the densely packed numbers on the ledger and was a bit dizzy, turning his head to look at Zhang Xiaojun, and only after seeing Zhang Xiaojun nod his head to indicate that the data was correct, did Zhang Ning say to Tangela, alright, Manager Tan, no problem, that's good. Please sign here, Boss Zhang. The finance will make the payment to you tomorrow. And here is the bill of lading and invoice. You keep it. Tangela handed Zhang Ning another slip to sign. Zhang Ning glanced at it and signed his name. And then Tangela got into the car. And the 6 large trucks then traveled outside of the village in a vast and slow manner. Chapter 51 Old driver overturned. The traveling speed of the big truck was very slow, wanting to move forward slowly like a snail, but it did drive very steadily. Zhang Ning's heart was very excited. It had only been a month, and through his own divine transformation, the first batch of citrus had already been released, and would bring Zhang Ning more than $300,000 in revenue. And just at this time, the sky suddenly became cloudy. The originally hot blazing sun, at this moment, reported a black cloud cover. Zhang Ning looked up at the rapidly darkening sky, and could not help but frown. Could it be that it's going to rain? No, the weather forecast said that today is a sunny day? Zhang Ning muttered, having a bad premonition in his heart. In order for things to go smoothly today, Zhang Ning had specially watched today's weather forecast. Looking at the sky getting darker and darker, the prelude of an incoming rainstorm had already made Zhang Ning feel that things were in trouble. It's going to be bad. With this rain, something will definitely happen on the road. Zhang Ning screamed out in the dark, quickly ran back home, mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the fleet of trucks that hadn't gone far yet. However, Zhang Ning's motorcycle had just reached the citrus field at the entrance of the village when the sky suddenly brightened up and torrential rain poured down, relentlessly washing away the earth. Zhang Ning hurriedly caught up with the big truck, stopped the truck, and regardless of the stinging pain of the heavy rain falling on his face, he went to the front of the vehicle and yelled at Tangela on the passenger seat of the truck. Manager Tan, it's raining, the road will tread, let the car back up, you can't drive any further. Wow, 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 what? Tangela tugged at his throat, seemingly not hearing Zhang Ning's words, as the pounding sound of the torrential rain falling on the ground outside completely covered Zhang Ning's words. Can't drive forward, Zhang Ning yelled once again, while climbing onto the driver's seat of the truck. No, the rainstorm came out of nowhere. If we don't keep driving forward, before the rainwater soaks the citrus inside the vehicle, we have to rush to the warehouse to dry it out, otherwise it'll go bad. And this road is too narrow, there's no way to make a U-turn. Zhang Ning's proximity allowed Tangela to also hear Zhang Ning's words clearly, but immediately made an objection. I've told you before, don't come with a big truck. Now that it's raining, the mud and sand on the road will become loose, and by the time we get to the middle of the road, with so many big trucks, the road will definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhang Ning frowned and said, his heart was anxious. This was not just a matter of a few cars of citrus. In case something happened, there was still a driver inside the car. It's because of this, while the heavy rain hasn't washed the roadway soft, that's why we should hurry up and leave. We can't delay any longer. Drive. Tangela didn't listen to Zhang Ning's advice, but instead told the driver to hurry and continue traveling forward. Zhang Ning stood in the midst of the heavy rain, looking at the 6 large trucks continuing to drive forward, and not far away was the location of the middle section of the evening mountain cliffs. Zhang Ning's heart couldn't help but tense up. After a few minutes of rain, it became smaller. Zhang Ning's body was completely soaked by rainwater, but not to watch as several cars of citrus safely leave the village. Zhang Ning's heart is still a little uneasy. When the first truck passed by the cliff in the evening mountain, Zhang Ning took a deep breath, and only after the truck passed slowly, Jiang Ning dared to take a breath. But what Jiang Ning didn't know, at the location of that section of the road, because the row of iron nails that were covered by the mud and water were being squeezed out by the previous few vehicles. Looking at the 5 vehicles in front of him that had all safely passed through the dangerous roadway, Jiang Ning focused his attention on the last truck. It was also at this time that the tires of the last truck happened to press on top of the row of iron nails that had already been exposed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the truck's tire instantly blew out, and the originally shaky and unstable truck was violently overturned due to the impact of the exploding tire, rapidly falling towards the edge of the cliff. The tire explosion also will have become soft road surface to the explosion of the collapse. For a moment, the truck's rear tire was completely suspended. The body is to have been completely tilted down. The truck inside a large number of citrus has fallen off the cliff. Jiang Ning looked at this scene. The heart is incomparable anxiety. Do not even think about it. The divine power surged out, turned into an invisible hand. Will be a good 20 or 30 tons of truck to lift. But the weight of the truck was simply too heavy, and Jiang Ning's divine power was clearly somewhat unable to support it, and the truck continued to slowly fall towards the edge of the cliff. Ah! Jiang Ning yelled up to the sky, wanting to bring the truck back, but he was a little too strong in heart and not strong enough in strength. And even though the rain had gotten lighter, Jiang Ning's vision was still blurred by the rainwater that was left along his eyelids. The trucks in front of him found that the last one had a flat tire, and all of them stopped, rushed over in a panic, and looked at the version of the truck hanging in the air. Their faces were full of surprised colors. In just a moment's time, the citrus inside the truck had all fallen off the cliff, which caused Jiang Ning to feel relieved, and once again roared out. The delivery of divine power increased, instantly pulling the semi-suspended truck back and pushing it onto the intact road surface. Seeing the truck safely return to the road surface, only then did Jiang Ning let out a sharp sigh of relief. The entire person almost paralyzed on the ground. Tangela was surprised to see the truck return to the ground. The entire person was dumbstruck, unable to say a word. Nemas said don't go, favor to go. Jiang Ning couldn't help but curse, his face with anger and heartache, that a car of citrus is considered all reimbursement, the whole 20 tons which. Jiang Ning took a long breath, and walked along the road that had not collapsed to the front of the truck, and the driver walked out of the car, looking stunned. Jiang Ning came directly to the rear of the car with a flat tire, and took a closer look, and found that there was a bead of iron nails lodged inside the tire, which made Jiang Ning fall into deep thought. How could there be iron nails on this road properly? Even if someone had accidentally dropped them, there wouldn't be this whole row of them, right? And coincidentally, it was on this most dangerous road. Could it be that someone did it on purpose? Boss Jiang. This. Tangela also walked to Jiang Ning in fear, somewhat speechless. Manager Tan, my words, you do not stop. Now something happened, right? I'll ask you if your old driver tumbled off the cliff. This is a human life. Jiang Ning said angrily, launching himself at Tangela. Yes. My fault. Well, the people are fine. It's this car of citrus. Jiang boss, I think it's better to go into the city first and then talk about it. I'm afraid of the delay. The rest of the several cars of citrus will also be. Tangela is now fearful of this road in Whitewater Village and can't wait to leave now. People are fine as long as they are fine. Hurry up and go. I will talk to your Vice President Liu about this matter later. Jiang Ning had a stern face and said coldly. Tangela heard. The face is not very good look. Greet this old driver's on the car ready to leave. And the 2 flat tire truck, because of the flat tire, so can only be parked here, and so completely after the rain stops, looking for someone to repair it. The road ahead is much better than before. Jiang Ning is not so worried, looking at his own muddy water, sighed and ready to go home to take a shower before, just turned around, saw a figure in the distance quickly dodge, ran away. Chapter 52 Jin Lao Ba. Jiang Ning gazed at the figure. Obese. I'm afraid that only the village head Zhang Wenxing in the whole village. Jiang Ning frowned slightly, mounted the motorcycle and rushed back home. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan immediately went to burn hot water for Jiang Ning when they saw him come back drenched. Even more concerned, they asked, Brat, just now I saw you rush out. I didn't even know what you were going to do, and you came back in this state. Didn't you know to bring a raincoat? Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry. I'm fine. Didn't I just get caught in the rain? I'll be fine after taking a shower, Jiang Ning said as he waved his hand. His current body felt a bit weak. That was because he had used his divine power a bit too much just now. Under Lu Tsuilan's nagging, Jiang Ning managed to take a comfortable hot shower, and after Jiang Ning had changed into a dry outfit, the rain outside had completely stopped. The sun hung in the sky again, evaporating the water on the ground, and the citrus field was also filled with majestic vitality of the citrus trees because of this rain. It was a good thing that Jiang Ning had picked the mandarin oranges today, or else such a torrential downpour would have definitely knocked them all off. Jiang Ning looked at the clear sky outside, and his mood followed suit. But when he thought of what had just happened, Zhang Ning's heart sank. From inside the pocket of the clothes he changed out of, he touched an iron nail that he had just pulled down from the truck tire and carefully examined it. This kind of big long nails are usually used for renovation, and in the whole village, only Zhang Wenqing's family is engaged in renovation. This matter, and Zhang Wenqing certainly can't get out of it. Zhang Ning thought of these 2 days. Zhang Wenqing is always sneaky. Just now it was raining. Zhang Wenqing is still hanging around the village entrance. This made things point to Zhang Wenqing, which made Zhang Ning plan to go find Zhang Wenqing and ask for clarification. The rain had just stopped not long ago, and the people in the village should all be at home. So Zhang Ning quickly walked to Zhang Wenqing's house, looked at the construction materials piled up at the entrance, frowned, and walked in. Village chief? Is the village chief in? Zhang Ning shouted as he looked inside. Who is it? A woman's voice followed from inside the house, and Zhang Wenqing's mother-in-law walked out from the inner room, revealing a smile when she saw Zhang Ning. It's Auntie. I'm looking for the village chief. Is he in? Zhang Ning followed suit and said with a slight smile. His eyes surveyed Zhang Wenqing's messy home, noticing that there were a lot of iron nails scattered on the floor in the corners of the walls, and the ones in Zhang Ning's hands were, well, exactly the same. Ningzi wait a moment, he's taking a bath. It just rained and he got wet. I'll go rush him. Zhang Wenqing's mother-in-law said politely, pouring Zhang Ning a cup of hot water, and walked into the inner room. Good. Zhang Ning sat in Zhang Wenqing's house and waited for Zhang Wenqing to come out. A few minutes later, Zhang Wenqing wiped his hair and walked out. Seeing Zhang Ning in the outer room, he slightly froze for a moment before saying, It's Ningzi? What is it that you're looking for me for? Do you still need to use the village committee's radio? It's fine. $100 a time. Feel free to use it. Village chief, I won't say any more nonsense. You've been sneaking around in front of my citrus field for the past 2 days, and yesterday you ran outside the village in the middle of the night. Are you doing something bad? Let me just ask. The row of iron nails on the road at the entrance of the village, did you put them there? Zhang Ning directly stood up and stared at Zhang Wenqing in a questioning tone, saying seriously. When Zhang Wenqing heard these words from Zhang Ning, he immediately became a bit flustered, his body obviously trembling a bit. I don't know what you're talking about. What about putting iron nails on the road at the entrance of the village? I don't know. Zhang Wenqing denied it sharply, and the more Zhang Ning felt that it was Zhang Wenqing who did this. Oh, the village head doesn't want to admit it. That's fine. Just now that row of nails punctured the tires of the truck and made the big truck flip off the cliff. After such a big incident, I think it's better to call the police. It just so happens that I'm more familiar with the county bureaus directly. If this matter is handed over to him, he'll definitely be able to find out. Zhang Ning hemmed and hawed, slowed down, and then continued, deliberately staring Zhang Wenqing. This thing really wasn't my own idea. Zhang Wenqing was clearly intimidated by Zhang Ning and immediately recanted. Then tell me, who told you to do this? Zhang Ning immediately pursued the question. This, I can't say. Zhang Wenqing shook his head vigorously and said. Zhang Ning between Zhang Wenqing still did not want to tell the truth. Frowned, a hand grabbed Zhang Wenqing's collar. The other hand clenched up his fist, making a gesture that he was about to hit someone. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't say it, I'll beat you up and hand you over to the police before handing you over to the police. You won't be able to do your job as the village chief at that time. Zhang Ning angrily bellowed out, scaring Zhang Wenqing straight away. I said, don't make a move. Have a good conversation. Zhang Wenqing was instantly scared. Say, who told you to do this? Ahem, Ning Zi, I'm telling you, you mustn't say it was me who told you to do it, huh? Zhang Wenqing said, looking around to make sure his mother-in-law wasn't listening. Only then did he continue. Just a few days ago, the asshole Jin Laobai found me and said that he asked me to keep an eye on your every move, and also gave me $500 in favor. So, and then? Zhang Ning between Zhang Wenqing wanted to speak. Once again the drink. So I keep an eye on you. It's not okay to go to your citrus field to look at what? That row of nails is also Jin Laobai let me put. I do not know today there will be a big truck to pull citrus. This thing I really do not know. If I had known, I wouldn't have done such a thing, Zhang Wenqing said with a bitter look on his face. Zhang Ning understood Zhang Wenqing, the fat man. Zhang Ning knew Zhang Wenqing as a fat man who was not only greedy for money and sex, but also fearful of death and very timid. If he had known that he would have killed someone, he wouldn't have dared to do it. Is there anything else that hasn't been said? I'm warning you, if there's anything else you're hiding, then you'll be waiting to squat. Zhang Ning glared at Zhang Wenqing and said loudly, no more, really no more. Zhang Wenqing hastily waved his hands and said in fear, if I know that you're snubbing me, then you're screwed. Zhang Ning violently loosened his grip on Zhang Wenqing's collar and pointed at Zhang Wenqing's nose. Zhang Wenqing nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhang Ning was only satisfied in his heart. his tightly locked brows, however, did not loosen. The heaviness in his heart became even thicker. Jin Laobao kidnapped Wu Yingthing just a few days past, and now this thing in Jin Laobao involved in the relationship. It seems that this Jin Laobao is determined to find their own trouble. Zhang Ning did not know whether this matter had anything to do with Wang Wei behind Jin Laobai. After all, Wang Wei had let Jin Laobai look for his own trouble before. After all, Wang Wei had asked Jin Laobai to look for trouble for himself before. Now, it seems that this matter is not that simple. Chapter 53, Losing Before You Even Start. Zhang Ning left Zhang Wenxing's house and stood on the village's dirt and sand road, his heart constantly pondering. It seems that this Jin Laobai really can't be allowed to go on like this. Otherwise, Jin Laobai is a bastard. Who knows that they secretly find trouble for Zhang Ning again. Thinking about it, Zhang Ning decided to go to meet this Jin Laobai, and Zhang Ning vaguely felt that Wang Wei is likely to be involved. After deciding, Zhang Ning did not care about the fact that it was already evening, and mounted his motorcycle with the intention of making a trip into the city. Leaving the village, the big truck with a flat tire is still parked in the middle of the dirt and sand road. Zhang Ning was uneasy, so he called Qingjing's phone. Answered the phone as Lu Chang, in the determination of the remaining 5 cars of oranges smoothly to the Changjing Company warehouse. Zhang Ning was relieved, and Lu Chang also promised that tomorrow the financial work, check the information, will give Zhang Ning to pay. Changjing Company, so big fruit company. Zhang Ning is not afraid of Lu Chang from the obstruction. Zhang Ning into the city, directly went to the Black 8 pool room in Sycamore Road, walked to the front desk of the hall. Is still that called Zhao Tong's beautiful girl to watch the store. Zhang Ning walked up to the front desk and looked at Zhao Tong, who was playing with her cell phone with her head down, and gently knocked on the table before saying, "Boss lady, I'm here to look for Jin Laobai." Zhao Tong raised her head slightly, glanced at Zhang Ning, and didn't pay any attention to him, instead continuing to play with her cell phone with her head down. "It's you again? Jin Laobai isn't here. Why are you looking for him? I already called him back for you last time." "What? Kidnapped your friend again?" Zhao Tong said blandly, seemingly not treating Zhang Ning well. "That's not true. I still have to thank you for last time. I'm looking for Jin Laobai, even if I'm asking for something. Is he here?" Zhang Ning smiled faintly and said blandly, "Indeed, last time, Wu Ying was kidnapped by Jin Laobiao. If it wasn't for looking all over the phone to call Jin Laobiao back, Zhang Ning wouldn't be able to find Wu Ying so smoothly." "Didn't kidnap your friend, then what are you doing here? If you don't play pool, don't hang around here. If you want to find Jin Laobachi, go to those bars and look for him yourself. It's not like I'm helping you look for someone," Zhao Tong said in a bad mood. Her tone was fierce, looking a bit shrewish. "I can't find him. I only know that Jin Lao Bark follows Shoppy. This is Shoppy's front. I can only come here to find him." Zhang Ning shrugged his shoulders. If he could find Jin Laobachi himself, then he wouldn't have come to Black 8 pool room. "Can you play pool?" Zhao Tong suddenly put down the cell phone in her hand and stood up, asking Zhang Ning an irrelevant question, which caused Zhang Ning to freeze. Yes, a little." Zhang Ning was a bit baffled, but still answered, "Play a game. Win me and I'll tell you where Jin Laobai is. Lose and get the hell out of here. Don't bother me. That about Jin Laobai, I don't want to hear anymore." Zhao Tong looked Zhang Ning up and down, a disdainful smile appearing on her face. "That's what you said, so let's try." Zhang Ning instantly became interested. Pool Zhang Ning did know how to play a little bit, but since Zhao Tong, a little too young girl, made such a request, Zhang Ning couldn't afford to refuse, or else it would be tricky to find Jin Laobai to ask about the original matter. "Pay up, $50 an hour." Seeing that Zhang Ning had agreed, Zhao Tong reached out for Zhang Ning to ask for money. "What? More money? Isn't this something you fight too?" Zhang Ning froze at once. "Cut the crap, fight or not. If you don't fight, pull in." Zhao Tong skimmed Zhang Ning and said without a trace of anger, "Got to fight." Zhang Ning somewhat unwillingly pulled out $50 and placed it in Zhao Tong's hand. If it wasn't for the fact that the payment for the citrus hadn't arrived, Zhang Ning wouldn't have to be so stingy. After all, right now inside Zhang Ning's pocket, there wasn't a few dollars left. Zhao Tong put Zhang Ning's $50 directly in his pocket, walked out from the front desk, came to a pool table, picked up a cue, and polished the head. The people beside them at the big pool table saw Zhao Tong about to tee off, and immediately put down the cues in their hands and set up the scattered pool balls in front of Zhao Tong. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Do you not know how to play?" Seeing that Zhang Ning stood still without any action, Zhao Tong couldn't help but shout, and at the same time took out a pack of gum and put it in his mouth and chewed it. "That look, gangly. We'll fight. What's the hurry?" Only then did Zhang Ning react, and hurriedly picked up a club, ready to compete with Zhao Tian. And at this time, the surrounding gangsters who were originally playing pool, all stopped their hands and crowded over towards Zhang Ning's side, and Zhang Ning also heard their whispers, most of which were mocking Zhang Ning. "Look, That kid doesn't know that countryside. He actually dares to compete with Sister Tong in pool. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. That's right, I guess I don't know anything. Sister Tong is also bored, so she's just playing with that kid. Why don't you start? I'm waiting for our Sister Tong to show us a masterful hole-in-one. In the words of the assholes, Zhang Ning seemed to understand that this Zhao Tong in front of him must be very good at playing pool, and his reputation here was not small, making these people call her Sister Tong. You tee off for me? By this time, Zhao Tong had already gotten ready, chewing her gum and standing in front of Zhang Ning, saying coldly, "You're a girl, so you go first." Zhang Ning made an inviting gesture, but he didn't realize that this statement made Zhang Ning already lose in the eyes of the others. This was because Zhao Tong was well known here for her great skill in playing pool. Basically all of her shots went into the hole, and her opponents didn't have a chance to make a move at all. Don't regret it, ha! Zhao Tong flashed a confident smile at Zhang Ning before walking to the table, holding the cue stick and leaning down, ready to tee off. Zhang Ning, however, at this moment, was seeing a scene of surprise. Zhao Tong, who was originally wearing an undershirt, appeared to be moving in such a way that Zhao Tong's movements were, well, very standard. Zhang Ning inwardly sucked in a hard breath of cool air to keep himself calm, while focusing his attention on the pool ball, only to see, with a crunching sound, Zhao Tong opened the cue. The white ball was violently struck out by the cue in Zhao Tong's hands, and the pool balls scattered in one blow, hitting each other on the edge of the pool table like blossoming flowers, and moreover, a small ball fell into the band. Good. The surrounding assholes clapped their hands in applause, while Zhao Tong didn't have any reaction, moving her feet calmly and continuing to hit the ball. Boo! Another small ball dropped into the belt. The surrounding laughter continued, while Zhang Ning watched quietly without saying anything. It had to be said that Zhao Tong's skill was very high. 7 shots in a row. All the small balls had been knocked into the band. On the table, there were only 7 big balls and a black 8 left. As long as Zhao Tong knocked the black 8 into the ball pocket, then Zhang Ning had lost without even touching the ball. At this moment, Zhao Tong has appeared to be very calm, standing in front of the white ball, stooped down to lift the rod, quickly and sharply struck out. The white ball impact on the black 8 ball. The black 8 ball directly toward the corner of the hole rolled away. Zhang Ning is going to lose. Chapter 54, A Clearance. The gazes of everyone present fell on that black 8 ball, and Zhang Ning was no exception. According to the current direction of the black 8 ball, it would definitely roll directly into the band. Zhang Ning didn't want to lose without even touching the ball himself, and at this moment, the corner of Zhang Ning's mouth lifted up a weird amplitude. Divine power surged out from his body, covering the entire pool table, deflecting the trajectory of the advancing black 8 ball. With 2 thuds, the black 8 ball hit the edge of the mouth of the ball pocket a few times and eventually returned to the table, and the onlooking mongrels booed as a result. Boo! Zhao Tong also frowned at this time, a little puzzled in his heart. My turn. Zhang Ning took a step forward, lifting the club that had long been sharpened, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with it being your turn? Our Sister Tong is going to be able to win with just 1 shot. You kid can't be thinking of hitting all the balls in 1 shot, right?" The gangster next to him began to taunt Zhang Ning. Zhao Tong didn't say anything, but just took a step back to the side to make room for Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning didn't say anything, but instead grew in front of the white ball's heel and gestured a few times with the cue, making a show of calculating the direction, when in fact, the divine power had already covered all the balls on the table. Sister Tong, why don't we make a bet on it? Zhang Ning suddenly stopped the movements in his hands and turned his head to look at the hotly built Zhao Tong, saying, "How do you want to bet?" Zhao Tong also became interested and couldn't help but ask. As a woman who mingled in this black 8 pool room, for betting, it was a family affair. It's simple. If I clear the table with a single shot, you'll give me a kiss. If not, I won't appear in front of your eyes anymore in the future, so that you can also figure out a way to clear your mind. Zhang Ning said with a smile, putting in front of such a beautiful, hot body of such a hot girl not flirt. Zhang Ning heart really some overreaction. Nima, dare to flirt with Sister Tong. Kid you live impatient? Really ing looking for death. Brother Shoppy will definitely make you shed your skin. The moment Zhang Ning's words came out, it immediately caused quite a stir, and the surrounding jerks also cast malicious gazes towards Zhang Ning. Some of them even jumped at the chance to make a move. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Tong was still here, I'm afraid that they would have already rallied against Zhang Ning. Kid, you're quite bold. You even dare to flirt with me. But this game of yours, I'm really betting with you. I still don't believe that you can clear the table in 1 shot. Remember, it's 1 shot that clears the balls on the table, not 1 shot at a time. Zhao Tong didn't freak out as expected, but agreed with a smile. That's what you said. Wait and see ha. With that, Zhang Ning plopped down on the pool table and prepared to hit the ball. To clear the table with a single shot, it was a breeze for Zhang Ning, who possessed divine power. the onlookers once again mocked, all of them showing disdain, and they were even ready to blow Zhang Ning out of the room. Zhang Ning was unimpressed, and casually struck the white ball, while at the same time, his divine power shrouded and covered the white ball, allowing it to roll along the trajectory he wanted, only to see that the white ball slammed into a large ball. The balls on the pool table surface began to hit each other. Each hit was strong and powerful, thumping into the bag. When all the large balls went into the bag, everyone froze, and right now on the entire pool table, there was only one black 8 left and the white ball that was still rolling. Everyone's breath was held, and their astonished gazes gathered on top of that white ball. Zhang Ning looked at the surface of the pool table, his divine power continuing to manipulate the rolling of the white ball, and when the white ball touched the black 8, Zhang Ning then used his divine power to push the black 8 ball, rolling it towards the inside of the ball pocket. At this moment, Zhao Tong's eyes were staring tightly at the black 8 ball that had already reached the mouth of the bag, and when the black 8 ball steadily fell into the bag, an unprecedented bitterness surfaced on Zhao Tong's face. How could it be? It must be that the table is crooked and not set right. Nima, this is a bit too bullish, isn't it? For a moment, the entire field was nonchalant, talking in tongues, not to mention Zhao Tong. When had she ever lost so badly in a big pool game? Just now, she also only felt that Zhang Ning's constant coming here was a bit annoying, so she agreed to Zhang Ning's bet, originally feeling that she was a sure winner. Zhao Tong, however, did not expect that Zhang Ning would be an expert among experts, and what made Zhao Tong even more unexpected was that Zhang Ning was actually nothing more than a half-ass level, relying on the divine farmer's inheritance of divine power only. Sister Tong, what if I won? Shouldn't you? Zhang Ning laughed triumphantly, stretching out his face and pointing at his cheeks. Zhang Ning flirting with Zhao Tong in such a manner caused everyone to be shocked out of their wits. If Zhang Ning knew Zhao Tong's identity, I'm afraid that he wouldn't dare to be so flirty and ask Zhao Tong for a kiss instead. Kid, do you know who I am? The person who dares to ask for a kiss from my old lady hasn't even been born yet. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhao Tong laughed coldly, spitting the gum in her mouth into the trash can and said slowly, ha ha, let's not talk about this for now. Let's just fulfill the bet first, and say yes to kissing me, then tell me the whereabouts of Jin Lao Biao, and the rest, after that. Zhang Ning shrugged his shoulders, not taking advantage of the bargain that came to him. That would really be too much. Kid, you have guts. I, Zhao Tong, have always been true to my word. It's just a matter of whether you can take it or not, Zhao Tong said coldly. Before Zhang Ning could react, Zhao Tong quickly stepped forward and in front of everyone, grabbed Zhang Ning's head, then printed on Zhang Ning's lips. The people present were even more stupefied as they watched, unable to utter a single word in half a day. It was also at this time, at the entrance of the Black 8 pool room, 3 or 5 gangster-like people walked in, the leader of which poured a cigar, wore a pair of sunglasses, and had tattoos all over his body. When the man wearing sunglasses saw Zhang Ning and Zhao Tong surrounded by everyone in the center, he instantly became nonchalant, throwing the cigar in his hand on the ground as he bellowed and rushed towards Zhang Ning. Damn you! The man wearing sunglasses flew up and kicked. Zhang Ning, who was originally enjoying himself, felt the attack of the man wearing sunglasses and violently pushed Zhao Tong in his arms away, and followed himself to the side, avoiding the flying kick. Nima's dare to pick up my sister. When old Shoppy doesn't exist, give me to cut him to death. The sunglasses man angrily took off the sunglasses he was wearing, a pair of ferocious eyes gazing at Zhang Ning, his hoarse and low voice giving the impression that this person was very ill-intentioned. He, being Shoppy. What's the situation? Zhang Ning was a little puzzled. This is not just kissing the excitement of the time. Suddenly appeared such a bastard, but also said that he is Shoppy, that Zhao Tong is. Chapter 55 Beating Sharpie in Public. In that case, Zhao Tong was Shoppy's sister? A thought surged into Zhang Ning's mind. Shoppai's fierce name Zhang Ning had heard of it when he was in the number, and the one he was flirting with was actually Shoppai's sister. This was a big game. Kid, who the hell are you? Zhao Tong, has he bullied you or not? Tell brother. Brother peeled her skin. Shoppy's low voice drank loudly, also revealed his mouth full of big yellow teeth. Brother. Zhao Tong's words hadn't even been uttered yet. Shoppai had already become unable to hold back and clenched his fists towards Zhang Ning to fight. Zhang Ning frowned. He couldn't just stand there and let the other party beat him up. Last time, Jin Laobai had injured his own father, and the matter hadn't been settled yet. Zhang Ning clenched his fists with both hands, facing the head of the social gangsters. Zhang Ning did not dare to be careless. Divine power surged out, forming an invisible hand, binding Shoppy's movements, followed by a fist smashing into Shoppy's face. The mongrels present instantly became enraged, and all of them copied their weapons and rushed towards Zhang Ning. Mother asterisk 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 her, dared to hit brother Shoppy, looking for death. All of them came in a rage. Some even drew out their watermelon knives, and right at this moment, Zhao Tong did block in front of Zhang Ning, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. All of you stop it. Whoever dares to touch him, I'm not done with him. Zhao Tong's voice instantly drank in everyone, including Shoppy who was covering his nosebleed. Zhao Tong, what's gotten into you? This kid actually dared to hit me. He's living out of his mind. What are you guys doing cold? Give me a chance to hack him to death. Shoppy excitedly yelled, grabbed the paper towel on the table and started to stop the bleeding, but he couldn't stop it. I don't care. He's the man I'm looking at now. You used to say that those men were wimps. I see now that he's not. There are a few people who dared to beat you up. That means he's not the same as those wimps in the past. Zhao Tong's words startled Zhang Ning, the little Taiyukai who had been mean to herself just now. How could she be relying on herself this time? Could it be the kiss just now? No, Sister Tong. I haven't figured out the situation yet. But you bet with you. You shut up. Zhao Tong turned her head and yelled at Zhang Ning, causing Zhang Ning to swallow back what he wanted to say. What the hell was going on here? Inexplicably picking up a young girl with such a hot temperament. Zhang Ning had only come to look for Jin Laobai, so how did it feel like it had turned into a blind date? Zhao Tong, what are you doing to me again? This kid dares to hit me. Just this point, I will let him die a very ugly death. What the hell do you guys do? Why don't you do something? Shoppy covered his nose and yelled, but the gangsters took a few steps forward and backed up again. Brother Shoppy, Sister Tong, this, a knife-wielding gangster standing next to Shoppy retreated back, said with a bitter face, damn waste. Shoppy roared, and then kicked the body of that gangster, kicking him to the ground, and even grabbed the club and smashed it on his body, using him to take out his anger. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Zhang Ning was somewhat unable to hold back, and took the initiative to pull Zhao Tong behind him, then came to Shoppy's front, and said blandly, Brother Shoppy, just now I instinctively made a move in my excitement. Why don't I help you stop the bleeding first? After Zhang Ning finished speaking, before Shoppy could react, Zhang Ning made fingers with both hands and quickly clicked a few times on Shoppy's head, the blood on his nose, followed by stopping the blood, which was also watched by everyone who was a bit surprised. Brother, let's go inside and talk. The brethren are all watching. Zhao Tong also stepped forward at this time and said gruffly. Shoppy realized that his nose had stopped bleeding, and the beads of his eyes kept turning, and with an angry stomp, he walked into the office inside the pool room, kicked the door open, and sat down on the boss chair. Zhao Tong finally calmed down a bit when she saw Shoppy pulling Zhang Ning while yelling at the surrounding assholes. What are you looking at? Play your ball. Get lost. Humph. Zhao Tong pulled the bewildered Zhang Ning, and then rushed into the office, then clanged the door shut. The other gangsters also looked at each other. The situation reversed too quickly. They were all a bit unable to accept it. Inside the office, Shoppy had already wiped the blood from his nose clean, but the gloomy and angry expression still hung on his face. Splat! Shoppy slapped his hand on the table, glaring angrily at Zhang Ning as he roared. What the is going on? Zhao Tong stepped forward, wanting to explain to Shoppy, but Zhang Ning could no longer look on. He couldn't just stand there like this, being passive, right? Today, Zhang Ning's main purpose of coming here wasn't to pick up chicks, but rather, he was looking for Jin Laobai to figure out the matter of the truck's blown tire. Brother Shoppy, nonsense I don't want to say. I came here today. I just want to ask you a few questions. Figure it out. I'll leave, Zhang Ning said solemnly, pulling Zhao Tong behind him. Go, kid, you're thinking too beautifully, aren't you? You still want to leave here alive after beating me? Shoppy? Shoppy snorted coldly and said, whether or not you can leave alive is my Zhang Ning's business. I just want to ask. Some time ago, Jin Laobai found someone to break my father's leg. This matter. Do you know about it? Zhang Ning's tone became very cold, despite knowing that the culprit was Wang Wei. But if this Shoppy was involved, Zhang Ning would not just let it go so easily. Your father? Jin Laobai? What do you mean? When Shoppy heard Zhang Ning's words, he immediately froze, asking Zhang Ning back in confusion. Looks like brother Shoppy isn't clear about these things. Then I'll be straight with you. Some time ago, Wang Wei, the son of the Wang group, found Jin Laobachi and asked him to find someone to injure my dad. After that, he took a machete and found my house, wanting to break my arms and legs, Jin Laobai's hands, which I broke. Not only that, a few days ago, Jin Laobai kidnapped my friend, and gave her medicine. If it wasn't for a phone call from Sister Tong to call Jin Laobachi back, I'm afraid that my friend would have been spoiled by that person. Zhang Ning's face took on a vicious color, and in one breath, he made things clear, and within his eyes, a murderous aura had flickered out. The anger in the entire room instantly became grave, and a chill brought about by a murderous aura filled Shoppy and Zhao Tong's hearts. Asterisk. Jin Laobiao backed this old man to do so many things? When Jin Laobiao comes back, I will definitely get him killed. Shoppy's anger was instantly diverted to Jin Laobachi by Zhang Ning's words. Not only that, Jin Laobachi also got our village chief to spy on me. Yesterday, he even got our village chief to put a row of iron nails on the road, puncturing the tires of the big truck carrying the goods, which almost didn't result in a fatal accident. This is something that I, Zhang Ning, won't let go of just like that. Jin Laobai. Shopai gritted his teeth and whispered. Anger had taken over his entire face. Zhang Ning chopped in his eyes, not knowing if this Shopai was really angry or just playing alone. After so many years of mixing in the society, Shopai was definitely not such a simple person. And just now Zhang Ning among the punched Shopai. This thing, Shopai certainly will not stop. At least Zhang Ning now has felt the threat that Shopai brings to himself. Chapter 56 Overindulgence. Jin Laobai did something. I Shoppy will deal with it. But you kid dared to hit me. This thing can't just be left alone, without leaving something behind. Are you just going to leave like this? Then how will I, Shopai, mix in the road in the future? Although Shopai felt an overwhelming anger, he was now a lot more calm. As Zhang Ning looked at Shopai's face, he seemed to feel a somber aura looming over him, and such a gaze made Zhang Ning notice that Shopai's dark circles under his eyes were very heavy, and his eyes were sunken in, which was obviously a phenomenon of overindulgence. Brother, he's my man now. Seeing that Shoppy was about to make things difficult for Zhang Ning, Zhao Tong immediately stepped forward and spoke up for Zhang Ning. The moment before, she had been a ferocious Taiyuyu, but this moment, she had turned into a beautiful woman who helped Zhang Ning to speak in favor of him. Zhang Ning didn't know why Zhao Tong had changed so much, and if Zhang Ning had known, I'm afraid he would have been surprised to no end. Zhao Tong is Shoppy's sister, hot and spicy nature. The average man cannot be conquered. Even if you meet Zhao Tong like, Shoppy will find someone to try. Before those men are either scared away by Shoppy, or cannot stand. All left. But Zhang Ning is different. Just now a pool game. Not only from the pool one Zhao Tong, Zhang Ning is not afraid of Shopai's majesty. Hands to beat Shopai, and hands are not generally good. This moment, can be tethered to Zhao Tong's heart. Xiao Tong, don't interrupt. Men's matters, you women care less. Shoppy said coldly, glaring at Zhao Tong. Brother Shoppy, naturally I won't leave this matter like this. I see that you have sunken eyes and heavy dark circles under your eyes. I'm afraid that you have overindulged. Recently is it that you feel that your body has been emptied out? In terms of sexual intercourse, there is something that is not as good as it should be. Zhang Ning said with a smile. Medical practitioners look at the disease. Pay attention to look and smell. Zhang Ning just look. Has already seen those day-to-day problems on Shopee. Asterisk. What the do you mean? Saying that lousy can't do it? Shopai was exposed to Zhang Ning's shortcomings, and immediately came on fire, somewhat unable to hold back his desire to give Zhang Ning a good look. Zhang Ning, however, waved his hand and smiled blandly, then said, Shoppy brother, you first do not get excited. I'm a healer, will be a bit of medicine. I can help you with a few pairs of good traditional Chinese medicine. A little bit of conditioning, the body will be fine. On the contrary, one night, 7 times a man. That is not a problem. Zhang Ning's words, not only Zhao Tong, Shoppy also froze, to Zhang Ning but with a half-belief attitude, wrinkled up gazing at Zhang Ning. What you said, is it true? Shoppy asked slowly. Then there's still a lie? Some time ago, the Wang Group held a medical seminar, and I was invited to attend it. So if Brother Shoppy trusts me, I can help you get some herbal medicines to regulate that area, Zhang Ning said with conviction. Inside his own mind, there was indeed that kind of formula called Strong Body Dan, especially suitable for this kind of people whose bodies were emptied out to eat. After eating it, in terms of intercourse, it would definitely be brave and incomparable. Kid, your name is Zhang Ning, right? You go get me some now and try it out. If what you say is true, not only will I not pursue you for hitting me just now, I'll even help you get rid of Jin Laobai. Shopai looked a little excited, and the anger in his heart, as a result, gradually dissipated. Then Brother Shoppy is now willing to talk to me about those things I mentioned earlier, right? The corner of Zhang Ning's mouth lifted as he said, He, brat, you better not pull any tricks on me. Within Suxian County, Shopai's reputation, I think you know. What happens when you offend me? I won't say anymore. Shopai snorted coldly and said, that's natural. Zhang Ning did not have a bit of fear when facing Shoppy. Of course, if Shoppy wanted to find trouble with himself, then Zhang Ning would also accompany him to the end. I really don't know about the little thing that Jin Laobai did behind my back. The people who follow me are very clear. Although I, Shopai, am ruthless, but I won't get raw for nothing. As you can see, I'm just opening a pool room now and mixing it up. But if someone thinks that I, Shopai, am easy to bully and come to my head to move the earth, then I'm definitely going to let him die a very ugly death. Brat, You will now get me the Chinese medicine. I'll take care of Jean Laoba's matter myself. Shoppy's tone was cold, not like he was talking big. Alright then, brother Shoppy, I'll send it to you tomorrow. Wait for my news, Jiang Ning said, leaving behind a smile before striding out towards the door of the office. Those gangsters who were playing pool saw Jiang Ning walking out unharmed and directly leaving the Black 8 pool room. All of them looked at each other with surprised expressions. There was no one who was able to leave the place peacefully after beating up Shoppy in public. Jiang Ning was the first one, and after Jiang Ning left Shoppy's office, Zhao Tong also immediately followed. Seeing that both of them had gone out, Shoppy then picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Cripple, there's a little peasant named Jiang Ning. Go help me do away with him. Be quick with your hands and feet. Don't leave any evidence behind. The cops have been watching very closely lately. And also, don't let my sister know about this matter. After Shoppy finished the call, he leaned back in his boss chair, lit a cigarette, and revealed a ghostly smile. After Jiang Ning walked out of the Black 8 pool room, he mounted his motorcycle and was about to leave. But he suddenly felt someone coming up on the back seat of the motorcycle, and when he looked back, it was actually Zhao Tong. Originally, Jiang Ning planned to go back now to get a few strengthening pills for Shoppy, and after Shoppy captured Jean Laobachi back, he would interrogate him properly. Jiang Ning didn't believe that this Jean Laobachi wouldn't tell the truth, but now Zhao Tong was indeed relying on himself. Hey, I said Sister Tong, what are you doing on my motorcycle? Jiang Ning said somewhat helplessly. This Zhao Tong had a hot body, and the size of her chest was even more overwhelming. As she came up like this, she directly hugged Jiang Ning tightly from behind, causing Jiang Ning's heart to feel a hint of throbbing. You are now my man, not on your motorcycle on whose? Cut the crap and hurry up and drive for my old lady. Zhao Tong snorted coldly and said in a very domineering manner, no way, I don't even know you well, even my name is just now known, although you are so pretty, I don't dare to provoke you. Jiang Ning skimmed Zhao Tong and said, her brother was a jungle gangster. Jiang Ning didn't want to have too many dealings with these people. You're just full of crap, you drive when I tell you to drive. My brother said that you went back to get some kind of strengthening Dan. What if I don't keep an eye on you? What if you run away? I don't think any of you men are good. You just think about that all day long. Zhao Tong immediately started cursing, not a bit of a girl's demeanor. Instead, she was like a man, with a big grin. Zhao Tong's words made Jiang Ning somewhat speechless, lowered his head and thought, this thing can only be done. Let Zhao Tong follow. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning took a long breath, gently shook his head. The motorcycle accelerated, and rushed back towards Whitewater Village. Chapter 57 Sticky. When Jiang Ning left Whitewater Village, the time was already relatively late, which delayed so long in the Black 8 pool room. When Jiang Ning arrived at the dirt and sand road into the village, the sky was already dark. On the way back, Jiang Ning found that the big truck had been towed away. The collapsed section of the road was also surrounded by people, put up reflective strips as a warning. Walking on this road, the most advantageous is undoubtedly Jiang Ning's, rugged and bumpy, so that Jiang Ning's car speed fast and slow. Upside down the whole person is a little dizzy. After waiting for home, Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan saw Jiang Ning bring a woman back. All revealed a surprised look, especially when they saw that Zhao Tong was wearing an undershirt and had tattoos on her body. They couldn't help but pull Jiang Ning and ask him about it. Jiang Ning also did not know how to explain this matter. Rural people would have been more conservative. What short skirts and shorts, in their view, is immodest people. Lu Tsuilan has been pestering Jiang Ning to break the casserole to the end. Jiang Ning finally had to be casually excuses. Finally his perfunctory passed. After dinner, Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan went next door to Uncle Lu's house to chat. The only ones left in the house were Jiang Ning and Zhao Tong, who stood in Jiang Ning's old house, surveying the surroundings, but her face did not have the imagined disgusted look. Jiang Ning, is this the village you grew up in? Zhao Tong couldn't help but ask as he watched Jiang Ning tinkering with the sun-dried herbs inside the bamboo baskets. Yes, native born and raised. What? Do you dislike it? Go back to the city if you dislike it. Jiang Ning cast a glance at Zhao Tong and said without any good humor. Che, said as if I am not grown up in the countryside, when the old mother is not the same way over. At that time my family than your family is now even more ragged. And then into the city, thought that I could find a good job, mixed rice, but did not think, was bullied, and finally my brother. Cough. Zhao Tong unintentionally evoked old memories, but quickly realized that he shouldn't talk to Jiang Ning about this, dryly coughed twice, and stopped. Come on, I'm just a small farmer in the countryside, even if I beat up your brother and have guts in your eyes, but you don't have to follow me. I used to squat in a number. Not a good man. Jiang Ning persuaded up Zhao Tong and said, that's just right. I'm not a good woman either. Aren't the two of us a good match? I don't care how you were in the past, but now I've got my eye on you. You'll be my man from now on. Don't worry, I'm here. My brother won't give you a hard time, and you won't be bullied by Yuran. Zhao Tong said words that were so domineering that she could even feel a woman's determination. Then there's nothing you can do. Jiang Ning blankly glanced at Zhao Tong. This woman in front of him was really a bit stubborn, determining things, wanting to make her change. It seemed to be a bit difficult. Jiang Ning didn't say anything more to Zhao Tong. After he had configured all the herbs for the body strengthening pill, he locked himself inside the room, and even though Zhao Tong was shouting and knocking on the door, Jiang Ning didn't open it. After all, the matter of his own divine power couldn't be known by anyone. Chinese wolfberry, angelica, ginseng. Jiang Ning, in accordance with the divine farmer's inheritance left in his mind, the recipe began to configure. The same refining method will be placed in both hands only to see the herbs, will be melted into a drop of liquid, and then fell into the bowl. One herb after another. All the necessary herbs melted. Jiang Ning will be in the bowl has become a solid essence of the medicine to the rubbing of the pill. After 20 or so, before the completion of the refining of the body strengthening pill, Jiang Ning smelled the essence of the strengthening dan within the bowl. Smelling the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the body strengthening dan, Jiang Ning revealed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but pick one up, place it in his mouth, and swallow it directly. Such a good thing. If you don't taste it yourself first, then it's really a bit of a scratch. Jiang Ning muttered to himself. Jiang Ning, are you jerking off in there? It's been an hour since you went in, and you're still not out. If you don't come out again, I'm going to kick the door down. Zhao Tong was alone in the outer room with no one to chat and talk to, and was already bored out of her mind. Coming. Jiang Ning put away all of the strengthening pills and then opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that Zhao Tong had already made a move to kick the door open, frightening Jiang Ning to stop in a hurry. Zhao Tong saw that Jiang Ning was finally coming out and gave Jiang Ning an unkind look. Thought you died in there. I'm sleepy. I need to sleep. Zhao Tong grumbled, followed by a yawn, her sleepy eyes already making her unable to lift her spirits. Then you sleep next door. Jiang Ning pointed to the room he had previously vacated for Wu Ying and Luna to sleep in and said, I don't want to. In the countryside, I'm scared to sleep alone, Zhao Tong said, and then directly walked into Jiang Ning's room, tripped down on Jiang Ning's bed, and actually relied on there not to leave. Jiang Ning also felt a burst of helplessness. After taking a cool shower to himself, he realized that Zhao Tong had already fallen asleep. Jiang Ning gently shook his head, walked to the next room, and collapsed into sleep. Time soon reached midnight, and everywhere was filled with tranquility. Jiang Ning, in a daze, seemed to sense a loud noise. Originally still in sleep, Jiang Ning violently opened his eyes and looked towards the side, surprised to find that Zhao Tong did not know when to sneak into his room to sleep. And because the night of August and September days is very hot, Zhao Tong has only left on the body of the short undershirt, borrowing the moonlight shining through the window. Jiang Ning clearly saw Zhao Tong's sleeping cheeks. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. This suddenly having a woman automatically sent to his door, picking up a wife for nothing, made Jiang Ning already unable to suppress the throbbing in his heart. Not only that, Jiang Ning had eaten one of the body strengthening pills when he was refining it, and the effects were now manifesting themselves as a warm current surged into Jiang Ning's brain and began to drive him to do things he shouldn't have done. As for Zhao Tong, she was also fully awake at this time, staring at Jiang Ning with wide eyes, but that different feeling, once again, surged into both of their hearts, stimulating each other's brains. What are you doing? Zhao Tong whispered. I was going to ask you what you're doing, Jiang Ning said with a look of dismay. Jiang Ning had wanted to roll over and get out of bed, going to sleep in his own room. Who knew that Zhao Tong had woken up at this time? You wouldn't want to do something bad to old Ma, would you? Zhao Tong frowned, and that murderous look had landed on Jiang Ning's body. Just like you. I don't care. Jiang Ning bristled, a hint of disdain in his words, but in his heart, he did not think so. Chapter 58, being set up. The two were questioning each other in the room in a low voice, but at this time, the light in the outer room was bright. Zhang Xiaojun had the habit of urinating in the middle of the night, and it was 80% that he was getting up for convenience, and Zhang Xiaojun's movement made Jiang Ning instantly wake up, and in his heart, he thought that the woman underneath him was Shoppy's younger sister, and if he really did Zhao Tong tonight, then in the future, troublesome things would keep coming back to him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning shook his head vigorously, rolled down from the bed, looked at Zhao Tong and said, Sister Tong, I'd better go back to my room and sleep. It's getting late. You hurry up and rest. You still have to go find your brother tomorrow. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he got off the bed and quickly slipped back to his room, leaving behind a stunned and dumbfounded Zhao Tong. Nima, Jiang Ning, are you playing with my mom? Zhao Tong's loud roar followed, and woke up the sleeping Lu Tsuilan, thinking that something had happened. After Jiang Ning explained to Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Tsuilan with a bitter face, it finally cleared up. Jiang Ning lying in bed, but how can not sleep? The recent period of time, the things that happened, really just Jin Lao Biao received Wang Wei's money, or Jin Lao Biao himself to do those things? I don't know why, but Jiang Ning always felt that things were not that simple. After a night of thinking, the sky dawned without realizing it. Because of the body strengthening Dan, Jiang Ning was now not sleepy at all. Instead, he was in high spirits. On the contrary, it was Zhao Tong. The excitement of last night had made Zhao Tong not sleep well for the whole night. In the morning, when he woke up, he was very eager to violently beat up Jiang Ning when he saw Jiang Ning. Ding dong! And when Jiang Ning had breakfast and was ready to set off into the city, his cell phone came with a message alert. Jiang Ning opened his phone to see that his account had arrived with a whole $300,000 of payment for goods, and the company of the big money was none other than Lu Chang's Qingjing Fruit Company. However, Jiang Ning remembers yesterday's accounting, clearly is more than 36 million. How this is only 300,000? Is not Lu Chang will turn down the cliff of the car feeling counted in his head? Jiang Ning immediately called Lu Chang's phone, intending to find Lu Chang to ask a clear, "Hey, Lu Chang, why is my feeling payment only 300,000, not 360,000 more?" Jiang Ning came up with an inquisitive tone and said, "Jiang Ning, this can't be blamed on me. Yesterday afternoon turned over a car. That car can have 20 or so tons of citrus, at least $60,000 or $70,000 in cost. I'm now calculating a round number for you. It's already considered good." Lu Chang's voice with playfulness over there came over, causing Jiang Ning to instantly frown. "What do you mean? The bill of lading has already been signed, and the citrus was on the way to your company when something happened. I also specifically reminded you guys not to use big trucks to haul the goods, and when it rained yesterday afternoon, I also stopped Tangela, but you guys didn't listen. So how can this be counted on my head?" Jiang Ning instantly became angry. After half a day, this Lu Chang wanted to let himself take the blame. "It doesn't mean anything, Jiang Ning." "Oh, no, should I still call you Master Zhang? You'd better take a closer look at the contract. Before the mandarin oranges even reach the company's warehouse, all the damages are on your head, and I haven't even asked you for the money for the truck's flat tire repair yet." "What? $300,000 is too little?" Lu Chang said with a sneer, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning quickly took out the sales contract signed with Qingjing Fruit Company, and it really did say so, but at that time, Jiang Ning didn't pay attention to this at all, and only then did he fall into Lu Chang's way. "Lu Chang, Count, you're ruthless." Jiang Ning admitted. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and said, "This is for no reason less than $60,000. If I had known that things are like this, then Jiang Ning would not have spent a lot of divine energy to save the truck, as well as the driver inside the truck. The mall is like a battlefield. Jiang Ning, you're just a farmer. In the future, when you pretend to be a bully, it's better to look at the people before pretending. This is just a little lesson for you. And also, you don't need to badmouth me in front of Wu Ying. Wu Ying won't care." "Well, I'm going to be busy. My Zhang de Zhan." Lu Chang's dejected words made Jiang Ning feel angry. It did not occur to him that he thought that Lu Chang was a reliable person and a friend of Wu Ying, so he sold citrus to his fruit company. But he did not think that this Lu Chang actually set himself up. It seems that, in the future, when looking at people, it's better to pay attention to them a little bit. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Ning still had more important things on his hands, Jiang Ning would have gone to Lu Chang to settle the score. "Jiang Ning, what happened?" Zhao Tong couldn't help but inquire as she watched Jiang Ning's face look a bit less than favorable. "Nothing much happened. I was just set up. I don't know if your brother has captured Jin Laoba back yet. Let's go find your brother now." Jiang Ning shook his head slightly. The most important thing at the moment was to get rid of Jin Laoba as a potential threat before saying anything. Zhao Tong did not pursue Jiang Ning and got on Jiang Ning's motorcycle, and after an hour or so, Jiang Ning and Zhao Tong had arrived at the Black 8 pool room. When Jiang Ning and Zhao Tong walked into the pool room side by side, all the assholes who often played pool here cast a strange look at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not care, but went straight to the office. Shoppy was also waiting for Jiang Ning's arrival at this time, and when he saw Jiang Ning coming, a mysterious smile appeared in his heart. "Brother Shoppy, I've brought you the strengthening pill. Where's Jin Laobai?" Jiang Ning placed a small bottle in front of Shoppy's heel, then said, "Jin Laoba has naturally taken care of it. But how do I know if this strengthening Dan of yours is just fooling people? You know that most of those who sell health products are liars." Shoppy said as he picked up the small bottle, opened the lid, and placed it on the end of his nose to smell it. Jiang Ning was about to explain to Shoppy, but Zhao Tong was the first to step forward and said, "Brother, I'm packing my bags that it's true. Last night, he already tried it himself." As soon as Zhao Tong's words came out, Shoppy immediately froze. Looking at Zhao Tong, he then looked at Jiang Ning. His face was also gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. "Kid, you ed my sister?" Shoppy said coldly, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Where's golden old bastard? Zhang Ning did not answer Shoppy's question, but instead emphasized on Jin Laobachi. For a moment, Zhang Ning and Shoppy stared at each other, both of their eyes filled with a resolute color, as if they were competing to see whose eyes were more filled with majesty, and it was only after a long time that Shoppy put away the gloominess on his face, replacing it with a smile. Come on people, call Jin Laoba over to me. Chapter 59 Intercourse with the Wang family. Shoppy's order. Immediately someone acted. A few minutes later, Jin Laobao, who still had one hand tied with gauze, walked into the office. When Jin Laobao saw Zhang Ning's presence, surprise crept onto his face. You kid still dares to find your way here. Brother Shoppy, it's this kid. Last time it was him who broke my hand. You have to give me revenge. Jin Laobai was obviously still unclear about the current form. Pointing at Zhang Ning's nose, he yelled, Jin Laobai. Zhang Ning sank his face and coldly shouted out Jin Laobai's name, the anger in his heart following suit. Kid, how dare you come to Brother Shoppy? Today, I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. Brother Shoppy, I'll go call for a copy, Jin Laobao said disdainfully, then turned around and was about to go out of the office to call people. And at this time, Shoppy fiercely stood up, kicked Jin Laobiao's knee. Jin Laobiao followed with a thud and kneeled on the ground, looking at Shoppy with a surprised face. Jin Laobai, you do so many Thai things behind Laozi's back. It seems you don't have me in your eyes. I'll give you a chance to give an honest account of all the things. Maybe Laozi can still lead you a dog's life. Shoppy's words were undoubtedly the biggest deterrent to Jin Laobao. As soon as the words fell, Jin Laobao was so scared that his body shivered. Brother Shoppy, I say all. You spare me this time, I will never dare again. Brother Shoppy, say, I peeped at the old ladies bathing. I did great healthcare. Jin Laobao cried, kneeling on the ground, did not dare to get up, stammered those unseemly things all shook out. But Jin Lao8 did not mention about Zhang Ning's things, which makes Zhang Ning could not resist rushed to the Jin Lao8's heel. A hand will Jin Lao8's lapel to pull up. Loud drink, Jin Lao8, tell me you secretly do things to me. Who instructed? Quickly said. I said. Just, on the last time Wang's group's son Wang Wei found me. Let me find people to find you trouble. Originally that day was ready to squat you, but did not guard you people. So hit your father. I didn't do it. Really, that's a few of my men did it. Besides, you're not also broke my hand? We're kind of even. Jin Laobai's body trembled more and more. Even his speech was a bit unclear. And then, Zhang Ning pursued. Then, Wang Wei and not be you whole, so that day and went to your house. In the later, Wang Wei a look at you and that called wooing chick walk very close, so want to do her. But then Tong's sister called. I do not know what happened behind. In the later, I looked for you your village the village chief. Is to put the iron nail thing? Just these, no more, really no more. All is that Wang's group of Wang Wei instructed me to do. Shoppy brother, sister Tong, Zhang, Master Zhang, I beg you to spare my life. Jin Laobai cried out, and even hugged Zhang Ning's leg, vigorously begging for mercy. Shoppy on the side could no longer look on, and kicked Jin Laobai to the ground, coldly grunting, come on people, drag Jin Laobai out and wait for me to deal with him. Shoppy frowned tightly, shouted at the gangsters outside, and two gangsters dragged Jin Laobachi out. Brother Shoppy, spare my life, spare my life. Jin Laobao constantly begged for mercy, constantly crying out. Zhang Ning saw the scene, but also gently sighed. Jin Laobao is after all Shoppy's people. What to do with it? Still have to look at Shoppy's. Just what Zhang Ning did not see was that after Boss Jin was dragged out of the office, the bitterness on his face gradually faded away, replaced by a sinister smile, but it quickly disappeared unnoticed. Brother Shoppy, thanks a lot. The strengthening elixir is limited to a maximum of 1 per day. You can't take more than 1 or it will have the opposite effect. Since the matter has been cleared up, I'll be leaving first. Zhang Ning stood in place and contemplated for a few minutes before he raised his head and looked at Shoppy and said, Zhang Ning, you kid has a lot of guts. Why don't you follow me? Shoppy suddenly solicited Zhang Ning, sounding, well, more sincere. Sorry, I don't have that idea. Bye. Zhang Ning directly rejected Shoppy's invitation, and after he finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the office. When Zhao Tong saw Zhang Ning leaving, she was about to rush forward to chase after him, but was stopped by Shoppy. Xiao Tong, don't follow him, he's not safe. Shoppy, what do you mean? As Shoppy's younger sister, Zhao Tong instantly understood what Shoppy was trying to say, and a look of anger followed on her face. Xiao Tong, brother is doing this for your own good. If you don't try it out, how do you know where this kid is coming from? Don't worry, brother has a measure. Shoppy grabbed Zhao Tong's shoulder and said seriously, Zhao Tong was helpless in the face of such a brother, so she could only let out a long sigh and did not go after Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning sat on his motorcycle, inserted the motorcycle key but didn't start it. His heart was a little heavy. All the spearheads were pointing at Wang Wei. It seemed that Jiang Ning and Wang's group were inevitably going to cross paths. Not to mention that this matter is all Wang Wei instructions. Just that piece of dragon jade in the hands of the Wang family. Jiang Ning to find a way to approach the Wang family. The existence of the dragon jade, for Jiang Ning, has a very great significance. Squatting number of time. That mysterious person will be handed over to the dragon jade scene. Jiang Ning vivid in his mind. In any case, the Wang family, Jiang Ning must go. But right now the most important thing Jiang Ning is not to go directly to the Wang family to find fault, but first understand the Wang family's powerful. Everything from the long term, since Jiang Ning got the day of the dragon jade, has known that the world is not so simple. Jiang Ning sat on the motorcycle and fumed for several minutes, and finally figured it out before starting the motorcycle and preparing to go back to Whitewater Village. He had frequently run to the city in the past few days, and hadn't cared to explore the growth of the citrus trees much, and now Jiang Ning's hand has 300,000 yuan of funds. The village entrance of the broken road. It is time to repair. Otherwise, the middle section of the road is so dangerous. Jiang Ning's citrus cannot be transported out. Before, it was still able to enter the minivan, but after yesterday's rain and being collapsed by a big truck, even the minivan couldn't get in, and it was only possible to enter the village by riding a motorcycle and walking. While Jiang Ning's motorcycle kept traveling towards Whitewater Village, in the distance of Jiang Ning, a man with a black cape and a pair of sunglasses on his face was watching the increasingly distant Jiang Ning, a terrifying smile following on his face. Chapter 60, To get rich, you must build roads first. After returning home, Jiang Ning thought about it. Do not know how to approach the Wang family. Himself and Wang Wei is already knotted beam. To want a piece from the hands of the Wang family to get that piece of dragon jade is impossible. So Jiang Ning can only wait and see what happens. Wang Wei heart hate themselves. That will certainly again take the initiative to find fault. At that time, Jiang Ning in a way to seize Wang Wei pigtail, but also have the capital to negotiate conditions. And now the most important thing, is to enter the village of the road to be repaired, or Jiang Ning this large area of citrus. There is no way to transport out. Just when Jiang Ning was worried about where to start with this road repair, he inadvertently saw the business card in his pocket, which is exactly what Wu Ying gave to Jiang Ning last time. Real estate company. Jiang Ning is looking for it. Real estate companies and construction companies generally have a close relationship with Wu Ying's identity. Make friends with the construction company must be a lot, and through Wu Ying, we'll be able to find a way to repair the road. Just Jiang Ning and Zhang Xiaojun discussion. This road repair or have to go to the county's planning bureau to make an application, such as the planning bureau of the people come up to measure the place. After approval, can start construction, and the premise is that the village committee to sign the seal. Jiang Ning thought of Zhang Wensheng that fat heart to fire, causing him to lose more than 60,000 yuan for nothing. This time Zhang Wensheng, if you dare to obstruct Jiang Ning road repair, Jiang Ning will definitely want him to look good. However, before this, Jiang Ning still decided to greet Wu Ying first. Jiang Ning thought here, and directly gave Wu Ying a phone call over. Beep beep beep. After the phone rang for a few seconds, it was picked up, and Jiang Ning smiled into the phone and said, "Hello, is this Sister Wu? I'm Jiang Ning. How are all the Chinese medicines that I brought back last time? Why is it you? Why are you looking for Sister Wu?" As soon as Jiang Ning's words fell, a piercing yell came from inside the phone, causing Jiang Ning to hastily turn the phone away from his ears, and the voice that spoke, besides Lu Na who was inseparable from Wu Ying all day long, who else would there be? "Little Nana, why did you answer Sister Wu's phone? I have something to discuss with Sister Wu, so give the phone to Sister Wu." Jiang Ning couldn't help but flirt with Lu Na and said, "Humph, looking for Sister Wu is bound to be no good. Sister Wu is taking a bath. You can call back later." As soon as Lu Na finished her words, before Jiang Ning could react, she hung up the phone, and only a beeping sound could be heard inside the phone. Jiang Ning was speechless for a while. This Lu Na's age is more than 20 years old, but how to look at is a little girl. If the Reino lowly control people touch, that is absolutely the best, but Jiang Ning for lowly, also does not resist. Jiang Ning waited for half an hour before Wu Ying called back. "Xiao Ning, what's wrong? Is there something you want to find me?" Wu Ying seemed to be in a good mood, and even her tone of voice was mixed with a hint of joy. "Sister Wu, I'll be straight with you. The thing is like this. I plan to fix the dirt and sand road that entered the village that day in our village, or at least pave an asphalt road or something, but I don't know what kind of company I should look for such a project is better. You're engaged in real estate, and you should be very familiar with all those construction companies, so I want to trouble Sister Wu to help me out." Jiang Ning said with embarrassment. "Really? this is a good thing. Last time is because your village road is too much mud. Make my car inside all. So out of the problem. But now good. And you said the construction company. I have a cooperation here for a long time. The company. Back to me to help you contact. Your side is not in a hurry, right? When Wu Ying heard Jiang Ning's words, she was even happier for Jiang Ning. No rush, no rush. I'll get the approval documents down first. Right, Sister Wu. How do you feel after drinking those pairs of Chinese medicines that you brought back last time? Pretty good, Xiaoning, thanks to you. After Jiang Ning and Wu Ying finished talking about the road repair, they casually chatted for a few sentences, which only lasted for about 10 minutes, and then hung up the phone. Then Jiang Ning called Zhao Shengwu's phone and asked slightly about the Wang family. While Zhao Shengwu was as excited as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw when he received Jiang Ning's phone call, Jiang Ning would like to ask what happened, but Zhao Shengwu said that the phone inside a few words cannot be explained clearly, to Jiang Ning to go to a Chinese hospital to find him. Jiang Ning, between Zhao Shengwu's tone of voice, is very anxious, did not think too much, but since to enter the city, Jiang Ning intends to repair the road approval documents to do. First of all, I found Uncle Li in a hurry. Let Uncle Li wrote an application on behalf of the work, and then looked for Zhang Wensheng. Now Zhang Wensheng sees Jiang Ning, that is not dare to have any slowness, said to sign and seal, without any hesitation, directly to Jiang Ning done. Jiang Ning was also a little surprised that Zhang Wensheng was so cooperative with himself, put the 2 applications for approval with the official seal of the village committee carefully in his pocket, got on his motorcycle and left the village once again. Inside the Chinese hospital, Zhao Shengwu was sitting inside his office, worried, and sitting opposite Zhao Shengwu was Jiang Ning's long-lost old acquaintance, Wan Wei. Old Mr. Zhao, no matter what this time, I have to trouble you to help me, otherwise my father he will be. Wang Wei looked at Zhao Shengwu with a bitter face and said in a sincere tone, Mr. Wang, I really can't do this thing, and as I said, only Jiang Ning can solve it at the moment. If you want to ask for help, wait for Jiang Ning to come, it's better to go ask for help from Jiang Ning. Zhao Shengwu waved his hand and said blandly. As soon as Wang Wei heard Zhao Shengwu's words, his face turned extremely ugly, and for a moment, he didn't know what else to say. And just at this time, Jiang Ning also rushed to the Chinese hospital. According to the location that Zhao Shengwu had said, Jiang Ning walked into the office, only to see Wang Wei's figure, and Jiang Ning's face became gloomy. Things were really so coincidental, one thing after another, all of them were related to Wang Wei. Little brother Jiang Ning, you're here, have a seat. Zhao Shengwu was extraordinarily polite when he saw Jiang Ning. Since the last time Jiang Ning attended the medical seminar, Zhao Shengwu hadn't been in contact with Jiang Ning, and now it seemed that this Zhao Shengwu was in awe of Jiang Ning. Old Mr. Zhao, what is the matter with calling me here in such a hurry? Jiang Ning said coldly. The reason why he rushed here was still due to the fact that Zhao Shengwu had once helped himself, plus the fact that Zhao Shengwu was an elder in the medical field, and it was indeed a bit unreasonable for Jiang Ning not to come. Indeed, there are some urgent matters. This matter, the matter is important. I hope that you will be able to consider it emphatically. Zhao Shengwu nodded his head, his tone heavy, but still selling the idea. Jiang Ning frowned, and did not sit down his body, but with a hint of anger, he glanced at Wang Wei at the side, before speaking out icily, tell me first, does this matter have anything to do with him? Chapter 61, Trading the Dragon Jade. Yes. Zhao Shengwu's face was low as he looked at Jiang Ning and then Wang Wei and nodded. Jiang Ning's followed with a cold face, saying, Old Mr. Zhao, then this matter has nothing to do with me. I have a problem with Wang Wei, and I won't be in charge of his affairs. As soon as Jiang Ning's words came out, Zhao Shengwu fiercely stood up, and Wang Wei was also a bit pressed. The atmosphere in the scene instantly became a bit strange. Old Mr. Zhao, Wang Wei, will not beg him for Jiang Ning, but a small farmer. I still don't trust him, Wang Wei said angrily. The kind of playboy nature he had before seemed to have tightened up a lot at this moment. Both of you, hold your horses. Things can still be discussed. Jiang Ning, sit down first and listen to me finish my sentence. Zhao Shengwu pulled Jiang Ning, who was about to leave, to sit on a chair and said in a serious tone, Old Mr. Zhao, there's nothing to discuss. Jiang Ning reluctantly sat down, his hands inserted in front of his chest, and said blandly, little peasant, gave you face huh? Wang Wei, still begged you. Don't think that you've got the appreciation of old Mr. Zhao and flaunt yourself at me. I don't care. Wang Wei snorted coldly and began to mock. That's just as well. I'm still too lazy to deal with people like you. Jiang Ning said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he didn't think so. If he wanted that dragon jade from the Wang family, he would inevitably have dealings with the Wang family. Alright, can't we talk about things properly? Despite the conflict between you, I hope that for the sake of my Zhao Shengwu's face, let it go first. Right now you are each seeking what you need. It's not considered to be a favor. Zhang Ning, Wang Wei's father. Wang Jianye got a strange disease. I can't do anything about it. I'm afraid that at the moment, only you can solve it. Of course, as long as you can solve this matter, with the Wang family's financial and material resources. What kind of request? Is not it casual for you to mention? Zhao Xingwu finally couldn't stand to watch anymore, and spread his words out to make it clear. Zhang Ning instantly froze for a moment, wanting to heal people himself? For Zhang Ning, this was just the right opportunity, as long as he resolved this matter by himself, and then asked the Wang family for the Dragon Jade, then things would be simple. Old Mr. Zhao. It's not that I'm saying that their Wang family has that magical Dragon Jade. What kind of strange disease is it that not only is old Mr. Zhao at his wit's end, but even that Dragon Jade can't solve it? Zhang Ning said knowingly, purposely mentioning the existence of the Dragon Jade. If I could solve it, I wouldn't be looking for you. Zhang Ning, how about it? As long as you're willing to help Wang Wei, the conditions are yours to mention. Zhao Xingwu didn't even inquire about Wang Wei before promising. Elder Zhao, Mr. Wang, this matter, do you still want to solve it? Just as Wang Wei wanted to speak, he was interrupted by Zhao Xingwu, while casting a grave gaze at Wang Wei, causing him to immediately shut his mouth. I want that Dragon Jade. Just as Wang Wei and Zhao Xingwu were talking, Zhang Ning suddenly said this. The Dragon Jade. Zhang Ning was determined to get it. No matter what, Zhang Ning had to get his hands on that piece of Dragon Jade, and after Zhao Xingwu and Wang Wei heard Zhang Ning's request, they all revealed a look of surprise. Little peasant, you still want the Dragon Jade? No way. At most I'll give you a few tens of thousands of dollars as a reward. Dragon Jade, don't even think about it. As soon as Wang Wei snapped, he stood up, pointing at Zhang Ning and shouting. Zhang Ning sneered, shook his head, said nothing, stood up, took a step towards the door of the office, and when he reached the door, he stopped again, twisted his head slightly, and said, begging should have the attitude of begging. Old Mr. Zhao, in the future for this kind of thing, don't look for me. I'm very busy. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he left the Chinese hospital along the corridor without looking back, leaving only the frothing Zhao Xingwu and the reluctant Wang Wei in the office. Zhang Ning's trick was to successfully get the Dragon Jade from the Wang family's hands, and as Zhang Ning left the hospital and mounted his motorcycle to leave, Zhao Xingwu and Wang Wei hurriedly walked out of the hospital in a hurry, calling Zhang Ning to a halt. Zhang Ning, wait! Seeing Zhao Xingwu and Wang Wei rushing at a fast pace and calling out to him, Zhang Ning also turned off the motorcycle that had already been started, and it seemed that his own method had worked. There's nothing to say, other than the Dragon Jade. I don't want anything. Before the two could speak, Zhang Ning took the lead, while Wang Wei's next words froze Zhang Ning in his tracks. Zhang Ning, I can give you the Dragon Jade, but you have to cure my father's disease before I can hand it over to you. Otherwise, how do I know if you're cheating? Oh, are you really willing to give me the piece of Dragon Jade from your family? Zhang Ning was a little less convinced that Wang Wei would be so forthcoming in a moment. Could there be something fishy in this? Of course, that depends on whether or not you have the skill to take that piece of Dragon Jade. Wang Wei's face sank, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in a hint of a smile's amplitude. At this point in time, if Zhang Ning didn't agree, I was afraid that he and the Dragon Jade would really be lost. Alright, then, when will the errand be done? Zhang Ning finally agreed, and seeing this, Zhao Xingwu was also relieved. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'll send someone to pick you up, Wang Wei said blandly. Can't we do it now? Zhang Ning asked doubtfully. No, I have to arrange the things behind me first. Otherwise I'm afraid there's something wrong with you going to see my father rashly. Wang Wei's words were indeed reasonable. However, Zhang Ning knew that Wang Wei was a villain with a grudge. The previous matter had not yet been picked apart with Wang Wei. Zhang Ning was afraid that Wang Wei would set himself up, but for the sake of the Dragon Jade, Zhang Ning could only take a risk once. Okay, when the time comes, just contact me. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he got on his motorcycle and left. This was the time Zhang Ning came into the city. But he had to make a side trip to the planning bureau to hand in the application for approval to build a road, and it just so happened that it was still early enough for 5 o'clock, so he could get things done. After Zhang Ning left, Wang Wei made a phone call, and his driver came over to pick up Wang Wei. After Wang Wei got into the car, there was not only Wang Wei in the car, but also a dark-skinned man who looked to be in his early 30s and had no expression on his face. After Wang Wei got on the car slowly started. Wang Wei also to the man said joyfully, the fish is hooked. When to do it? There's no rush. First let the people on Lu Cheng's side try that Zhang Ning. We'll wait and see what happens. But pulling Zhao Xingwu into this matter inside, I'm afraid it's not too good. He is after all a person from the medical family. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? A Zhao family? Not enough to be afraid of. Just do your own thing. Other things, it's not for you to worry about. Yes. Chapter 62, Not Qualified. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ning at all, he had already been caught up in a shocking conspiracy, and at this moment, Zhang Ning was standing in line inside the lobby of the planning bureau. In front of him, there were quite a few people like Zhang Ning, holding applications for approval and waiting to submit them, but most of them were building new houses at home. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Zhang Ning's turn. Zhang Ning submitted the formalities in accordance with the regulations, signing and filling in the contact information, all of which did not fall behind. But Zhang Ning is feeling, no acquaintances in the planning bureau. Want to wait for the approval of documents down, is really a difficult thing? Remember the next village in the past, a grandfather to build a house, a fool is delayed for a year to do down. During the period of the grandfather also walked a lot of relations. Now Zhang Ning this to the village to repair the road. The amount of work is relatively large, and do not know when to be able to approve down. After leaving the planning office, Zhang Ning stood at the gate and looked around for a few moments, but his brows furrowed, and the divine power within his body spread out, landing at the corner of a small alley. There, a man with a cloak and sunglasses was quietly watching Zhang Ning. From the moment Zhang Ning left the Chinese hospital, he always felt like he was being followed by someone behind him, and now that his divine power had probed, it was true. Interesting, I'd like to see who it is. It better not be one of Wang Wei's people, otherwise, he. Zhang Ning sneered in his heart and mounted his motorcycle, traveling towards the outskirts of the city with a slow and bewildering speed. In the outskirts of Suxian County, there is a place called Ghost Head Mountain, which is very remote, with high mountains everywhere, except for a disc that goes up kilometers until the top of the mountain. Usually there will be no one here, only some people who like to exercise, only occasionally to run here. Zhang Ning's car speed has been slowed down, and in the back of Zhang Ning, the same a motorcycle followed, sometimes far away, sometimes close, for fear that Zhang Ning found, but do not know that Zhang Ning has long been found his presence. A section of the road to the outskirts of the city, originally 10 minutes to be able to finish. Zhang Ning did slowly and leisurely traveling for more than half an hour, until the foot of the ghost head of the mountain. Zhang Ning only stopped the car, and the mysterious person behind him, who was also far away, listened to get out of the car and cautiously lurked over towards Zhang Ning. Friend, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out. If there's anything, let's say it face to face. Zhang Ning turned around, staring at a large tree, and said blandly. The reason why he had lured the other party here was because Zhang Ning did not want to be noticeable within the urban area anymore. But of course, it was more to make the other party let down their guard. My friend, I really did underestimate you. It seems that you are not that simple. The mysterious man slowly walked out from behind the large tree and said with a cold smile, Who are you? Why are you following me? Zhang Ning frowned, staring at the mysterious man of unknown origin in front of him, his divine power even probing out, his entire spirit on alert. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. The mysterious man's voice was very dull, giving off the wrong impression of having experienced endless killings. The kind of invisible aura that emanated from the mysterious man made Zhang Ning's heart feel a bit fearful. Zhang Ning had once seen those criminals who killed without blinking an eye inside the number. Wang Wei sent you? Zhang Ning asked tentatively. The person who had been looking for trouble for himself was Wang Wei, and as soon as he left the Chinese hospital, this person followed him. Besides Wang Wei, Zhang Ning had not thought of anyone else for the time being. Wang Wei? That Wang Group's son? Oh, you think too highly of him. A small rich second generation is not enough to invite me. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Today I'm here with my little life. You only need to know that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. The mysterious man said with a cold snort, and his body standing in place suddenly moved. Shoo! Zhang Ning only felt a black shadow flicker in front of his eyes, followed by a stabbing pain in his abdomen, and a powerful force carried his body flying out horizontally, landing heavily on the ground. With a sweetness in his throat, Zhang Ning couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which instantly dyed Zhang Ning's lapel red. Cough cough. Zhang Ning coughed twice with a trace of fresh blood. His heart was already astonished. This mysterious person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. That speed and strength was not something that ordinary people possessed. And the speed of the other party is so fast that even Zhang Ning did not catch the trajectory of his actions. Just a shake. He has been hit. Who the hell are you? Zhang Ning staggered up from the ground. Just now that hit. Zhang Ning's ribs were afraid to be broken. Even talking, could feel the pain. You are really a guy who likes to break the pot to the end. In that case, I can let you die to understand a little bit. This world is not as simple as you think. You ordinary people only know the difference between the rich and the penniless, but you do not know the difference between the strong and the weak. In the eyes of the strong, No matter whether it is rich or not, it is just the weak. The mysterious man gave a disdainful laugh and walked slowly towards Zhang Ning. What do you mean? Zhang Ning completely failed to understand what exactly the mysterious man was trying to convey, and couldn't help but ask after him. Just now, I thought that you weren't simple, but now it seems that you're nothing more than that. Let's put it this way, do you know about the martial arts family? The mysterious person gently shook his head and said, Martial arts family? Do you mean, those who practice martial arts? It can also be interpreted that way. You won't be able to touch anything deeper anyway. Well, after talking so much nonsense with you, say goodbye to this world. As the mysterious man said that, his footsteps stormed once more, accelerating violently as he rushed towards Zhang Ning. In his hand, he didn't know when an extra dagger had appeared, and the light of the blade flashed, aiming straight for Zhang Ning's heart. The pupils of Zhang Ning's eyes contracted dramatically, and his divine power surged out crazily, instantly imprisoning the mysterious man's actions, while his hands clenched into fists, and in his mind, an unnamed move within the divine peasant inheritance surged forth. A large amount of divine energy was wrapped around Zhang Ning's fist, a powerful force that was contained within it, and with a loud shout, Zhang Ning slammed it towards the mysterious man's face. Bang! Only a dull muffled sound could be heard. This time it was the mysterious man who flew out backwards, his entire body flying into mid-air, blood splattering everywhere, and the sunglasses on his face were in pieces. I don't care what martial arts family you are. If you want to kill me, you're not qualified enough. Zhang Ning shouted angrily, his fists clenching up once again to take advantage of the victory. Zhang Ning just took a step. The mysterious person did quickly stand up. Towards Zhang Ning flew a dagger. Zhang Ning turned around and dodged. When he came back to his body, the mysterious person in front of him had long been nowhere to be seen. Chapter 63, The Four Great Families. Cough. When Zhang Ning saw the puddle of blood on the ground, as well as the sunglasses that had been shattered by the punch he had just thrown, he was finally relieved in his heart. Because of this, it also caused Zhang Ning to once again cough uncontrollably and spit out a mouthful of blood. What kind of person is he in the end? Just now in his words, it seems that he wasn't sent by Wang Wei. Zhang Ning muttered. The pain on his body caused Zhang Ning's face to look somewhat ugly. Just now, Zhang Ning deeply felt that the other party was not simple, and for the first time, the name martial arts family appeared in Zhang Ning's life. Zhang Ning quickly clicked his fingers on his body a few times, calming down the tumbling qi and blood, allowing his injuries to receive control, and returning to the front of the motorcycle. As he was about to leave, his gaze fell on the dagger that the mysterious man had left behind earlier. Zhang Ning walked over to the dagger, squatted down and slowly picked it up, scrutinizing it carefully. That dagger was no different from an ordinary dagger, and the only thing worth noting was that the handle of the dagger was engraved with a single word, Sun. Sun, is that his surname? Or what? Zhao Shengwu's identity isn't simple either, so maybe he knows. Zhang Ning put the dagger away, intending to make another trip to the Chinese hospital. After rushing to the Chinese hospital in a hurry, Zhang Ning asked Zhao Shengwu for some herbs and treated himself. Coupled with the operation of divine power, the broken ribs were quickly attached, only that he was not able to do strenuous exercise. Sitting in Zhao Shengwu's office, Zhang Ning pulled out the dagger pinned to his waist and placed it in front of Zhao Shengwu's eyes. When Zhao Shengwu saw the dagger, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Zhang Ning, this dagger, where did you get it? Zhao Shengwu said out of breath, picking up the dagger on the table and looking it back and forth. It seems like old Mr. Zhao knows this dagger. Tell me about its origin. Zhang Ning sneered and said, Zhang Ning, did you mess with someone you shouldn't have messed with? Zhao Shengwu did not answer Zhang Ning's question, but instead looked at Zhang Ning in surprise and said, Elder Zhao, don't worry about what kind of people I'd messed with. You'd better tell me about the origin of this dagger first. The other party has been following me since I left the Chinese hospital. His hands are very powerful. I could have almost died in his hands. Zhang Ning said blandly, emphasizing on the Chinese hospital to hint to Zhao Shengwu that this matter wouldn't have anything to do with him, right? Alas! Zhao Shengwu sighed heavily when he saw the resolute color in Zhang Ning's eyes. Only then did he continue. This information, sooner or later, you will also come into contact with it. Martial arts families, I think you should have heard of them. Compared to Qingyun City, our Suxian County is very small, not just in terms of the size of the territory, but the forces in these two cities. What forces? Seeing that Zhao Shengwu was finally willing to tell the truth, Zhang Ning looked a little excited and hurriedly asked after him. Qingyun City, the four great families. This dagger of yours, is one of them, the Sun family. I don't know if that person is a member of the Sun family or not, but the fact that he has this dagger means that there is a not-so-shallow relationship with the Sun family, Zhao Shengwu said seriously, and from his tone, Zhang Ning had sensed the seriousness of the matter. The Sun family, is it related to Wang Wei? Zhang Ning continued to pursue. Zhao Shengwu shook his head slightly and said, as far as I know, The Wang group is nothing more than a rich man. And with the martial arts family, there is no connection at all. Are you thinking about who else you have offended? No more. At most, just a few social gangsters. I guess they are even less related to the martial arts family. Zhang Ning also sighed, his emotions very complicated at the moment. For a moment, Zhao Xingwu and Zhang Ning were both in deep thought. Why did the martial arts family suddenly appear in this tiny Suxian county, and wanted to take Zhang Ning's life? For Zhang Ning and Zhao Xingwu, it was still a mystery at the moment. Elder Zhao, you might as well tell me in detail about the 4 great lineages. The 4 great families? Zhao Xingwu murmured, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip of tea for a long time before continuing. I don't need to say anything about our county, Qingyun City. The pattern is divided by the 4 great lineages. The Sun family, the Li family, and the Zhou family. The 3 martial arts lineages are entrenched in Qingyun City, and each one of them are giants of one side. Every single person among the lineage families has been strong and healthy since childhood, and is said to possess some lost martial arts. What with internal martial arts and Qigong? In short, an existence that cannot be compared to that of the average person. Even though Zhang Ning had long been mentally prepared, he was still stunned by Zhao Shengwu's words. Zhang Ning had always thought that what inner strength and lightness of being was merely something that only existed within martial arts novels, and had not thought that such people existed in reality as well. However, when Zhang Ning thought back, Zhang Ning was able to accept the existence of the Dragon Jade, and these ancient martial arts families, even more so. Elder Zhao, you've only mentioned 3 families here, so what's the other one? Zhang Ning also noticed that Zhao Xingwu had not mentioned all of the lineages, so he inquired once more. There is one more family, and that is the medical family, the Zhao family. As soon as Zhao Xingwu said this, Zhang Ning was immediately taken aback and lost his voice in surprise. Zhao Lao, could it be that you are from the medical family? Sort of. The Zhao family specializes in medicine, and basically won't be involved in the struggles of the other lineages. In Qingyun City, the 3 major lineages have always been bitter rivals, and have always been incompatible with each other, with the exception of the Zhao family, which has been able to stay out of the fray. Furthermore, there is also an unwritten rule amongst the lineages that no matter what, no one is allowed to take action against a healer, because a healer will always be the greatest existence in this world. Zhao Xingwu sighed and said slowly. Zhang Ning finally understood now why Wang Wei was so polite to Zhao Xingwu. The Wang family was also willing to lend the Dragon Jade to Zhao Xingwu, and even sponsored Zhao Xingwu to hold a medical seminar. Zhao Shengwu's medical skills were all because he was from a medical family. Zhang Ning also clearly understood that the reason why Zhao Xingwu wanted to recruit himself also had a great deal to do with the medical family behind him. Elder Zhao, things are too complicated. Let me slow down first. Zhang Ning took the dagger that Zhao Xingwu had placed back on the table back into his hands, staring at the sun character on the top of the dagger as he stared blankly. A random person from a martial arts family had almost killed Zhang Ning, and if Zhang Ning did not have the divine farmer's inheritance in his body, he was afraid that he would have died long ago just by relying on his body's brute strength. What Zhang Ning couldn't understand was, when did he provoke the people of the martial arts family, and why did those people want to take his life? Could it be that on his own body, there was something they wanted? Chapter 64, Poisonous Insects. Knock knock knock. Just as Zhang Ning was contemplating, Zhao Shengwu's office door was knocked on. The two of them looked towards the doorway to find a man standing at the doorway, and when he saw Zhang Ning he politely saluted towards him. You are Mr. Zhang Ning, right? Mr. Wang asked me to come over to pick you up. I see that it's almost time. Shouldn't we get going? It turned out that the man was the driver sent by Wang Wei. It was just that Zhang Ning felt very strange. How did Wang Wei's people know that he was at the Chinese hospital? However, at the moment, Zhang Ning didn't have the heart to think about this, and after saying goodbye to Zhao Xingwu, he followed the driver into the BMW. Zhang Ning's mood was heavy, although he did not know why the Sun family had to take action against him, but Zhang Ning felt that it was very likely that the other party was the same as himself. Looking at the Dragon Jade, under the driver's fast driving, Zhang Ning arrived at Wang Wei's home, a large mansion, grand entrance, and everywhere standing bodyguards and servants. This is already enough to show the wealth of the Wang group. If their Wang family is the richest man in Suxian County, it would not be too much. After the driver got out of the car, he made a pleased gesture to Zhang Ning, and then the big iron door was opened. Zhang Ning took a step and walked towards the mansion. As soon as he entered, Zhang Ning saw the last person he wanted to see, Zhang Xiaomei, that gold-worshipping snob. Zhang Ning? Zhang Xiaomei obviously didn't know that Zhang Ning would come here today, and a look of surprise filled her face. Zhang Xiaomei, I didn't realize that you were still with Wang Wei. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Zhang Ning sneered. For such a woman, Zhang Ning would never have mercy. I don't want to talk to people like you. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Zhang Xiaomei said coldly, making a show of trying to drive Zhang Ning away. And just at this time, Wang Weiyi walked down from the second floor. Seeing that Zhang Ning had already arrived, he reluctantly revealed a smile. At this moment, despite the fact that he had a lot of conflicts with Zhang Ning, right now he was the one who was begging for help from Zhang Ning, so Wang Weiyi could only hold back. However, when Wang Weiyi heard Zhang Xiaomei's words, he glared towards Zhang Xiaomei, walked over to Zhang Xiaomei's front, and snapped was to fling a slap over, leaving a fiery red slap mark on Zhang Xiaomei's face, venting the anger in his heart on Zhang Xiaomei's body. What the hell? Treating yourself as the mistress of this place before you've even crossed the threshold? Why don't you get lost and pour the tea for me? Wang Weiyi shouted loudly, not showing any love for Zhang Xiaomei, but instead having a feeling of trampling on her. For such a situation, Zhang Ning only felt sad for Zhang Xiaomei. Humph. Zhang Xiaomei grunted unwillingly and walked away, that resentful gaze indeed showing how pathetic she was. Zhang Ning, I won't talk nonsense with you. My father suddenly fell ill a few days ago for some unknown reason. Old Mr. Zhao looked at it and couldn't do anything about it. The effect of that dragon jade is even more minimal. Today, as long as you cure my father's illness, the dragon jade you take away. Now you come with me. Wang Weiyi said blandly, and did not give Zhang Ning a good look. Zhang Ning didn't care. As long as he could get his hands on the dragon jade, what did it matter if he looked at Wang Weiyi's face? Following Wang Weiyi up to the second floor, he walked into a bedroom, and lying on the bed was Wang Jianye, the chairman of Wang Group and Wang Weiyi's father. Although Zhang Ning has not seen Wang Jianye himself, but in the advertisement or often see, just in front of the Wang Jianye, looks very old, 2 eyeballs serious depression, faces a trace of naked eye invisible black gas in the swimming. Onlookers cannot see, but Zhang Ning can see clearly. What are you waiting for? Quickly give my father a look, Wang Weiyi said as he pointed to Wang Jianye, who was already dying on the bed. However, Zhang Ning realized that although Wang Weiyi was very anxious about his father's critical condition, he did not feel worried, as if Wang Jianye's safety, Wang Weiyi did not care in general. You cow you see ah? What are you yelling for? I won't help you look at if you're yelling. Seeing Wang Weiyi's attitude, Zhang Ning immediately said back, causing Wang Weiyi to shut up in an instant. Zhang Ning slowly walked over to Wang Jianye's bedside and placed his finger on Wang Jianye's pulse, and a strange and chaotic pulse was transmitted into Zhang Ning's hands. Zhang Ning's face fell to one side. In the divine farmer's inheritance, there was no record of such a pulse, which caused Zhang Ning to have to probe out his divine power and surge it within Wang Jianye's body. As the divine power traveled within Wang Jianye's body, all of the structures within his body were presented in Zhang Ning's mind, and Zhang Ning was surprised to find that all of the major organs in Wang Jianye's body had failed, and even one of his kidneys had ceased to function. This was the first time that Zhang Ning had encountered such a situation. His pulse was confused and his organs were failing, yet he couldn't find out the cause. No wonder even Zhao Shengwu didn't have a solution. Hey, Zhang Ning, how the hell is it? Say something. Wang Weiyi pressed on and rushed at Zhang Ning. At this time, Zhang Xiaomei also walked in with a cup of tea, and when she saw Zhang Ning taking Wang Jianye's pulse, she couldn't help but mock. Weiyi, do you still really believe that Zhang Ning knows how to see a doctor? I grew up with him, don't I know his behavior? He's just a half-assed college student. Zhang Ning, you better not play any tricks. Wang Weiyi was incited by Zhang Xiaomei's words, and with a somewhat changed gaze, he stared at Zhang Ning and said, after all, he hadn't even seen Zhang Ning's medical skills yet, so naturally he didn't quite believe it. Zhang Ning listened to these two people singing in unison, not caring too much, but concentrating on checking out Wang Jianye's body as his divine power continued to penetrate deeper, covering Wang Jianye's body completely. Suddenly, Zhang Ning detected that within Wang Jianye's body, there was actually another life form, and Zhang Ning hurriedly maneuvered his divine power to lock it away. Finally, at Wang Jianye's heart, he found a red and green worm. It was said that in the wild, no matter if it was a plant or one of those little bugs, the brighter the color, the more poisonous it would be, and the red and green worm absorbed at Wang Jianye's heart was clearly a poisonous worm. No wonder Wang Jianye's miraculous organs were failing. It turned out that it was all caused by this poisonous insect. But why would the poisonous insect run inside Wang Jianye's heart location? This caused Zhang Ning to look towards Wang Weiyi. What exactly is it like? Wang Weiyi glared at Zhang Ning and said, Weiyi, you should go hire someone else. Zhang Ning is just a country bumpkin. Don't listen to him. Zhang Xiaomei had been taunting Zhang Ning from the side, fanning the flames, just wanting to blow Zhang Ning out of the water. Zhang Ning smiled faintly, seemed to glance at the two, and said blandly, vermin. As soon as the two words fell from Zhang Ning's mouth, Wang Weiyi's face instantly turned ugly, and his body even showed the slightest tremor, and this scene all fell into Zhang Ning's eyes. Chapter 65 Attacked. What poisonous insects? What do you mean? Wang Wei looked extremely flustered, seemingly very surprised that Jiang Ning was able to find where the cause of the disease was. There is a venomous insect in your father's body, and the venom it releases is constantly eroding his body. The venomous insect is hidden so deeply that there is no way for ordinary people to notice it, Jiang Ning said seriously. Che, blindly fooling around. Jiang Ning, don't pretend to be here, just your little mind. Don't think I don't know. What kind of venomous insect is not a venomous insect? Talking as if it's real. Even old Mr. Zhao has no way to do something. You can? Zhang Xiaomei constantly taunted Jiang Ning, speaking sarcastically from the sidelines. Jiang Ning didn't care about Zhang Xiaomei's presence at all, but it was Wang Wei, who angrily glanced at Zhang Xiaomei, and was close to going up and slapping her again. Zhang Xiaomei, get the hell out of here. There's no place for you to talk here. Beep again, and leave my house for me now. Wang Wei, you. Zhang Xiaomei looked at Wang Wei unwillingly. Since the hotel exposure incident, Wang Wei was beating and scolding Zhang Xiaomei, completely not caring about Zhang Xiaomei. And Zhang Xiaomei also relied on Wang Wei's home, treating herself as the mistress of the place if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Jianya was critically ill. I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaomei would have been swept away long ago. I say, Mr. Wang, would you please invite the irrelevant people out? Jiang Ning skinned Zhang Xiaomei and said coldly. Zhang Xiaomei could only snort coldly and walked out of the room unwillingly. Jiang Ning, I'll just ask you one thing. Can you only have my father's body? Wang Wei said in a low voice, worry flaring up in his eyes, but it was the kind of worry that scared Jiang Ning into curing Wang Jianya. Curing is no problem, but you have to give me that dragon jade first. What Jiang Ning had in mind was that piece of dragon jade. If it wasn't for the dragon jade, Jiang Ning wouldn't have even frowned if the people of the Wang family were dead or alive. Jiang Ning, that's not what I said before. I'll give you the dragon jade only after I'm cured. Wang Wei's face changed and said, that's right, but I changed my mind now. I won't see the dragon jade for the cure, so you're on your own. Jiang Ning said blandly as he skimmed his face. Jiang Ning, you, to cure or not to cure, depends on you as a son how to decide. The time is also not early. If you do not cure, I should go home, Jiang Ning said, and made a show of leaving. Wang Wei stood in place, gritting his teeth, his face becoming more and more ugly, and finally clapped his hands together, and got someone to fetch a sandalwood box. And what was placed inside? Was that piece of dragon jade that Jiang Ning had been dreaming of? Wang Wei will sandalwood box open, put the dragon jade in front of Jiang Ning bright a bit, and then converge I, said, dragon jade is here. Cure, despite take, cure not, I find you to settle the score. Wang Wei was making a big deal out of it, trying to put things on Jiang Ning's head, and listening to this tone, Wang Wei was afraid that he couldn't wait for Jiang Ning to be cured. Of course, Jiang Ning will not let Wang Wei's trickery succeed, will have long been ready to take out the tools, first one by one disinfection, so that after lying on the bed has been seriously ill. Wang suggested that the clothes on the body to pull open, taking out a few silver needles, quickly dropping needles in Wang Jianya's chest out. A mass of black gas invisible to the naked eye began to cage and gather, entangling at Wang Jianya's heart, the black gas constantly encroaching on Wang Jianya's body, gusts of pain into the nerves of Wang Jianya's brain, making Wang Jianya's body unable to stop trembling. Hey, Jiang Ning, can you do it? As soon as Wang Wei saw that the situation was a bit off, he couldn't help but yell at Jiang Ning. Shut the up. Jiang Ning glared at Wang Wei and said coldly, his intimidating eyes causing Wang Wei to immediately shut his mouth and could only watch quietly from the sidelines. Jiang Ning continued the movements in his hands, the silver needles constantly stimulating Wang Jianya's acupoints, forcing all the toxins in his body back to the perimeter of the red and green poisonous insect. Jiang Ning's divine power began to surge out wildly, probing into Wang Jianya's body, coalescing on the poisonous insect, which felt the stimulation of the external power, immediately curled up into a body mass, tightly adhering to the surface of the heart, and the toxins within its body were even more frantically erupting out. Jiang Ning's face changed, and he increased the delivery of his divine power, wrapping up the poisonous insect and the toxins it emitted, and then vigorously discharging them outward. The poisonous insect was dragged by Jiang Ning's divine power, and did not have any resistance at all. Under the effect of Jiang Ning's divine power, the poisonous insect was quickly dragged out by Jiang Ning down Wang Jianya's throat. At this moment, Wang Wei, who had been watching Jiang Ning's strange behavior, suddenly showed a hint of ruthlessness on his face, and quietly placed his hand inside his pocket, pressing a button inside his pocket. At this very moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in Wang Jianya's room, and Jiang Ning, who had been concentrating on helping Wang Jianya to expel the insects, did not even notice the appearance of the black shadow. The black shadow quickly flashed and smashed out a fist towards Jiang Ning. Without any defense, Jiang Ning was instantly struck. With a muffled bang, Jiang Ning's originally connected ribs were broken once again. and blood sprayed out from Zhang Ning's mouth. "Hey, watch out." It wasn't until after it happened that Wang Wei yelled out at Zhang Ning, and only then did Zhang Ning react, and the poisonous insect within Wang Jianya's body was also slapped out by Zhang Ning at this time. With a swoosh, the poisonous insect flew into midair from Wang Jianya's mouth, and Zhang Ning's divine power wrapped it around him as the rest of his eyes landed on the man who had attacked him, throwing the poisonous insect violently over, only to see that the dark-skinned man, facing the flying insect, did not change his color, reaching out and grabbing the insect with one hand, and after a stare down with Zhang Ning, sensing that things were not going well, he turned around and rushed out towards the outside. Zhang Ning covered his abdomen and ran out of the bedroom with great difficulty, looking around, but he could not see the man from earlier. "Wang Wei, what's the situation?" Zhang Ning looked towards Wang Wei. This was his home. A man suddenly appeared to attack himself. To say that it had nothing to do with Wang Wei, that was impossible. What? Someone broke into my house. Hurry up and find me. Someone pull. Faced with Zhang Ning's questioning, Wang Wei hurriedly walked to the edge of the corridor and shouted at the people below. In an instant, the entire Wang Wei's house was in chaos as everyone searched for the man who had just attacked Zhang Ning. "Wang Wei, you better explain yourself to me." Zhang Ning's face looked a little pale. Old wounds had not healed and new wounds had been added. Zhang Ning's body could not stand it even if it was made of iron. I don't know what's going on either. Just now, that person somehow rushed in, and I still haven't figured out what's going on. Wang Wei pretended to know nothing, waved his hand and said, "You, Wang Wei, count your damn ruthlessness. Your old man is fine. The poisonous insects I have cleared out. Give me the dragon jade." Zhang Ning's heart is incomparably angry, but here is Wang Wei's place. Zhang Ning is not good to find his trouble. Now Zhang Ning, only think of hurrying to take the dragon jade to go away. Chapter 66, Wooing disappears again. "How do I know if you really cured my dad? What if you fooled me?" Wang Wei grasped the sandalwood box in his hand, seemingly not intending to give it to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning frowned and stared angrily at Wang Wei. Murderous eyes shot out from within Zhang Ning's eyes, scaring Wang Wei a little. "Wang Wei, I'm asking you once more, give it or not?" Zhang Ning was now burning with rage. If Wang Wei dared to trick himself, Zhang Ning could not guarantee that he would do something out of the ordinary. "Fine, I'll believe you once, but if you dare to fool me, with the financial power of my Wang family, absolutely." Before Wang Wei finished his words, Zhang Ning directly snatched that sandalwood box from Wang Wei's hands, and then found the paper money on the table and wrote down some herbal medicines for toning the body on it. "Wang Wei, I'm warning you, don't come looking for trouble from me in the future, or else I won't be polite to you anymore. Follow what I wrote and get your old man some medicine. He'll be fine after half a month." After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he took the sandalwood box in his hand and walked towards the mansion's gate. When Zhang Ning walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the sandalwood box, grabbing the piece of dragon jade and scrutinizing it carefully. The appearance of the dragon jade was exactly the same as the one on Zhang Ning's body, crystal clear, and Zhang Ning's divine power surged in, wanting to probe for a moment or two, only to be surprised to find that this time, there was no blockage from unknown energies, and that the dragon jade on his neck did not resonate with the one in his hand. Zhang Ning's only thought, this piece in his hand is indeed a good jade, but it is not the dragon jade that Zhang Ning is looking for. This Wang Wei actually tricked himself. Anger, all of a sudden took over Zhang Ning's brain. Zhang Ning from the motorcycle down, is going to go to find Wang Wei to settle the score, but just at this time, Zhang Ning's pocket cell phone suddenly rang. The phone number shows that it is the Wu Ying's. Zhang Ning quickly connected the phone. Zhang Ning hurriedly picked up the phone, but on the other end of the phone, came Luna's anxious voice. "Zhang Ning, is Sister Wu at your place?" "Not at all. What happened?" Zhang Ning was slightly stunned, before his own but called Wu Ying, but did not say about meeting. How could Wu Ying come to find himself? "In the afternoon, Sister Wu said that she went to look for you, and then left in a hurry. Her cell phone didn't bring it, and now it's almost dark, and I haven't seen Sister Wu come back. I'm worried that Sister Wu might have had an accident." Luna's voice was very flustered and seemed to be very helpless. "Little Nana, don't be anxious for now. I'll go find you now. Tell me what other strange behavior Sister Wu had before." Zhang Ning also began to worry in his heart. Moves? Right. Before this, there was an unfamiliar call inside Sister Wu's cell phone. "It seems to be a landline number," Luna said and reported the unfamiliar landline number to Zhang Ning. After Zhang Ning hung up with Luna, he tried dialing that unfamiliar landline number, while inside Zhang Ning's cell phone. This number was not unfamiliar, and the note on it was actually from Black 8 Pool Room. ********. Shopee. Zhang Ning couldn't help but break into a curse. His heart was incomparably anxious. so he had to give up his entanglement with Wang Wei. Long Yu could find Wang Wei afterward, but Wu Ying had already been out of contact for several hours, so Zhang Ning had to hurry up. Wang Wei, count yourself lucky. I'll find you later. Zhang Ning hurriedly got on the motorcycle, glanced towards Wang Wei's mansion, then accelerated to the bottom, disregarding the injuries on his body, and quickly sped towards Wutong Road. At the same time Zhang Ning left. On the window of Wang Wei's mansion, the man who attacked Zhang Ning before and Wang Wei stood side by side at the window, watching Zhang Ning leave. Wang Wei, this Zhang Ning, he doesn't seem simple, the man said in a low voice. How was I to know that he still really has 2 tricks up his sleeve? Removing the old man's poisonous insects. This is a bit troublesome. Wang Wei waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly. There are naturally people to clean up the trouble for us. Let's just wait and watch the show. Zhang Ning flew to Wutong Road and arrived at the Black 8 pool room, but was surprised to find that the pool room was closed today. This made Zhang Ning feel even more suspicious about the matter. Zhang Ning didn't know what to do. Wu Ying's disappearance was obviously unrelated to Shopee. Just as Zhang Ning was about to leave, the roller-shuttered door of the Black 8 pool room was opened, and a sleepy Zhao Tong yawned and walked out from inside. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ning immediately rushed over towards Zhao Tong, grabbing him and saying loudly, "Tell me where Sharpie is?" Zhao Tong, who was startled by the sudden arrival of Zhang Ning, glared at Zhang Ning without any good reason, violently shook Zhang Ning's hand away, and snapped back. "Zhang Ning, what the hell are you doing? You're hurting my mom. Tell me where Shopee is." Zhang Ning angrily stared at Zhao Tong, emphasizing once again, and sparks were already coming out of his eyes. "What are you looking for my brother for again?" Zhao Tong rubbed her hand, which had been hurt by Zhang, and said with a frown, "My friend is missing. The last call I received was from your office. If it wasn't Shopee who kidnapped my friend, who else would it be? Quickly tell me Sharpie is there, or else, or what? You want to do violence to me? Come on, I'd love to. Is it that every time your friend goes missing, you think it's Sharpa's doing?" Zhao Tong actually laughed coldly, grabbing Zhang Ning's hand and placing it on top of her proud size, and constantly flirting with this Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning jerked her hand back, and was actually somewhat speechless at Zhao Tong's words. "I don't know where my brother went, but I think I heard that he's going to some hotel with Boss Jean. I don't know about the rest." Zhao Tong blankly glanced at Zhang Ning and eventually spoke up. Zhang Ning heard it, and thought quickly in his heart, "Hotel, hotel, hotel again." Zhang Ning instantly thought of the Sunday Hotel, the last time Wu Ying was kidnapped by Jean Laobai. It was there. Could it be that today's matter? Was it a repeat of the same old trick? Zhang Ning thought of this, without a moment's stay, mounted the motorcycle and rushed out, leaving Zhao Tong a person standing in place, a face of puzzlement. Zhang Ning rushed to the Sunday Hotel as fast as he could, and without any hesitation, regardless of whether or not his body was still able to withstand the consumption of divine power, he instantly enveloped the entire hotel floor. For a moment, everything in the hotel room was presented in Zhang Ning's mind, and Zhang Ning's head sank as his consciousness became somewhat blurred. Zhang Ning had injuries on his body and had used a large amount of his divine power. His weak body simply couldn't support it, and under the shroud of his divine power, Zhang Ning quickly discovered Wu Ying's presence. To Zhang Ning's amazement, within the room that he explored, Wu Ying was lying on the bed seemingly motionless, and on top of Wu Ying's body, there was actually a man lying on his back. Chapter 67, Feeling Desperate. "I'm going." Zhang Ning couldn't help but break into a curse. Enduring the stabbing pain coming from the wounds on his body, he quickly rushed up to the door of a room on the 3rd floor, and without even thinking much, Zhang Ning violently kicked the door of the room open. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Ning's strength powerfully destroyed the door handle, and the people inside the room were startled by Zhang Ning's suddenness. Zhang Ning anxiously rushed into the room. What met his eyes was Wu Ying lying on the bed. The whole person was in a daze. It was 80% that she had been drugged again. The clothes on her body were messy but still intact. On Wu Ying's body, a man who was unbuttoning his clothes was preparing to do it to Wu Ying. This man, Zhang Ning recognized. It was the vice president of Chengjing Fruit Company, Lu Chang, who acquired Zhang Ning's citrus. Zhang Ning had never thought that the person who got Wu Ying here was actually the same person as Wu Ying's suitor, the usually well-dressed Lu Chang. "Lu Chang, what do you want?" Zhang Ning shouted at Lu Chang and rushed over. Just as Zhang Ning took a step, a heavy knock suddenly came from the back of his neck. Zhang Ning's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. The last scene in front of his eyes was Lu Chang's sinister smile. I don't know how long. Zhang Ning only felt that his was splashed with a basin of ice-cold water, and then woke up violently. The back of his neck was still coming from the pain of the impact just now. Zhang Ning panicked and opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him, only to see, in front of Zhang Ning's heels, there stood 2 men. One was Lu Chang with a smiling face, and the other was actually the mysterious man who had been injured by Zhang Ning during the day. the one suspected to be from the Sun family. Little peasant, you finally woken up? I thought that Sun Qinglin had hit you too hard and killed you. Lu Chang grabbed a handful of Zhang Ning's hair and said with a cold smile. Lu Chang, what exactly do you want? Zhang Ning looked at the two people in front of her. Her mind was in deep thought while thinking about how to get out of the trap. What for? Isn't it pretty obvious? Why do you even have to knowingly ask? I'm going to Wu Ying, but you came to ruin my good deed. Do you think you deserve to die? Lu Chang said blandly, walking slowly to the bedside. As for Wu Ying, she was lying there quietly, not moving a muscle. And even though her clothes were a bit messy, Zhang Ning was able to ascertain that Lu Chang hadn't done anything out of the ordinary to Wu Ying. Zhang Ning was silent. His gaze fell on the man who was called Sun Qinglin by Lu Chang, who was standing on the side. It was obvious that Sun Qinglin was a person from a martial arts family, but why was he back with Lu Chang? All of this, it seemed to have become a bit confusing. And there is Sun Qinglin in the long. Zhang Ning did not dare to act rashly. His own body has injuries, and now by the hemp rope tied hands and feet. As long as he has a movement, that Sun Qinglin will not hesitate to strike. Kid, do you know? This period of time, wooing this seems to have a good feeling about you. Lao Zi so chasing her. She does not bird Lao Zi a bit, when necessary, or have to use some means. To be honest, are you also like wooing? Otherwise so, I will be in your face. Do something bad? Lu Chang's tone became more and more evil, making Zhang Ning hate to get Lu Chang killed right now. How dare you? Zhang Ning stared angrily at Lu Chang. How could he not have thought that the superficially well-dressed Lu Chang would actually be such a hypocrite? Try it then? Sun Qinglin, this brat will be handed over to you. In order to avoid him pulling any tricks, let's waste him first. Lu Chang's face instantly darkened as he said to Sun Qinglin. As soon as Lu Chang's words fell, Sun Qinglin immediately pulled out a dagger and came to Zhang Ning's front. And it was only at this time that Zhang Ning saw Sun Qinglin's face clearly. The current Sun Qinglin did not wear sunglasses. The eyeball of his left eye had no pupil, just a white haze, obviously blind. No wonder he usually wore a pair of sunglasses. And his face, which was full of bearded rags, was a bit bloated, and should have been left behind by Zhang Ning's punch during the day. Kid, don't blame me. If you want to blame me for the fact that you have something that the Sun family wants. Sun Qinglin spoke in a hoarse voice, and the dagger in his hand instantly fell, and with a snort, it did not enter Zhang Ning's thigh. Ah! The intense pain that traveled from Zhang Ning's thigh into his brain caused Zhang Ning to scream uncontrollably, and blood flowed down Zhang Ning's leg as quickly as a small snake, staining the blanket on the hotel floor. Ha ha, what a wonderful sound. Zhang Ning, watch this, Lu Chang said, about to go down on Wu Ying. Lu Chang, stop, what comes at me? Ah, Zhang Ning's words hadn't finished yet. Sun Qinglin's dagger had already been pulled out from Zhang Ning's thigh and stabbed into the other thigh. The violent stabbing pain made Zhang Ning yell, numbing Zhang Ning's legs. You'd better mind your own business. Sun Qinglin's cold voice rang in Zhang Ning's ears. Crazy. At this moment, Zhang Ning truly went crazy, no longer having any regard, frantically mobilizing the divine power within his body, wanting to stop this from happening, but the next moment, Zhang Ning saw despair. I don't know why, but Zhang Ning couldn't feel his divine power. The feeling he had in the past was gone, as if the divine power didn't exist at all. How can this be? No, it can't be. Zhang Ning lost his voice, looking down at the dragon jade on his neck. There was no difference. Zhang Ning didn't know if his body was no longer able to support it, or if he had overused his divine power. Right now, Zhang Ning was genuinely unable to feel the existence of divine power. It seems that there has been some abnormality. Your name is Zhang Ning, isn't it? You are indeed very strong. If it wasn't for my resourcefulness today, I'm afraid that the one who was facing death right now would be me. Sun Qinglin, however, I have heard that there is a piece of dragon jade in your hand. I don't know if it's true or not, Sun Qinglin said as he stared at Zhang Ning, his hands searching for it on Zhang Ning's body. After a few touches, he found the sandalwood box inside Zhang Ning's pocket, and with a hint of joy on his face, he took the sandalwood box in his hands and opened it. Ha ha, it seems that this dragon jade is really in your hands. It really wasn't a waste of effort. Sun Qinglin laughed out loud, followed by turning his head to look at Lu Chang, then said, Lu Chang, what I want has already arrived. The rest of the mess, you solve it yourself. Anyway, this kid's legs are already wasted. I'll leave first. If you want to leave, hurry up. I'm still a little twisted with you here. Lu Chang frowned and listened down to the movements in his hands, waving his hand, telling Sun Qinglin to hurry if he wanted to leave. Sun Qinglin smiled, put away the sandalwood box and walked out towards the door of the room, closing the door in the process. Lu Chang, on the other hand, once again looked towards the bleeding Zhang Ning and said mockingly, Zhang Ning, look carefully with wide eyes. The fun has just begun. Chapter 68, I'll beat you to death. Stop it, Lu Chang, Stop it for me. Jiang Ning was already seething with rage, but there wasn't a single thing he could do about it, so he could only roar at Lu Chang in unwilling fury. I'm not going to stop, so I'll let you enjoy it slowly, Lu Chang said with a cold smile and continued the movements in his hands. Immediately, unbearable images appeared in front of Jiang Ning's eyes. Inside Jiang Ning's heart, he was filled with unwillingness. This matter had nothing to do with Wu Ying, yet he was involved. The purpose of the Sun family seemed to be very simple. It was to charge at the piece of dragon jade on Jiang Ning's body. It was just that Sun Qinglin had mistakenly taken away the piece of fake dragon jade that Jiang Ning had gotten from Wang Wei's hands, which was still something to be thankful for. At this moment, Jiang Ning's voice had already become hoarse. The inside of his throat was blocked by the blood that was gushing up. He couldn't make a sound, and his consciousness was also becoming more and more blurred at this time. Lu Chang's evil smile was constantly shaking in front of Jiang Ning, and his laughter was haunting Jiang Ning's ears, driving him crazy. Jiang Ning completely felt despair. The large amount of blood lost from his legs was constantly consuming Jiang Ning's vitality. Jiang Ning's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, slowly closing his eyes. However, right at this time, a stabbing pain came from Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning violently stared with his eyes wide open, only to see that Lu Chang did not know when he had come to Jiang Ning's front, grabbed the dagger, and ruthlessly stabbed at Jiang Ning's hand. Who let you sleep? Give me wide eyes. Lu Chang gritted his teeth in front of Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning, whose original consciousness had already blurred up, once again came to his senses. Ah, Lu Chang, Jiang Ning hissed in pain, swearing in his heart that if he didn't die today, he would definitely not let Lu Chang have a good time. Seeing Jiang Ning in this state, Lu Chang's heart was so happy that he returned to Wu Ying's side with renewed vigor, seeing Jiang Ning's glaring murderous eyes, but the whole person was extremely excited. Jiang Ning, watch this, don't blink. Despair, spreading within Jiang Ning's mind. Jiang Ning had already given up. However, right at this moment, an image violently flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. It was a woman whose appearance could not be clearly seen, and it was generally the same as the one Jiang Ning dreamed of every night. At the same time, the dragon jade on Jiang Ning's neck began to glow, emitting a faint light. The face of Jiang Ning, who had already given up, instantly generalized. Feeling that the divine power within his body was surging out, Jiang Ning hurriedly mobilized his divine power. Shouting loudly, divine power burst out from Jiang Ning's body, instantly impacting on Lu Chang's body, blasting Lu Chang, who was ready to do his job. Flying out, heavily hitting the wall before falling to the ground. Jiang Ning was almost roaring as his divine power transformed into a sharp blade, slashing through the hemp rope that bound him, cutting it off. Jiang Ning regained his freedom, dragging his broken body. He came to Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground rolling around, with endless anger that was about to explode out. Lu Chang, I'll beat you to death. Jiang Ning roared, divine power wrapping the fist in his hand, and as he lifted Lu Chang's neck, the fist in his hand smashed down towards Lu Chang's face without mercy. Bang! Powerful force, falling on Lu Chang's face door, the sound of bones breaking, clicking, the whole face changed shape. Ah, don't hit the face. Lu Chang was incomparably terrified, his voice breaking, unable to speak clearly at all. Jiang Ning, however, did not have the intention to stay, carrying Lu Chang's entire body into midair, ignoring the stinging pain coming from his thighs, lifting his leg towards Lu Chang's third leg. Ah! Lu Chang's pig-killing screams came from Jiang Ning as he threw Lu Chang onto the ground. Lu Chang immediately covered his spot and rolled around in pain, foaming at the mouth, followed by rolling his eyes and fainting. See, Lu Chang has fainted. Jiang Ning taut heart also slightly relaxed, the whole person a soft, ordinary fell to the ground. Jiang Ning was wearing a big mouthful of initial rough breath. Soybean-sized sweat beads on her forehead kept rolling down Jiang Ning's cheeks. Jiang Ning gritted her silver teeth and quickly clicked a few times on her own thigh acupoints, temporarily stopping the blood. Sister Wu, Jiang Ning attempted to wake up Wu Ying, while slowly crawling towards the bedside. It was hard to move to the edge of the bed. Looking at Wu Ying's uncovered body, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. Shifting his gaze a little awkwardly, Jiang Ning picked up the clothes on top of the bed and covered Wu Ying up. Bang! Just when Jiang Ning thought that things were over, the door to the room was once again opened, and Sun Qinglin, who had gone and returned, quickly rushed in, and was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Seeing Sun Qinglin's appearance, Jiang Ning's originally slackened heart once again tensed up. Divine energy once again surged out despite his body's overdraft, supporting Jiang Ning's legs that were already unconscious. Slowly standing up, Sun Qinglin also did not say a word. His dagger flashed out, attacking towards Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning's mind was rapidly running in the original, a set of fighting techniques emerging from the memories of the divine farmer's inheritance. Jiang Ning was able to utilize this technique with a single grappling move, instantly clasping Sun Qinglin's arm. while at the same time smashing his powerful fists onto Sun Qinglin's body. Sun Qinglin didn't flinch at this tour. Instead, he grabbed Jiang Ning's hand with a death grip, and another dagger broke through the air. In such a posture, Jiang Ning couldn't dodge at all. He could only slightly side of his body, and snorting a sound of flesh penetration came out. And the dagger didn't penetrate into Jiang Ning's chest. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Jiang Ning's mouth. Jiang Ning quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bellowed, "Ah! Lousy beat you all to death." Jiang Ning shouted angrily up to the sky, his divine power surging out crazily, completely wrapping his body in it, and his entire person quickly rushed towards Sun Qinglin, and at the right moment, he smashed his fist into Sun Qinglin's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiang Ning's powerful force, the force sent from his upper body by his calf, transmitted through his fist, coupled with the divine power, directly went up to Sun Qinglin's abdomen to penetrate, smashing out a hole. Ah! Sun Qinglin shouted, the whole person lying on the ground, the body cannot stop trembling, still dying. In order for accidents to not happen again, Jiang Ning picked up the dagger on the ground and prepared to end him first, but Sun Qinglin popped up violently, and a smoke bomb was flung towards Jiang Ning. By the time Jiang Ning's vision recovered, the Sun Qinglin in front of him and the fainting Lu Cheng on the ground were already nowhere to be found. Jiang Ning's consciousness was also blurred at this moment. His body drifted, and he fell towards Wu Ying on the bed. His body dyed red by blood, lying on Wu Ying's body. The woman's softness, already tender skin, made Jiang Ning's heart jump violently. It was also at this time that Wu Ying, who had been drugged into a deep sleep, suddenly rolled her heavy eyelids and slowly opened those drowsy eyes. When Wu Ying saw Jiang Ning, who was covered in blood on his body, she immediately lost her voice and screamed, "Ah, Xiao Ning, you, what's wrong with you? Ambulance, yes, ambulance, no need, Sister Wu, already, Jiang Ning said with difficulty. Just now Sun Qinglin's knife had stabbed Jiang Ning's vitals, and now Jiang Ning was powerless to return to heaven. No, what should I do? Xiao Ning, you tell me, what should I do? Wu Ying was incomparably flustered, although she didn't know what exactly had happened during his slumber, and she had no clothes on her own body. But Jiang Ning's situation made it impossible for Wu Ying to think about anything else, and she only thought about saving Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning revealed a smile towards Wu Ying, and the memorized Shennong medical techniques were too late to be on their own. There was only one method that flashed violently from Jiang Ning's mind. Wu, Sister Wu, there's only one way to save me. It's don't just me. Xiao Ning, quickly tell me. Wu Ying's face was already completely wet with tears, and her choked voice made Jiang Ning somewhat unable to hear the words Wu Ying was saying. Room magic. Chapter 69 Healing. What rooming technique? Wu Ying completely froze when she heard Jiang Ning's words, not understanding the meaning of Jiang Ning's words at all. It's not clear to explain that much. In short, it's possible. It's possible to treat injuries through such a method. It's just that in that case, it's going to be, Jiang Ning said with great difficulty, not just because it was so hard to say anymore, but also because the body was already dying. That kind of treatment was a very unique existence, and could also be understood as some kind of cultivation. It existed in the divine farmer's inheritance, and in the past, in ancient times, there was such a method of saving people, but very few people would use it. Of course, even fewer people knew about this method of saving people. Jiang Ning's explanation caused Wu Ying to fall silent for a short period of time, but soon after, Wu Ying raised her head, looked solemnly at Jiang Ning, and said, Xiao Ning, it's okay, you're saving me for. Sister Wu can do it. Tell me, what do I have to do? Is it really okay? Sister Wu. Jiang Ning looked a little surprised. It was not an easy thing for Wu Ying to agree. However, Jiang Ning didn't know that before Wu Ying passed out. Lu Chang had said something to Wu Ying. Wu Ying was actually clear in her heart that all of this was caused by Lu Chang, and with the fight just now, Wu Ying was already in a daze and was able to feel it. Jiang Ning was already dying for the sake of Wu Ying, so Wu Ying was naturally able to dedicate herself to it. Use a hot towel to dry the blood on your body, then we'll start treating. As soon as Jiang Ning's words fell, his taut heart immediately turned towards derailment, and he quickly rushed off the bed, unlocking the open door of the room, and then ripped off a bath towel, wetting it with hot water inside the bathroom before returning to the bedside, and stripping Jiang Ning's body of his already tattered and torn blouse. Soon, Wu Ying wiped the blood on Jiang Ning's body clean. Looking at Jiang Ning's body one by one blood hole, Wu Ying couldn't help but cover her mouth. Tears gushed out quickly, her body followed by uncontrollable trembling. The wounds on Jiang Ning's body could no longer be described as horrific, but could only be described as gruesome, or full of holes, and Wu Ying almost didn't faint directly after looking at them. It was a good thing that Jiang Ning's current wounds had already stopped bleeding. Otherwise, with that horrifying bleeding rate, Even if Zhang Ning had a way to save him, before he had a chance to fact, Zhang Ning would have already bled to death. Zhang Ning's consciousness had already become blurry, and he could only vaguely feel Wu Ying by his side, and at this moment, Wu Ying knew that there was no time to lose, so she hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and began to follow what Zhang Ning had said before. Everything went so naturally, and when the time was right, Zhang Ning began to operate according to the room art in his mind. Snort! Strange sounds echoed in this room. At this moment, a warm current slowly flowed out from Zhang Ning's body, transforming into a halo that enveloped around Zhang Ning and Wu Ying's bodies, while the wounds on Zhang Ning's body began to undergo peculiar changes. Snort! The temperature of Zhang Ning's body grew higher and higher, a trace of vapor emerging from the surface of Zhang Ning's body, and those one terrifying blood holes actually began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Ning, who was immersed in that subtle sensation, didn't even notice the changes in his body, and only followed the room technique, continuously instilling divine power in Wu Ying's body. After a long time, Zhang Ning fainted in the forehead of physical exhaustion. Wu Ying looked at the fainted Zhang Ning and was surprised to find that the wounds on his body had healed. After freezing for half a moment, Wu Ying left Zhang Ning's side, and used hot water to wipe Zhang Ning's body all over again, and only then did she feel relieved. At that time, Zhang Ning only felt that there had been a human woman by his side taking care of him, which made Zhang Ning's heart feel incomparably gratified. The night was long, and Zhang Ning continued until the arrival of dawn, and when Zhang Ning woke up, Wu Ying was already leaning on his side asleep. After exploring his body, Zhang Ning was surprised to find that the wounds had recovered well, and then looking at the bloodstains on the bedsheets, Zhang Ning wondered if they were left behind by himself or by Wu Ying. While Zhang Ning was pondering, Wu Ying in his arms gave a wooing cry and opened her eyes. Looking at Zhang Ning's gleaming eyes, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Wu, Sister Wu, this matter is my fault. Zhang Ning let out a long sigh and said with some embarrassment, taking the initiative to apologize up to Wu Ying. Xiaoning is fine. The situation is urgent. We can only do that. Besides, I also know what that bastard Lu Cheng did to me. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that, Wu Ying said here, and could no longer speak. Sister Wu, tell me, what exactly happened? Yesterday afternoon, Luna called me to say that you went to look for me, but it turned out to be something like this. Zhang Ning looked at Wu Ying suspiciously and asked, well, why don't we get up and talk about it? Wu Ying said in embarrassment. A blush crept onto her cheeks, causing her to shyly lower her head. It didn't occur to her that a strong woman like Wu Ying would also have the side of a child girl. Cough. Zhang Ning coughed dryly to ease the awkward atmosphere, and took the lead in climbing up from the bed, grabbing the close-fitting pants that had already been cleaned by Wu Ying and putting them on. Before having picked up Lu Cheng's previous suit and putting it on, Zhang Ning's own clothes were already tattered and torn. There was no way to wear them, and last night Sun Qinglin took away Lu Cheng, but not his clothes. Now Zhang Ning could make use of them. Only after Zhang Ning had evaded this for a few minutes and allowed Wu Ying to straighten up her attire did the two of them continue the topic from earlier. Xiao Ning, yesterday afternoon, I received a phone call, saying that you let her pass on to me, so that I could go and look for you. As a result, after arriving, it was indeed that bastard Lu Cheng, who forcefully poured me with drugs and knocked me unconscious, and after I woke up, I saw you in that state, really scared me to death. Wu Ying slowly said. Her hatred towards Lu Cheng had already occupied her brain. Sister Wu, Lu Cheng is secretly messing up. I won't let him off the hook for this matter. Let's just leave here first now. Zhang Ning nodded gruffly and said, for Lu Cheng, Zhang Ning would never let him go. Right now Lu Cheng could not possibly run away. After all, he still had a fruit company in his hands. It was just that after all, such a big thing had happened at the Sunday Hotel. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Ning planned to take Wu Ying and leave here first. Zhang Ning called the manager of the hotel, stuffed the hotel experience $2,000, let the manager do not call the police. Zhang Ning and Wu Ying before leaving the hotel, mounted a motorcycle, send Wu Ying home. Chapter 70, Speak or Die. Returning to Wu Ying's home, as soon as she opened the door, Luna pounced towards Wu Ying, hugging her and sobbing in a small voice. Zhang Ning stood aside, unable to help but let out a sigh of emotion. Only after a long time did Luna let go of Wu Ying. Sizing up Wu Ying's body, her face suddenly changed, followed by rushing to Zhang Ning's front, angrily staring at Zhang Ning, saying, what did you do to Sister Wu? Why is her body all ready? Zhang Ning instantly froze. He and Wu Ying had had sex. How did this Luna see it at a glance? What? Zhang Ning was a bit baffled and surprised. Less pretending. Did you do something you shouldn't have done to Sister Wu? Otherwise, Sister Wu, Luna said halfway, and then a little embarrassed to continue. Zhang Ning also understood the meaning that Luna wanted to express, and was about to explain, but Wu Ying spoke up first. Nana, this thing is not to blame Xiao Ning. If not for Xiao Ning arriving in time and saving me, that bastard Lu Chang would have gotten his hands on me. What? Lu Chang? That bastard actually has such big guts. Let's see if I don't clean him up, Luna said angrily, not forgetting to wave her tiny fists. At the mention of Lu Chang, Zhang Ning's heart was on fire, and all along, Zhang Ning felt like she had a thread tied around her body, pulling Zhang Ning around like a monkey show. Zhang Ning decided that he must get things out of the way. Sister Wu, little Nana, I'll go get to the bottom of this matter, so you guys have a good rest. Zhang Ning spoke in a low voice, ignoring Wu Ying's dissuasion, and directly left Wu Ying's home. Things are from the Black 8 pool room of the landline phone to start. Now Zhang Ning and cannot go directly to find Lu Chang. Even if you go to the Sincere Jing Fruit Company, also do not see to be able to find the location of Lu Chang. After all, last night, Zhang Ning on Lu Chang's hand, is not a general heavy to Zhang Ning's force. Lu Chang is not dead but also disabled. So now Zhang Ning had to start from the Black 8 billiard room. After last night's treatment, Zhang Ning's body injuries have been almost good. For such a magical treatment, Zhang Ning is also incomparable surprise, but also gladly accepted, riding a motorcycle at an undiminished speed. When he arrived at the Black 8 pool room on Wutong Road, the pool room seemed to have just opened its doors not long ago, and there was no one inside to play, and from the outside, he could only see Zhao Tong sitting at the front desk playing with her cell phone as usual. Zhang Ning frowned tightly and walked straight in. Zhao Tong saw Zhang Ning's arrival and immediately stopped Zhang Ning, saying, "Hey, Zhang Ning, what did you mean yesterday? Somehow, if you don't give my mom a clear explanation today, don't want to go. Speak clearly? Oh, the one who should make it clear today is Shoppy." Zhang Ning sneered, not treating Zhao Tong well, directly bypassing Zhao Tong, directly heading towards the second floor of the pool room. Usually Sharpies slept in the rooms on the second floor, and after Zhang Ning went up, he flew up and fiercely kicked the door, sending it flying. The still sleeping Sharpies inside were awakened by the sudden loud noise, and when they saw Zhang Ning, they immediately roared out, "Grass mud horse, want to die?" Without saying a word, Zhang Ning rushed forward and grabbed Shoppy's neck, staring at him angrily. Zhao Tong also rushed up at this time, and seeing Zhang Ning's actions, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Zhang Ning, what the do you want?" "I want to kill someone," Zhang Ning said coldly. The force on his hand increased by a few points. Shoppy's face turned red, the veins on his forehead bulged, the pupils of his eyes dilated infinitely, as if he had seen death. Just as Shoppy was about to suffocate to death, Zhang Ning slammed Shoppy to the ground, letting it glare at Shoppy and said angrily, "Shoppy, I'm only going to say this once, tell me the truth of the matter, or else, I will kill you." Cough, cough. What? What truth? Zhang Ning, are you kid, really looking for death? Shoppy gasped heavily and said with difficulty, "Just now, if Zhang Ning had let go of his hand a few seconds later, I'm afraid that Shoppy would have really died in Zhang Ning's hands. Just last night, Lu Chang brought someone to kidnap Sister Wu. I almost died in his hands. You dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you don't, then you die," Zhang Ning said, and slammed his fist on Shoppy's face. The powerful force knocked Shoppy to spit out blood. A tooth spat out from Shoppy's mouth. Shoppy rudely spat out the blood, looking at Zhang Ning instead. He smiled. He's such a gangster. What scenes have not seen? Death for him, but a common occurrence. And Zhao Tong, who was a bit overwhelmed, did not dare to make a sound, and could only look on silently. Day. Suddenly, a messy footsteps came from downstairs, and all eyes looked towards the stairway, only to see Jin Laobai carrying a bag of buns and donuts in his hands, walking up, and the moment he saw Zhang Ning, his entire body panicked. Zhang Ning looked at the dumbfounded boss Jin. There was no damage on his body, which meant that Shoppy hadn't dealt with Jin Laobachi at all, and what happened before was all an act for Zhang Ning. Jin Laobai, what a coincidence! Zhang Ning sneered, and his divine power involuntarily surged out, transforming into a large hand that grabbed Jin Laobachi to his heels. Zhang Ning quickly drew out the dagger left behind by Sun Qinglin from his waist, and stabbed it into Jin Laobai's hand, pinning it to the ground. Zhang Ning does not come a little ruthless. They really think that Zhang Ning is good at bullying. Shoppy cannot be afraid of death, but Jin Laobachi is not the same. As long as a little bit of means, not afraid of this greedy and fearful of death. Jin Laobachi does not tell the truth. Ah, hand. Jin Laobachi's painful screams came, seeing Zhang Ning strike so hard. Shoppy didn't dare to act rashly for a moment, rushing Zhao Tong to make a wink, telling Zhao Tong to hurry up and leave this place, lest he be affected by Zhang Ning's wrath. Zhao Tong did shake her head, unwilling to leave. There was no way for Zhang Ning to forgive what Jin Laobai had done to his own father, and last time, because of Shoppy, Zhang Ning had not taken direct action, and at that time, Shoppy had said that he would deal with Jin Laobai. But he hadn't thought that it had all been a flimflam of Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning squatted in front of the pale Jean Laobachi, sneered coldly, and said blandly, "Jean Laobachi, I didn't expect to be able to see you in one piece. It's just that the next time, your body might not be complete. Ah, don't ah, Shoppy brother, save me ah, Zhang Ning, Master Zhang, spare my life, I beg you, spare my life." Jean Laobai had completely panicked, constantly begging Zhang Ning for mercy. "Spare my life? It's not impossible, tell me the truth of the matter, otherwise, there's only death." Chapter 71 The Truth Behind. I'll say everything, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to tell you anything. Jean Laobai had been thoroughly intimidated by Zhang Ning's ruthless tactics. Last time, Zhang Ning had broken one of his hands. This time, Zhang Ning had directly moved the knife to waste Jean Laobai's palm. "Then let me ask you, who made a call to Wu Ying in your office yesterday?" Zhang Ning looked angrily at Jean Laobachi, and also looked at Shoppy from time to time, lest Shoppy pull any tricks. It's Lu Chang, and there's also a man I don't recognize." Zhang Ning's threat obviously worked on Jean Laobachi. Shoppy is a brother gangster head. These things cannot threaten Shoppy at all. Jean Laobachi is not the same. It is a mongrel, a try. The next time, Jean Lao8 will be all the things originally set out. Shoppy squatting on the edge of the bed to watch the dry anxious, but no, that is not Zhang Ning's opponent. Can only be watched. Jean Lao8 will be the ins and outs of the matter all to say out. Turns out, the hidden things behind, far more complex than Zhang Ning thought. Things can only start from the day Zhang Ning first met Lu Chang. In fact, Lu Chang is not a good person, but there is no need to question the matter. His family is very rich. Chengjing Fruit Company is Lu Chang's family. Lu Chang has been Wu Ying's suitor. That day, Zhang Ning was appointed to go to Wu Ying to see, and Lu Chang, in order to please Wu Ying, had to go down in a low voice to beg Zhang Ning to go back to continue to complete the acupuncture. And Lu Chang's popularity was Zhang Ning all to steal, but also by Zhao Shengwu's reprimand, which makes Lu Chang's heart of that high and proud by a serious blow. So Lu Chang began to look for Zhang Ning's trouble. Shoppy's gangster forces naturally became the tool of revenge of these rich people. As long as willing to give money, they do anything out. Coincidentally, Wang Wei also approached Jean Laobiao to teach Zhang Ning a lesson. After Lu Cheng found out about this matter, he designed this play. Utilizing the fact that Wang Wei had approached Jean Laobai, he put all the blame on Wang Wei's head. Of course, during this period there was also Shoppy's involvement. Otherwise things could not have gone so smoothly. The last time Wu Ying was kidnapped, it was Lu Cheng told Jean Laobai Wu Ying's residence, and then Jean Laobai brought people to kidnap Wu Ying, gave him drugs, and then Lu Cheng intended to do Wu Ying in the Sunday Hotel. However, he did not know that this matter happened to be witnessed by Zhang Ning, and after Zhao Tong, who was unaware of the situation, called Jean Laohachi, Jean Laohachi had to rush back from the scene, and Lu Cheng also realized the reason for this, so he gave up on Wu Ying. It's just that Lu Cheng had taken a shower in the bathroom, and the tie that Zhang Ning found in the bathroom was what Lu Cheng left behind when he left in a hurry, which is why Lu Cheng had the same type of tie as that one on him. Immediately after that was the time when the citrus truck overturned. At that time, Lu Cheng also did not expect Zhang Ning would find Chengjing Fruit Company to sell citrus. Lu Cheng felt that this was a perfect opportunity to combat Zhang Ning, so he deliberately arranged 6 large trucks, and at the same time let Jean Laobai find the village head Zhang Wenshang, put a row of iron nails in the dangerous road. The purpose is to let all 6 cars have a flat tire, so that overturned off the cliff, so that Zhang Ning blood money. Unfortunately, that day, a sudden rainstorm, so that the road soil becomes soft, iron was buried under the mud, which allows the front of the truck unharmed. Only the last truck blew a tire, the car citrus before all the fall down the cliff. With the legal benefits of the contract in place, Lu Cheng had no way to not pay Zhang Ning, which is why Zhang Ning only received 300,000 yuan of citrus money. Lu Cheng also knew that after so many things happened, the smart Zhang Ning will look for to find on Jean Laobiao, so has Long Bin and Shoppy and other people have greeted, will all be pushed to the body of Wang Wei, at the same time cooperate with the Shoppy acted out such a drama, will Zhang Ning to blindfolded. Wang Wei is the son of the richest man in Suxian County. The background behind him is not as simple as it seems, so Lu Cheng wanted to make Zhang Ning automatically mounted on the muzzle of Wang Wei. Just Lu Cheng did not calculate is Wang Wei's center. There is a Zhao Xinggu in the middle of the détente. Because of Wang Jianya's critical matter, Zhang Ning wants to Wang's family piece of Dragon Jade to get. Zhang Ning and Wang Wei did not turn the other cheek. By this time, Lu Cheng has been completely unable to rest, and the Sun family called Sun Qinglin made a deal. Sun Qinglin to help Lu Cheng killed Zhang Ning, and Zhang Ning's body of a certain item belongs to him. But no one expected that Sun Qinglin from the martial arts family fought with Zhang Ning and almost didn't die in Zhang Ning's hands. And Jin Laobai didn't know anything about Sun Qinglin. He only knew that Sun Qinglin was rushing towards Zhang Ning. Things developed all the way. Then happened last night, while Zhang Ning went to Wang Wei's home. Lu Cheng thought it was an opportunity to start. Eager to get Wu Ying's heart under the influence, Lu Cheng used Zhang Ning's name to woo Ying out of the appointment, and then will go to get knocked out. Intends to do it. At the same time will be pushed to the charge of Zhang Ning. Of course, Lu Cheng also thought that Zhang Ning will find his location. And this is Lu Cheng to the back of the plan to pave the way for an important key point. If Zhang Ning did not find Lu Cheng, then Lu Cheng naturally can rest easy. But if Zhang Ning found, it just fell into the trap of Lu Cheng. By Sun Qinglin ambush, Zhang Ning captured. Lu Cheng finished things, the black pot dumped to Zhang Ning. Sun Qinglin take away the dragon jade, and then by through the bureau inside the people. The final result, Zhang Ning was arrested by the police, wrongly imprisoned. However, Zhang Ning in the critical moment, the desperate counterattack, will Lu Cheng disabled, but also the return of Sun Qinglin beat back, near death, the use of room magic, back to a small life. When Zhang Ning listened to Jin Laobai will be the whole thing of the conspiracy to all say out, had to agree with Lu Cheng's city, actually able to design such a play. Will Zhang Ning fooled? Shoppy was even more gloomy. Once this matter was shaken out, Shoppy would not have a good time. The most surprised, or Zhao Tong. To the end, Zhao Tong is an outsider, simply do not know the conspiracy behind these things. Zhang, Master Zhang, I said it all. Really, let me go. I will never dare again. Jin Laobai cried and begged for mercy from Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning lowered his head and contemplated. 2 years ago, why he was imprisoned. Clearly he had acted with bravery, but he had been vilified. A scene from the past, like a spring of water surged into Zhang Ning's mind, making him feel incomparably furious. Spare you? Ha ha, you people, you don't deserve to live in this world. You all deserve to die. Chapter 72, Murder. At this moment, Zhang Ning was completely enraged, and after hearing those words from Jin Laobai, the desire to kill had already taken over Zhang Ning's brain. Zhang, Master Zhang, spare my life, spare my life. Jin Laobai was completely stunned, constantly begging for mercy, but Zhang Ning turned a blind eye. From the moment Jin Laobai had gotten someone to beat up his father, Zhang Ning had already derived the urge to kill. Standing up from Jin Laobai's heels, Zhang Ning said coldly, people like you are a waste of resources to live in the world. Zhang Ning had just turned around, when Shoppy, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly stormed up and lunged towards Zhang Ning, and Zhang Ning's afterglow only saw a figure violently strangling his neck from behind. Zhang Ning's brows furrowed, and before he could fully react, Jin Laobai, whose palm was stuck on the ground by the dagger, did not know where he got the courage from, and roared, grabbing the dagger with his other hand and pulling it out, and then rushed towards Zhang Ning with a loud scream, wanting to wipe Zhang Ning out with the dagger in his hand. Zhang Ning's face did not change, his divine power followed and surged out, staying in front of his body. Jin Laobao's dagger attacked, and with a clanging sound it stayed at a position less than 20 centimeters away from Zhang Ning, and no matter how hard Jin Laobao tried to push it, it would be difficult for him to advance by half a point. You guys are looking for death yourselves, so don't blame me, Zhang Ning said coldly. His fighting technique was once again displayed, clasping Shoppy's hand, with a beautiful turn, he restrained Shoppy, and at the same time, he turned around and kicked Jin Laobachi's wrist. Jin Laobachi's entire body flew out, and the dagger in his hand, due to Zhang Ning's kick, snorted and stabbed into his own chest, blood rapidly flowing out. At the same time, Zhang Ning rose up and grabbed Shoppy's hand, and with a forceful shoulder strike, an over-the-shoulder slam knocked Shoppy to the ground. Shoppy, for the sake of Zhao Tong having saved Sister Wu, I'll spare your dog's life, but if you continue to provoke me again, I won't be merciful. Now, tell me where Lu Cheng is. Zhang Ning glanced at Zhao Tong who was standing in the corner at a bit of a loss for words, and said to Shoppy who was in pain on the ground and couldn't get up. Shoppy was lying on the ground, covering his own chest, looking up to Jin Laoba, who had already collapsed in a pool of blood not far away. He knew that the man in front of him was not joking with him, that kind of murderous look, and after that, only those who had actually killed someone would have it. Song Road 138. Shoppy uttered an address in a low voice, and a cold smile followed on Zhang Ning's face. Count on your good sense. Zhang Ning finished blandly, skimming, glancing at Zhao Tong before walking out of the room, and as he passed the doorway, Zhang Ning couldn't help but listen to his footsteps, looking towards Jin Laobachi, who had already lost his vitality on the ground. It was only after Zhang Ning had left the Black 8 pool room that the taut string within Zhang Ning's heart violently loosened. I killed someone, Zhang Ning muttered to himself. This was the first time Zhang Ning had killed someone. His heart would more or less fluctuate, but strangely enough, Zhang Ning didn't feel guilty. Instead, it was a great pleasure. Like Sha Pai, these people, mixed in the road. It is not allowed that day there is no life. Death of one or two punks' little brother. For Sha Pai, is no longer normal, so Jiang Ning is not worried about Sha Pai will be alarmed, even if it is reported to the police. The police found Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also has its own words. Jiang Ning used his cell phone map to find the location of Sungsong Road 138, which was not too far away from Jiang Ning's place, and he was able to arrive on his motorcycle in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Ning rode on the motorcycle, heavy deep breath. The heart is a little complicated. At the same time, Jiang Ning also told himself, in the past was wrongly accused of imprisonment, because he was too weak. From the day Jiang Ning has Shennong inheritance returned, Jiang Ning has decided, no matter who dare to hurt their own family, Jiang Ning will never let him have a good time. Finding 138, Sungsong Road, Jiang Ning did not rush in, but rather checked around the neighborhood. Yesterday it was Sun Changlin who saved Lu Chang. For Lu Chang, Jiang Ning did not have any regard, but Sun Changlin was a person from a martial arts family. Jiang Ning had to be on guard. After determining that there was no danger, Jiang Ning quietly arrived at the door of No. 138, and with no one around, Jiang Ning's divine power surged out, penetrating the door of the room, getting the door open, and carefully walking inside. After Jiang Ning's divine power probed out and determined that Lu Chang was the only one inside the room, he sped up his steps and came to the door of a room, where Jiang Ning kicked the door open. Inside, Lu Chang, who was watching a small movie, stood up violently, and when he saw Jiang Ning's arrival, he was so frightened that he immediately fell to the ground. In front of him, Lu Chang's face was wrapped in gauze, bloated and swollen, making his eyes somewhat unable to open, and underneath Lu Chang's body, gauze was also tied up, watching a small movie in the room, presumably wanting to see which side of himself was still useless. Jiang Ning, you, don't come over. Lu Chang spat out his words indistinctly, and his entire person was filled with fear towards Jiang Ning, and when Jiang Ning saw Lu Chang in this state, the anger in his heart did grow even more intense. Lu Chang, you will have to pay the price for what you have done, Jiang Ning said coldly, walking towards Lu Chang step by step. Sun Qinglin, Sun Qinglin. Lu Chang panicked and shouted Sun Qinglin's name, wanting to call for help. Shoo! Just at this time, a figure at the doorway violently rushed in. It was Sun Qinglin. Jiang Ning, who had long since grasped Sun Qinglin's whereabouts. At the moment Sun Qinglin rushed towards himself, Jiang Ning instantly moved his body, clenched his fist that contained all the anger in his heart, looked at Sun Qinglin's head, and fiercely slammed it over. Bang! With a muffled sound and blood splattered everywhere, Jiang Ning knocked down Sun Qinglin with a single punch, but the movement of his hand did not stop, smashing fist after fist on Sun Qinglin's face. Last night Sun Qinglin's venomousness made Jiang Ning no longer have any mercy. Punch after punch, Jiang Ning had already gone crazy from fighting. Stop, stop, I am, the Sun family. Sun Qinglin's head had sunken in, his entire body tensed up, and his mouth made a difficult sound. I don't care if you're from the Sun family or the Li family, it's you that I'm ing today, Jiang Ning said loudly, the last punch landing on Sun Qinglin's head. Blood had already stained Jiang Ning's fist. Jiang Ning had never thought that he would have such a violent side. All of this was forced out of him. The current Jiang Ning was as if he was a beast that had been awakened, ferocious and incomparable. Dead, Jiang Ning, I was wrong, let me go, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Money, I have money, I'll give you money, let me go. Lu Chang's speech was already incoherent. Jiang Ning's means had completely stunned Lu Chang. Money? I don't need your dirty money, Jiang Ning shouted in charge towards Lu Chang. Stop, and at this time, a strong and powerful voice pierced through from behind Jiang Ning, causing Jiang Ning to stop his fist in mid-air. Chapter 73, Kneel and Apologize. The sudden shout made Jiang Ning stop the movements in his hands, and Jiang Ning turned around, only to see a familiar figure appear in the doorway. Zhao Xingwu didn't know how he had found Jiang Ning, and after shouting, he walked towards him. Elder Zhao? Jiang Ning also froze, not thinking about why Zhao Xingwu had suddenly appeared here. His heart was puzzled, but thinking back to the fact that Zhao Xingwu was also a member of one of the four great families, it was not surprising. Jiang Ning, don't be impulsive. Lu Cheng cannot be killed. Zhao Xingwu stood in front of Jiang Ning and said in a serious tone, why can't I be killed? I even dared to kill Sun Qinglin. He's just a mere Lu Chang. What would I not dare to kill? Jiang Ning sank his face and said slowly, Lu Chang's father is not an ordinary person. You'd better weigh it up. Sun Qinglin is dead. I can help you deal with this matter. But Lu Chang absolutely cannot be killed. Otherwise, no one can protect you. Zhao Shengwu said seriously, not at all like he was joking with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, who originally had his heart set on killing, immediately hesitated a bit after hearing these words from Zhao Xingwu. it's fine if we don't kill, but there is one thing that he must do, Jiang Ning said, grabbing Lu Chang, who was curled up in the corner, and walking towards the outside. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Zhao Shengwu's face was a bit unsightly. He had rushed to find this place after hearing about this matter. It was a good thing that Jiang Ning hadn't gotten his hands on Lu Cheng yet, or else the matter would have been really big. Jiang Ning was a rare medical genius, and he, Zhao Shengwu, being from a medical family, was naturally unwilling to see Jiang Ning in danger. Have him apologize, Jiang Ning said coldly, tying Lu Cheng up and flinging him onto his motorcycle, while tying Lu Cheng's hands to the frame of the motorcycle. Before starting the motorcycle and speeding away, Zhao Xingwu came by car and was puzzled to see Jiang Ning's actions, but he could only follow behind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning sped all the way, and soon came to the downstairs of Wu Ying's house. Jiang Ning untied Lu Cheng, and then grabbed Lu Cheng's arm, and went inside the elevator. At the door of Wu Ying's house, Jiang Ning pressed the doorbell, and soon, the door was opened, and when Wu Ying saw Jiang Ning's few people outside the door, she instantly revealed a shocked look. What's going on? Wu Ying lost her voice in surprise. Jiang Ning didn't answer Wu Ying's words, but instead kicked Lu Cheng in the calf. Lu Cheng flopped and fell to his knees before Jiang Ning spoke. Apologize to Sister Wu for me. If you don't be more sincere, I'll waste your legs and make you sit in a wheelchair forever. Last night, Jiang Ning had already seriously injured Lu Cheng, and now he didn't know if he could be healed. And when Jiang Ning said that, he scared Lu Cheng into apologizing in a hurry. Wu Ying, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was confused for a moment. I shouldn't have done that to you. Please forgive me. Lu Cheng was bitter and didn't dare to put up any resistance. Lu Na, who heard the commotion at the door, also walked out. Seeing the scene in front of her, she didn't feel surprised. Instead, she pulled Wu Ying back, walked to the front herself, and threw Lu Cheng a big ear scrape. You bastard! How dare you do something like that to Sister Wu? I can't spare you! Lu Na shouted at Lu Cheng in a young baby voice, and also at this time, she discovered Zhao Xingwu standing behind Jiang Ning, and instantly stopped her own actions, and flashed a smile at Zhao Xingwu. Sister Wu, this bastard Lu Cheng is in your hands. If you can forgive him, I'll let her go. If you don't, I'll waste him as usual. Jiang Ning said firmly, although Zhao Xingwu did not allow Jiang Ning to kill Lu Cheng, Jiang Ning was able to waste him. Wu Ying looked at Jiang Ning with some trepidation. It seemed that Jiang Ning was a bit of a stranger to her, and only after a long time did she say, Xiao Ning, it's okay, things have already passed. You let him leave my house. I don't want to see him again. Only after hearing Wu Ying's words, Jiang Ning kicked Lu Cheng and shouted, get lost. As soon as Jiang Ning's words fell, Lu Cheng rolled and crawled towards the stairwell and rushed down. Zhao Xingwu saw this, also could not help but say, Jiang Ning, you do this, I understand, but, forget it, words I won't say too much. Lu Cheng handed over to me, your tail, I also help you to sweep it, just have time, go to the Chinese hospital to find me, some things, I think you should let you know better. After Zhao Xingwu said these words, he quickly left to chase after Lu Cheng, and Wu Ying also invited Jiang Ning into the house. Xiao Ning, what did you go out for just now? Why are your hands covered in blood? Are you injured? Wu Ying pulled Jiang Ning into the house. Seeing the blood on Jiang Ning's hands, she hurriedly took a towel and helped Jiang Ning wipe it off. Sister Wu, I'm fine, it's all someone else's blood. Don't worry, that bastard Lu Cheng won't dare to harass you in the future. Jiang Ning let out a long breath. This matter, finally, was resolved. Thinking back to the scene of killing just now, Jiang Ning was now a little bit afraid, but things had come to this, and suddenly Zhao Xingwu said that he would help himself to deal with the things behind. Jiang Ning was no longer worried, only Jiang Ning was curious. Why did Zhao Xingwu want to help himself in this way? It's good that you're fine, don't be so impulsive in the future. What that bastard Lu Cheng did, there are naturally laws to clean him up. Wu Ying was an upper-class person and the general manager of the company. She was used to going through legal procedures. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. With Wu Ying's comfort, Jiang Ning's mood instantly got much better, and even her tone of voice was no longer as murderous as before. Hey, you still really think you're good? Don't think that I'll accept you just because you helped Sister Wu. If you want to chase Sister Wu, you have to put in some effort. I won't promise that Sister Wu will just be fooled by you in such a haphazard manner. Lu Na, who was staring at Jiang Ning with her beak on the side, spoke up at this time. Little Nana, it's not like I'm doing that with you. Why do I need you to accept it? Jiang Ning said with a bashful laugh, reaching out to touch Lu Na's brain. Lu Na instantly made a face, shook Jiang Ning's hand away, and said indignantly, no, you're not allowed to touch my head. Touching your head will make you grow taller. Sister Wu is a member of my family. I'll never let you snub Sister Wu away. Nana, come on, things are in the past. Let's talk about these things later. From the time we came back until now, Xiao Ning and I haven't even eaten anything yet. Wu Ying's face was flooded with a trace of shyness. Remembering what happened last night made it a little embarrassing. I'll cook some noodles for you guys to eat. Lu Na was stunned before she came back to her senses, and with an exasperated glare at Zhang Ning, she walked into the kitchen, and on the sofa in the living room, only Zhang Ning and Wu Ying were left. The two unintentionally stared at each other, causing the atmosphere to instantly become somewhat awkward. Chapter 74 Appointment with Director of Planning Li. Under Lu Na's busyness, Zhang Ning ate the worst noodles for the first time. Looking at the bowl of black and unappetizing soup noodles in front of him, Zhang Ning did not have any appetite, but Zhang Ning, who hadn't eaten anything since last night, eventually couldn't help but move his chopsticks. A big mouthful of noodles in his mouth. Zhang Ning almost did not spit it out. Raw noodles, super salty flavor, coupled with too much soy sauce. What Zhang Ning ate in his mouth was not noodles at all, but dark cuisine. Yuck yuck, little Nana, this is not noodles, it's clearly poison. Zhang Ning still couldn't help but spit it out, looking at Lu Na with a disgusted face and said, "Humph, this is the flavor. You love to eat it or not?" Lu Na said with a scowl, not in a good mood. Zhang Ning was also speechless, and then looked at the noodles in their bowls, which were not at all the same as his own. Lu Na had obviously spiced it up for herself. Hard to eat is better than being hungry. Zhang Ning finished the dark noodles in 3 or 2 large mouthfuls, and his previously grumbling stomach was considered to have stopped tossing and turning. After eating, Wu Ying looked at Zhang Ning with a smile on her face, gently let out a breath and said, "Xiao Ning, let bygones be bygones. Anyway, things have been resolved now, right? The last time you told me that your village was going to build a road. How is it progressing now?" Wu Ying first mentioned it, and then quickly changed the topic, and in her words, she seemed to be hinting at something to Zhang Ning. "The application was handed in, so I can only wait for the notification." Zhang Ning shrugged his shoulders and said, "In that case, the construction company on my side is no problem, and also, I'm quite familiar with the director of the planning bureau. Why don't I say hello for you?" Wu Ying said blandly. No wonder mentioning this matter. The original heart already has an idea. Really? That couldn't be better. No matter what. Thank you first, Sister Wu. Zhang Ning's heart was overjoyed. Such good news. Instantly, Zhang Ning's previous kind of mood washed away a lot. Even subconsciously no longer think about things about Lu Chang. Why don't we make an appointment for dinner tonight? Or we can talk about it face to face. Wu Ying was worthy of being an elite in the workplace, thinking things through far more thoughtfully than Zhang Ning. That couldn't be better. In that case, I have to go back home first. I didn't go back for a night. My parents must be worried about me. Wait for the evening. I'll come back. Zhang Ning agreed with alacrity, thinking of the 2 old men in his heart. After saying goodbye to Wu Ying, Zhang Ning quickly rushed back to Whitewater Village, only to make Zhang Ning surprised that the 2 old men didn't worry about themselves as they had imagined, but rather, they were already accustomed to Zhang Ning staying out at night. This is for Zhang Ning. Do not know when good or bad. Zhang Ning returned home, first took a comfortable hot bath, and then went to a citrus field. He hadn't come to check on them for 2 days, and the latter batch of mandarin oranges had all grown quite a bit, but strangely enough, the mandarin trees in the entire mandarin field were all shriveled up, as if they were about to dry up and die. What's going on? There's obviously plenty of water. Zhang Ning's divine power probed into the interior of the citrus trees and found that there was no lack of water, so he couldn't help but mutter to himself in confusion. Not only that, Zhang Ning had also deliberately probed his divine power deep into the ground to see if there was a problem with the water quality underground. But Zhang Ning had not been able to find out the reason even after hours of messing around in the citrus field. The poisonous sun shone down on Zhang Ning's body, making it a bit unbearable for Zhang Ning, and at this time, Lu Tsuilan also came to the citrus field to see Zhang Ning. "Ningzi, what are you doing in this citrus field on a hot day? Quickly go home and take a cool ride, lest you get a heat stroke." Lu Tsuilan shouted at Zhang Ning from a long distance away. "Mom, this citrus tree is obviously not lacking water. Why are they all sick and suffering?" Zhang Ning put his hopes on Lu Tsuilan and asked, "Our family hasn't planted citrus before. You'll have to ask those old men in the village." "Okay, stop talking and hurry home with Mom. Look at how hot and sweaty you are," Lu Tsuilan said to Zhang Ning in pain, pulling Zhang Ning to go home. Zhang Ning couldn't argue with Lu Tsuilan, so he had to go back home, and now in front of his house, Zhang Ning could only sigh as he looked at the scorching weather outside. It didn't occur to him that he had the divine farmer's inheritance, yet he couldn't discover a small problem with the citrus trees. Of course, there was another reason for this, which was that the inheritance within the dragon jade around Zhang Ning's neck was not complete. Only, this was nothing more than Zhang Ning's guess. In the afternoon, Zhang Ning was left hard at home by Lu Tsuilan, but Zhang Ning did not stay idle, listening to Wu Ying. The director of the planning bureau was called something like Li Fuguei, A big fat man. For fat people, they all hope to lose weight. Zhang Ning hands, naturally, is able to refine the divine weight loss pills, so Zhang Ning took advantage of the time finally, refined a small box of weight loss pills, is hoping to be able to let Li Fuguwei to help hurry to the approval of the road repair documents approved down. Soon, the sun went down, and Zhang Ning took the diet pills with him, so he was ready to go to the city. Lu Tsuilan saw that Zhang Ning hadn't stayed at home for a day and was going out again, and couldn't help but nag. Ningzi, what are you doing? Always running outside. Can't you stay at home? Mom, I'm just meeting someone from the planning bureau for dinner at night to talk about road repair. It's not like I'm going out to play. Zhang Ning said somewhat helplessly. Then you bring some mandarin oranges for them. Without something, you're good at it? Lu Tsuilan said, and went inside to load tangerines for Zhang Ning. Mom, no need. I brought something for others. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Let's go. Zhang Ning hurriedly called out to Lu Tsuilan and said, before leaving the village. Lu Tsuilan looked at Zhang Ning's departing back and muttered with a sullen face. This child, why do you care so much about him? He's not a child anymore. Zhang Xiaojun, who was sharpening his sickle, looked up at Lu Tsuilan and said indifferently. Lu Tsuilan glanced at Zhang Xiaojun and went into the house by herself. It didn't take long for Zhang Ning to arrive downstairs at Wu Ying's house, and Wu Ying, who had long been ready, knew that Zhang Ning had already arrived, so she told Zhang Ning to wait for her in the underground parking lot, saying that she would go in her small car. Zhang Ning looked at her mud-covered motorcycle and said nothing. Xiao Ning, that director Li has a bit of a strange temper, so don't talk nonsense when the time comes, haha. As soon as the scooter was started, Wu Ying took the lead in giving Zhang Ning a precautionary shot. Sister Wu, don't worry, I know the score. Zhang Ning nodded. What kind of people Zhang Ning hadn't seen before? People like being a director, not just a little bit of a high tone and a pat on the back. It's just fine. Well, I'll talk to him when the time comes. Wu Ying nodded and said slowly. Today's meal Wu Ying had made an appointment at one of the more famous Hunan restaurants in the city, and the consumption level was not too high for Wu Ying, and after arriving at the place, Zhang Ning froze for a moment. The place where they were going to eat tonight was actually the same restaurant that Zhang Ning had delivered the bamboo rats to before. Changrong Restaurant. Chapter 75, The Old Pervert. Remembering that last time, the owner's wife of the Changrong restaurant had charged Zhang Ning for all of his bamboo rats. It had also allowed Zhang Ning to make a fortune, thus relieving the pressure on his funds. It did not occur to him that now he had come here to eat, but of course, this was also due to dragging Wu Ying's blessing. Otherwise Zhang Ning would not have had the free money to spend here. As Wu Ying walked into the Changrong Hotel, the waiter immediately greeted him, his face full of smiles as he politely said, Boss, may I ask a few of you, have you booked a private room? 3 of you. The private room is booked at No. 888. Wu Ying seemed to be familiar with this place and said slowly, alright, please follow me. The waiter gave Wu Ying a pleased gesture, while at the same time looking at Zhang Ning behind Wu Ying. His face immediately changed. The waiter was still the same waiter from before, and when he saw Zhang Ning, he immediately stopped him, then said to Zhang Ning, are you here to sell bamboo rats again? Didn't I tell you to go in through the kitchen at the back door? Why are you using the front door again? Zhang Ning was stunned. Although he recognized the waiter when he entered, he did not expect the other party to hold a grudge and find fault with Zhang Ning. What for? Not welcome? Then call your boss's wife to come out. I'll tell you, today master is here for dinner. Zhang Ning tilted his head in triumph and said blandly. The waitress froze, gritting her teeth and ironing her face, reminding her of her boss's wife, Sun Yangli's lesson, and after taking a deep breath, she finally revealed a smile to Zhang Ning and said, please come inside. Zhang Ning followed suit and revealed a smile, strutting towards the restaurant's second-floor private room. Because Wu Ying and Zhang Ning arrived first, they first ordered the food and waited for Li Fuguwei's arrival. About 10 or so minutes later, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a fat head and ears fat man walked in with a smile on his face. It was planning director Li Fuguwei, only in Li Fuguwei's hands. He was holding a bunch of roses, and as soon as he entered the private room, his smile instantly froze when he saw Zhang Ning sitting at the heel of the table. Mr. Wu, what's going on? Aren't we the only 2 people having dinner today? Where did this kid come from? A poor look. From the countryside, right? Li Fuguwei stood in the doorway, his disdainful gaze sizing up Zhang Ning's body and mocking him. Hearing this, Zhang Ning sank his face, but now that Zhang Ning was begging someone, naturally he couldn't explode on the spot and could only hold back. Bureau Li, isn't this a bit of a matter to discuss with you? Do it first, let's chat over dinner later. Wu Ying also accompanied with a smile and said. Li Fuguwei skimmed Zhang Ning and then looked at Wu Ying, flashing a smile at her before walking to her side and placing the rose in his hand in front of her. Mr. Wu, this is for you. Flowers with beauty. I hope you don't mind. Li Fugue had a lewd look on his face, cocky eyes, scanning back and forth on Wu Ying's body, staring at Wu Ying's proud size. It seems that this Li Fugue is not only a fat man, but also an old lecher just like the village head Zhang Wenshang. Just his lustful gaze has completely exposed his nature. Li Bureau, you are too polite. Today it is me who invited you for dinner, but there is still a reason to ask you to send something, since it has already arrived. Then let's let the waiter serve the food. Wu Ying put the roses to the side and was about to get up to order the waiter to serve the food. Li Fugue was at this time a pull. Wu Ying said with a smile, Mr. Wu, you just sit down. Let that young man go. Not just good. Hey, lad, go get the waiter to serve the food. Zhang Ning frowned tightly and yelled at the door for a waiter. Immediately someone walked in, and after Zhang Ning said so, the waiter started serving the food. When Li Fugue saw that Zhang Ning did not leave the private room, his face couldn't help but look unsightly, and he was also filled with dissatisfaction towards Zhang Ning. The waiters began to serve the food one after another, and soon a table full of good dishes was served, and smelling the pungent aroma, Zhang Ning's mouth was craving for more. Bureau Li, come on, let's eat. Wu Ying picked up her chopsticks and was about to prepare to eat. However, Li Fugue suddenly grabbed Wu Ying's hand and said with a smile, Mr. Wu, how can we talk about things over dinner without some wine? Let's start drinking some wine. Waiter, serve some of your home-brewed rice wine here. In Changrong restaurant, not only is their food delicious, but also their home-brewed rice wine. This Li Fugue is also often come here to eat, so he directly ordered rice wine. Soon, the waiter delivered 2 jugs of aroma-tantalizing rice wine. Wu Ying saw the rice wine on the table mountain. She couldn't help but frown and said, that, Bureau Director Li, you see I usually don't drink. Why don't I accompany Bureau Director Li to have a drink? This can't be done. Mr. Wu is usually busy at work and has a lot of socializing, but now it's the evening, there's always nothing to be busy about. If you don't drink today, you're not giving me Li Fugue face, so what's the point of talking about things? Come on, fill it up, Li Fugue said with a sullen face, picking up the wine pot on the table and filling Wu Ying's glass with wine. His other hand took the opportunity to put it on Wu Ying's waist to wipe off the oil. Zhang Ning, who watched the scene, could no longer stand to watch. Wu Ying helped herself to meet Li Fugue. Originally thought that this was a good thing, but unexpectedly, this Li Fugue is an old lecher, taking advantage of Wu Ying. Director Li, Sister Wu, he can't drink, so let me do it for him. Zhang Ning stood up and pulled Wu Ying up under Li Fugue's gaze, letting Wu Ying sit on her seat while Zhang Ning sat beside Li Fugue. You? What for? I'm looking for General Manager Wu for a drink. Who the hell are you? Is there a place for you to talk here? If it wasn't for the fact that you and General Manager Wu know each other, I would have asked you to blow you out. Li Fugue's face changed as he rushed at Zhang Ning and said loudly in an unpleasant manner, I'm nothing. Doesn't Director Li want to drink? I, Zhang Ning, will just drink with you? But I'm afraid that Director Li is not capable of drinking and doesn't dare to drink. Zhang Ning laughed coldly and looked at Li Fugue with contempt. For such a person, Zhang Ning had no need to please. Your name is Zhang Ning, isn't it? You're trying to spar with me for a drink? That's fine. As long as you can drink me down, I'll help you with whatever you have, but I'll say it in advance. If you fall down first, then get the hell out of here and don't get in the way. Li Fugue also laughed. Li Fugue, was known to be a fierce drinker in this area. A mouthful was no problem to drink 2 pounds. In Li Fugue's opinion, Zhang Ning was just a young lad, not a match for him at all, and it was just as well to take advantage of this opportunity to get Zhang Ning out of the way so as not to jeopardize his good deed. Come on then. Zhang Ning waved his hand and said provocatively. Li Fugue was also aroused by Zhang Ning's desire to win, and rushed to the door and shouted, Waiter, serve me 5 pounds of rice wine. Chapter 76, Super Wake-Up Pill. When Li Fugue went down, the waiter immediately brought up a few more jugs of rice wine, and when he left, he didn't forget to bring the door with him. On the side of the wooing sea is dry anxious, pulled Zhang Ning. In Zhang Ning's ear whispered, Xiao Ning, do not be impulsive. You cannot drink him. His amount of alcohol no people know. Or let me come. Although I will not drink, but drink a little, or it is okay. Sister Wu, it's fine. You hurry up and eat. This old pervert, I'll take care of it. Zhang Ning let Wu Ying sit down and replied, a confident smile on his face. But, Sister Wu, don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhang Ning stopped Wu Ying's words before turning to look at Li Fugue, who had a bad smile on his face. Li Fugue's smile appeared treacherous, and when he saw that Zhang Ning was ready, he immediately brought over a jug of rice wine and prepared to start sparring. Director Li, haven't said how to drink it yet? Zhang Ning also smiled in turn. Since he was going to mess with it, he would make it bigger. How do you want to drink? Li Fugue also came to passion. No one had ever dared to spar with him when it came to drinking. It's simple, a breath of a pot. Drink down until but let me make it clear. I asked Director Lee to come out today. It's for the matter of repairing the road in Baishui Village. The application for approval, I've already handed it over. Of course, in the end, I still need Director Lee to nod his head to be able to do it, and so on, if I am. Which so much nonsense. If you can drink me Li Fugue down today. I read my name backwards. Li Fugue slapped the table, unconvincingly interrupting Zhang Ning's words. At this moment Li Fugue had already forgotten about Wu Ying. For such a fat man who was so good at drinking, Zhang Ning had plenty of ways to cure him. It was just a matter of drinking. Zhang Ning just had to cover his major acupoints, so that the alcohol inside the rice wine could not be absorbed by the body. In this way, Zhang Ning's drinking would be no different from drinking water. Then, Director Lee, let's get started, Zhang Ning said blandly, and before Li Fugue could open his mouth, Zhang Ning picked up a jug of rice wine, and pointed it at his mouth, directly pouring it into his mouth in a big gulp. Divine power quietly surged out at this moment, sealing Zhang Ning's major acupoints while wrapping the wine that entered his belly with divine power. And in just a few seconds, Zhang Ning smothered a catty amount of rice into his belly in one breath. The surprised Wu Ying wanted to stop Zhang Ning, but seeing that Zhang Ning did not look different, she quietly watched without interrupting him. And Li Fugue is also frozen. He first saw drinking rice wine drink so fierce. Rice wine, although the taste is relatively sweet, but the backbone is very strong. Water margin inside the Wusung Tiger, the Three Bowls but Gang, is the backbone of the rice wine. Changrong Hotel's rice wine is the same. The average person who drinks 3 bowls will inevitably fall to the ground and can't get up. Director Lee, please. Zhang Ning finished his drink in one gulp, and when he saw that Li Fugue had yet to pick up his jug, he couldn't help but let out a laugh and made a gesture of invitation. What's the hurry? I'm afraid you won't be able to stand up later. Humph. Li Fugue snorted coldly, followed by picking up the wine jug and took a big gulp into his mouth. This drink was out of control. Zhang Ning didn't need to stop at all, drinking 3 jugs of rice wine in a row, and the whole person was fine at all. On the contrary, it was Li Fugue. After 3 jeans, his head was already a bit dizzy, and the aftertaste of the rice wine started to surge up like crazy. Director Lee, can you still drink? Zhang Ning said with a smile, estimating in his heart that this Li Fugue was nearing his limit. Normally when drinking this high number of rice wine, 1 catty was considered impressive, 2 catty was considered impressive, and 3 catty could be said to be unbeatable. But unfortunately, Li Fugue had met Zhang Ning today. Who says I can't drink? Continue. Li Fugue refused to give in, called for another 5 pounds of rice wine and started drinking against Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning's stomach wasn't as big as Li Fugue's, and quietly took out a silver needle and picked a small hole in his middle finger, expelling the liquor a little at a time. Soon, each person nearly 5 pounds of rice wine down. The sight of Wu Ying has been surprised by the jaws of the eye. The heart has worried about Zhang Ning. Pulling Zhang Ning whispered, Xiaoning, do not drink. In the drink down, alcohol poisoning how to do? Zhang Ning smiled faintly and said, Sister Wu, I drink with water, but Li Fugue, poison just right. Who let him hands and feet are not honest, take advantage of you. Xiao Ning, forget it, don't offend people. It's you who can't get your approval documents down. It's troublesome. Wu Ying was bent on looking out for Zhang Ning, and in front of Zhang Ning, she was indeed like a big sister, taking care of Zhang Ning. Don't worry, Sister Wu, I'm going to rule this Li Fugue into submission today. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he looked towards the already shaken Li Fugue. Drink, drink to death. Old man never poured his drink, come on, then drink, drink, plop. Li Fugue's words have not yet said clearly. The obese body fell on the table with a bang. Completely drunk in the past, this rice wine's aftertaste comes up. No matter how powerful he is, the same to fall down. Xiaoning, what should we do now? We haven't said anything yet. If this Director Li collapses, won't we have wasted our time today? When Wu Ying saw Li Fugue fall, she hurriedly stood up and looked this way, her face followed by a bitter look. Sister Wu, don't be in a hurry. I'll take a picture of this dead fat guy first before I say anything, lest he backs out later. I've got a super antidote to alcohol here. One of these goes down, and you'll be sober in no time, Zhang Ning said. Under Wu Ying's surprise, he took out his cell phone and took a close-up photo of Li Fugue, who was lying unconscious and drunk on the table. After 5 consecutive shots, Zhang Ning pulled out a black pill from inside his pocket. This was something that Zhang Ning had refined during his free time earlier, only because he had a dinner party today and wanted to drink, so he brought one with him, and it just came in handy. Zhang Ning rudely broke Li Fugue's mouth open with a spoon, and then stuffed the super sobering pill into Li Fugue's mouth, and with a slap of the palm of his hand, sent it directly into his abdomen. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Ning silently counted the time in his mind. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Fugue, who was originally lying unconscious on the table, suddenly moved a few times and slowly climbed up. Li Fugui fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cool air, vigorously shook his head, and said with some difficulty, "Goo, how does my mouth feel like it's being stabbed by something? Hot and spicy pain ah." Hearing Li Fugui's words, Zhang Ning and Wu Ying couldn't help but snicker. "Director Li, you were drunk just now. I fed you sobering pills before you woke up." Zhang Ning and Wu Ying both stood in front of Li Fugui and slowly said. Li Fugui had a face of disbelief, and up until now, he still thought that he had merely rested on his back for a while just now. Zhang Ning knew that Li Fugui would deny it, but Zhang Ning had a way. Just when Li Fugui was dead set on denying it, his face suddenly changed, and with a wow sound, all the residue inside his stomach wowed out. Vomit. Chapter 77, Seeing What You Shouldn't See. Vomit. Li Fugui opened his mouth and vomited. He hadn't eaten anything at night. This vomiting, it was all acid in his stomach. It was hard to bear. Li Fugui's face turned red. Seeing this, Zhang Ning couldn't help but smile slightly and also took care of Li Fugui, helping to smooth his back. At the same time, she pulled a few tissues that were placed on the table and handed them to Li Fugui. Wu Ying, on the other hand, stood on the side and watched dryly, with a stunned face, not knowing whether to go up and help or not. It was only after a long time that Li Fugui slowed down, leaning back in his chair and panting heavily. Seeing this, Zhang Ning took the initiative to hand over another cup of warm tea. Drunken people were most likely to injure their stomachs, and drinking some tea would be able to slow down the damage that alcohol did to the stomach. Director Li, this time you don't have anything to say. If you still don't believe me, I still have a picture of you drunk in my hand. Want to take a look? After taking care of Li Fugui, Zhang Ning only said to Li Fugui with a smile on his face, "No, no need. Willing to gamble. You kid is really powerful. After drinking so much rice wine, nothing happened at all. And what's that sobering medicine of yours? It's also powerful." Li Fugui revealed a look of admiration towards Zhang Ning. The kind of mockery he had before had been replaced. Then, Director Li, let's talk about precisely the application for approval to build a road in Whitewater Village. Can you help me with that? Zhang Ning sneered and said solemnly, Isn't it just an approval? The problem is not big. It's just, Li Fugui wanted to speak, casting a strange gaze toward Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning immediately understood Li Fugui's meaning. Like Li Fugui so have the right in hand. Outside not to get some benefits is impossible. He looked at Zhang Ning so, undoubtedly is just wanting to Zhang Ning to ask for favor fees. Director Li, it's not like I don't know about flavor, but I have something in my hand that works better than money. I don't know if you're interested? Zhang Ning purposely sold the idea and said slowly. Seeing that things had progressed to this point, Wu Ying hurriedly got close to Zhang Ning's ear and whispered, Xiao Ning, he wants some favor fees. If you don't have any money, I'll help you advance here first. Sister Wu, you don't have to worry. I can fix it. Zhang Ning flashed a smile at Wu Ying and said slowly, rejecting her good intentions. Asking someone to do something didn't necessarily require spending money in order to get it done. It depended on what the other party needed, and after satisfying the other party's needs, then it would be more useful than money. Li Fugui also looked at Zhang Ning with a curious face, but then said disdainfully, is there any problem in this world that money can't solve? Of course, disgruntled Director Li said that I am a healer. Of course, you can treat me as a village wild groom, but I have a prescription in my hand that can make a person become thin quickly. That is, a weight loss pill. If Director Li is interested, I can send you a little bit of it first, and when Director Li helps me to get the things done, I promise to help Director Li to solve the problem of obesity. Zhang Ning slowly said, for every fat person, the most worrying, is the weight. Zhang Ning said this, indeed said Li Fugui's heart inside. What you said is true. Li Fugui's eyes instantly lit up, and he stood up in surprise, but because of the vomiting just now, he stumbled and sat down again. You saw my sobriety medicine just now. I didn't fool you. If you don't believe me you can also go to the general hospital and ask around, Zhang Ning said, and took out a small box from his pocket, which contained none other than the diet pill he had refined earlier. Zhang Ning handed the diet pill to Li Fugui, who took it in his hands in surprise. Strong curiosity made him unable to resist opening it and taking a look. The few black pills contained inside, roughly the size of a soybean, did not have any peculiarities other than emitting a strong medicinal odor. How do I know if it's real? Li Fugui, still somewhat not quite believing Zhang Ning's words, questioned. Like I said, you can try it out before deciding, and I'm sure Director Li will still look for me. Zhang Ning said confidently. Li Fugui finally chose to believe Zhang Ning, and after casually chatting with Zhang Ning for a few moments, Li Fugui didn't even eat his meal, and was about to leave with the diet pills that Zhang Ning had given him. When he was about to leave, he still looked at Wu Ying with a somewhat lustful look in his eyes. It really was a dog that couldn't change its ways. After seeing Li Fugui leave, Wu Ying was relieved. Li Fugui's behavior is clear to Wu Ying. If it were normal, Wu Ying would not have asked to meet Li Fugui alone, but today it was because of Li Ning that Wu Ying asked him out. Wu Ying hadn't thought that Zhang Ning had solved the matter in the end, and in turn helped herself. Wu Ying looked at Zhang Ning with eyes that looked a little embarrassed. The passion of last night was simply unforgettable for Wu Ying. But the career-minded Wu Ying did not want to let love mess up her career plans. She wanted to forget, but Zhang Ning's figure. But in the middle of Wu Ying's mind, lingering, Zhang Ning also understands Wu Ying. In front of Wu Ying will not take the initiative to mention this matter. But after all, the two people look up and see each other. The relationship between the two people, therefore, has become subtle. Li Fugui left without eating. Zhang Ning couldn't follow, calling the waiter to clean the room. Zhang Ning and Wu Ying quickly ate 2 bites of rice to fill their stomachs. After Zhang Ning ate his fill, the alcohol in his stomach that hadn't been completely eliminated began to do its work, and a strong urge to urinate came from his abdomen. Zhang Ning hurriedly rushed towards the outside. Zhang Ning had come here twice, and also only stayed in the kitchen. He was not familiar with the second floor at all. He wanted to find the waiter to ask about the location of the restroom, but found that the waiters were busy downstairs. Zhang Ning had no choice but to follow his own intuition to the end of the corridor, saw a room, pushed open the door and went in, and found that a restroom inside was lit. Zhang Ning hurriedly rushed into the restroom and unbuckled his pants, feeling his body's flood of power being released, a feeling of relief surging through Zhang Ning's entire body. Ho ho ho! Zhang Ning let out a long breath, and after a long time, he shook his body, and before Zhang Ning could zipper up his pants, his afterglow noticed what seemed to be a silhouette on his side. Ah, who is it? Skimming his head, he actually was the boss's wife of the restaurant, Sun Yangli. Sun Yangli shouted loudly, and Zhang Ning reacted instinctively, rushing over and covering Sun Yangli's mouth. Ah! Sun Yangli's eyes widened as she struggled vigorously, and Zhang Ning covered her mouth with great difficulty, not wanting to attract other people so as to avoid being misunderstood. And Sun Yangli's struggling made the already wet ground even more unstable. Sun Yangli followed and lost her center of gravity, falling to the ground. Chapter 78, Scar on the Thigh. Rascal, rascal. When Sun Yangli fell like this, Zhang Ning's hand was also loosened from Sun Yangli's mouth, and Sun Yangli hurriedly climbed up from Zhang Ning's body, and loudly cursed Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning looked at his wretched appearance and did not make a sound, and with some anxiety in his heart, he hurriedly lifted up his pants. After finishing his clothes, he turned his back to Sun Yangli and said, Li, sister Li, I'm Zhang Ning, I don't mean any harm, I was just pissing around looking for the bathroom, so I accidentally rushed in. I didn't know that sister Li was taking a bath here, and besides, isn't this door unlocked? You go out first, Sun Yangli said angrily. Zhang Ning's words, however, left her speechless, and in the end, she could only let Zhang Ning leave first. Fine, I'll go out now. I'm sorry, sister Li. Zhang Ning gave Sun Yangli an apology and walked out towards the outside of the restroom, and when he reached the door it seemed, Zhang Ning turned around and tried to bring the door with him. However, when he closed the door, Zhang Ning saw that Sun Yangli's face was full of trepidation, and the narrow space made Zhang Ning's gaze involuntarily gather on Sun Yangli's body, and Zhang Ning also discovered that at Sun Yangli's thighs, there was an unsightly scar. Zhang Ning returned to the private room with some weakness. At this moment, Wu Ying had also eaten and drank enough. Seeing Zhang Ning come in, wiped her mouth, and said to Zhang Ning, Xiao Ning, what did you do? Why did you take so long? No, nothing, just went to take a leak. Zhang Ning said awkwardly, let's go then, it's getting late. Wu Ying took a sip of tea and said slowly. Zhang Ning nodded. His mind was filled with the image of Sun Yangli just now, and he didn't know how to apologize to Sun Yangli later. Wu Ying went downstairs to check out first. Zhang Ning wanted to grab the bill, but saw the end of the corridor. Sun Yangli draped in wet hair, towards Zhang Ning came face to face. Zhang Ning had to stop his footsteps. Taking advantage of the fact that Sun Yangli hadn't opened her mouth yet, Zhang Ning immediately said, Sister Li, just now it was me who took the liberty. I apologize to you. I'm sorry, I hope that you can forgive me. I definitely didn't mean to do it, Zhang Ning said, and also gave Sun Yangli a bow. Sun Yangli, who was originally planning to find Zhang Ning to settle the score, saw Zhang Ning apologizing so sincerely. The anger in her heart all of a sudden dissipated. No, it's all right, Xiao Zhang, you came to dinner, how come you also didn't say anything to me? Just now what did you see? Sun Yangli spoke, stammered, half a day unable to speak clearly, seemed to look very embarrassed. I didn't see anything, really. Zhang Ning waved his hand back and forth, even if he saw it, he couldn't say it. A woman's body was precious. It couldn't tolerate others' blasphemies, or else Zhang Ning would be in trouble today. Xiao Zhang, I am serious. Did you see it? That scar? Please don't say anything, okay? Sun Yangli requested Zhang Ning in turn, causing Zhang Ning to be completely frozen. Although he didn't know what the story behind that scar was, Zhang Ning was able to guess that it must be a painful memory for Sun Yangli. And thinking of this, Zhang Ning quickly nodded his head. Thank you, Xiao Ning. We should go. Zhang Ning had just finished speaking with Sun Yangli when Wu Ying rushed downstairs and said loudly, reminding up Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning answered and turned his head to look at Sun Yangli again, saying, Sisterly, I'll come back when I have time. Good. Remember to bring me some bamboo rats if you have any, haha. Sun Yangli also flashed a smile at Zhang Ning and watched as Zhang Ning walked down the stairs. After Zhang Ning and Wu Ying left the Chang Rome Hotel, Sun Yangli returned to her room and sat on her but on the edge of the bed, her hand touching her thigh as a trace of painful memories surfaced on her face. At the same time, Zhang Ning and Wu Ying left the hotel and rode in Wu Ying's small car to her home downstairs. Now that it was completely dark, Wu Ying got out of the car, looked at the sky outside, and said to Zhang Ning, Xiao Ning, it's getting late. Why don't you not go back tonight and sleep at my place? Not so good, right? Zhang Ning faintly stared and said, what's wrong with it? Aren't we all coughing? I do think it's dark and dangerous outside. Halfway through her sentence, Wu Ying seemed to realize that she had said it wrong and hurriedly changed her words. Ha ha, thank you Sister Wu for your kind words. I won't be going home for the next 2 days. My family is worried. Besides, the citrus in my field needs someone to take care of it. Let's not talk about it. I have to go back. Sister Wu, pay attention to your health. And remember to call me if there's anything. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he mounted his motorcycle and left the underground parking lot. Only after Zhang Ning left did Wu Ying slowly walk towards the elevator entrance. While in the shadowy corners of the underground parking lot, a pair of eyes were watching this scene. An hour later, Zhang Ning smoothly returned to Whitewater Village, and once he entered his home, he found that Uncle Li was sitting at home chatting with his own father, and he didn't know what he was chatting about. Smiling joyfully, Ning Zi, you're back. Seeing Zhang Ning enter the door, Uncle Li greeted Zhang Ning politely. Bastard still knows to come back. I thought you went out to the wild again tonight. Zhang Xiaojun wasn't as good-tempered, glaring at Zhang Ning and saying in a bad mood, ha ha, young people like to be free. We're all old. We don't care about that. By the way, Ning Zi, how did you plant the citrus in that field at the entrance of your village? It actually blossomed on August day, and there was a harvest in a month or so. What's the secret? Teach Uncle Li. Uncle Li suddenly brought up the matter of feeling and said with a positive color, oh, which has what secret? Is that people's seedlings are good? Uncle Li, you say so? I do have a thing want to ask you. You say my citrus tree, it has not lack of water. How to feel dry? Will die of disease like? As soon as Uncle Li mentioned the feeling, Zhang Ning thought of this problem. Uncle Li was a cadre in the village and knew more about some things than anyone else, so asking him would surely tell him the answer. Look at you. The citrus are sold for money, and still ask me such a question. I have planted citrus in the mountains before, but I have not encountered this problem that you are talking about. Is it not enough moisture, or is it something else? Uncle Li couldn't say anything either. Zhang Ning gently shook his head. It seems that he has encountered a tricky problem. Looking down at the piece of dragon jade around his neck, the inheritance inside is not complete. Otherwise Zhang Ning would not have to worry about it. The good thing is that the citrus tree's current situation is not serious. At the moment, it can only be tomorrow when he is looking for the time to study it properly. Chapter 79 Lu Chang missing. Brat, don't go and take a shower. Your body stinks of wine. Drink less wine. It hurts your body. Zhang Xiaojun saw Zhang Ning mortar and pestle in place and asked about the smell of wine on Zhang Ning's body. So he said in a low voice, then Uncle Li, you guys chat. I'll take a shower first. Zhang Ning smiled in embarrassment, and with that, he walked towards the inner room. Ningzi, wait, I'll tell you something. This is not the end of the summer vacation block. My daughter is attending a junior college in the city. In 2 months, she will be graduating from the internship. You often run to the city. If there is a good job, help my daughter. Her silly nature, without someone to watch over her. I'm afraid that she will be bullied by people. Uncle Li suddenly called out to Zhang Ning and said with a smile, okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Zhang Ning nodded and said, Uncle Li's family did have a daughter, a few years younger than Zhang Ning, and used to play together a lot when they were young. Only Zhang Ning was always bullying people, because she was very fat as a child, round face, but also long frostbite. At that time, the village children are called him Clownet. Zhang Ning took this matter to heart, took a set of clean clothes and went to the inner room to take a shower, while Uncle Li went back after 10 or so minutes of chatting with Zhang Xiaojun. The night in the countryside was always so silent. As always, Zhang Ning lay on the bed unable to sleep, his hand gently stroking and caressing the piece of dragon jade around his neck. These days too many things happened. Let Zhang Ning some care. Just Ghost Gate. Zhang Ning walked twice. If not have this piece of magical dragon jade in, Zhang Ning is afraid that already lost his life. This made Zhang Ning ring back to the time when he was in the horn. That old man who handed the dragon jade to himself, when he was dying, he also told Zhang Ning that Zhang Ning was some kind of chosen one. Until now, Zhang Ning did not understand the meaning of that sentence. Just as Zhang Ning was contemplating, the dragon jade on his neck suddenly emitted a faint glow, a sizzling sensation, which came from Zhang Ning's hand, followed by a familiar picture flashing through Zhang Ning's mind. A mysterious hall, a woman whose appearance could not be clearly seen. It was only after a long time that the image disappeared from Zhang Ning's mind, and Zhang Ning looked at the dragon jade in dismay, muttering to himself, "What kind of existence are you in the end, possessing such a mysterious power?" After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ning couldn't come up with a clue, so he fell back to sleep. Early in the morning of the next day, Zhang Ning went to the citrus field, and his divine power probed into the interior of the citrus trees, carefully feeling the genetic changes in them, wanting to find the cause of the citrus tree's onset, but has been tinkering until noon. The hot sun exposure Zhang Ning some cannot stand. Zhang Ning before giving up. Back home, Zhang Ning just drank a mouthful of medicinal tea. The phone in his pocket rang at this time. Zhang Ning picked up a look. Actually is the Changjing Fruit Company office phone. As soon as he saw this phone, Zhang Ning remembered that damn Lu Chang. Also do not know how now. Before Zhao Xingwu said to help Zhang Ning to deal with the things behind, he killed 2 people in a row in anger, and the police did not come to the door. It seems to have been dealt with. Zhang Ning hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Hello, it's Boss Zhang, right? The matter is like this. Our vice president suddenly disappeared. The orders he was in charge of are all on hold now. The headquarters side has found out that he is suspected of embezzling public funds, so all the contracts he signed are going to be voided. I know that this is bad news for you, but on our company's side, we'll give the corresponding liquidated damages. I hope that you'll be able to understand. On the other side of the phone, Tangiela's heavy voice slowly entered Zhang Ning's ears, causing Zhang Ning to instantly freeze. Lu Chang had disappeared? Could it be Zhao Xingwu's doing? It shouldn't be. Zhao Xingwu had said that Lu Chang's father had a great deal of influence. If Zhao Xingwu would do such a thing, he wouldn't have stopped Zhang Ning from taking Lu Chang's life in the first place. Lu Chang is missing? What the hell is going on? Zhang Ning couldn't help but ask Tangiela up. Despite understanding that he, a warehouse manager, wouldn't know the original of it, Zhang Ning still hoped to be able to get some useful information. I'm not sure about the specifics. It's the notification from the company's headquarters this morning. In short, I'm very sorry, Tangiela said bitterly. At this moment, Zhang Ning was smiling. Originally he was still worried that the sales behind the citrus would be held back due to the contract of Changjing Fruit Company, but now the other party took the initiative to terminate the contract, and would also compensate for the breach of contract, which was a good thing for Zhang Ning. It's fine. You have time to get the formalities done. Just notify me where you need my cooperation. Zhang Ning hurriedly replied. After clearing up the matter of the contract with Tangiela, Zhang Ning hung up the phone. The sudden disappearance of Lu Chang made Zhang Ning once again fall into contemplation. This matter, I'm afraid it's not that simple. He wanted to give Zhao Xingwu a call and ask for clarification, but Zhao Xingwu called Zhang Ning first. Hey, Zhang Ning, Lu Chang is missing, do you know? Does this matter have anything to do with you? As soon as the call was made, Zhao Xingwu anxiously questioned Zhang Ning. I happen to want to ask you as well. I only just learned about this matter. Zhang Ning said coldly. As long as it wasn't you who got Lu Chang away. I personally sent Lu Chang back that day. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. By the way, there is something to remind you. Be careful of Wang Wei. Behind that kid, there are people from the martial arts family. Even I was almost cheated by him. In short, pay attention to it. Zhao Shengwu sighed in relief, but suddenly mentioned Wang Wei. I see. Zhang Ning's tone was cold. Things were already changing quietly. After this matter of Lu Chang, Zhang Ning had already seen clearly the sinister nature of the human heart, as well as this cruel world of the weak and the strong. 2 consecutive phone calls made Zhang Ning's mood become a little complicated. After a short rest, Zhang Ning once again went to the citrus field. Only in the citrus field, Zhang Ning can become calm, and the hot sun at noon, so that Zhang Ning's sweat beads continue to roll down, soaking his shirt. Zhang Ning stood in front of a citrus tree and looked up at the blazing sun overhead. The blinding sunlight made Zhang Ning have to use his hands to block it in front of his eyes. The sunlight shone on Zhang Ning's eyes, irritating this Zhang Ning's eyeballs. Zhang Ning lowered his head, a darkness appeared in front of his eyes, and in his heart, he lamented that this scorching weather was too torturous. Alas! Zhang Ning sighed heavily, thinking about the cause of the citrus tree, without a clue, picked up the water placed on the ground, opened the lid and drank vigorously. After drinking a bottle of water in one gulp, Jiang Ning wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. So that's it. Chapter 80. Preparing to repair the road. Jiang Ning suddenly laughed out loud, once again looking up at the scorching sun in midair, muttering to himself, "You're really something, baking my citrus trees like this. If not for my sudden thought, I really couldn't do anything about you." Just a moment ago, Jiang Ning was sweating profusely from the sun, his mouth was dry, and despite drinking a bottle of water to replenish the water that had passed through, Jiang Ning's body was still in a state of parched heat and sweat. Jiang Ning regarded himself as a citrus tree. People will be like this, plants will be the same. Although the citrus tree's roots are strong, deeply rooted into the ground, absorbing enough moisture, but the sun in August and September is so poisonous, so that the citrus tree cannot stand it at all. And last night, Uncle Li also told Jiang Ning that he used to plant citrus trees on the mountain, while Jiang Ning planted citrus on the flatland. This was the difference. On the mountains, there were slopes, and there was no way for the sun to shine on the citrus trees in the morning or afternoon, because the slopes blocked the hot sunlight from the citrus trees. But Jiang Ning's citrus field is different. It is surrounded by flat land without any cover, and the citrus trees are exposed to the sun from morning to night, which is why they are so sick. It's not that you can't grow citrus on flat land, it's just that whenever these citrus trees have a problem, Jiang Ning's divine power will be able to sense it, and if Jiang Ning doesn't care, and lets the citrus trees go on like this, then the citrus that comes out afterward won't be as sweet as the ones that came out before, and most of them are bound to be small and astringent. It was good that Jiang Ning had discovered the problem in time, and as long as the problem was discovered, there would be a way to remedy it. There was a record within the divine farmer's farming technique that grass, being a heat-absorbing plant, was able to absorb a large amount of heat because it was attached to the ground and transfer it into the ground through the rhizomes. This was the solution Jiang Ning currently thought of. Planting grass. Of course, planting some weeds is not possible. That will only waste the soil nutrients. The only feasible is to plant turf. Turf planted can also be sold. Two birds with one stone. But very soon, Jiang Ning has sunk to the heart. Repair road documents have not been approved down. Jiang Ning cannot privately go to repair the village entrance road. If the road is not repaired, not to mention trucks, even pickup trucks and tractors cannot go. Things certainly cannot be transported in, and cannot be hauled out. The most important thing is to fix the road at the entrance of the village first. At the moment, the formalities have not been completed, so we can only wait for that fat guy Li Fugui's phone call. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning did not wait for Li Fugui's notification phone call for one day. Until the next day's noon, Li Fugui finally gave Jiang Ning a call. "Jiang Ning, your diet pill is too good. I've only eaten 2 of these, and my entire body has lost 20 pounds. It's simply divine." "Yes, of course, but the application for approval to build a road in our village, has it come down yet?" Seeing Li Fugui's call, Jiang Ning was ecstatic. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "The application I have signed, you Monday to Friday, to the planning bureau of the hall directly to do the formalities. Measurement are exempted. I have a blueprint here. You in accordance with the width of the road I gave you to repair the road. Absolutely no problem. Just that weight loss pills." Li Fugui appears to be completely believe Jiang Ning. Some cumbersome procedures, actually all directly to Jiang Ning exempted. "Director Li, then thanks a lot. When your box is finished and you still need it, I'll send it to you again. But pay attention, you can't eat too much, otherwise you'll turn into skin and bones, and I won't be responsible for it," Jiang Ning said with a bashful smile. That weight loss pills but could make people lose weight for a short period of time. There was nothing wrong with fat people eating it, but thin people eating it would only become even thinner. Ha ha, well, when you come, we will drink together. Li Fugui was also overjoyed, and actually took the initiative to ask Jiang Ning to drink together. It seemed that he was already impressed with Jiang Ning. Already, after Jiang Ning got the good news, he didn't even want to have any pause, got on his motorcycle and rushed to the planning bureau, hurriedly all the formalities to do all. Paid more than $2,000 in fees. Jiang Ning hands of cash has little left. The card of 300,000 payments. Is Jiang Ning surged to repair the road? Only by fixing the road, Jiang Ning could completely open up the road to wealth for Whitewater Village. Having the blueprints and procedures, certificates, and other relevant documents in hand, Jiang Ning went to find Wu Ying at the first opportunity. Arriving at the door of Wu Ying's house, Jiang Ning, who was in a very pleasant mood, pressed the doorbell of Wu Ying's house, and a few moments later, the door opened, and the one who opened the door was actually still the one who had been complaining about Jiang Ning all day long. "Lu Na, why is it you? Come to harass Sister Wu again?" Before Jiang Ning could say anything, Lu Na skimmed Zhang Ning and said in an unfavorable manner, "Little Nana, I say, are you born to mock people? If it wasn't for the sake of Sister Wu, do you believe that I would have arrested you and circled then forked you?" Zhang Ning said as he scared Lu Na, and made an evil look. "You dare? If you do that, I can make you disappear in this world." Just like Lu Xiang disappeared so quickly, Lu Na said, stumbling a bit between her words, as if she had said something wrong and immediately changed her words. Zhang Ning didn't care, he just felt that Lu Na was like with a little girl, teasing her and flirting a bit. It was quite fun. "What wouldn't I dare to do?" Zhang Ning said with a tilt of her head. And at this time, Wu Ying walked out from inside the bathroom, wearing pajamas on her body and seemed to have just finished showering, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, giving off a feeling of a lotus flower. "What are you guys chatting about? Chatting so vigorously?" Wu Ying couldn't help but ask when she saw Zhang Ning and Lu Na having a word with each other. "Humph, I'm not the one he's chatting with," Lu Na said as she turned her head away with a scowl. Zhang Ning wasn't bickering with Lu Na, but handed the information in his hand to Wu Ying and said happily, "Sister Wu, the procedures have come down. Li Fugui is directly approving it. How's the contact with the construction company on your side going? I want to fix the village road as soon as possible." Wu Ying looked at the complete information in her hand and also revealed a surprised look. "The planning bureau approves these applications to repair houses and roads. Even if it's fast, it will take 10 days and half a month." But Zhang Ning only handed it over for 2 days, and then it was done. Wu Ying had to admire Zhang Ning. With a diet pill, he took care of the hard to deal with Li Fugui. "Any time, when I went to Whitewater Village last time, I paid attention to the one entering the village. In my estimation, without a $300,000, I'm afraid it can't be repaired." "Xiaoning, do you have that much money?" Wu Ying smiled and nodded, but looked at Zhang Ning with some concern. 300,000 is still no problem. Don't forget, Sister Wu, I also planted hundreds of acres of citrus at the entrance of the village, and the last batch of citrus came in at $300,000. Zhang Ning patted his chest and said confidently, 300,000 for Zhang Ning, indeed is not a difficult thing. Just Zhang Ning, if you spend this 300,000, the next time you need to use money, we'll be in trouble. Zhang Ning pondered, is not a time to think of other ways to earn money. However, as soon as Zhang Ning thought about which road at the entrance of the village would be repaired soon, his heart was so excited that he threw all his worries out of the sky. Chapter 81, New Trouble. "Che, having $300,000 is great. You still have to come and ask Sister Wu for help." Lu Na, who was on the side, stuck her hands on her chest and said indignantly, "Little Nana, this is where you're wrong. I'm looking for Sister Wu, that's to help each other. You little brat, what do you know?" Zhang Ning touched Lu Na's brain and said with a smile. Lu Na flung at Zhang Ning's hand, her small palm slapped on Zhang Ning's hand, actually making Zhang Ning's arm feel a stinging pain. This Lu Na's strength, it was a little too big. "I said don't touch my head, it won't grow tall. I'm not a brat either. My sister is already in her 20s. You're mocking me. See how I'll let Sister Wu clean you up." Lu Na bristled, glaring at Zhang Ning with beatific eyes, then walked over to Wu Ying's side again and said petulantly, "Sister Wu, look at him bullying me all the time. Alright, stop fooling around. It's important to get things done. Zhang Ning, look at it this way. I'll let the people from the construction company contact you directly tomorrow. At that time, they need to go to the site to take a look before they can make a decision in the end. I happen to have a meeting in the morning, so I probably won't be able to go with you." Wu Ying snickered, then returned to the topic. "Alright, no problem. Just give me the contact information of the construction company. Sister Wu, I can take care of the rest." Zhang Ning nodded and said. After Zhang Ning and Wu Ying chatted for a few moments, Zhang Ning planned to go back to the village first. It was getting late today, and the people from the construction company wouldn't be able to come to the site to investigate until tomorrow. Zhang Ning just spent 2 days. All the formalities were done down. The heart is very happy. After returning home, Zhang Ning spread out the blueprints provided by the planning bureau, carefully looked up, before because of some excitement, did not take a good look. Just see, blueprint above, a 10-meter wide road, was marked out. Zhang Ning heart even more excited. The village of the road was only 3 meters less than the width of the road. Can only be for a car to pass? Encountered a relative vehicle. There is no way to get out of the way. Now well, 10 meters of the road, enough to meet the Whitewater Village of the vehicle in and out. At this time, Zhang Xiaojun, who had just returned from picking corn in the field, saw Zhang Ning lying in front of the table looking at the blueprints, and couldn't help but curiously walk over. Zhang Xiaojun glanced at the blueprint that Zhang Ning had spread out. His face changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Have the procedures for the village to repair the road come through so quickly? Let me take a look at the drawings." Although Zhang Xiaojun didn't spend much time in books, but he could still understand some of the design drawings of planning and building. and he used to hear Lu Tsuilan say that when Zhang Xiaojun was young, he would also build houses, and often went to the next village to help people to repair their houses, and because of that, Lu Tsuilan followed Zhang Xiaojun from other villages. Dad, you can see it? Jiang Ning casually asked, saying, nonsense, I think back then your old man was also building houses for others. The road at the entrance of the village marked on this drawing can actually be built 10 meters wide? Zhang Xiaojun also found the road width on the drawing and was puzzled, but did not show a happy look. Yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask as he looked at his father's despondent face. Look for yourself. There is a bend in this road at the end of the village entrance, and I don't know how the planning bureau side is planning it. This bend in the road is not our Whitewater villages, it's the next village's place, and I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to build a road from there. Zhang Xiaojun was familiar with the situation of the neighboring villages and saw the problem at a glance. When Jiang Ning heard this, he froze for a moment, carefully looking at the drawings. At the same time, the road section that appeared at the entrance of the village appeared in his mind. According to the drawings planned this way, in the front section of the road from the outside into the village, not far from that corner, there was indeed a village. Only that village had long ago had its road repaired. The next village? You mean that Wang clan village? Jiang Ning also frowned. The Wang family village was notorious for its brutality in this area, and had even clashed with Whitewater village in the past because of some land matters, and even had hand-to-hand conflicts. This time Jiang Ning to repair the road to pass from the people's place. The other party will certainly not agree. Also do not know how the planning bureau in the end how to think. Although the road section to expand, but the direction but there is an error. This next thing, and then some tricky up. It is the Wang family village. This matter is not resolved. The village road is certainly not repaired. Zhang Xiaojun sighed long and heavy. Jiang Ning also fell into contemplation, and immediately called Li Fuguwei. Li Fuguwei's answer, but let Jiang Ning has no way. He told Jiang Ning, the planning of the whole area is this. Other than no extra place for Jiang Ning to repair the road. If the village cannot negotiate between the village, into the village of that 100 meters of the road section, is to be able to is not to be repaired. Although Jiang Ning proposed diet pills and wanted Li Fuguwei to help, but Li Fuguwei's tone was indeed very certain, leaving Jiang Ning with no way out. Alas, it seems that we can only go to Wangjia village to negotiate with others, but tomorrow the people from the construction company will come here to look at the site. I intend to let him first repair out from the inside. Really can't do it. That section. We don't repair it. Just cross the car from the original road. Jiang Ning sighed gruffly and said slowly to Zhang Xiaojun, Ning son, to the village to repair the road is certainly a good thing. If Zhang Wensheng that fat man is not the village head, let your uncle Li win. The village committee may also be able to apply for some money down from above. Now can only pay out of their own pockets. Thankless, but dad support you. There is a good thing. Should be done. Tomorrow I will accompany you to go to a trip to the Wangjia village. Zhang Xiaojun's mood was also a bit heavy. The matter of road repair. Zhang Xiaojun was unconditionally supportive of Jiang Ning. Dad, no need. I'll just go alone. If you go with me, others might see you talking about our village, and directly don't give a damn. I've only been back for a month or two. They don't know me very well, so it's good to talk when the time comes. Jiang Ning pondered for a few seconds, then said to Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang Xiaojun also nodded, agreeing with Jiang Ning's idea. Having made up his mind, Jiang Ning carefully put away the drawings and related formalities, and had wanted to go to the citrus field to take a look, but before he could go out, the sky outside became cloudy. Dark clouds began to streak across the sky, blocking out the light and shrouding the earth. It looks like it's going to rain again. This weather is also inaccurate. Even the weather forecast can't be touched. Jiang Ning looked up at the dim sky, shaking his head gently and muttering to himself. The sky soon brightened, the dark clouds dispersed, and a heavy rain quietly descended, clattering and washing away the scorching earth, and the stifling air, which also made Jiang Ning feel a little hard to endure.